Ding. The host has a strong desire to make money. The salary refund system is being linked. Ding. Salary system binding successful. Sitting in the taxi, you thought you were hearing things, so you asked the driver, "Sir, did you hear any strange sounds?" The confused driver replied, "Young man, have you been through something? Aside from the navigation voice, what other sound is there in the car?" Then you realized, you've really linked to the system. At this moment, you were so excited that your whole body was trembling. Luckily, the driver was focused on driving, or he might have thought you were having a fit. You began to mimic the characters from online novels, trying to communicate with the system. "System, I am really your host. Please don't doubt it, this system is genuine." Hearing the system's voice made your blood pressure shoot up. What functions does the system have? This system is called the salary refund system. As the name suggests, it can bind a goddess. Then the host will receive a multiple of the goddess's salary every month. Just as the system finished speaking, its voice rang out again. Ding! Detected a suitable goddess for binding. Would you like to bind? Sitting in the taxi, you were stunned and had no time to think, so you said, "System, bind me." Ding! Binding goddess Zhao Liying. Ding! Binding successful. Hearing the system's voice, you were completely stunned. Isn't Zhao Liying that big star? How could she be here, and why did your system bind her? You looked out the window in disbelief and happened to see a G500 passing by. You specifically glanced at the driver's seat and instantly understood, the person driving the G500 was Zhao Liying. Turns out she was just passing by, and you got lucky, but that's fine. Being bound is what matters. Now that you're bound, it means that as long as Zhao Liying makes money, you can earn multiples of her salary. This is just too exhilarating. Once the G500 with Zhao Liying drives away, you start to explore the system. After all, you only heard about the binding question, you hadn't fully understood it, and yet you got bound. System, can I see Zhao Liying's data? Ding! I can open Zhao Liying's data panel for you. Generating data. Name, Zhao Li. Age, 36. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 0. Stranger. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 44. 5 kilograms. Profession, actress. Current refund multiple, 10 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 1,625,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary refund, 3 days. Note, after each refund, you must meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. You were initially very excited when you saw Zhao Liying's income for this month, but when you saw the notes afterward, you were stunned. You wished you hadn't bound Zhao Liying. Even if she is a big star and can earn money, it's not that you didn't want to bind her. It's just that after binding Zhao Liying and receiving a refund, you have to meet her. If you can't meet her, then you'll have to unbind. But for now, you don't care. You continue to ask the system if there are any requirements for the binding object. The binding object must be virtuous. The woman's appearance must be no less than 80 points. Then how many people can I bind? The host currently has no binding chances left. Please earn points to exchange for binding opportunities. System, how do I earn these points? Ding! The host earns 1 point for every 100 million yuan gained through salary refunds and also earns 1 point for spending 100 million yuan. 100 points can be exchanged for 1 binding opportunity. Please work hard to have more goddesses earn money for you. You roughly understood the system's rules. You can bind women with a score above 80, and whatever they earn in a month, the system will refund you a multiple of that. If you bind more women, there's a downside. After the woman refunds money each month, you have to meet her to maintain the binding with the system. Otherwise, it will automatically unbind, which greatly limits you. At this moment, the driver's voice reached your ears. Young man, we've arrived. You thanked the driver. The driver said, no problem, just give a good review. You smiled and nodded, thinking you'd give him a 5-star rating shortly. After arriving at Baolong Plaza, you didn't rush inside but instead found a public bench to sit down. You wanted to ask the system. You found an empty public seat, sat down, and pretended to rest your eyes while actually communicating with the system. But in reality, you were communicating with the system. System, is there a beginner's gift pack? Ding! Congratulations, host. You've received a beginner's gift pack. Hearing the system's voice made you feel numb. If you hadn't asked, it probably would have kept your beginner's gift pack for itself. The system is opening the beginner's gift pack. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You've received binding opportunities. Seeing this, you were stunned. You were stunned again. The beginner's gift pack gave you 1 binding opportunity. What was that? But after thinking it over, you realized it wasn't bad, that binding opportunity was quite valuable. Just after opening the beginner's gift pack, your stomach suddenly growled. You were about to go in for a meal when suddenly you had the idea to check your data panel. So you said to the system, open my data panel. Generating data panel. Name, Wang Chen, age, 23, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 52.5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 10,521 yuan, fixed assets, none. You are bound to the salary refund goddess Zhao Liying, time remaining until salary refund, 3 days. You looked at the panel, it had some differences from Zhao Liying's, but not much. After checking, you closed your data panel. After a simple meal, you returned to your dorm and opened Douyin, where the first video you saw was of a beautiful woman. In the video, the woman was dressed lightly, showcasing her delicate feet, which looked pure and tender. She looked so tempting that you couldn't help but want to take a bite, and the woman in the video was quite attractive. Suddenly, you had an idea and communicated with the system, can this woman be bound? Ding! Detecting. Detection complete. Name, Zhao Simon, appearance, 70, does not meet the criteria. Warning, the host must meet the refund goddess in person. If it's only through online video, the binding will be cancelled. Thus, you abandoned the idea of binding an online streamer. You didn't put down your phone and continued scrolling through videos, asking the system to check when you came across another beautiful woman. Does not meet the binding requirements for the salary refund goddess. As long as you pay attention to what meets the requirements, when there is an opportunity in the future, you might even get bound. However, you scrolled for half an hour, watched no less than 40 or 50 beautiful women live, and only 2 met the requirements, the rest. Basically, it's all about relying on Douyin's beauty filter to deceive people. After paying attention to 2 attractive female streamers, you put down your phone and fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it's already the next day. You opened your eyes early, is the system there? The host ignores, please do not call this system. Upon hearing the system's response, a smile appeared on your face. Then went to wash up, changed into a different outfit, left the dormitory, and next you plan to look for a house. The community opposite Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, called Fengshan Community, is not considered very high-end, but it is regarded as a school district property. You go directly to the bulletin board in the community and check the information on the bulletin board, wanting to see, is there any rental information posted by the landlord? After looking for a while, I finally found a rental information, but this rental information is actually for a shared rental. You are a bit surprised, but you think there's nothing wrong with sharing a rental as long as it's not someone from the school. And from the rental information, it seems that the person looking for a roommate should be a woman, just as you want to take a look. If this woman meets the binding requirements, then for co-renting, it's best if you can meet with women every month to maintain a binding relationship, so that you can make money. Without any hesitation, you picked up your phone, entered the number from the rental notice, and pressed the dial key. As the sound of do-do-do rang out, you looked at the phone screen with a nervous heart, but after a long time, the person still did not answer the call. After hanging up the phone, you continued to search on the announcement. When the cashback from the salary arrives, let's buy a house first, and then see, is there a chance to meet Zhao Liying? I'm really unwilling to just end the binding like this. Then after saying a sentence, you picked up your phone and called the person who posted the rental information on the bulletin board. The first call just got through, and the male landlord immediately said the house has already been rented out. You stood next to the bulletin board and made calls all morning, but there wasn't a suitable one. Either it has already been rented out, or it is not suitable. Your phone indeed rang. You looked at the incoming call number, it was the number of the person looking for a roommate. You waited a few seconds before answering the phone. The call has been connected, and a very pleasant voice came through saying, "Hello, may I ask what you need? I saw the information you posted on the community bulletin board, so I called you. You want to share a rental with me, right?" After finishing speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone, and then they said, "Do you have time now? Let's talk face to face. Where can we meet? Can you come to Baolong Plaza?" You looked at the time and said, "I can, but if I go to Baolong Plaza, it might take a little time, at least 20 minutes. The woman on the other end of the phone replied, "It's okay, I'll wait for you to come over. If you arrive, just come directly to Luckin Coffee to find me, and we can exchange contact information. I'll send you the address." "Okay, my bubble number is my phone number." After you finished speaking, you received a friend request, and you didn't hesitate, directly accepting the friend request. The woman sent you a location, and you directly called a car, then headed straight to Baolong Square. After 20 minutes, you excitedly pushed open the door of Ruixing Coffee and walked in. A woman waved at you, and as you looked over, you were instantly stunned. The woman is wearing a black spaghetti strap-long dress, paired with a pair of black high heels with red soles, and her face is also among the best. After regaining your senses, you quickly walked towards the direction of the woman, as you couldn't appear too inadequate in front of her, otherwise, the co-renting arrangement would fall through. Just as you stood before the woman, the system's voice rang out, ding. Detected as salary cashback that meets the binding criteria, the goddess is generating data. Name, no elegance, age, 32, attractiveness, 93, favorability, 10, stranger, height, 172 centimeters, weight, 46. 5 kilograms, occupation, dance teacher. A string of data appeared before your eyes, which surprised you a bit, but you still calmly sat down. Wuya was a bit surprised to see that the person she was going to share a rental with was a young man, but she didn't show it. After you sat down, Wuya spoke first. Hello, my name is Wuya, would you like something to drink? Wen Yin scratched his head and said awkwardly, I don't often drink coffee, and I don't know what to order. How about a cup just like yours? Wuya directly ordered a cup just like hers for you, and then said, Wang Chan, I see you're not very old. Are you still a student? Toothless sister, I am a student at the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and I am in my 4th year this year. Are you about to graduate soon? Why are you still thinking about renting? If you want to rent here, you have to rent for at least a year. I have no choice, Sister Toothless. Something happened recently that forced me to move out. Can you tell me? Don't blame me for asking so clearly. After all, I'm a woman. I can't just find someone with bad character or a dangerous person to share a rental with, right? Okay, after finishing, you roughly talked about what happened last night. Wuya listened and felt that you didn't have any major issues, not smoking or drinking. After that, Wuya asked you some more questions. After chatting for nearly more than an hour, the two finally finished. You are moving over tonight, right? Wyajia, I'll come over tonight. I'll take the contract back tonight, and we'll sign the contract then. I won't get off work until 5:30 p.m. Okay, then Sister Wyajia, you go ahead and be busy. I'll go to the community after you finish work. I still have to work for a while, so I won't chat with you much. We'll talk again in the evening. I'm leaving now. Sister Wuya, goodbye. Watching Wuya sway her body as she leaves, your heart actually starts to beat faster. This makes you a bit stunned. You are only 23 years old now, and you actually have feelings for 32-year-old Wuya. It's really too crazy. However, thinking about it, there's nothing wrong. Wuya not only has a good figure but is also very beautiful. Who wouldn't like a woman like that? The most important thing is, at 30 years old, isn't this age the most attractive age? You shook your head, trying hard to shake off your thoughts, and then left Ruweixin Cafe to go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. In another 20 minutes, you simply squatted and watched some beautiful girl videos, waiting for Wuya to come back. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared before you. The woman was wearing a black silk spaghetti strap mermaid gown and a pair of black high heels with red soles. Her tall and slender figure is incredibly alluring, and her beautiful face is unforgettable. She carries a small bag in her hand, and her eyes are as bright as jewels, while her red lips are even more tempting. Can't help but want to take a bite. You stared foolishly at the beautiful woman standing in front of you, and Wuya unconsciously swallowed. Wuya smiled politely at the scene, and this smile made you, who were already mesmerized, even more entranced. Still looking back to sign the contract, Wuya's magnetic voice reached your ears, and only then did you come to your senses. Sister Wuya, I'm sorry, you are too beautiful, I was stunned. Upon hearing this, Wuya smiled with pursed lips and said, your words are really sweet. Then you followed behind Wuya and walked towards Wuya's house together. Along the way, you listened to the thudding sound of Wuya's high heels, and your heart began to beat in rhythm. It seems that every time Wuya steps, your heart jumps along with it. Before long, I followed Wuya to room 901. As soon as I entered, I was captivated by the warm decoration of the house. The house is not very big. Wang Qin drinks water. Wuya has poured you a glass of mineral water. Thank you, Sister Wuya. Let's sign the contract first, just as we discussed at noon today. The rent for 1 month is 2,000 yuan, and then there is your bedroom. The other 2 rooms are mine. Well, also during the day you can use the bathroom freely. In the evening when I come back, you need to pay attention to whether I am there or not. Sister Wuya, I know this, I have a sense of proportion. Afterward, Wuya will tell you some precautions, and there are still some things to pay attention to. After you sign the contract, Wuya will give you the password for the door. Sister Wuya, can I ask you why you want to share a rental? You really couldn't help it, so you asked. Wuya did not hide anything and directly stated the current situation. My ex-husband has accumulated a lot of debt due to gambling. Although I have divorced him, these debts were incurred by him using my identity, and I also need to repay some of the money, so I was thinking of finding a roommate to relieve some of the pressure. You also understand the classical Chinese. Every family has its own difficult scriptures to read. I didn't expect that such a beautiful woman like Wuya would encounter such things. It's really too pitiful. You secretly vow that once you receive the cashback salary from Wuya, you can help her a little. And when you signed the rental contract, you also communicated with the system, which linked to Wuya. Ding is currently binding the salary cashback goddess. Ding, binding successful. Hearing the sound of the system, you couldn't wait to open Wuya's data. Name, Wuya, age, 32, attractiveness, 93, favorability, 60, ordinary friend, height, 172 centimeters, weight, 46. 5 kilograms, profession, dance teacher. The current cashback multiple is 10 times, and the accumulated funds for the month are 23,000 yuan. There are 2 days left until the salary cashback time. You looked at Wuya's salary cashback multiple and fell into deep thought. Why is Zhao Liying's cashback multiple only 10 times, while Wuya's is 50 times? Thinking of you, I checked Zhao Liying's data again. Name, Zhao Liying, age, 36, attractiveness, 97, favorability, 0, stranger's height, 165 centimeters, weight, 44. 5 kilograms. Professional element. The current cashback multiplier for singers is 10 times, and the total funds received this month is 2,625,000 yuan. There are 2 days left until the salary cashback time. You compared the differences between the two people and found that only the favorability column has a difference. In other words, the multiplier of salary cashback is related to the degree of liking. In that case, if you want to increase the cashback multiplier for your salary, you need to enhance the goddess's affection for you. Moreover, it's only been 1 day, and Zhao Liying has already earned 1 million. It's incredible. You are looking forward to tomorrow's cashback, even if it's the lowest 10 times the salary cashback. It can also make you rich overnight. Although Wuya's salary is a bit low, the cashback multiple is high, with a salary of 23,000 yuan. 50 times cashback is 1.15 million. You have never seen so much money in your life. If you combine more salary cashback goddesses, you can lie down and make money, letting others earn money for you. Thinking of this, you couldn't help but smile. Wuya, sitting on the sofa, was also puzzled by the situation. Wang Chen, stop laughing, I'll take you to your room. After speaking, Wuya prepared to get up. However, just at the moment when Wuya was about to get up, a pain shot through her foot, and she instantly fell backward. You are quick-eyed and quick-handed, reaching out to hold the soon-to-fall Wuya. Your hand is placed around Wuya's slender waist, and you only feel that her waist is very soft. Wuya has a faint fragrance on her body, which is very enchanting. Before the two of them could catch their breath, you couldn't hold on any longer and fell backward together with Wuya. In an instant, a very awkward situation was formed. Your hands wrapped around Wuya's slim waist, and the two pairs of eyes met. In an instant, it seemed as if a hint of ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. You quickly got up. Sister Wuya, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. At this moment, Wuya felt the unique scent belonging to a man, and her heart was racing nonstop, ever since she divorced her ex-husband. No man has ever gotten this close to her. However, Wuya quickly regained her composure and said, "It's nothing, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen and gotten hurt." Wang Yin, you scratched your head innocently, and then Wuya got up and took you to your bedroom. You can live in this room from now on, everything in here is new. If you don't like it, you can change it yourself. However, please don't throw away the changed bed sheets or anything, just give them to me. I live in the room opposite you, so if there's anything, you can knock on my door or send me a message. Thank you, Sister Wuya. I will first transfer 3 months' rent to you, and after tomorrow, I will give you the remaining 9 months' rent. How does that sound? Wuya nodded and said, "No need to rush, give it to me whenever you have it, I need to use the bathroom now." You keep saying, "Sister Wuya is waiting for you to finish washing, then I'll go wash." After speaking, Wuya returned to her room, then took her change of clothes and walked straight to the bathroom. You close your room door, then lie on the soft big bed, reflecting on the things that have happened in the past few days, feeling somewhat unbelievable. Suddenly, you smell a familiar scent, one that you just detected on Wuya. In an instant, you have a bold guess, Wuya has slept in this room. Then you took a deep breath again, and indeed, it smelled the same as what you had just smelled on Wuya. After a while, Wuya knocked on the door and said, "Wang Chen, I'm done washing, you can go wash now." As soon as you heard it, you immediately stood up and opened the door, but the moment you opened it, you were overwhelmed with tears of blood. Only to see Wuya wearing a nightgown, although it covered a large part, the exposed skin was also very tender, making you internally exclaim that you couldn't take it anymore. Wuya, yeah, then I went to wash too. After saying that, you directly plunged into the bathroom. As soon as you enter, a strong fragrance instantly rushes into your nose, and you look around. Suddenly, your eyes brightened, and you saw a pair of black lace panties appearing before you. There's also a black lace corset. You can't stand it. Living here you have to endure temptation every day. While you were taking a shower, Wuya, sitting on the sofa, suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken out the underwear and panties she wore today. Oh no, Wuya suddenly remembered that the intimate clothing left in the bathroom had not been taken out, and she was instantly stunned. At this time, you are already in the bathroom. If she goes to knock on the door, it would obviously be somewhat inappropriate. Hey, I hope you didn't notice. After he said that, he just lay on the sofa playing with his phone as if he had given up. After a while, you walked out of the bathroom with a towel drying your wet hair. Time flies, and on the second day you didn't go anywhere, just lying at home, waiting until almost 12 o'clock the next night. You stared closely at the phone screen. Time is passing second by second, and your heart is becoming more and more anxious. Oh my god, whether I can become someone better depends on you. You must come. You are lying in bed holding your phone, muttering to yourself. 11:59. There is only 1 minute left. You are counting second by second, until the last 5 seconds. Your heart is almost jumping out. Not the slightest bit less than yesterday, when walking behind Wuya, those high heels went clack clack clack, almost drawing out your soul. The time officially reached 12 o'clock. At that moment, Ding Ding received a message on the phone. When I saw the message, you just cursed directly. The savings card with the account number 6503 was credited with 1,150,000 renminbi via UnionPay at 019 on June 1st. Available balance, 1,150,000. 00 yuan. The savings card with account number 6503 had a UnionPay deposit of 25 million yuan at 010 on June 1st, with an available balance of 27,400,000. 00. You, who were originally feeling extremely lost, were instantly stunned when you saw the message on your phone. Looking at the bank SMS in your hand, your whole body was shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, making you, who was already in an excited state, even more excited instantly. Congratulations to the host for receiving a salary cashback for the first time, rewarding the host with an additional binding opportunity. You were already very excited to receive a salary cashback, and now you are even more excited as the system opens My Data panel. Ding is generating data. Name, Wang Chen, age, 23, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 52. 5 kilograms, liquid assets, 27,409,711 yuan. Fixed assets have no remainder, binding times 1. The total funds obtained through salary cashback is 27.4 million, and the salary cashback goddess Zhao Liang has been bound. Wuya has 29 days left until the salary cashback time. You really want to shout out loud now and vent all the emotions in your heart, but then you think about Wuya still sleeping. You still gave up. When you wake up, it will already be 8 o'clock the next morning, and the first thing you do upon waking is to turn on your phone. Check the messages received on the phone last night. When you saw those 2 messages, your anxious heart could finally be completely at ease. Go buy my dream car first. After finishing speaking, you put on your clothes and prepared to go out to wash up. As soon as you opened the door and came to the living room, you saw that Wuya had already prepared breakfast. I cooked some porridge for breakfast, and there is a cup of milk. Let's eat together. You weren't planning to eat, after all, you're so rich now, you should definitely have a good breakfast. But thinking about having to pay Wuya rent, I can take this opportunity to ask her during dinner how much she owes. Help her out, maybe the favorability will increase, and the cashback multiplier on the salary will go up, right? Okay, I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth first, then go after that. After you finished washing up, you sat directly at the dining table, and Wuya also prepared your bowl and chopsticks. When you talked about Sister Wuya while drinking porridge, I will transfer this year's rent to you in a moment, a total of 24,000, right? If you're short on cash, you can take your time, I'm not in a hurry over here. I feel a bit sorry for Wuya. It's okay Wuya sister, although I know it's very presumptuous, but I still want to ask, how much more money do you need now? Wuya Shan smiled gently and didn't speak. Seeing this, you also didn't intend to ask again. After all, if the person is unwilling to speak, you can't force them. Then you picked up your phone and transferred the money to Wuyaji. Wuya, who received the prompt, also casually picked up her phone to check. It's just that this movie doesn't matter, but after watching it, I was also shocked. Why did you transfer so much money to me? You directly made Wuya earn 240,000 in one go, which shocked Wuya. Sister Wuya, I pay 10 years of rent, you chuckle, and then continue drinking the porridge in the bowl. Wuya has a pair of diamond-like eyes, staring at you without blinking. And you, who are drinking porridge, also heard the system's prompt sound. Ding. Wooya's favorability increased by 15, current Wooya favorability 75. Currently, Wooya's salary cashback multiplier is 75 times. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen thought to himself, as expected, the salary cashback multiplier of this goddess is related to her favorability. The higher the favorability, the higher the goddess's salary cashback multiplier. It seems that if he wants to earn more money, he not only needs to bind more salary cashback goddesses but also to improve their favorability towards him. With this thought, his mood became even more excited. Suddenly, Wang Chen heard a sobbing sound and immediately looked towards Wuya's direction. Wang Chen never expected Wuya would cry. He was instantly at a loss. He didn't know whether to comfort her or not. In the end, he could only put down the bowl in his hand and awkwardly comfort her. Sister Wuya, things will pass, you need to look forward, there will be a better you there. But after Wang Chen finished speaking, Wuya continued to sob. He really didn't know what to do. Sister Wuya, aren't you going to work? Hurry up and eat. Wang Chen had never seen a 30-year-old woman cry so pitifully. This was also the first time he had seen it. But to be honest, Wuya's current appearance was truly heart-wrenching. After crying for a while, Wuya slowly raised her head and said, Wang Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Those people called me today and said if I don't pay back the money, they will come looking for me and even call my family. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen finally understood why Wuya's favorability had increased so much. It was a matter of chance. Sister Wuya, it's okay. I made a fool of myself. After Wang Chen finished breakfast, he went to change into another set of clothes and then prepared to go buy a car. He was ready to pick up his dream car. Once he got the car, he would think of a way to see Zhao Liying and maintain this binding relationship. Sister Wuya, are you busy today? For buying a car, it was Wang Chen's first time, and he felt a bit uneasy going alone. Wuya, who was tidying up the dining table, looked at Wang Chen with some confusion upon hearing his words. She didn't know what Wang Chen was trying to express. At that moment, Wuya wondered if Wang Chen had taken a liking to her. Otherwise, why would he suddenly pay so much rent for so many years? Did Wang Chen have some ulterior motive? Wang Chen, I'm going to work after I finish tidying up. Do you need something? Wang Chen scratched his head and smiled. It's nothing, I just want to buy a car, but since it's my first time, I wanted to ask if you have time. If not, then forget it. After saying that, Wang Chen planned to go buy it himself. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Wuya felt a wave of shame. Wang Chen just wanted her to accompany him to buy a car, but she thought he had feelings for her. It was simply speechless. However, she did have things to do today. There was still work at the dance studio, so she couldn't go with Wang Chen. Wang Chen, I have work at the dance studio, so I might not be able to accompany you. If you can wait, I can go with you on my day off. It's okay, Sister Wuya, you do your thing. I'll leave first. After saying that, Wang Chen opened the door and left. Wuya watched Wang Chen's departing figure, her mood complicated. She didn't understand why Wang Chen, who had said he would take a couple of days to pay her the 24,000 rent, suddenly took out 240,000. Moreover, paying 10 years rent at once clearly showed he wanted to help her. How could she not see that? It was just that her debt was a bit too much. The 240,000 Wang Chen just gave her could only cover 1/5 of it. Sigh. After a deep breath, Wuya went back to her room to change her clothes and then went out. On the other side, after Wang Chen stepped out, he immediately took out his phone to search for forest dealerships in the Magic City. The nearest forest dealership was 15 kilometers away. There was no choice, he could only take a taxi directly to the forest dealership. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the nearest forest dealership. As he got out of the car, he glanced at the name of the dealership, Magic City Auto Service 4S. Wang Chen walked in with confident strides. With money in his pocket, he felt much more self-assured. The sales staff at the forest dealership noticed someone had arrived and approached him. Hello, sir, are you looking to buy a car? One of the saleswomen in professional attire stepped in front of him and spoke softly. Wang Chen had never encountered such a scene before. He instantly felt a bit nervous. However, thinking of the money in his pocket, he regained his confidence. Yes. May I ask if you have a specific model in mind? Wang Chen directly expressed his thoughts. Do you have a G63? As soon as Wang Chen said this, the saleswoman's eyes lit up with surprise. Generally, people who came in with such certainty were likely to make a purchase, which meant a high chance of closing the deal. May I ask your surname, sir? My name is Wang Chen, and you? I'm Lin Wanner. Mr. Wang, you look quite young, you really are promising. Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. No, I'm still in college. Mr. Wang, you came at the right time, we just happen to have a G63 in stock. Let me take you to see it. Okay. The other sales staff in the forest dealership watched enviously as Lin Wanner led Wang Chen to see the car. Just a moment ago, they had judged that Wang Chen, based on his clothes, could not afford a car. Who would have thought? Wang Chen followed Lin Wanner to a large G. Upon seeing the car, he was incredibly excited. This was a car he had always loved. Back in the village, he often thought about how impressive it would be to drive a G back home. Perhaps even the girl he liked in high school would come home with him. Thinking of this, Wang Chen waved his hand decisively. I'll take this one, just swipe the card. After saying that, Wang Chen handed his bank card to Lin Wanner, who was stunned by his action. What kind of operation was this? Just a glance at the exterior, without even checking the interior, and he was ready to buy? She hadn't even introduced it yet, and the deal was done. It felt like a dream. Lin Wanner was so excited that her hand holding the bank card was trembling. Mr. Wang, the on-the-road price for this car is 5 million. Are you really sure you want it? Of course, my bank card is in your hand, right? Hurry up and process it for me. Can I drive it away today? Hearing this, Lin Wanner excitedly replied, no problem, Mr. Wang, you can drive it away today. I'll go prepare the contract for you right now. With that, Lin Wanner hurried off to prepare the paperwork. To be honest, it was Wang Chen's first time experiencing such a shopping method. It was simply exhilarating. No wonder wealthy people buy things without looking at the price. The other sales staff nearby were left dumbfounded. In just a few minutes, a 5 million G had been sold like that? They regretted not having attended to Wang Chen themselves. If they had, that performance would have been theirs. For the next half of the day, Wang Chen was busy signing contracts with Lin Wanner. By evening, the G truly belonged to him. Wang Chen sat in the driver's seat, gently stroking the steering wheel, feeling his dream car. After buying the car, he needed to take care of another matter, the hot pot restaurant. With that in mind, Wang Chen said goodbye to Lin Wanner, and after exchanging contact information, they left the forest dealership. They headed towards Baolong Plaza. Wang Chen glanced at the time. It was almost mealtime. Since he missed out on hot pot last time, he had to eat his fill this time. However, it was Wang Chen's first time driving after getting his license, so he was very cautious. Throughout the journey, he kept his speed below 60 kilometers per hour. This led to him receiving quite a bit of scolding from other drivers. Seeing this, Wang Chen instantly got angry. Next time he got a cashback from the goddess's salary, he would definitely get a supercar that would make everyone keep their distance. Especially the Porsche 918, Ferrari LaFerrari, and McLaren P1. Once he had more cashback, he had to get his hands on these supercars. Then he could go back and pursue the goddess he had a crush on in high school. Since it was his first time driving to Baolong Plaza, Wang Chen didn't even know where to park, so he had to rely on the navigation. It wasn't until half an hour later that he finally parked the car. I have to say, having a car feels different. The moment he sat in the G-Class, Wang Chen felt like the whole world lit up, even the air felt sweet. Just as Wang Chen parked the car, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Wang Chen? A crisp female voice interrupted him as he was closing the car door. Wang Chen turned around to look. He saw a woman in a white floral dress with a high ponytail, wearing white lace-trimmed short socks and black leather shoes, staring at him intently. Wang Chen was also puzzled. He didn't remember knowing her, so why was she calling his name? Although the woman wasn't very beautiful, she was at least around 80 points in looks. She looked very pure. Wang Chen closed the door of the G-Class and asked, "Who are you? Are you really Wang Chen?" Wang Chen nodded. Seeing that the woman was slow to respond, he continued to ask, "Who are you?" "I'm a student from Modo Financial University, your junior." He. Wang Chen was stunned. How could even his junior know him? It wasn't just Wang Chen who was stunned. The junior from Modo Financial University was even more shocked. She had recognized Wang Chen through photos because he was quite famous back then. After all, he was known as the dog of the financial university. But when she saw Wang Chen driving the G-Class, the junior instantly felt that the rumors were completely off. This was not the dog of the university. This was clearly her man. "Hello, senior, I'm Song Ningxiang." Song Ningxiang quickly walked up to Wang Chen, extending her fair and tender little hand to greet him. "Hello, senior, is this your car?" Song Ningxiang curiously looked at the G-Class behind Wang Chen. She naturally recognized it. "Yeah, just bought it today." "Wow, senior, you must be really rich. This car costs at least over 2 million, right?" Wang Chen waved his hand. "It's okay, junior, I have to go now, let's chat another time." Seeing Wang Chen about to leave, Song Ningxiang quickly stopped him and said, "Wang Chen, are you going to eat?" "Yeah, perfect, I'm going to eat too, let's go together." Before Wang Chen could refuse, Song Ningxiang directly pulled him towards the upper floors of Baolong Plaza. "Senior, what do you want to eat?" "Let's eat hot pot, there's a hot pot restaurant upstairs, let's go there. Okay. Song Ningxian looked at Wang Chen, who appeared calm and composed, and instantly felt she had to seize the opportunity. However, until she confirmed that the G-class was indeed Wang Chen's, she wouldn't be too proactive or intimate. Wang Chen and Song Ningxian soon arrived at the third floor of Baolong Plaza. This time, he headed straight to the hot pot restaurant he had been to yesterday. Song Ningxian followed closely behind him. When they arrived at the hot pot restaurant, Wang Chen saw the waitress from yesterday. The waitress was still serving others, but she seemed to be watching how much to charge for the dishes. However, Wang Chen found it strange why she was watching the prices instead of going to a more upscale place. It was truly odd, but that was no longer his concern. He had to take revenge for what happened yesterday. At that moment, the waitress noticed him, but she ignored him. Seeing him arrive, she remained calm and composed, standing there. Wang Chen didn't care about her. After all, he was prepared to go directly to the owner of the restaurant. So he approached another male waiter directly. "Is your manager here?" Upon hearing this, the male waiter looked a bit puzzled, but he patiently replied, "Sir, may I ask what you need?" However, before Wang Chen could speak, the waitress from yesterday immediately jumped out. Mockingly, she said, "What could he want? He just wants to complain about me. I'm not afraid of you, go ahead and complain." After saying that, the waitress turned her head away. The male waiter understood the situation and realized it was something he couldn't handle, so he went to call the manager. "Sir, please wait a moment." After saying this, the male waiter left. Song Ningxian stood behind Wang Chen, feeling confused. She had no idea what was happening. Weren't they supposed to be here for hot pot? Why was it turning into a quarrel now? But before Song Ningxian could figure out the situation, the male waiter returned with a woman in uniform, heading towards her and Wang Chen. "Hello, sir, may I ask what happened?" the female manager asked politely. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly stated his purpose. "Are you the manager of this hot pot restaurant?" "Yes, sir." "Then you must have your boss's number, right?" "Of course. Could you call your boss and tell him someone wants to take over his restaurant?" As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Not just the male waiter, but the female manager and Song Ningxian were also taken aback. Only the waitress who mocked Wang Chen yesterday stood there laughing heartily. "Ah, this is hilarious. A poor loser thinks he can take over this hot pot restaurant. I've really seen it all." Hearing the waitress's words, a crowd quickly gathered around. This kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He actually wants to take over a hot pot restaurant. Exactly, look at the clothes he's wearing. Aren't they just cheap knockoffs from a street vendor? In this day and age, there really are all kinds of people. Seeing the crowd saying such things, Song Ningxian wanted to say that Wang Chen drove a big G. How could he not have the ability to take over? But she wasn't sure if the big G belonged to Wang Chen, so she could only stand by his side. Wang Chen didn't respond to those mocking him but continued speaking to the female manager. "How about you give me your boss's number, and I'll call myself?" The female manager was unsure but nodded. "I'll call and ask." After saying this, the female manager picked up her phone and called the owner of the hot pot restaurant. Beep beep beep. Before the call connected, the waitress laughed. "Ha, if he can buy the hot pot restaurant, I'll lick his feet clean today." The waitress was completely unfazed. Yesterday, that couple had specifically talked to her about Wang Chen. She knew Wang Chen was just a sycophant, a poor kid from the countryside. How could he really have the money to take over the hot pot restaurant? Taking over this hot pot restaurant would require a lot of money, especially in this extravagant city. The expenses would be even higher. Anyway, she wouldn't believe that Wang Chen could take over the hot pot restaurant. Song Ningxian couldn't take it anymore. Song Ningxian understood that she had to choose a side now. Otherwise, once this matter was over, she and Wang Chen would really just be classmates from the same school. After thinking for a while, Song Ningxian decided to stand by Wang Chen's side. "What are you shouting about? Hauge said he can take it over, so he definitely can. You lowly dog-eyed person." Song Ningxian scolded the waitress while linking her arm with Wang Chen's. Hearing Song Ningxian speak up for him, Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood. It seemed that Song Ningxian had chosen her side, and the side she chose was his. Thinking about it, not to mention that Song Ningxian didn't know the waitress in front of her, even if she did, she would probably stand by him because she saw him get out of the luxury car. One had to admit that Song Ningxian was a smart woman. Feeling the waves surging in front of Song Ningxian, Wang Chen's heart was also a bit restless. But now was not the time to think about that. Hee, whether I can take it over or not is none of your concern, but you better remember your words. If I do take it over, you better be able to do it, otherwise, I have a bad temper. The onlookers were amazed by Wang Chen's confidence. They immediately began to chatter among themselves. He's so confident, he can't really have the strength to take over the hot pot restaurant, right? Yeah, I think so too. It feels like he's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That shouldn't be the case. The beautiful waitress doesn't seem flustered at all. The waitress naturally heard their discussions, but she was not flustered at all. Instead, she smiled and said to the crowd, "Everyone, don't believe him, he's just a dog licker." The waitress directly revealed Wang Chen's embarrassing story. Just after she finished speaking, the phone finally connected. The female manager informed the boss about what had happened here. "Boss, there's a customer who says he wants to take over your hot pot restaurant." After the female manager spoke, a man's voice came from the other end of the line. "You're not joking, are you?" "Boss, how could I dare to joke with you? Why don't you come over and take a look?" "Alright, you take care of the customer, I'll be right over." "Okay, boss." After hanging up the phone, the female manager dispersed the crowd at the entrance. Otherwise, when the boss arrived and saw so many people gathered at the hot pot restaurant's entrance, it wouldn't be good. However, after the female manager dispersed the crowd, those people did not leave but stood not far away, continuing to watch. It was like watching a show. The waitress looked at Wang Chen with a mocking gaze. However, what she didn't know was that she would soon pay the price for what she had said. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in the sight of the crowd. When the female manager saw the middle-aged man, she quickly approached him and began to explain what had happened here. "Boss, here's the situation." After listening, the boss squinted his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on the waitress. The waitress felt uncomfortable under the boss's stare, but since he was the hot pot restaurant's owner, she didn't dare to say anything and could only lower her head silently. Wang Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh. This was the difference between having status and not having status. The waitress's attitude towards him before was not so humble. Instead, she was very arrogant. Now, in front of the hot pot restaurant's owner, she was as docile as a little lamb. Incredible! After looking at the waitress, the middle-aged man walked straight up to Wang Chen. When he saw Wang Chen's attire, he did not show any disdain. Instead, he extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Zhao Dahai, and I am the owner of this hot pot restaurant. I heard from my manager that you want to take over my hot pot restaurant." Wang Chen extended his hand and shook hands with Zhao Dahai. "Boss Zhao, hello, my name is Wang Chen. You already know what happened today, so let's not say much. I want to take over your hot pot restaurant. What do you think?" Zhao Dahai was slightly taken aback. Although his hot pot restaurant wasn't worth much, it wouldn't be less than 2 million. Someone who could casually take out 2 million would be the so-called dog liquor king they talked about, which was simply impossible to think about. "Well, I'm older than you, so can I call you Wan Laodi?" "Brother Zhao, feel free." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dahai burst into laughter. "Ah, good, Wan Laodi, I won't ask for much. When I opened this hot pot restaurant, I spent 1,900,000. Since you want to take it over, I won't ask for more, just give me 230,000. Wang Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly responded, "Alright, 230,000, I'll transfer the money to you right now." "No problem, I'll have someone prepare the contract." This operation left the people around them dumbfounded. Damn, who told me he was the dog liquor king? How could someone with so much money possibly be a dog licker? Exactly, let me be his dog licker. No, are you guys stupid? He hasn't even paid yet, how can you be sure he can come up with 230,000? That's 230,000, not 230. Exactly. The people around were divided in their opinions, debating fiercely. Of course, the most shocked was Song Ningxuan. Wang Chen's title as the dog liquor king at the Financial University of Magic City was known to everyone. Now he had casually spent 230,000 to take over the hot pot restaurant. This didn't seem like the same person at all. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen with admiration. After a while, Zhao Dahai had his secretary prepare the contract and everything. Wang Chen looked at the female secretary who brought the contract to Zhao Dahai and felt incredibly envious. The female secretary was tall and dressed in professional attire, very eye-catching. Wang Chen thought that when he started a company in the future, he would also want to find a beautiful female secretary. After all, a secretary does the work when there's something to do, and when there's nothing to do, they just. It should be like that, right? Wang Chen took the contract from Zhao Dahai's secretary, pretended to look it over, and then signed his name. He then transferred the 230,000 to Zhao Dahai. At that moment, the hot pot restaurant belonged to Wang Chen, and he finally had his first fixed asset. Seeing the two reach a deal, the people around were stunned. Of course, the most shocked were two people. Song Ningxuan finally believed that the big G was Wang Chen's. Someone who could casually take over a hot pot restaurant could also reasonably buy a big G. At this moment, Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen with starry eyes. She almost wanted to take Wang Chen down right then and there. Her grip on Wang Chen tightened. Meanwhile, the female server looked at this scene in disbelief. She couldn't believe that such a thing had really happened to her. She had thought Wang Chen was just an ordinary person who couldn't possibly buy a hot pot restaurant, but he had just bought it with a wave of his hand. This was a huge blow to her. Wang Chen buying the hot pot restaurant made her wonder what kind of retaliation she would face next. She couldn't imagine. Thinking of this, the server suddenly collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving. Wang Chen didn't care about any of this. Instead, he opened his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms of liquid funds, 20,097,711 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Magic City Balong Plaza. Remaining binding times, 1. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27,400,000. Currently bound salary cashback goddesses, Zhao Liying, to be bound this month. Wuya, already bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind you. After opening the data panel, his assets had indeed changed. He didn't expect to spend nearly 7 million in just one day. He was stunned. However, he was very curious as to why the bank hadn't called him. Didn't they say that once you have money, the bank would call? But now wasn't the time to think about that. After all, there were still matters to handle. Wang Laodi, a hot pot restaurant is yours now. I'm leaving first. Come over to my place for a meal in a couple of days. After Zhao Dahai exchanged contact information with Wang Chen, he left with his secretary. At this moment, the people in the hot pot restaurant gradually dispersed. Only the female staff member, who was still slumped on the ground, wore a face of despair. She knew that being fired was a small matter, but in Magic City, once you offend a wealthy person, your fate could often be very tragic. At this time, the female server, Xiao Zhenju, kept shedding tears. If she had known, she shouldn't have looked down on others. She regretted it. She shouldn't have treated customers differently. However, Wang Chen coldly watched all of this without saying a word. He wasn't a petty person, on the contrary, he was easy to get along with. As long as others treated him well, he would return the favor tenfold. Do you realize your mistake now? Wang Chen's cold voice reached the female server's ears. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the female server instantly looked up and replied, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, boss. I never intended to do anything to you, but my hot pot restaurant will no longer keep you. Please open your eyes in the future. Upon hearing this, the female server repeatedly thanked him and left in embarrassment. Song Ningxiang, who had been holding on to Wang Chen, looked at him in confusion and asked, How go? Why did you let her go so easily? What else should I do? What do you want? Song Ningxiang smiled awkwardly, as if realizing that if she didn't let her go, what else would there be to do? The reason Wang Chen did this was simply to vent his frustration. He had no ulterior motives in buying the hot pot restaurant. After all, his goal was not the hot pot restaurant. He wanted the goddesses to work for him, to make him money, a lot of money. So how the hot pot restaurant was before would be how it would be in the future. At most, he would just find someone to manage it. Alright, stop overthinking it. Aren't you hungry? I'm starving, let me treat you to hot pot, Wang Chen said with a smile. This was his own shop. He could eat as much as he wanted and whatever he wanted, what a delight. Song Ningxiang smiled slightly, linking her arm with his as they walked into the hot pot restaurant. The female manager also smiled brightly. Boss. Wang Chen responded with a smile, you go ahead and do your thing. How the hot pot restaurant was before is how it will be after. Just report to me every month. I'll give you my phone number and the green bubble, add me. Upon hearing this, the female manager let out a sigh of relief. Her biggest fear was the trouble that came with a new boss, but it seemed that Wang Chen was quite easy to talk to, friendly, and down to earth. Who wouldn't like a boss like that? Okay, boss. By the way, what's your name? Boss, my name is Yuan Yao. Alright, prepare some food for me and Song Ningxiang. Okay, boss, come with me. After that, Yuan Yao took him and Song Ningxiang to a quieter spot and asked him what flavor he wanted to eat. Then she went to arrange for someone to bring him the dishes. Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang sat facing each other. Song Ningxiang's eyes were fixed on him, as if she wanted to see right through him. Then Song Ningxiang said softly, Senior, you're different from the rumors at school. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled slightly. Oh, in what way am I different? The school always spreads bad rumors about you, but in my opinion, they are just jealous of you and targeting you. Wang Chen's lips curled up. The benefits of being wealthy were already showing. He hadn't done anything, yet Song Ningxiang had automatically filled in the gaps. believing that it wouldn't be long before the title of King of the Liquors at the Financial University of Magic City would be shattered. When he returned to school in a few days, it would probably cause a stir. He didn't plan to keep a low profile, after all, he wanted to reclaim everything he had lost. Senior, where are you going later? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen thought for a moment. Since Song Ningxuang had stood by him at a critical moment, he decided to give her something. After all, he couldn't be stingy now that he had money. Who knows, he might even need Song Ningxuang to help him make money in the future. Let's just stroll around the mall later, you can help me pick out a couple of outfits, and I'll give you a surprise. As soon as he said this, Song Ningxuang was overjoyed. Because she believed that the surprises promised by a wealthy person like Wang Chen would definitely be something special, not just roses or something like that. Hee, senior, is there really a surprise? Of course, but you have to help me choose the clothes. No problem, senior. You can trust my taste, I'll definitely make you the most handsome guy in the room. Looking at the lively Song Ningxuang in front of him, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If I didn't have money, how could I witness such scenes? From this moment on, his determination to make money grew even stronger. Just as the two were chatting, Song Ningxuang's phone rang. Song Ningxuang picked up the phone on the table and took a look. Her face involuntarily twitched. Why don't you answer the phone? Wang Chen suddenly asked. Song Ningxuang smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, just a spam call. Wang Chen smiled as well, not exposing Song Ningxuang's lie. After Song Ningxuang hung up, Yuan Yao came over with the waiters, bringing the hot pot base and meat. There were many things. Drinks and food were all there. Yuan Yao had arranged everything very well. Yuan Yao, you go ahead and do your thing, you don't need to worry about me. I'll leave after I finish eating. Also, count this table in the bill, so it'll be easier for you to settle accounts. Yuan Yao didn't expect Wang Chen to say this. Instantly, her impression of him improved a lot. She smiled slightly. Okay, boss. After saying that, Yuan Yao went to attend to her own matters. Wang Chen then started eating hot pot with Song Ningxuang. However, while they were eating, Song Ningxuang's phone kept ringing, and later she simply turned it off. Wang Chen didn't say anything about it. How Song Ningxuang chose was her business. Besides, he didn't know who was calling her, so there was no need to say anything. After hanging up, Song Ningxuang used her chopsticks to pick up a slice of meat, dipped it in the pot, and once it was ready, she placed the meat slice in her dipping sauce. Then she held it up to Wang Chen's mouth. Senior, try the dipping sauce I made, it's really delicious. Wang Chen didn't refuse this. He took a bite of the meat slice that Song Ningxuang offered. Not bad. You're from the south too, right? Oh, how did you know, senior? Song Ningxuang asked in surprise. Because we southerners all like to make dipping sauce like this. So that means, senior, you're also from the south. Yes, I am from your province. Oh, I'm from Yun province, we're really close. Ah, yes, I heard you guys from Yun province can eat spicy food, is that true? Of course it's true, I can eat a lot, okay? Really? Then try mine. Sure. An hour later, after paying for the meal, Wang Chen left the hot pot restaurant with Song Ningxuang. He enjoyed this meal so much, especially with a beautiful girl feeding him. It was simply exhilarating. Just as they exited the hot pot restaurant, Song Ningxuang naturally linked her arm with his. You smell like hot pot. Let's buy a couple of outfits to change. Ha! If I smell, I need to change clothes? Song Ningxuang was stunned. The thinking of rich people is really different, she sighed. After that, Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang started shopping in the mall. However, Song Ningxuang first helped Wang Chen pick out a few outfits before buying her own. Song Ningxuang didn't choose where to shop because she knew it would be annoying, so she decided to follow Wang Chen wherever he went to shop. I have to say, although Song Ningxuang is materialistic, she knows how to be tactful. Wang Chen also really liked this kind of woman. Not only was she beautiful, but she also understood how to navigate social situations. Speaking of beauty, he realized he hadn't seen Song Ningxuang's data yet. Thinking of this, he directly asked the system to display Song Ningxuang's data. System, show me Song Ningxuang's data. Ding, generating data. Name, Song Ningxuang. Age, 21. Appearance, 89. Favorability, 71. Ordinary friend. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, none. Seeing Song Ningxuang's data, Wang Chen finally understood why the system hadn't given him a prompt. It turns out Song Ningxuang currently has no income, so there's no cashback. This was a bit awkward, but it didn't matter. At this stage, he wasn't planning to bind with Song Ningxuang. After all, the type of people he was mainly looking for were beautiful, high-salaried goddesses he could meet often. So Song Ningxuang was naturally excluded. After observing Song Ningxuang's data, Wang Chen asked, what brand of clothes do you want to buy? However, Song Ningxuang shook her head and said, I won't buy anymore, I have a lot of clothes. Are you sure? If you miss out, there won't be any left. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang hesitated for a moment. I won't buy anymore. In the end, she decided to give up. However, Wang Chen had no intention of not buying for her. Since she didn't want clothes, he would buy her a bag instead. Isn't it said that a woman's bag can cure all ailments? Buying a bag should be fine. Then Wang Chen directly took her to an LV store. Song Ningxuang was dumbfounded. She didn't know what Wang Chen was planning. Senior, why are we here? Wang Chen often read novels, and in such situations, he wanted to learn from the plots in those stories. So he reached out and patted Song Ningxuang's perky bottom. Instantly, Wang Chen's heart raced. And he wasn't the only one whose heart raced. Song Ningxuang's pretty face turned red in an instant. After the pat, Wang Chen said, go pick one. Buy whichever you like, choose a couple. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang shyly said, really? Brother how? Hearing Song Ningxuang's sweet voice, he couldn't help but want to squeeze her perfectly shaped bottom again. But there were quite a few people around, so he couldn't go too far. Go ahead. After Wang Chen finished speaking, Song Ningxuang happily went to choose a bag. Suddenly, Wang Chen thought of Wuya at home. Would giving her a bag increase her favorability? However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, he hadn't known Wuya for very long, and if he sent her off like that, she might overthink it, and it could even lower her feelings for him. He thought that when Wuya had some time, he would invite her out for a meal, and then, like in a romantic relationship, see if it would increase her affection for him. While he was pondering, Song Ningxiang had already chosen her bag. Brother Hao, I've made my choice. Wang Chen glanced at the 3 bags in her hands and smiled. He turned to the sales assistant and said, please wrap up these 3 bags for me. The sales assistant was quite surprised. After all, these 3 bags were not cheap. However, before the sales assistant could collect herself, Wang Chen's voice rang in her ears again. Also, wrap up the most expensive bag in your store. What? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the women who were still choosing bags immediately turned to look at him. Sir, are you sure? The total price for the most expensive bag in our store is 310,000. The sales assistant asked. Wang Chen showed no hesitation. Wrap it up. Hearing this, the sales assistant happily wrapped up the 4 bags. The total for the 4 bags was 398,100. The sales assistant rounded it down and collected 398,000. The moment Song Ningxiang held the bags, she was still in a daze. But once she came to her senses, she jumped up excitedly. Her red lips went straight for his mouth. Feeling the softness on his lips, Wang Chen was also stunned. His mind was filled with the fact that he had been kissed unexpectedly. The two quickly separated. Wang Chen was bewildered by this sudden kiss. However, afterward, he licked the corner of his mouth and said with a grin, it's very sweet, I really like it. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxiang instantly lowered her head shyly. The people nearby saw this scene and started to scold. Wang Chen, however, leisurely took Song Ningxiang and left the LV store. He then planned to head back. He brought Song Ningxiang to the car. Once back in the car, he immediately opened his panel. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid funds, 19,811,411 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Balong Plaza, Magic City. Remaining binding times, 1. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27,400,000. System points, 0. Bound salary cashback. Goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month. Wuya, already bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Liquid funds were only 19,811,000 now. He had spent nearly 8 million in just one day. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Ningxiang noticed Wang Chen was lost in thought. She asked, Brother Hao, what are you thinking about? Hearing Song Ningxiang's sweet voice, Wang Chen came back to his senses. Nothing, just thinking about some things. Where are you going now? Where are you going, Brother Hao? I have some things to take care of. I'll drop you back at school first. Hearing Wang Chen say this, Song Ningxiang felt a bit disappointed. If she could get closer to Wang Chen, she might become the envy of everyone as a wealthy lady. But she knew that one couldn't rush things, and she understood this principle. Then, Wang Chen drove, taking Song Ningxiang towards the Magic City Financial University. In this city of excess, there were quite a few people driving big GS, so not many paid attention to Wang Chen's car. Driving a big G in Magic City could be considered a middle-class status. Wang Chen was currently in this stage. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Ningxiang wore a bright smile. She actively rested her fair, delicate foot against Wang Chen's side, and upon seeing this, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. He casually placed his hand on it. In an instant, he felt something incredibly soft. Beside him, Song Ningxuan was also beaming with a smile. In a sweet voice, she said, "Brother Hao, how do you like Ningxuan's legs? Tonight, Ningxuan can let you touch them carefully." Wang Chen couldn't take it anymore. This junior, Song Ningxuan, was too good at this. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to resist taking her for a deeper exchange. That wouldn't do. He wasn't that kind of person. Even if they were to have a deeper exchange, it could only be at home. Going to a hotel wasn't safe. Wang Chen felt it was time to buy a house. But that was something to think about later. If he kept using it like this, the remaining over 10 million would be gone in no time, and there were still 29 days until next month's salary rebate. So he had to plan well. Right now, the salary rebate wasn't enough for him to squander freely. He needed to figure out how to maximize the benefits. Before long, Wang Chen drove his G-Class to the entrance of the financial university in the Magic City. The moment he stopped, many students turned to look at him. "Wow, that's a G63, it's so cool. I love it, this is my favorite car, how great would it be if I had one? And look, that's a temporary license plate, it must be a new purchase today. Let me see. It really is, there are too many rich people in the Magic City." A group of students chattered excitedly. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Ningxuan looked at the envious gazes directed at the G-Class and felt incredibly pleased. Wang Chen's hand was still resting on Song Ningxuan's fair leg. Song Ningxuan didn't rush to get out of the car, she just sat there. After a while, she softly said, "Brother Hao, I need to go back." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen reluctantly moved his hand away from her fair leg. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Ningxuan leaned in with her delicate cheek and gave him a kiss on the face. Brother Hao, remember to pick me up tomorrow, I'll be waiting for you at school." After saying that, Song Ningxuan opened the door of the G-Class and got out. However, those who were admiring the car also noticed the door opening. They all wanted to see who had the ability to afford a G-Class. When they saw who was getting out of the car, they were instantly shocked. "No way, am I seeing things? Isn't that our class's beauty? How did she get out of a G-Class? Dude, which class are you in? Finance class too. Damn, it really is Song Ningxuan. But wait, didn't Song Ningxuan have a boyfriend? How could she get out of someone else's car? Oh man, I think I've stumbled upon a big scoop." "What? Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? This is a huge scoop, I can't keep this to myself, I need to let our classmates know too." The surrounding discussions naturally reached Song Ningxuan's ears. However, she didn't care at all because she had already decided to distance herself from that person, and she had never been with him, he was just willing. After getting out of the car, Song Ningxuan waved goodbye to Wang Chen. Wang Chen naturally responded, waving back at her before driving away. After Wang Chen left, Song Ningxuan turned to head back to her dorm. But as she turned around, she found a group of people watching her from behind. She couldn't be bothered with them. She just left. However, just as she was about to leave, someone called her name from behind. "Song Ningxuan, how did you get out of that G-Class?" The one who called her was Wang Weicheng, a classmate from her finance class too. "Wang Weicheng, what relationship do we have? Why do you care where I came from? And I'm in my boyfriend's car. What does that have to do with you, you lunatic?" After saying that, Song Ningxuan turned around and left with the bag she bought today. Seeing this, Wang Weicheng also picked up his phone and called his roommate. Wang Weicheng's roommate, Zhao Chang, was the one who often delivered things to Song Ningxuan. After Song Ningxuan returned to the dormitory, she immediately posted a moment on social media. She took a picture of several bags, especially the one worth 310,000, and then attached a secretly taken photo of her holding hands with Wang Chen while shopping today, posting it with the caption, "You promised me wealth, I'll accompany you for a lifetime." After clicking confirm, she placed her phone on the bed and focused on her bags. "Ningxuan, you've struck it rich, buying so many bags," Song Ningxuan's roommate exclaimed upon seeing her bags. "These were bought for me by my boyfriend," Song Ningxuan said proudly. "What? Zhao Chang bought them for you? No way, how could Zhao Chang have that much money? Who told you my boyfriend is Zhao Chang? Isn't he? Zhao Chang brings you breakfast every day, is always at your beck and call, and he even promotes you in class." "No, we're sisters in the same dorm, you all don't know? Looks like we overthought it, but you have to introduce us to your boyfriend, right? Is he from our school?" On the other side, Wang Chen drove his G-Class to the Fengshan community across from the school. Although parking inside the community incurs a fee, Wang Chen didn't mind the few bucks. Once he bought a house later, he wouldn't have to worry about this. After parking, he walked home. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep. After entering the password, the door opened, and to his surprise, it was already past 9, and Wuya hadn't returned yet. Wang Chen changed into a pair of slippers, tidied up his room, and then took a shower. By the time he finished everything, it was already 10 o'clock, and Wuya still hadn't come back, so Wang Chen thought about making her something to eat. He rummaged through the fridge and took out some meat and a potato. He stir-fried a dish and made a soup. At 10:20, he had finished cooking, but Wuya still hadn't returned, so he took out his phone and called her. Just as the phone rang, he heard the doorbell. Turning to look, Wuya had already arrived at the door. Seeing this, Wang Chen also walked over. At this moment, Wuya was clearly a bit drunk. Wang Chen hurriedly went to support her. He took the bag from her hand and hung it on the rack by the door, then took out a pair of slippers, removed her high heels, and helped her change into them. After that, he helped Wuya sit down on the sofa. "Sister Wuya, wait a moment, I made you some porridge." After saying that, Wang Chen went to the kitchen and poured a bowl of freshly cooked porridge for Wuya. At this time, Wuya's face was flushed. It was obvious she had drunk quite a bit. He really didn't know how she got back. It was so dangerous, one careless moment and someone could take her away. Especially a beautiful woman like Wuya. "Wang Chen, I want water," Wuya said drowsily. After that, Wang Chen took care of Wuya attentively. He went to the bathroom, soaked a cloth in water, and wiped her face. He even fed her some porridge. Once Wuya fell asleep, Wang Chen took her back to her room to rest. He covered the food he made on the table and then went to rest himself. Wang Chen lay in bed. He picked up his phone and started scrolling through Weibo. He wanted to see if he could find Zhao Liying's upcoming schedule on Weibo. If he could, he would take some time to run into her, and then everything would be settled for the month. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. He scrolled through Weibo for quite a while, but still found no useful information. With no other choice, he had to put down his phone and take a break. The next morning, Wuya stretched lazily. She felt sore all over. She only remembered being called out for drinks last night because of a loan issue. If she didn't go for drinks, she would have to pay back $1 million at once. But with the 10 years of rent that Wang Chen had paid, she only had 300,000 on her. Where would she find $1 million? So she could only accompany them for drinks, hoping to extend the repayment deadline. She knew that something would definitely go wrong after drinking, so she made preparations. After half a drink, she excused herself to go to the bathroom and ran away. After that, she remembered that when she got back home, the alcohol had already hit her, and she couldn't recall clearly. However, she vaguely remembered that it was Wang Chen who was taking care of her. Thinking of Wang Chen, a faint smile finally appeared on Wuya's haggard face. Just as Wuya was lost in thought, a voice came from outside the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Sister Wuya, are you up yet? I made some porridge for you. Hurry up and drink it. You must feel terrible after drinking so much yesterday." Upon hearing this, Wuya immediately replied, "The door is not closed. Come in." Wang Chen hesitated for a moment, then slowly pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, he saw Wuya in the room, lying on the bed, her face showing signs of exhaustion. Wang Chen felt a pang of heartache. So he said, "Sister Wuya, you should rest first. I'll bring the porridge in for you." "Wang Chen, thank you so much." "Oh, it's nothing. I should thank Sister Wuya for trusting me and sharing the rent with me." Wuya smiled but didn't say anything. In fact, Wuya understood that Wang Chen's 240,000 could rent a very good place anywhere, but she owed too much money, so she accepted Wang Chen's money all at once. Wang Chen went to the kitchen, scooped a bowl of porridge for Wuya, and then brought it to her room. "Sister Wuya, be careful, it's hot." Wang Chen handed the porridge to Wuya, but seeing her haggard face, he couldn't bear it and said, "Sister Wuya, you lie down, let me feed you." As soon as he said this, Wuya's face instantly turned red. A woman in her 30s actually blushed. Wuya didn't know what was happening and inexplicably nodded. Seeing this, Wang Chen sat down at the edge of the bed, took a spoon, blew on it, and then brought it to Wuya's lips. At that moment, Wuya looked at Wang Chen with a somewhat different gaze. Wuya opened her mouth and drank the porridge that Wang Chen fed her. At this moment, Wang Chen also heard the system's voice. "Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +5. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen instantly became excited. This increase in favorability was a good thing. Now Wuya's favorability had reached 80, and the cashback multiplier had also reached 80 times. He just didn't know when it would reach 1,000 times. Wang Chen was a bit curious. Before long, Wuya finished a bowl of porridge. "Sister Wuya, do you want another bowl? You probably didn't eat anything yesterday." Wuya nodded. Thank you, Wang Chen. "No problem, just wait a moment, I'll go get you some more." Wang Chen went out to scoop another bowl of porridge for Wuya. He then sat at the edge of the bed again and continued to feed her. Sister Wuya, why did you drink so much yesterday? Upon hearing this, Wuya fell silent instantly. However, after thinking for a while, she still decided to share what happened. Wang Chen, When it came time to speak, Wuya still didn't know how to say it. Sister Wuya, it's okay, who doesn't have difficulties? You know about my situation at school, and I managed to get through it, right? Wuya recalled that day in the Ruweixing Cafe when Wang Chen shared his past with her. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. This laugh left Wang Chen, who was sitting by the bed, dumbfounded. This must be what the 4 great duties of ancient times were like. A smile that could topple a city. A smile that could bring a nation to its knees. A smile that could bring all beings down. Seeing Wang Chen in a daze, Wuya gently said, silly. Wang Chen shook his head repeatedly. It's just that Sister Wuya, you're too beautiful, I was mesmerized. Sharp-tongued. Wuya said, her lips curling up slightly. She then proceeded to tell Wang Chen about her situation. Wang Chen, you know my ex-husband took my identity to borrow money at high interest. After our divorce, I've been paying it back, but recently the repayment deadline has come. However, I don't have that much money, so I had no choice but to go drink with them, hoping they would give me a few more days. But when I got to the drinking place, I realized something was off. So I made an excuse to go to the bathroom and ran away. By the time I got home, the alcohol hit me. At this point, Wuya glanced at Wang Chen, either intentionally or unintentionally. Sister Wuya, that's too dangerous. You're a woman, and so beautiful, if you get drunk outside, it's very risky. Hearing this, Wuya sighed, don't I know that? But I still have to pay back the money, otherwise, it would cause trouble for my family, and my parents wouldn't be able to stay in the village. Sister Wuya, how much do you still owe them? Including the 240,000 you gave me, I have a few thousand left here. I paid back 300,000 yesterday, but I still owe 700,000. Damn! Wang Chen cursed directly. He never expected Wuya's ex-husband would take her identity to borrow so much money. What a beast! Sister Wuya! Wang Chen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wuya. Wang Chen, do you want to hear my story? Looking at Wuya's haggard face, Wang Chen nodded. He placed the bowl in his hand on the bedside table and sat in front of Wuya, locking eyes with her. Wang Chen, I'm a child from a rural family. I've loved dancing since I was little, so to escape the countryside, I worked hard to learn and study dance. That's how I got into the dance department of Magic City University. When I arrived at Magic City University, I realized that there are always people better than you. Apart from being a bit pretty, I was nothing compared to others. I wasn't as wealthy as others, and my grades weren't as good. I watched my roommates flaunt their bags and phones every day, and I felt envious. So I worked even harder. However, the appearance of a man shattered everything. At first, he pursued me madly, but I never agreed. Because at that time, I was still focused on improving myself, but his generosity and good looks successfully attracted me. After his persistent pursuit, I agreed to be with him in my senior year. I was only 24 then, completely naive. But because I was quite conservative, we dated for 3 years, and I only held his hand. We hadn't even kissed. So we often argued. It wasn't until I was 29 that we got our marriage certificate. But on the very day we got the certificate, I received a notification on my phone about loan repayments, so I checked. After checking, I found out he had taken out loans using my identity to gamble. Once I found out, without a second thought, I divorced him. Originally, this money should have been repaid by him, but who would have thought that he ended up in jail because of gambling, and now this debt can only be repaid by me. And these days are the final deadline for repayment. By this point, Wuya was already in tears. Wang Chen gently shifted his body closer to her and softly held her in his arms. Feeling Wang Chen's warm chest, Wuya buried her face in it and cried heart-wrenchingly. To be honest, Wang Chen actually felt quite sorry for Wuya. She was clearly such a hard-working person, beautiful too, yet fate seemed to play a cruel joke on her, making her go through such a thing. Wang Chen didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply let her lean against him in silence. He took out 2 tissues and handed them to Wuya. Wuya wiped her tears. Sorry for making you witness this. Sister Wuya, you don't need to say that. No one wants to encounter such things. Actually, I'm not much different from you, but that person found someone better than me and made her own choice. Don't think too much. You'll eventually meet the right person. Wang Chen nodded with a smile. Sister Wuya, with how you're feeling now, you won't be going to work today, right? No, I won't. Then you should rest well today. Are you going out today? I don't plan to go out either. I want to stay home and look up some information. Alright, then I'll cook dinner for you tonight. Sure. I haven't had a meal cooked by Sister Wuya yet. I'm looking forward to it. Wuya smiled. Then Sister Wuya, I won't disturb your rest any longer. By the way, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to buy a car? I've already bought it, the car is parked in the parking lot. Then can you take me for a drive this afternoon? Wu Ya's sudden request caught Wang Chen off guard, but he still nodded, because he wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could increase his favorability and boost the cashback multiplier. Wu Ya's monthly salary was only 23,000 yuan. To get more cashback, he could only increase Wu Ya's favorability to raise the cashback multiplier. Wang Chen cherished every opportunity to be alone with Wu Ya. Then it's settled. Okay. After saying that, Wang Chen left Wu Ya's bedroom, returned the dishes to the kitchen, washed them, and then went back to his own room. Today, he needed to search carefully to see if he could find Zhao Liying's upcoming schedule. If he could find it, he would either fly over or drive to solidify this month's binding. Otherwise, the cashback next month might not be as much. Of course, there was also one more binding opportunity, and he still hadn't found a suitable person. He needed to look for someone appropriate to bind with. With that in mind, Wang Chen picked up his phone. Weibo, Baidu. He searched everything he could. Suddenly, a message appeared before his eyes. Wang Chen looked at the message that appeared in front of him, feeling extremely delighted. The content of the message was exactly what he had been thinking about. Wang Chen clicked into the details of the message. Surprise! Zhao Liying will be filming a new movie in Shangri-La, Yunnan Province on June 29th. However, just as Wang Chen clicked on it, the message instantly disappeared. He immediately understood that someone must have dealt with the leak of Zhao Liying's whereabouts. But Wang Chen had already seen the message. He felt a bit lucky that his reflexes were quick, otherwise, he wouldn't have seen it. Now he finally understood why it was so hard to know the whereabouts of celebrities. It turned out that someone was specifically handling their tracking issues. On June 29th, in Shangri-La, Yun Province. Song Ningxuang isn't from Yun Province, is she? Although Song Ningxuang is from Yun Province, Wang Chen doesn't plan to take her along. Even if he were to go, it would probably be with Wu Ya. After learning about Zhao Liying's whereabouts, Wang Chen put down his phone. He had stayed up late last night and needed to catch up on some sleep. After putting down his phone, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. At 10 o'clock, Wang Chen opened his eyes. After sleeping for 2 hours, he felt completely revitalized. He checked the time and realized it was only 10 o'clock. He picked up his phone, ready to scroll through Douyin and check out the 2 beautiful streamers he had followed. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw a message from Song Ningxuang. Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, are you awake yet? Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, I've already arrived at the classroom, getting ready for the first class. He was shocked when he saw the messages. Song Ningxuang had sent him no less than 30 messages since last night. He hadn't replied to any of them. Wang Chen sighed. I used to be like this with Li Jieja, and now that I've become wealthy, women are already fawning over me. It's really something. But he really liked this feeling. He picked up his phone and replied to Song Ningxuang, just woke up. Instantly, Song Ningxuang replied. Song Ningxuang, brother Hao is awake. Let's go eat together at noon. Wang Chen, I have something to do at noon. I can't come find you today. I'll let you know when I return to school in a while. Song Ningxuang, okay. Disappointed, Wang Chen, alright, I'll give you a surprise then. Song Ningxuang, really? You're so nice, brother Hao, love you. Heart. Wang Chen looked at the chat messages on his phone, a smile creeping onto his face. He felt a bit like a playboy now, with Wu Ya and Song Ningxuang. But this was good. He could increase their affection while also having them help him make money, a win-win. He had originally intended to watch some beautiful videos, but after chatting with Song Ningxuang, he lost track of time, and when he checked again, it was already 11 o'clock. He decided to get up. As soon as Wang Chen opened the door, he saw Wu Ya opening her door too. The two locked eyes. Then they both smiled. Xiao Hao. Wu Ya Jia. Let's get ready and head out. Okay, Wu Ya Jia, you go ahead. I'll play on my phone for a bit longer. Alright, I'll call you when I'm ready. Sure. With that, Wu Ya walked into the bathroom wearing a nightgown. Wang Chen sat down on the sofa and watched some videos. After Wu Ya finished getting ready, he went to wash up as well. It wasn't until noon that Wang Chen and Wu Ya were finally ready. They then headed out together. Wang Chen thought it wasn't necessary to eat at home for lunch, since they were going out for a drive, they might as well eat out. Since Wu Ya wasn't in a good mood, he decided to take her to the beach for a stroll. They arrived at the parking lot. Wu Ya asked, Xiao Hao, where's the car you bought? It's over there. Wang Chen pointed to the big G not far away. When Wu Ya saw the car Wang Chen was pointing at, she was completely stunned. She covered her mouth with her hands, unsure of what to say. It wasn't until they reached the car and Wang Chen pressed the key that Wu Ya finally believed it. Xiao Hao, is this the car you bought yesterday? Yesterday, Wu Ya thought Wang Chen was just buying a regular car for commuting, but she didn't expect him to buy a big G directly. What kind of family is this? No, if Wang Chen is this wealthy, then why is he sharing a rental with her? She was a bit confused. Yeah, I actually wanted to ask Wu Yejia to come with me yesterday, but you said you were busy with work. Wu Ye's mouth twitched. She was indeed a bit busy, otherwise, how could she pay back the money? Sister Wu Ye, come up. I'll take you for a drive. Wu Ye nodded and sat in the passenger seat. However, as she got in, she still asked, Xiaohao, can I sit in the passenger seat? Wang Chen joked, of course. From now on, my passenger seat is only for you, Sister Wu Ye. As soon as he said this, Wu Ye burst into laughter. You're such a tease. Nevertheless, Wu Ye was very happy. No matter what Wang Chen's intentions for co-renting were, he was treating her well at the moment, so she didn't delve deeper. Xiaohao, where are we going? First, I'll take you to eat, and in the afternoon, we'll go to the beach. I've never been to the beach my whole life. It's perfect for you to take me there. Hee. What? Clearly, you're the one taking me. After that, Wang Chen took Wu Ye out for a meal, spending nearly 10,000 yuan. Wu Ye felt heartache over it. She kept reminding him not to spend money so recklessly next time. Wang Chen teased, so you want to be my financial manager now? This made Wu Ye blush. Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye, who was wearing a pink spaghetti strap bodycon dress, and sighed inwardly. Her figure was truly great, perfectly curvy. On the way to the beach, Wang Chen drove with both hands on the wheel. After arriving at the beach, he found a parking spot and parked the car. Before getting out, he picked up his phone, found Wu Ye, and directly transferred 1 million yuan to her. Wu Ye was startled by the notification sound. She quickly looked at Wang Chen. Xiaohao, what are you doing? Sister Wu Ye, I paid off your 1 million for you, so they won't come to urge you again. You still have to go drink, and that's dangerous. And this 1 million isn't a gift, you'll have to pay me back when you start earning. After he said this, he looked at Wu Ye, who was now filled with tears. She didn't know how to respond. They had only known each other for less than a month, and Wang Chen trusted her so much. Not only did he directly pay 10 years worth of rent, but he even lent her 1 million to pay off her debts. Wu Ye put her phone away and hugged Wang Chen tightly. She kept saying thank you. Wang Chen gently patted Wu Ye's back, comforting her. Sister Wu Ye, it's okay. Suddenly, he felt something soft on his face and was instantly dumbfounded. That wonderful feeling lasted only a moment. When he came to his senses, Wu Ye was already sitting in the passenger seat, her face flushed. Wang Chen didn't expect that such a reserved woman like Wu Ye would take the initiative to kiss him. It was simply unbelievable. To think that Wu Ye had never kissed her ex-husband, and the most intimate thing they had done was hold hands, he never expected her to kiss him first. Suddenly, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ye's favorability +2, hearing that the favorability had increased. This was simply a pleasant surprise. Wang Chen was thrilled. For some reason, Wang Chen felt that Wu Ye kissing him felt different from Song Ningxian kissing him. They were two different feelings. Sister Wu Ye, you smell so good. As soon as he said this, Wu Ye's already slightly flushed face turned even redder. Oh, don't say that. Seeing Wu Ye like this, Wang Chen stopped talking. Sister Wu Ye, let's get out of the car. We can go for a stroll. However, Wu Ye said, Xiaohao, can we pay back the money first? After we pay it back, I'll come with you. Wu Ye looked at Wang Chen with her very charming eyes. Wang Chen naturally understood her thoughts. After all, she had something on her mind, and even if they played, she wouldn't be very happy. It was better to resolve the matter first, and then they could enjoy themselves a bit more later. With that in mind, Wang Chen nodded. Okay, then tell me the address, and we'll go there now. Alright. Wu Ye then told Wang Chen the address of the loan company. Wang Chen drove over. Along the way, Wu Ye felt extremely excited. Thinking about paying off the debt made her feel happier than ever. From the year she turned 29 to now at 32, she had been on the path of repayment. She had paid back a lot over the years, but the amount borrowed was simply too much. Even though she had been working hard day and night, she had only managed to pay back a little over half. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wu Ye occasionally glanced at Wang Chen. At that moment, she thought, if she had met Wang Chen back then, would things have turned out differently? Would she have a beautiful family? She would take her children to school every day and come back to teach them dance. Wu Yejia, what are you thinking about? Wang Chen's voice interrupted Wu Ye's wandering thoughts. Wu Ye smiled slightly. It's nothing, just thinking about paying off the debt, and I feel much more relaxed. Well, you won't have to work so hard in the future. Yes, I still have to thank you, Xiaohao. Wu Yejia, you've said thank you so many times. Ah, have I said it that many times? Yes, at least 10 times from the parking lot to here. Ha ha, then I'll say it less next time. The two chatted all the way, and after more than an hour, they finally arrived at the company where Wuya's ex-husband had taken out the loan. After Wang Chen parked the car, he followed Wuya inside. Soon, they arrived at the office of the loan company. They saw a large, stout man sitting at a desk, with a female secretary beside him pouring tea. The secretary's collar was almost completely undone. At that moment, the view was quite impressive. When the man saw Wuya, the smile he had while interacting with the secretary instantly vanished, replaced by a look of displeasure. "Wuya, you owe us $1 million, it's time to pay up. You left halfway through drinking last night, you really know how to give face. Since that's the case, there's no talk of leniency." Wuya tugged at Wang Chen's arm and whispered in his ear, "Xiaohao, this is the boss of this loan company, Qin Guang. Okay, let's pay off the debt and leave. We won't come back here again." "Good." Qin Guang saw Wuya whispering to a young man and sneered, "Young man, what's your relationship with Wuya? Do you know how much she owes us?" Wuya felt very angry at Qin Guang's words, but there was nothing she could do. He ran a loan company, and his power was certainly not small. Neither she nor Wang Chen had any backing, so it was better to pay off the debt and stay away from people like him. "Wuya is my sister, enough with the nonsense. We're here to pay the debt, just give us your company's account, and we'll transfer the money." "Oh, do you have the money to pay?" "Hee, you don't need to worry about that." Qin Guang, seeing that Wuya didn't speak, patted the secretary on the backside. "Go, give them the company account. The amount they need to pay today is 750,000. Hearing Qin Guang's words, Wuya shouted angrily, "Qin Guang, didn't I pay you 300,000 yesterday? Wasn't it supposed to be 700,000? How did it become 750,000? However, Qin Guang remained very calm and said, "Yesterday it was said that you would drink with us, and we would extend your repayment time, but you left halfway, so today's interest is 50,000. If you don't pay, that's fine, I will find your hometown." Upon hearing this, Wuya glared at Qin Guang through gritted teeth. Wang Chen beside her reached out and held her hand, giving her a reassuring look. 750,000 it is, just give me the company account. After saying that, the secretary handed the loan company's account to Wang Chen. After receiving it, Wang Chen operated his phone and transferred 750,000 to the loan company. After Wang Chen transferred the money, it wasn't long before the secretary received a message. She walked over to Qin Guang's side and whispered in his ear, "Boss, the money has arrived." Upon hearing this, Qin Guang patted the female secretary's bottom again and said, "I know." He then took the loan note and other documents from the drawer and returned them to Wuya. After receiving the loan note, Wang Chen and Wuya left. The female secretary watched as Wang Chen and Wuya departed, immediately collapsing into Qin Guang's embrace. She cooed, "Boss, didn't you have your eye on Wuya? Why did you let her go so easily? What do you know? Last night, Wuya was still drinking with us to delay the money exchange, but today she came to pay it back. There must be something fishy going on. Plus, the person beside her looks very calm, clearly someone who has seen the world. If we don't investigate such a person thoroughly, how can we take action? If we run into some second-generation rich kid, will my small loan company still be in business?" The female secretary, upon hearing this, flattered him repeatedly, "You really think things through, boss." Of course, I'll be even more considerate today. Come on, darling, I'll take you home to see a big treasure." The female secretary pouted, "Oh, it's still early. I'm still working." On the other side, Wang Chen and Wuya, who had just exited the loan company, also breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged smiles and then drove away from the loan company. From today onward, Wuya no longer had to bear so much debt. The only debt she carried now was Wang Chen's. Suddenly, while driving, Wang Chen heard the system's voice again. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +3. Wang Chen felt that this trip was not in vain. He had gained 5 points of favorability. The cashback multiplier had also increased by 5 times. Next month, with Wuya's salary cashback, he would earn a lot more money. It was simply too delightful. "Xiaohao, let's go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. We'll eat at home tonight." "Sure. I want to eat king crab and Australian lobster. I've never had those before." Upon hearing this, Wuya was a bit surprised. "No way, Xiaohao, you're so rich now, how could you have never eaten those?" To be honest, Sister Wuya, I only recently made this money. I invested in some things, and I'll be getting dividends every month from now on." Wuya looked at Wang Chen, who was driving, in disbelief. She had seen his ID, he was only 23 years old. To earn so much money at 23, Wang Chen was truly capable. The two chatted as they arrived at the supermarket to shop. Since they needed to stock up on a lot of things for home, Wang Chen drove, and they bought quite a bit. They got 1 king crab and 2 Australian lobsters, plus various daily necessities. By the time Wang Chen and Wuya returned home, they were both out of breath. After placing the items in the living room, they collapsed onto the sofa. After exchanging glances, they both smiled. Wuya felt incredibly relaxed. The massive debt she had been carrying was gone. No, it should be said it had been transferred to Wang Chen. But that was enough to make Wuya happy. After all, Wang Chen wouldn't be like Qin Guang. After resting for a while, Wuya stood up, ready to tidy up the things they had just bought. Seeing this, Wang Chen naturally stood up as well. How could a big man let a beautiful married woman tire herself out? She should save her energy for the evening. Sister Wuya, just sit and rest, leave these things to me. Saying this, he reached out and gently pushed Wuya back onto the sofa. He then busied himself. Wuya couldn't resist Wang Chen, so she could only sit on the sofa, propping her chin on her hands, watching Wang Chen busy himself. During this time, a smile occasionally appeared at the corners of Wuya's mouth. At that moment, Wuya felt she had finally met the right person in her life. She was also glad that she hadn't easily given herself away before. Otherwise, she would definitely regret it. Watching Wang Chen work, Wuya truly felt that the two of them were like a couple. However, she quickly shook off that thought from her mind. Once Wang Chen finished tidying up, Wuya stood up. Xiaohao, you go rest for a while, I'll call you when the food is ready. Wang Chen, who had just finished cleaning up, also felt a bit tired, so he agreed. Okay, then I'll take a shower and rest for a bit. Thank you, Sister Wuya. After that, Wang Chen took a shower and returned to his room to rest. But once back in his room, Wang Chen didn't rest immediately. Instead, he checked the system. He directly had the system open his data panel. The panel showed basically no changes, the only difference being the change in liquid funds. He had previously transferred 1 million to Wuya for her to pay off. When he sent the money to the credit company, it meant he had spent a total of 175 million. However, Wang Chen believed that Wuya would definitely pay him back that 1 million because that's just her character. After reviewing the data, Wang Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. In his dreams, Wang Chen hazily felt someone shaking his body. Lazily turning over, he seemed to want to continue sleeping. Xiaohao, get up, dinner is ready. Hearing Wuya's voice, Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes. There was no helping it, he hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. He didn't want to get up. Sister Wuya, why are you here? Seeing Wang Chen say this, Wuya covered her mouth and laughed. Silly, it's already evening, eat dinner before sleeping, hurry up and get up. Okay. But when Wang Chen arrived in the living room, he was completely stunned. The dining table was filled with various delicacies, and not only that, Wuya had turned off the lights in the living room and lit several candles on the table. Next to the candles were tall glasses and roses. He was dumbfounded. What was going on? A candlelight dinner? Xiaohao, come sit down, let's have a couple of drinks tonight. Wang Chen didn't think much of it, he just assumed Wuya was happy about paying off the money and had prepared this. He sat down at one end of the dining table. He poured a glass of red wine for Wuya and then poured one for himself. Usually, Wuya and Wang Chen didn't drink often. But today, both wanted to drink a little because they were happy. Wuya held her glass and looked at Wang Chen, softly saying, Xiaohao, thank you for helping me so much, I'll transfer that 1 million back to you shortly. As expected, Wuya was already prepared to transfer that 1 million back to him. However, he didn't plan to take it, he wanted to see if the system would count the money he gave to Wuya as her salary. If it did, then he would strike it rich. If not, then it would just be to make Wuya happy, and who knows, it might even increase their rapport. Of course, he couldn't just give it directly to Wuya, after all, for a strong old woman like her, giving it directly would be an insult. Wang Chen raised his glass and clinked it with Wuya's. Sister Wuya, why don't you keep that 1 million for me? I'll ask you for it when I need it. Ha? Wuya didn't react for a moment, but she quickly came to her senses and hurriedly refused. No, Xiaohao, you should keep this money yourself, it's too much, and I'm scared. Wang Chen smiled and said, Sister Wuya, I trust you. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen's smile became even brighter. Well, okay, just tell me when you want it. Sister Wuya, you look so beautiful today, I almost want to pursue you. As soon as these words were spoken, Wuya's face instantly turned red. After that, the two enjoyed a beautiful candlelight dinner together. During the meal, Wang Chen kept peeling shells for Wuya. Wuya happily accepted his feeding. By the time they were full and satisfied, it was clear that both of them were a bit drunk. At this moment, Wuya was still okay, her alcohol tolerance was better than Wang Chen's. Wang Chen, who rarely drank, was already drunk. Wuya, you are so beautiful, I really like you. The drunken Wang Chen suddenly blurted this out, leaving Wuya, who was sitting across from him, in shock. Although Wuya was also a bit tipsy, she still maintained a basic level of clarity. When she heard Wang Chen say this, she was somewhat surprised. Xiao Hao, you. What did you just say? However, at this moment, Wang Chen's consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. Seeing this, Wuya stood up and walked over to support him. Wuya looked at Wang Chen's face, which wasn't particularly handsome but was very refreshing, and kissed him. Unfortunately, the kiss from the stunning woman was something Wang Chen couldn't fully experience, because he was completely drunk. After kissing his cheek, Wuya helped him back to the room. But at this point, Wuya was also nearly out of energy, and she collapsed as well. The two fell asleep like that. The next morning, Wang Chen rubbed his still aching head, recalling what had happened the night before. But he had no clue. Suddenly, Wang Chen seemed to sense something and turned his head to look. He was instantly startled. He was completely dazed. Wuya was lying right next to him, and his hand was resting on her soft body. This left Wang Chen momentarily stunned. After regaining his senses, Wang Chen just wanted to quietly leave. If Wuya caught him, his hand would be in trouble. Thinking this, Wang Chen prepared to pull his hand back. However, just that little movement startled the sleeping Wuya awake. Wuya groggily opened her eyes. The next second, she screamed loudly. From childhood to adulthood, she had never kissed a man, let alone slept in the same bed with one, and that man was even holding her soft parts. Wuya screamed instantly. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly pulled his hand back and covered Wuya's mouth. He explained, Sister Wuya, I didn't mean to, we were drunk last night, please don't scream if I let go. Realizing what was happening, Wuya nodded. Wang Chen then released Wuya. But as soon as he did, Wuya immediately fled back to her own room. Wang Chen could only shake his head helplessly. He didn't want it to be like this either, but he had no awareness of it last night. He just didn't know if they had crossed that line. What if they really did? Wang Chen's mind was in chaos, he didn't know what to do. He sat on the edge of the bed, thinking for a while, before slowly getting up. He had to face it. However, when he came out, he didn't see Wuya. Since he had been sitting in the bedroom for about half an hour, Wuya must have gone to work. Thinking of this, Wang Chen started tidying up the table. After cleaning up, he went to wash up and then sat on the sofa, contemplating his next goals. There is still quite a bit of time until the next salary cashback, so he can take his time finding this binding opportunity, no need to rush. In any case, he absolutely cannot bind with a female celebrity this time. Although they earn a lot of money, their whereabouts are unpredictable, he might not even see them for a month. Of course, if they come to him themselves, then he won't say anything. Moreover, there are only 5 days left until his vacation ends. He needs to make use of these 5 days. Although he really wants to seek revenge on Han Xian, he currently doesn't have much money and lacks any influence. Going for revenge like this would be akin to hitting a stone with an egg. He needs to think long term. However, as he pondered, the events of last night with Wuya kept surfacing in his mind. Plus, his head still hurt a bit, so he decided to go back to his room to rest. But before resting, he still sent a message to Wuya. Wang Chen, Sister Wuya, I'll pick you up after work. Please send me your location when you finish. After sending it, Wang Chen lay down on the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Wang Chen quickly picked up his phone to check. He was afraid of missing Wuya's message. Wuya, okay. This was Wuya's reply, and so far there were no other messages. Then, Song Ningxiang sent him quite a few messages, but Wang Chen felt too lazy to reply, so he didn't. After waking up, he washed his face and then sat on the sofa, waiting quietly for Wuya to message him. About half an hour later, Wuya finally messaged him. Wuya sent him a location directly, and as soon as Wang Chen received it, he rushed downstairs. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to see Wuya, as if she were his woman. He also didn't understand why he felt this way. Logically, he had just gotten rid of the life of a sycophant. Could it be that he was about to start a new life as a sycophant again? That seemed unlikely. However, what Wang Chen didn't know was that feelings are mutual. As Wuya's affection for him increased, his affection for her naturally increased as well. Once the affection increased, both of them would look forward to meeting. Wang Chen arrived downstairs, got into his G-class, and headed towards Wuya's location. As he started the car, a roar of the engine echoed. Wang Chen thought that now that he had money, it was time to improve his parents' lives. Once he finished his busy days, he would take care of his parents' matters. He would arrange everything directly and let them enjoy life at home. After about 10 minutes of driving, Wang Chen finally arrived. As soon as he got there, he saw Wuya standing by the roadside in a black knee-length skirt, waiting for him. However, a beautiful and graceful woman like Wuya would attract attention wherever she went. Just as he arrived at a place where he couldn't send his location, he saw an E300 stop in front of Wuya. A man in his 20s with dyed yellow hair got out of the driver's seat. He even struck a pose that he thought was very cool, as if hoping to attract Wuya's attention. The young man with yellow hair walked up to Wuya and said affectionately, "Excuse me, beautiful sister, can I add you on WeChat to get to know you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wuya's originally expectant expression instantly turned dark. "Sorry, I don't use WeChat." The young man, undeterred, continued to pester Wuya, "Beautiful sister, let me take you for a drive. This is an E300, worth over 500,000. As he said this, the young man seemed quite proud. He looked at Wuya with confidence, as if he believed that once he mentioned his car, this beautiful married woman would be won over by him. "Then tonight I can become your brother." However, the response from Wuya was still her cold words. "Sorry, my man is here to pick me up, goodbye." After saying that, Wuya walked straight to the G-class that had just stopped. At that moment, the yellow-haired guy was dumbfounded. The once confident yellow-haired guy was shocked when he saw Wuya get into a G-class. Instantly, he was completely stunned. After Wuya got in, Wang Chen drove the car in front of the yellow-haired guy and said with a smile, "In the future, don't just approach anyone who looks good and ask for a green bubble. Be careful or you'll get into trouble." Hearing this, the yellow-haired guy panicked even more. Not to mention that his E300 was rented. Even if it were his, he wouldn't dare to confront the owner of the G-class. That would be asking for death. Yes, brother, you're right, I was wrong." Seeing the yellow-haired guy's panicked expression, Wuya, sitting in the passenger seat, also laughed. Seeing this, Wang Chen stepped on the gas and left. "Xiaohao, did you see that yellow-haired guy's expression just now? It was so funny." "Yeah, it was." However, after what happened last night, the relationship between the two seemed to have become a bit awkward. Sitting in the car, Wang Chen didn't know what to say. Just as Wang Chen was silent, his phone rang, but he was driving and couldn't answer the call. So he said to Wuya, "Sister Wuya, can you help me answer the phone?" "Sure." Wuya picked up the phone, and when she saw the caller's name, she blushed for some reason. Then she answered the call. As soon as the call connected, a familiar voice came through. "Hello, son, what are you doing?" Dialect. Wang Chen heard his mother's voice and quickly responded. "Mom, I'm driving, what's up?" Dialect. Driving? What car are you driving? Wang Chen didn't know how to explain to his mom, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to tell her about buying a car. "I bought a car. I'm driving back to school now." Dialect. You bought a car? When did this happen? Dialect. Just the day before yesterday, I recently invested in a business, made some money, and buying a car is convenient. Dialect. Oh, that's good. How much did your car cost? Dialect. Oh mom, I'm driving right now, let's talk about this later. The car isn't expensive, not much. Dialect. I see. By the way, I have something to tell you. Your cousin is getting married in July, and we need to go back to Zhejiang province. You don't need to come to Zhejiang, just go home directly. Dialect. Okay, then I'll drive back in July. Dialect. Also, don't forget to bring a girlfriend back, got it? Dialect. Got it. Dialect. Then that's it for now, it's not safe for you to drive. Dialect. Mom, wait, I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to you later, you and dad buy more food. Dialect. No need, just save it for yourself, bye. Dialect. After that, Wang Chen's mom hung up the phone directly. Wuya, sitting next to him, looked at Wang Chen with great curiosity and asked, Xiaohao, I couldn't understand the dialect you were speaking with your mom. Hearing this, Wang Chen understood that Wuya wanted him to translate. He smiled and said, let me tell you what my mom said. Okay. My mom told me that my cousin is getting married on July 20th and told me not to go to Zhejiang during the summer vacation, just go back home, and she also reminded me to remember to bring a girlfriend back. At first, Wuya was fine when she heard the earlier part, but when she heard about bringing a girlfriend home, she instantly started to think wildly. Wang Chen naturally had no idea what Wuya was thinking. He was focused on driving home. They didn't go to buy a car today, they had bought too much yesterday, and there was no need to buy more, or they wouldn't be able to finish it all. By the time Wang Chen and Wuya got home, it was already 6:10 in the evening. Sister Wuya, how did you get to work this morning? Wuya, who had just set her bag down, replied, I took a taxi because I was running out of time, so I didn't tell you. Oh, so isn't it inconvenient for you to take a taxi every day? Not really, I usually ride my little electric scooter, but today I was just short on time, so I took a taxi. I see. Xiaohao, are you hungry? If you are, we can heat up yesterday's dishes. I'm a bit hungry. Then the two of them heated up the food and started eating. After they finished, Wang Chen chatted with Wuya in the living room for quite a while, and it wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that he returned to his room to rest. The next morning, Wang Qin felt he had to go out and find a salary cashback goddess to bind with. Otherwise, if he went to school, he would have much less time. If he missed this opportunity, he would earn significantly less money this month. However, Wang Qin didn't know what kind of salary cashback goddess he could find to bind with now. The target he wanted to bind with needed to meet several conditions. First, a higher monthly income. Second, he must be able to meet the salary cashback goddess every month to maintain the binding relationship. Then, he needed to frequently increase the favorability to boost the cashback multiplier. Wang Chen thought of many professions. There were very few salary cashback goddesses that met his requirements. First were female celebrities, like movie queens and pop divas. They definitely earned a lot, but their whereabouts were unpredictable, and he couldn't ensure he would see them every month. Secondly, he currently didn't have the ability to bind with them. Then there were female bosses and female CEOs as salary cashback goddesses. This was even harder. Not to mention whether their looks would pass. Even if they did, he didn't know them. Then there were workers like Wuya. Although their salaries were low, he could still find someone if he looked carefully. The only downside was that the money earned through salary cashback would be much less. In that case, he wouldn't be able to quickly earn points to exchange for binding opportunities. Just when Wang Qin didn't know where to start, suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. The live streaming industry seemed promising. As long as there were bosses giving tips, wouldn't the income skyrocket? Moreover, he could be the big brother to the other party, shower her with gifts, and then negotiate terms. Wang Qin had many ideas, but unfortunately, his current funds were a bit insufficient, so he couldn't realize these ideas. He needed to first obtain more funds through cashback. Only then could he attract more people. This way, he wouldn't need to go out looking for a salary cashback goddess to bind with. Thinking of this, Wang Qin decided not to go out. He wanted to check on the two female streamers he had previously followed who met the system's binding requirements. Unfortunately, when Wang Qin opened Douyin, neither of the two streamers was live. He could only keep scrolling to see if he could encounter other salary cashback goddesses that met the system's requirements. Wang Chen was speechless. The current beauty enhancement technology was too powerful. He scrolled for quite a while and came across several female streamers. In the videos, they all looked very beautiful and pure. He was curious why such beautiful women didn't meet the system's binding requirements. Wang Chen once thought the system's requirements were too high. But thinking about it, a beauty score of over 80 should still be considered good. If the system's requirements were really that strict, it would probably have to choose goddesses with a beauty score of over 90 for binding. Then he had the system present the data of those female streamers. The moment he saw their real beauty scores, Wang Chen couldn't hold back. What looked like an 80 or 90 in the videos turned out to be less than 80 in reality, and some were even below 70. This explosive scene made Wang Chen instantly understand what true magic was. Sigh, it seems that there really aren't many people with a real beauty score above 80. Wang Chen sighed and continued to scroll down. His task today was to find a suitable female streamer and discuss the terms with her. If they could come to an agreement, he would bind her directly. In any case, he needed to complete this within the next few days and then return to school. When the 27th or 28th came, he would take another day off to go to Shangri-La in Yun Province and run into Zhao Liang. However, after scrolling through videos for a long time, Wang Chen still couldn't find a suitable one. Helpless, he could only put down his phone. And just like that, a whole day passed. Wang Chen watched a lot of videos but still didn't find a suitable female streamer. He even began to doubt whether he could find a suitable one at all. The next morning, Wang Chen picked up his phone as usual and started scrolling through videos. He scrolled all day. By the evening, he still hadn't found a suitable one. His unusual behavior over the past 2 days also caught Wuya's attention. So in the evening, Wuya knocked on his door. Wang Chen quickly put down his phone and opened the door for Wuya. "Sister Wuya, what's wrong? Why haven't you eaten for the past 2 days? You've just been cooped up in your room, and I'm a bit worried about you, so I came to check." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was very touched. Previously, Li Jiejia wouldn't care about him at all. No matter what he did, she only thought of herself. He didn't expect that in less than 2 days, Wuya would start to worry about him. "Sister Wuya, I'm fine. I've been looking for investments lately. By the way, what do you think of that car? Is it easy to drive?" Oh, just remember to eat even if you're busy with investments. I made some food that's in the fridge. You can heat it up and eat. I think the car is pretty good, but it's a bit big, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, I'll heat it up when I'm hungry. If you're uncomfortable, once I make money from investments, I'll buy you a new one. No need, I don't drive much anyway. Why buy a car? You just focus on your work. I need to go rest now. Remember to eat. Alright, Good night, Sister Wuya. Good night. After Wuya left, Wang Chen closed the door and continued to lie on the bed. Reflecting on Wuya's words, he instantly felt warm. He thought this must be related to Wuya's 85 favorability score. Thinking of this, he felt he had to treat Wuya a little better to increase her favorability and earn more salary cashback multipliers. However, his current task wasn't that. His task was to quickly find the next suitable goddess for salary cashback binding. So he picked up his phone and continued to scroll through the live streams. Unexpectedly, this time he was quite lucky. Right away, he found a goddess that met the system's binding requirements. Ding! Detected a goddess suitable for salary cashback binding. Do you want to bind? Wang Chen didn't bind immediately. Instead, he had the system present the woman's data to him. He needed to take a good look. Name, Baiwaner. Age, 23. Beauty score, 90. Favorability, 0. Stranger. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, online streamer. Looking at the data presented by the system, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This data wasn't very comprehensive. It didn't even show how much she earned this month. However, he didn't mind. Having finally encountered someone suitable, he naturally couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Wang Chen glanced at his account balance, still having 18.06 million left, and he intended to use this money for the right purposes. But before that, Wang Chen still had some questions for the system. System, will the money I spend count as income for the other party? Ding, no, the host's money will not be counted as the other party's salary, regardless of any channel. Sure enough, the system wouldn't let him exploit any loopholes. He had initially thought about spending all his money and then making a lot next month, but that plan clearly wouldn't work. Since that wasn't possible, he could only look for a goddess who could earn more. With that in mind, Wang Chen no longer hesitated. He decisively charged 1 million Do coins. Wang Chen understood that, as a novice account, even a single word in someone else's livestream wouldn't attract attention. So he had to spend money. Moreover, this was also a prerequisite for meeting. Wang Chen carefully looked at the name of the livestream. Baiwaner's livestream was called Waner is a Bit Sweet. The name sounded lovely. At that moment, Baiwaner was engaged in a PK battle with a woman named Sister Can Twist. When Wang Chen saw the comments in Baiwaner's comments section, he instantly understood what was happening. It turned out that there was some conflict between the guilds of Baiwaner and Sister Can Twist, forcing Baiwaner to battle against the other. Baiwaner's health bar had already been beaten down to the point of being invisible. The opposing team was flooding into Baiwaner's livestream, mocking her. At this moment, Baiwaner was also feeling helpless. She had no big brother because she didn't want to meet him offline, which resulted in no one coming to help her with the PK. Given the current situation, she was likely to suffer a crushing defeat. If she lost this time, she would probably have to leave the guild and pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Thinking of this, Baiwaner felt very helpless, but there was nothing she could do about it. Ha, Waner is a bit sweet, you might as well surrender, or you'll lose terribly. Exactly, without a big brother, you still want a PK against our Sister Can Twist, it's simply a dream. That's right, look, she can't even see her health bar. Go back to farming. Host, seeing how beautiful you are, sacrificing a bit might just attract a big brother to help you. You're already lagging behind the other side by 100,000 points. The barrage was filled with all sorts of foul language, and Wang Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer. If he were being talked about like that, he would definitely fight back. With that thought, Wang Chen waved his hand and sent out 100 carnivals. Instantly, Baiwaner's live stream exploded. What the hell, which big brother just arrived? He just drained Sister Can Twist's health bar completely, truly a big shot. Wait, that account was just a novice account, and now it suddenly spent so much. Didn't they say Waner is a bit sweet offended someone, which is why she has no big brother? Yeah, if this isn't a big brother, what is? At this moment, Lin Waner was also quite confused. She had no idea what was going on. She stared blankly at the carnivals floating on the screen. After a while, she excitedly said, "Thank you, Brother Hao, for the carnival, thank you." After saying that, Baiwaner stood up and bowed. One carnival costs 3,000, and 100 is 300,000. Baiwaner had never seen so many carnivals before. She was clearly a bit excited. Wang Chen smirked, so this is what it feels like to be a big brother. Suddenly, Baiwaner said, "Brother Hao, I sent you a private message, check your inbox." Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to wait for this PK to finish. After all, he didn't want to see Baiwaner lose. As expected, Sister Can Twist chose to sneakily attack the tower at the last moment, instantly sending out nearly 100 carnivals. This is probably from her guild. Wang Chen naturally wouldn't back down and directly spent the remaining 700,000. That's over 200 carnivals. Without any suspense, Baiwaner smoothly won this PK. After the PK, her sister, who was quite good at twisting, began to do the punishment. In front of all the viewers in the livestream, her sister sweetly apologized to Warner and also gave all the gifts she had just received to Bai Warner. After it ended, Bai Warner logged off. In a rental apartment in the Magic City, a very beautiful woman was holding her phone. It seemed like she was waiting for something. Suddenly, the green bubble rang, and she excitedly picked up her phone to check. When she saw +1 in the friend request section, Bai Warner was also very excited. Previously, she had offended her big brother, which led to her being exploited by the company. In the past 2 years, she had come to understand. She was just someone who relied on her youth, and she definitely needed to sacrifice something. She wanted to choose a big brother who could provide for her while she still had the chance. Bai Warner immediately accepted the friend request. Then she sent a message directly. Bai Warner, hello, big brother, my name is Bai Warner. Wang Chen, I know, I heard you are a talent streamer? Bai Warner, yes, I started out singing. Wang Chen, can you sing a song for me next time? Bai Warner, sure. An hour later, Bai Warner looked at the chat history on her phone, her face filled with smiles. This time she had chatted quite a bit with the other person and learned some basic information. Moreover, from the other person's words, she also realized that the person wasn't very big. She could accept that. They had also agreed to meet tomorrow at a restaurant in the Magic City. This was her first offline meeting with her big brother, and she felt quite nervous. However, thinking that the other person wasn't very old, she felt less pressure. After finishing the chat, Bai Warner went directly to the wardrobe, opened it, and started picking out clothes for tomorrow. On the other side, after Wang Chen put down his phone, he felt much more relaxed. After searching for several days, he finally found a suitable goddess for salary cashback. He would see how it went when they met in person tomorrow, and if all went well, he would bind her. After putting down his phone, Wang Chen fell asleep. He had consumed too much energy these past 2 days. He needed to rest well. After putting down his phone, he fell asleep immediately. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. Wang Chen calculated the time. Tomorrow was the last day of his leave, and he needed to confirm the binding today before returning to school. However, when he checked the time, he suddenly thought it was bad. Yesterday, because it was too late, he hadn't told Wuya not to drive and to leave the car for him. Now Wuya had already gone to work, and the car was probably gone. It seemed he could only take a taxi or ride a small electric scooter. Wang Chen washed up, heated the breakfast prepared by Wuya, and ate some. Then he got ready to set off. The time he had agreed with Bai Warner was today at 11 o'clock, and it was already 10 o'clock. It was time to go. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was late. However, Wang Chen was very conflicted about whether to take a taxi or ride the small electric scooter. He looked at the restaurant they had agreed on yesterday. It wasn't very far, only a dozen kilometers away. Riding the small electric scooter should be fine. Besides, it was Wuya's small electric scooter. Let's give it a try. So, Wang Chen set off on a feminine pink small electric scooter. Of course, he didn't forget to wear a helmet. The journey of a dozen kilometers took Wang Chen about half an hour. When he arrived at the agreed Western restaurant, there were still about 10 minutes to spare. Wang Chen was just about to park his little electric scooter when he heard 2 mocking voices reach his ears. Wang Chen, didn't we say it's over? Why are you here to disturb me and Xian again? Hearing Li Jiejia's voice, Wang Chen felt utterly disgusted. He was no longer the same as before. Wang Chen, if you disturb Jiejia again, be careful, I might make sure you can't graduate. Wang Chen didn't say a word. As soon as Li Jieji and Han Xian approached, they launched a barrage of insults. Although Wang Chen couldn't possibly take down Han Xian and his family's business, he wasn't that afraid anymore. Heh, which one of you saw me coming to find Li Jieji? I'm here to eat. Got it, loser. Han Xian and Li Jiejia's faces turned green when they realized Wang Chen dared to retort. Li Jieji mocked, Heh, Wang Chen, I know my leaving hit you hard, but you can't be so unrealistic, can you? The minimum consumption here at the Western restaurant is over 1,000, can you afford it? Don't come here to embarrass yourself. Exactly, you should know your own worth. Han Xian joined in the mockery. At that moment, the two of them were like jumping clowns, bouncing around. Wang Chen glared fiercely at Li Jieji and Han Xian, vowing that once he earned some money through salary rebates, he would make Han Xian and Li Jieji kneel before him and beg for mercy. But for now, he wanted to slap their faces, because Wang Chen saw a figure. Although he had never met this person in reality, he had just given them $1 million yesterday. A smile crept onto Wang Chen's lips. A good show was about to unfold. Bai Warner. Wang Chen waved at Bai Warner. Bai Warner, who was walking towards the Western restaurant, was taken aback. But she quickly reacted. Yesterday, she had arranged to meet Wang Chen here, and since that person just called her name, this must be Wang Chen. When she saw Wang Chen, Bai Wanner felt a sense of relief. In her eyes, although Wang Chen wasn't very handsome or tall, at least he was young and had a fresh look. Not only that, but Wang Chen also had money. Bai Wanner approached Wang Chen with a smile, sweetly saying, "How go? Wanner, you came early. Aren't you even earlier, how go?" Li Jieji and Han Xian, seeing Wang Chen chatting so intimately with a very beautiful woman, instantly felt envious. Han Xian was very displeased. He couldn't understand why a country bumpkin like Wang Chen could attract such a beautiful girl. Li Jieji was also unhappy. Why was it that after she dumped him, he found someone even prettier than her? "Beautiful lady, do you know Wang Chen?" Bai Wanner, who was talking to Wang Chen, was also taken aback and looked at Han Xian with some confusion. "How go? Who is he?" "It's nothing, just a dog. Let's go." Hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Wanner understood. Wang Chen definitely had a bad relationship with the couple in front of him, otherwise, he wouldn't say that. Bai Wanner decisively linked her arm with Wang Chen's. Smiling, she said, how go?" Han Xian's face turned red with anger when he heard Wang Chen call him a dog. "Wang Chen, who are you calling a dog? Whoever I call is a dog. Why do you always bring yourself in? Do you want to be a dog that badly? You." Han Xian trembled as he pointed at Wang Chen. Li Jieji couldn't stand it anymore. She scolded, "Wang Chen, even if I'm with Xin Go now, you can't insult him like that. Besides, weren't you willing to be my dog for the past 3 years? I advise you to apologize to Xin Go quickly, and I might consider letting you be my dog again." Hearing Li Jieji's words, Bai Wanner looked at her in astonishment. Bai Wanner simply couldn't understand what kind of woman could say such things. Such words are not something anyone would say. Bai Wanner glanced at Wang Chen, then at the self-important Li Jieji. That proud expression was as if she were bestowing charity upon Wang Chen. Didn't she know that Wang Chen was quite wealthy? "How go? Why is this woman making such a racket? It's so annoying, let's hurry inside." Seeing Bai Wanner being so considerate, Wang Chen's resolve to bind himself to her grew stronger. "It's nothing, just a self-important woman. Let's go, you can eat whatever you want today." Bai Wanner smiled and said, "Hee, thank you, how go? Beauty, that guy has no money, don't let him fool you." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner was even more confused. Wang Chen had no money? Just last night, he had given her 1 million in less than 10 minutes, saying he had no money was just ridiculous. Bai Wanner looked at Han Xian as if he were a fool. "Exactly, he wanted to buy me a phone before and had to eat instant noodles for 3 months and work for 3 months, so beauty, you mustn't be fooled." However, Bai Wanner was not swayed at all. After all, she had genuinely received 1 million as a gift last night. "How go? They're really noisy, let's hurry and leave, or we might get bitten and have no place to complain." Wang Chen didn't expect Bai Wanner to curse without using any foul language. This woman was quite something. Let's go." Bai Wanner was wearing a white sleeveless knee-length dress and a pair of nude high heels. Calling her a swan was not an exaggeration. Compared to Bai Wanner, Li Jieji looked like an ugly duckling. Han Xian and Li Jieji watched as Wang Chen and Bai Wanner walked into the Western restaurant. Han Xian angrily said, "Jieji, let's go in and see. I want to see if Wang Chen can afford to pay." "He can't afford to pay? Not even a dog would believe that. Let's go." With that, Han Xian and Li Jieji, their faces flushed, also walked into the Western restaurant. When Wang Chen and Bai Wanner entered, a male waiter came over to greet them. "Hello, sir, how many people?" "2. Please follow me, is a window seat okay?" "Sure, let's sit by the window," Wang Chen said. After they sat down, Wang Chen directly ordered the most expensive dishes, a total of 4 or 5. Each dish cost around several hundred yuan. This Western restaurant wasn't Michelin rated, otherwise, the prices would be higher. "Would you like some red wine?" Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen and softly said, "If Hao Go wants to drink, then I'll drink too." Ha, let's drink at night, we still have to ride back later." Ride? Yeah, I came on my little electric scooter. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner thought to herself, are wealthy people really this low-key nowadays? "How good, you have to take me with you later." No problem. Just then, Han Xian and Li Jieji, who had just entered, sat next to Wang Chen and Bai Wanner, staring at them. Han Xian thought that when Wang Chen couldn't pay later, he would step in to pay, showing off in front of the beauty. Who knows, he might even get a meal out of it. Lost in thought, Han Xian couldn't help but laugh. Li Jieji, watching Han Xian, knew exactly what he was thinking, but since Han Xian was wealthy, she didn't dare say anything. On the other side, Wang Chen started chatting with Bai Wanner. "Can I call you Wanner?" Hao Ge can call me whatever he wants." Wang Chen smiled. "Some things are not suitable to discuss here, let's talk somewhere else after we finish eating." "Okay." With that, the the two fell silent and began to eat. To be honest, this was Wang Chen's first time eating Western food, and he wasn't very familiar with it. To avoid embarrassment, he could only try to remain silent. After a while, when Wang Chen and Bai Waner finished their meal and were about to settle the bill, Han Xian next to them wore a smug expression, certain that Wang Chen couldn't afford to pay. Han Xian just stared at Wang Chen. He couldn't mock Wang Chen right now, otherwise, even if he helped pay the bill later, the beautiful woman probably wouldn't think highly of him. He had to hold back. However, what he anticipated was destined to fall through. What happened next left Han Xian dumbfounded. Bai Waner took out her phone and directly paid for the meal. Han Xian was stunned. He couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman not only had dinner with Wang Chen but was also so close to him, and on top of that, she took the initiative to pay for the meal. Li Jiajiao was also taken aback. She thought, what right does this dog have? However, by the time they regained their senses, Wang Chen had already left the Western restaurant with Bai Waner. Wang Chen brought Bai Waner to a pink electric scooter. The moment he took out the key, Bai Waner was completely stunned. Are rich people nowadays so low-key that they even ride pink scooters? This is unbelievable. But Bai Waner didn't mind, as long as Wang Chen had money, that was enough. She was no longer as naive as before. After entering this circle, she had seen quite a bit. Get on. After bringing out the pink scooter, Wang Chen said. Bai Waner didn't hesitate and directly sat on the back seat, wrapping her arms around Wang Chen's waist. Once Bai Waner was on, Wang Chen rode the scooter away from the Western restaurant. As for where to take Bai Waner next, he had already considered it. So he headed straight for the destination. About 20 minutes later, Wang Chen and Bai Waner arrived at a 5-star hotel in the Magic City, the Marriott Hotel. He went straight to the front desk and booked a presidential suite for a month. The price for one night in the presidential suite was 17,000 yuan. For a month, that totals 510,000 yuan. Seeing Wang Chen's generosity, Bai Waner became even more convinced of his identity. Now she felt that as long as she followed Wang Chen, she would have what she wanted. And after observing earlier, Bai Waner believed that Wang Chen wasn't the kind of irresponsible man. After all, she had overheard part of the conversation between Wang Chen and that couple and understood a bit. If Wang Chen knew what Bai Waner was thinking, he would definitely be furious. He brought Bai Waner along just to help her earn more money so he could get more cash back. If Bai Waner didn't work, where would he get the money from? But Wang Chen was unaware of all this. After finishing the hotel booking, the butler of the presidential suite led Bai Waner and Wang Chen to their room. Sir, madam, if you need anything, just message me. The female butler said softly. Okay, I got it. After Wang Chen replied, the female butler exited the room. Once inside the presidential suite, Bai Waner curiously looked around, and then suddenly, as if she thought of something, her face turned bright red. She even occasionally stole glances at Wang Chen, who was standing by the door. But in the next second, she was stunned. Wang Chen asked her to sit on the sofa. She thought Wang Chen was going to sit on the sofa too. So she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, it's my first time, can we go to the bedroom? As soon as she said this, Bai Waner's face turned as red as an apple. That shy appearance made Wang Chen's heart race, especially with that sweet look. But he knew this wasn't the time to think about that. The most important thing now was to discuss the terms and requirements with Bai Waner. What are you thinking? Sit down first, let's talk. Bai Waner was stunned. Before, those men wanted to pin her down as soon as they saw her. But why was it different with Wang Chen? Was Wang Chen not interested in her? Bai Waner fell into deep thought. Wang Chen looked at the dazed Bai Waner and didn't know what to say. He sat down on the sofa by himself. After a while, Bai Waner, coming back to her senses, sat down beside Wang Chen. Are you still with your guild? Bai Waner nodded. How good, I'm still with the Yuntian Guild, and my contract won't expire for another year. To be honest, Bai Waner regretted signing with the guild. If she hadn't signed, she could have earned quite a bit from live streaming over the years, but after signing with the guild, she earned nothing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such thoughts. How good, can you support me? Wang Chen, who was nearby, was stunned by Bai Waner's words. What was this operation? Just now, he heard Bai Waner say it was her first time. Did he really stumble upon a treasure? However, he wouldn't just believe what others said, one must be cautious. You want me to support you? Bai Waner nodded firmly. Can you tell me the reason? Upon hearing this, Bai Waner shared her experiences after signing with the guild. After listening, Wang Chen felt she was quite pitiful. Being exploited by the guild like this. It was outrageous. But this was quite normal. Wang Chen often saw similar experiences of streamers online. It seemed he should start a streaming company in the future and take in those who were exploited by the guild, the goddesses who could be bound to salary refunds. Tell me your conditions. Bai Waner suddenly looked up at Wang Chen. She had thought it through before coming, but now she hesitated because she didn't want to miss out on Wang Chen. Once she missed him, she feared the men she would meet would all be old and fat. She was considering whether to lower her standards. However, after thinking for a while, she decided to state her previous conditions. I want a house and a car, and you also need to help me pay the penalty for breaking the contract. Give me 20,000 pocket money every month. Wang Chen actually understood. To ordinary people, these things were unattainable, but to the wealthy, they were within easy reach. However, a large flat in Magic City would cost tens of millions, and he didn't have enough money right now. But he could hold off on buying a house for Bai Waner. Once her salary refunds came to him, he could buy it for her, using her money to buy her things, which would be like getting it for free. Alright, I agree. But the house will have to wait until next month. Of course, you don't need to worry. This month, I will buy you a car worth no less than 2 million. I will also help you with the guild's penalty, and even get your account back for you. But I have one condition: you must stream normally in the future. I won't take a single cent of the money you earn. The more you earn in a month, the more pocket money I will give you. For example, if you earn 1 million through streaming in a month, I won't take a single cent from that million. On the contrary, I will give you 1 million in pocket money. In short, the more you earn, the more I will give you. But I have one requirement: since you want me to support you, you can't dress too revealingly, understand? Bai Waner listened to Wang Chen's words. She fell into deep silence. She never expected that such good fortune could really exist in the world. How good? Are you serious? Of course, I can guarantee that, but I hate betrayal more than anything else. Do you understand? Bai Waner nodded. Alright, how go? From now on, Waner will follow you. Wang Chen's conditions made her truly excited, and she immediately agreed without hesitation. Right after she agreed, Wang Chen began communicating with the system. System, bind Bai Waner. Ding, binding salary cashback goddess in progress. Binding successful. System, open Bai Waner's data. Ding, generating data for salary cashback goddess Bai Waner. Name, Bai Waner. Age, 23. Appearance, 90. Favorability, 73. Ordinary friend. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, online streamer. Current cashback multiplier, 73 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 2,300 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 26 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wow, starting with a 73 times salary cashback, if she earns 1 million in a month, wouldn't that mean she could get nearly 100 million back? That's just amazing. It's just too bad that the 1 million he swiped yesterday doesn't count. It would have been great if it did. But there's still plenty of time this month, so he's not in a hurry. Alright, since you agree, let's decide on this. Bai Waner nodded. Saying this, she stood up, walked in front of Wang Chen, and placed her fair little hand on her shoulder strap. Wang Chen stared blankly at Bai Waner. The next second, he was dumbfounded. He saw Bai Waner's white dress slide down, revealing her perfect figure. Wang Chen had never seen anything like this. He quickly covered his eyes. Don't look, don't look. Waner, put your clothes back on first, and then I'll talk to you. Bai Waner, blushing all over, was also quite confused. She thought Wang Chen was simply going to support her, but why was he not moved at all? If not, why was he so indifferent? Although Bai Waner thought this in her heart, she still put her clothes back on. After Bai Waner got dressed, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Waner still standing in front of him, her perfect figure lingering in his mind. He shook his head. Forcing himself to calm down, he said, Waner, now is not the time. Let me help you handle everything, get you a house, so you can feel at ease. Bai Waner looked at Wang Chen with tears in her eyes. She originally thought Wang Chen just wanted to support her, but unexpectedly, he cared so much about her feelings. This moved her greatly. How goo! After saying that, Bai Waner directly hugged Wang Chen. Wang Chen gently patted Bai Waner's back. After a while, they finally separated. Waner, this afternoon we'll finish handling your matters, and during this time, you'll stay in the presidential suite. At the beginning of next month, I'll take you to buy a house. As for the car, I'll come find you in a couple of days when I have time and take you to buy one. How does that sound? Bai Waner stared at Wang Chen without blinking. Okay, I'll listen to how go. Wang Chen smiled. Then he and Bai Waner went out, this time directly to the Yuntian Guild where Bai Waner had been before. After paying the compensation, he spent quite a bit to help Bai Waner retrieve her account. Although this account had originally belonged to Bai Waner, she had been cheated during the contract signing. After all this fuss, Wang Chen had very little money left. Once they finished, the two returned to the presidential suite. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Wang Chen felt it was time to go back, otherwise, Wu Yu would start asking questions. But before leaving, he still needed to remind Bai Wanner, during this time, just focus on your live streaming. Remember what I told you, the more you earn, the more pocket money I'll give you every month. Ah, brother Hao, aren't you sleeping here today? Wang Chen shook his head. I have things to do today. Alright, I've earned you 100,000, consider it your pocket money for this month. I'm leaving now, call me if you need anything, got it? Okay. However, just as Wang Chen reached the door, Bai Wanner called out to him. Suddenly, he felt a soft body in his arms. The next second, Bai Wanner leaned in and kissed him. Wang Chen naturally responded. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Wanner's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Then, as if fleeing, she ran back into her room. Wang Chen was actually quite stunned, but he still felt very comfortable. Bai Wanner's little mouth was soft and warm. He really liked this feeling. Seeing that Bai Wanner had returned to her room, Wang Chen said goodbye and left the presidential suite. He went downstairs and rode away on his pink electric scooter, leaving the Marriott Hotel. Bai Wanner stood by the bed in the hotel, looking in the direction Wang Chen had left. After Wang Chen disappeared from her sight, she returned to the bed and lay down. Wow, so comfortable, so soft. Bai Wanner felt that her decision was right. If it weren't for Wang Chen, she wouldn't have to pay so much in breach of contract fees. At this moment, Bai Wanner was very happy and picked up her phone to call her sister. Hey, sister, I terminated my contract with the Yuntian Guild. What? Wanner, didn't you still have a year left on your contract with the Yuntian Guild? How did you terminate it? Want to know? Don't keep me in suspense. Then come to the Marriott Hotel. I'll send you the room number, hurry over. Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Bai Wanner sent a message to Wang Chen. Bai Wanner, brother Hao, my sister is coming to the hotel to find me. After waiting for a while, Wang Chen still hadn't replied to her message. She figured Wang Chen must be writing, so she put down her phone and went to take a shower. On the other side, after more than half an hour of travel, Wang Chen finally returned to Fengshan Community. After parking the pink electric scooter, he walked towards his home. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep. After entering the password, the door opened. As soon as the door opened, he saw Wu Yu sitting on the sofa, looking at her phone, seemingly troubled about something. Wang Chen's return went unnoticed. Wang Chen changed his shoes and walked up to Wu Yu, calling out, Sister Wu Yu. Only then did the dazed Wu Yu react. Ah, Xiao Hao, you're back. Sister Wu Yu, what were you daydreaming about? Nothing. Nothing, since you're back, let's eat. I've been waiting for you for a while. Hearing this, Wang Chen noticed the dishes on the table and felt a wave of emotion. Okay. After dinner, Wang Chen and Wu Yu sat in the living room and chatted for a while. After taking a shower, he returned to his room to rest. He had to go to school tomorrow. He planned to sleep early today. He hadn't even looked at his phone today. He lay in bed and fell asleep. While he was sleeping, his phone kept receiving messages. But Wang Chen was unaware. When Wang Chen woke up, it was already the next morning. After washing up, he prepared to head to school. He left the car for Wu Yu. After all, the school was right across the street, no need to drive. After saying goodbye to Wu Yu, Wang Chen went straight to school. Before long, he arrived at the gate of Moto Financial University. In the past few days, he had actually come to understand that he would let others see him however they wanted. As long as he lived well himself, there was no need to care so much about others' opinions. As his foot stepped through the school gate, Wang Chen felt as if he had been away for a long time. After entering, Wang Chen suddenly remembered that someone seemed to have sent him a message yesterday, so he picked up his phone. He opened the green bubble to check. He was shocked when he saw it. Song Ningxuang and Bai Wanner had sent him nearly 20 messages last night. Wang Chen also picked up his phone to reply. As for Bai Wanner, he didn't reply much. As long as she was making good money, that was enough. Regarding Song Ningxuang, he had just arrived at school, hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and felt a bit lonely, so he planned to invite Song Ningxuang to join him. Wang Chen replied to Bai Wanner. He told her to rest well, and as long as they weren't men, it was fine for her to invite as many women as she wanted to the hotel. Then he sent a message to Song Ningxuang. Wang Chen, Jr., I'm at school now, and I'm about to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Do you want to come? Not long after sending the message, Song Ningxuang replied. Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, you're back at school. I'll be there soon, wait for me in the cafeteria. Wang Chen, okay, don't rush. Song Ningxuang, MHM. After replying to the message, he checked his mother's WeChat. He had transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother a while ago. He told her it was money earned from doing business, and after a long time, she said she would keep it for him and give it back when he got married. Wang Chen originally wanted to give his parents some money to change their lives, but they had been frugal all their lives. If he gave them money, they would just save it. He could only wait until his cousin got married to go home and arrange things for them. Wang Chen put his phone in his bag and then walked directly to the cafeteria. Since it was morning, there weren't many people at the school gate. But whenever he encountered people, he could always hear them pointing and whispering about him. He wouldn't believe that his nickname Dog Licker Wang didn't get a boost from Li Jejia. At the cafeteria entrance, there were still quite a few people in the cafeteria. Wang Chen stood at the entrance, waiting for Song Ningxuan to arrive. However, he seemed to have underestimated his popularity at the Shanghai University of Finance. As soon as he stood at the entrance, many couples started pointing at him. But Wang Chen didn't care. Let them say whatever they wanted. Look, Dog Licker Wang is here doing what? He really is Dog Licker Wang. What is he doing here? He's not here to buy breakfast for Li Jejia again, is he? Yeah, didn't he often come to buy breakfast for Li Jejia before? Right, a dog licker is always a dog licker, can't change. Ha ha ha, isn't there a saying that a dog can't change its eating habits? Ha ha ha. Listening to those people mocking him, Wang Chen felt nothing anymore. One day, when he buys a sports car and drives it to school, he'll slap them in the face. Just as everyone was laughing at Wang Chen, a graceful figure walked towards him. Upon seeing the newcomer, many people were stunned. The person wore a white short skirt, white socks paired with black shoes. Her exquisite face wore a smile. She was simply a man's dream. Wow, which class is this girl from? She's really beautiful. He, she really is something. I wonder if I can add her on WeChat. I want to discuss the philosophy of life with her, study the secrets of life's continuation. Get lost, just say you want to hit on her, why make it sound so profound? Wait, you guys look, why is she walking towards Dog Licker Wang? What? Watching Song Ningxuan walk towards Wang Chen, many people were taken aback. Today, Song Ningxuan looked very beautiful, especially with a sweet aura about her. Wang Chen liked it a lot. Wait, I know this beauty, she's the class flower of Finance Class 1, Song Ningxuan. Class flower? Then why is she going over to Dog Licker Wang? How would I know? Maybe she can't stand Dog Licker Wang and is going to scold him. I feel like it should be that way, otherwise, how could Song Ningxuan go looking for the dog-licking king? As she just arrived, Song Ningxuan naturally heard the discussions around her, but she remained unfazed. Wang Chen could easily buy the hot pot restaurant with a wave of his hand, so what if people talked about it? Everyone thought Song Ningxuan would scold Wang Chen. However, her next move left them dumbfounded. She walked up to Wang Chen, intimately linked her arm with his, and sweetly called out, "Brother Hao, why haven't you been coming to school these days?" Everyone present had their brains short-circuit. What was going on? Song Ningxuan was holding on to Wang Chen and calling him Brother Hao. They were all stunned. Wait, bro, what's happening? Why is Song Ningxuan holding on to Wang Chen? No, my goddess, how can you fall so low? That's the dog-licking king. Ah! Wang Chen looked at the expressions of those people, filled with envy and hatred, and couldn't help but smile. He softly said to the Song Ningxuan who was holding onto him, "Look, you holding onto me has made me their public enemy." Song Ningxuan sweetly laughed, "Hee, let them be envious. Brother Hao, let's go eat." Let's go." With that, Wang Chen placed his hand on Song Ningxuan's slim waist. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened. They were truly envious and jealous of Wang Chen. After Wang Chen left, the news spread quickly throughout the financial district of Magic City. My god, Song Ningxuan's boyfriend is the dog-licking king? Wait, why does the dog-licking king deserve that? Exactly, choosing the dog-licking king is worse than choosing me. I have good stamina. After saying this, they took out their phones and posted the photos they had just taken on the school's confession wall. Immediately, those in the know at the school erupted in excitement. The most shocked were Song Ningxuan's roommates. They couldn't believe that Song Ningxuan's boyfriend was actually the legendary dog-licking king. However, Wang Chen didn't care about any of this, all he wanted now was to enjoy his meal. "Brother Hao, what do you want to eat?" "I'll have a bowl of porridge and 2 cabbage meat buns." Brother Hao, wait for me, I'll go buy them." "Okay." Wang Chen smiled as he watched how considerate Song Ningxuan was. It seemed he needed to give her some pocket money. Thinking of this, Wang Chen remembered he had spent quite a bit yesterday and hadn't even checked how much money he had left. So he asked the system to display his data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid funds, 11,071,211 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Balong Square, Magic City. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27,400,000 system points, 0 bound salary cashback goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month, Wuya, bound this month, by Warner, bound this month, time remaining until salary cashback, 25 days note, after each cashback, a meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. He spent over 6 million yesterday while handling matters for Bai Warner. 1 million was Bai Warner's penalty fee. The remaining 4 million was used to buy back the account. Shen Sheng didn't care about this money because Bai Warner, with the account, could earn it back for him in about a month. With over 10 million left, he didn't even know how to spend it. Just as he was pondering, Song Ningxuan came over with 2 bowls of porridge and a few buns. Brother Hao, let's eat. Wang Chen was indeed a bit hungry. His stomach had already betrayed him and growled earlier, so he started eating the porridge and buns. Song Ningxuan didn't eat. Instead, she kept staring at Wang Chen. After finishing his porridge, Wang Chen noticed that Song Ningxuan had been looking at him the whole time, not knowing why. Why are you staring at me? Aren't you going to eat? Hee, I haven't seen Brother Hao in a long time. Wang Chen was speechless. To be fair, he had met Song Ningxuan no more than a handful of times, and her current attention was clearly because he was wealthy, but Wang Chen didn't mind this. To put it bluntly, it was a mutual benefit. To put it nicely, it was love at first sight. Brother Hao, I can't finish this. Song Ningxuan handed him a bun she had already eaten. Wang Chen had finished his porridge and buns but was still a bit hungry. He thought, since they had already kissed at Baolong Square, what was wrong with eating a little more? So he took the bun from Song Ningxuan and started eating. Seeing this, a happy smile appeared on Song Ningxuan's face. Hee, Brother Hao, is my bun delicious? Delicious, Wang Chen replied while eating. After breakfast, Wang Chen planned to go to class first and find Lin Shui at noon. Ningxuan, I'm going to class now. Do you have class today? Song Ningxuan shook her head and said, I don't have class today, but I made plans with my roommates to go shopping later. Then you guys go ahead. I'll take you to eat. My roommates might want to eat with me too. No problem. Let's all eat together. The more, the merrier. Okay, I'll tell them later. By the way, I'll transfer you some pocket money. Buy a couple of clothes when you go shopping. I like seeing you in nice outfits. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan's face turned red. Okay. After saying that, Wang Chen took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to her. When Song Ningxuan saw the amount, her face lit up with surprise. She excitedly kissed Wang Chen on the cheek and said, Hee, thank you, Brother Hao. Go on. Brother Hao, see you tonight. After Song Ningxuan left, Wang Chen went straight to the classroom. Previously, he had sat with a few roommates during class, but now he chose to sit alone. There was no choice, the whole class knew he was the licking dog king. No one wanted to sit with him. Moreover, Li Jiejia was in the same class, which was just ridiculous. When the classmates saw Wang Chen return to class, they started gossiping. Damn, the licking dog king is back. What has he been doing this week? Who knows, probably got dumped by Li Jiejia and went out crying. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear. So what if he hears? He's just a licking dog, still from the countryside, no future at all. Exactly, wasting his parents' money. I think people like him should be expelled. Wang Chen felt very unhappy listening to their gossip. After a while, he would definitely drive a sports car and bring a beautiful woman to school to slap their faces. Make them all shut up. The good show was just beginning. He believed that his relationship with Song Ningxuan would soon spread throughout the school, and he couldn't wait to see their expressions then. Wang Chen was looking forward to it. The morning passed quickly. Wang Chen sat by the window alone, listening to the teacher's lecture. He felt much brighter, no longer consumed by thoughts of Li Jiejia, the green tea. After class, he went to find Lin Shui to get rid of the absence note. Thank you, Sister Shui. You can go back now. Sister Shui, have you eaten yet? Lin Shui, who was working, looked up at Wang Chen and asked, Not yet, why? It's nothing, I just wanted to treat you to a meal. Looking at Wang Chen's sincere eyes, Lin Shui didn't refuse painfully, and she also wanted to do some ideological work on Wang Chen. This was a good opportunity, so she agreed. However, she only agreed to go to the cafeteria with Wang Chen. After all, in Lin Shui's eyes, Wang Chen was just a student with no source of income, so he definitely had no money. After that, Wang Chen waited for Lin Shui for a while, and once she was done, the two went to the cafeteria to eat. During the meal, Lin Shui occasionally encouraged Wang Chen. She told him not to take these things to heart. Wang Chen was also very grateful to Lin Shui. After eating, Lin Shui let Wang Chen rest in the office for a while. It wasn't until the afternoon class that Wang Chen left the office. The afternoon class was the same as the morning. Wang Chen still sat alone by the window, enjoying his solitude. Occasionally, the classroom was filled with the murmurs of classmates. He didn't pay any attention. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after class, Wang Chen sent a message to Song Ningxuan. Wang Chen, Ningxuan, I'm done with class. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, we are at Baolong Square now, come find us. Wang Chen, okay, I'll be there soon. Song Ningxuan, no rush, brother Hao. After finishing the chat with Song Ningxuan, Wang Chen headed straight to Baolong Square. This time he still didn't drive, his car was taken by Wuya. He felt it was time to buy a new car, but the money he had was definitely not enough to buy one of the 3 major cars, so he could only wait for next month's salary cashback. In no time, Wang Chen arrived at Baolong Square. As soon as he arrived, he saw Song Ningxuan. She was still as fresh and lovely as ever, and beside her were 3 beautiful figures, who must be her roommates. Wang Chen walked over to them. Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan, who was originally looking at her phone, quickly raised her head upon hearing Wang Chen's voice. She hurriedly ran to him, pulling him to her 3 roommates, and began to introduce him. Sisters, this is my boyfriend Wang Chen. When Song Ningxuan said that Wang Chen was her boyfriend, her gaze unconsciously turned towards Wang Chen. She was really a bit afraid that Wang Chen would stand up and deny their relationship. But Wang Chen didn't do that. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend in school, and now that he had one, wouldn't that just slap those people's faces? Plus, Song Ningxuan was quite good looking. There was no need to deny it. And having a beautiful girlfriend seemed pretty good. Hello, I'm Wang Chen, I believe you should know me. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan's 3 roommates had a moment of surprise. They recognized Wang Chen, but the way they knew him might not have been very friendly. One girl, wearing a black short skirt, white shoes, and a pair of white lace socks, greeted Wang Chen. Hello, Senior Wang, I'm Zhang Mumu, I'm roommates with Ningxuan. Hello. Then the other 2 girls introduced themselves to him. The remaining 2 girls were both wearing jeans, which highlighted their good figures, and they wore white short-sleeve tops, looking very bright. It must be said that the girls in Song Ningxuan's dormitory were all quite impressive. Each one was great. The other 2 girls were named Li Meng and Du Xiang. They were all locals from Magic City. Ningxuan should have told you today, I'm treating, what do you want to eat? Wang Chen originally planned to take them to eat hot pot, while also checking out the hot pot restaurant, but he was afraid they might not want to eat hot pot, so he asked first. Moreover, they were carrying quite a few things, probably bought during their shopping today. It wasn't realistic to go eat with so many things. Du Xiang, Wang Chen, why don't we take the things back to school first? It's not very convenient for us to carry so much. Li Meng, yeah, my hands are starting to feel a bit sore. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen, thinking he must have driven here. That way, they could put everything in the car and then go eat. What she didn't know was that Wang Chen's car had already been given to Wuya. Ever since they slept in the same bed last time, Wuya had basically stopped refusing Wang Chen's things. She didn't know why. Maybe she had already considered herself Wang Chen's other half. Or maybe there were other reasons. I didn't drive here today either. How about we put the things in my shop? We can come back to get them after we eat. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the 3 girls, except for Song Ningxuan, were stunned. His shop? He had a shop here. You have to know that in a place like Magic City, having a shop is really impressive. Zhang Mumu, Senior Wang, you have a shop here? Yeah, I bought it a while ago. Ningxuan was next to me at that time. Hearing this, Zhang Mumu and the others turned their gaze to Song Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan nodded and said, yeah, Hauke bought a hot pot restaurant a few days ago. What? The 3 were very surprised. They had previously learned that opening a hot pot restaurant in Magic City would cost at least 2 to 4 million. This meant Wang Chen was quite wealthy, but they couldn't understand why Wang Chen, who had money, would still be a sycophant for Li Jejia. They finally understood why Song Ningxuan could afford such expensive bags, and even bought several at once. One of them even cost over 300,000. Alright, it's settled then. Let's take the things to the shop first, and after we finish eating, we can come back to get them, or if you want to eat hot pot, that's fine too. Zhang Mumu, Senior Wang, we don't want hot pot, we want Western food. Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment, but he nodded and said, Western food is fine, let's go after we drop off the things. Then Wang Chen took the 4 girls to his hot pot restaurant. The waiters in the hot pot restaurant all knew Wang Chen. After all, the last incident was so big that they all had a front row seat. When they saw Wang Chen arrive, one of the female waiters jogged over to him. Boss. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mumu and the others finally believed it. They had some doubts before, but now they were convinced. The business in the shop is really good. Boss, the business has always been great. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Go call the manager out. Okay, boss, just wait a moment, I'll go now. After the female waiter went in, it wasn't long before the manager came out with her. "Boss, what brings you here?" "It's nothing, just help them find a place to put the things. We'll come back to get them later." "Sure, boss." The manager took Song Ning Shuang and the others inside to put the things away, then came back out. After coming out, Wang Chen didn't leave immediately but continued to talk to the manager. "Yuan Yao, how is the salary calculated in the shop?" "Boss, the waiters earn 7,000 a month. My salary is 15,000 a month." Wang Chen wasn't thinking of making money from the hot pot restaurant, so he decided to give them a raise. "How about this, let's increase the waiter's salary by 1,000 each month, and yours to 20,000. "What?" After Wang Chen finished speaking, Yuan Yao covered her mouth. The surprise came too suddenly. She didn't even react. But by the time she did, Wang Chen had already left with Song Ning Shuang and the others. Yuan Yao looked in the direction Wang Chen had left, her mouth slightly curling up. On the other side, Wang Chen directly took a few girls to hire a business van, which was just enough to fit all of them. He brought them to the Western restaurant where he had dinner with Bai Waner last time. The waiter was the same one as last time. The waiter had a pretty deep impression of Wang Chen. After all, Bai Waner by his side was like a swan. Unexpectedly, this time Wang Chen came with 4 women, all of whom looked quite good. The waiter was completely stunned. "Sir, how many of you are there?" 5, please prepare a private room for us." "Alright, sir and ladies, please follow me." After saying that, the waiter led Wang Chen and the girls to a private room, which was very elegant. The environment was great. You can order whatever you want. However, the girls felt a bit shy. After casually ordering a few dishes, they stopped. After looking at what they had ordered, Wang Chen directly said, "Just bring one of everything on your menu." As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, the girls all looked at him. Their faces were filled with surprise. Then, Wang Chen continued to ask, "Do you want to drink something?" After Wang Chen asked if they wanted to drink, Li Meng and the others all looked at Song Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan said, "How good, then let's have a drink." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. He then ordered a bottle of Romani Conti. After placing the order, the waiter left. Once the waiter was gone, Li Meng and the others spoke up. Li Meng said, "Wang Chen, what if we can't finish all this food?" Zhang Mumu added, "Yeah, this is way too much." Du Xiang chimed in, "Right. Huh, it's fine, if we can't finish, we can take it to go," Wang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the girls also laughed. "Wang Chen, you're different from the rumors." Zhang Mumu curiously sized up Wang Chen and said, "Hee, how am I different? I was indeed a simp before, nothing to say, just woke up to reality now." Wang Chen chatted with the girls for a long time. After finishing the meal, he settled the bill. They spent a total of 543,700 yuan for this meal. The reason it cost so much was entirely because of that bottle of Romani Conti, which was the restaurant's prized possession, and Wang Chen bought it. At this point, the girls were already a bit tipsy. Their faces were flushed, quite adorable. After settling the bill, Wang Chen directly took them back to school, while he had Yuan Yao send over the items from the hot pot restaurant. Once he finished all this, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Wang Chen watched Yuan Yao drive away, and he headed towards Fengshan community. By the time Wang Chen returned to his doorstep, it was already 10:10. Before he could input the password, the door opened. He saw Wuya standing at the door in a white nightgown, as if waiting for her husband to return. "Sister Wuya, why haven't you rested yet?" "Xiao Hao, come in." Wang Chen nodded and walked in, and Wuya squatted down to take out a pair of slippers for him from the shoe cabinet. After Wang Chen took off his shoes, Wuya placed them in the cabinet. At that moment, Wang Chen could even see her fair rabbit. He couldn't help but swallow hard. After changing shoes, Wang Chen followed Wuya to sit on the sofa. "Xiao Hao, you should go take a shower first." "Okay, Sister Wuya, you work so hard every day, rest early." It's fine, I didn't do much today, you go wash up, I'll wait for you." "Alright." Wang Chen didn't know what Wuya was planning, but he felt that ever since last time, Wuya had changed quite a bit, and he didn't know how to face her. After all, he knew that Wuya was a very conservative woman. Although she is beautiful, she is 32 years old and this is her first time, which says a lot. Ever since he got drunk last time and shared a bed with Wuya, the relationship between him and Wuya has been quite delicate. As a man, Wang Chen can take a shower quickly. It only takes 5 minutes. "Xiao Hao, you forgot to take your pajamas, I brought them for you." Just after Wang Chen finished showering, he heard Wuya's voice at the bathroom door. Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment and then said, "Sister Wuya, just leave them at the door." "Okay." After that, Wang Chen listened to Wuya's footsteps. Once she left, he slowly opened the door and brought the pajamas inside. After putting on the pajamas, Wang Chen walked out of the bathroom. When he reached the living room, he discovered that the style of pajamas he was wearing was actually a couple's design with Wu Ya's. This left him even more stunned. However, he didn't think too much about it. Wang Chen sat down next to Wu Ya. "Sister Wu Ya, is there something you need?" Wu Ya shook her head. "No, I was just a bit worried about you since you didn't come back." "Sister Wu Ya, Wang Chen wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. Wu Ya looked at Wang Chen, hoping he would say the words she longed to hear. But after waiting for a long time, she still didn't hear anything. Wu Ya felt a bit disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. "Sister Wu Ya, can you spare some time at the end of the month?" The originally disappointed Wu Ya now showed a look of confusion. "What's up? I want to go to Shangri-La in Yun Province at the end of the month, and if you have time, I'd like to invite you to go with me." Hearing Wang Chen's words, Wu Ya's mood instantly brightened. "When are you planning to go?" "Leaving on June 27th. "How many days will you be going?" "About a week. What do you think, Sister Wu Ya, do you want to go together? Just you alone?" "No, if you go with me, then it will be 2 people. Hearing the first part, Wu Ya's heart lifted, but upon hearing the latter part, she felt very happy. "Alright, then I'll go with you." Wu Ya agreed without hesitation. In fact, she really wanted to travel, but before, she was burdened with huge debts and had no extra money or time to travel. Moreover, she thought that going out with Wang Chen might help their relationship progress further. When Wu Ya agreed, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. "Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ya's favorability +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was very happy. He wanted to take Wu Ya along this time to increase her favorability. "Then Sister Wu Ya, let's go rest. You have to work tomorrow, so you can't stay up too late." "Okay, good night, Xiao Hao." Good night, Sister Wu Ya." After saying that, the two returned to their respective rooms. Once back in his room, Wang Chen directly asked the system to open Wu Ya's data panel. "System, open Wu Ya's data." Ding, data generating. Name, Wu Ya. Age, 32. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 86. Close friend, height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Occupation, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 86 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 3,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 25 days. Note, after each cashback, it is necessary to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. In fact, Wu Ya's data didn't change much. Only the favorability, cashback multiplier, funds, and remaining cashback time had changed. Everything else remained the same as before. After reviewing Wu Ya's data, Wang Chen fell asleep. With a blink of the eye, a day has passed. Another blink, and another day has gone by. Time flies, and before you know it, the end of the month has arrived. It's time to set off for Yunnan Province's Shangri-La. Wu Ya has already taken leave, and he has spoken to Lin Shui about it. Today, he will set off with Wu Ya. Wang Chen helped Wu Ya pack, then drove to the airport. After parking the car, they went straight to the waiting area. He is really looking forward to this trip. Wang Chen bought a business class ticket this time, so he and Wu Ya didn't need to queue. They hardly brought anything, with Wu Ya only packing some change of clothes. Originally, Wang Chen didn't want her to bring anything, suggesting they could buy it there, but Wu Ya insisted on saving some money and brought a suitcase, putting both her clothes and Wang Chen's in one bag. "Xiao Hao, where are we going first?" "I've already arranged everything. We'll go to the hotel to rest first, then go out to explore tomorrow." I've never been to Shangri-La." "Me neither. Our destination this time is Shika Snow Mountain." "Great, but won't it be very cold?" "We didn't bring any warm clothes." "It's fine, if it's cold when we get there, we can buy some." "Okay." After a while, it was time for them to board. Because they were in business class, they moved quickly. When they reached the boarding gate, Wang Chen looked at the people in line and felt quite emotional. He had flown once before and had to queue like them, watching the business class passengers walk through the business lane, feeling envious. Now he was walking through the business lane himself, and he couldn't help but feel amazed. People are truly complex. Wu Ya linked her arm with Wang Chen as they walked towards the plane. Soon, they were on board. The flight attendant led them to their seats, with Wu Ya sitting by the window and Wang Chen next to her. As for why Wang Chen didn't buy a first-class ticket, it was because he thought he wouldn't be able to sit next to Wu Ya. He preferred business class over that. Economy class wouldn't be comfortable either. Economy class focuses on being economical, but comfort leaves much to be desired. Business class is less comfortable than first class but much better than economy. Once seated, Wang Chen leaned slightly, almost pressing against Wu Ya. This action made Wu Ya, sitting next to him, blush instantly. She didn't know what Wang Chen was trying to do, but she didn't think too much about it. After all, they were on a plane, and he wouldn't do anything inappropriate. However, her mind was a jumble of thoughts. Various ideas popped up in her head. After Wang Chen helped Wu Ye fasten her seatbelt, he settled into his seat. Seeing Wang Chen being so considerate, a happy smile appeared on Wu Ye's face. After waiting a while, the plane was about to take off. The flight attendant's voice kept announcing. As the announcements ended, the plane slowly moved, preparing for takeoff. The captain brought the plane onto the runway and accelerated. There's a moment during takeoff that can feel a bit uncomfortable, but it only lasts for an instant. Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye beside him. She didn't seem to feel any discomfort. She must have flown often before. While he was observing Wu Ye, she turned her head to look at him. In that moment, their eyes met. They smiled at each other. Wang Chen didn't know where he found the courage, but he reached out and took Wu Ye's delicate hand. This move left Wu Ye momentarily stunned. After a brief daze, her face turned red again. This time, Wang Chen heard the system's voice again. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ye's favorability +1. Wu Ye's favorability increased once more. Now it has reached 87 points. To be honest, this level of favorability is really high, basically a heartfelt connection. After a while, the plane began to fly smoothly. Since Wang Chen took Wu Ye's hand, he hadn't let go, just holding on like that. However, Wu Ye fell asleep after the plane had been flying for a while. Wang Chen, on the other hand, felt no drowsiness at all. The Magic City is over 2,000 kilometers away from Yun Province. The flight will take 3 hours to reach Yun Province. If all goes well, Wang Chen believes this trip will definitely be smooth. Who knows, besides Zhao Liying, he might even encounter other female celebrities like Zhao Lucy, Zhu Jingyi, Yang Mi, Lu Shishir, and so on. However, what he wants to do most right now is to increase Zhao Liying's favorability towards him. That way, the cashback from this month's salary will be even more. He still needs money very much. What can he do to make Zhao Liying notice him? Wang Chen kept pondering this question in his heart. But Zhao Liying is a big star. If he wants her to have a good impression of him, the first step is to make her recognize him. Just this first step is somewhat difficult. Of course, if he were very wealthy now, this matter wouldn't be hard at all. Wang Chen understood that this first step is often the most challenging. As long as he can get Zhao Liying to know him, and then increase the favorability, it will become much easier for him to approach these female celebrities in the entertainment industry in the future. Of course, if he had his own entertainment company or some product company, he could also use the excuse of looking for a spokesperson to get to know them. But talking about that now isn't very realistic. After all, he has nothing at the moment. He was thinking, if he said he was a fan of Zhao Liying, would that make her recognize him? But then he thought, that's impossible. After all, Zhao Liying has so many fans, how could she remember a nameless person like him? Thinking of this, Wang Chen began to scratch his head in frustration. This is simply too difficult. Just when Wang Chen felt lost, suddenly, he felt the plane shaking violently. Wu Ye, who was sleeping beside him, was instantly awakened. As the plane shook violently, the voice of the flight attendant echoed in the cabin. Dear passengers, the plane is experiencing strong turbulence, and there will be severe bumps shortly, please do not panic. The flight attendant repeated it in Chinese, then in English. Wang Chen's hand tightly gripped Wu Ye. At that moment, a flight attendant walked over to Wang Chen and began to reassure the passengers in business class. However, before she could finish her words, the plane started to shake violently. The flight attendant, wearing high heels, almost fell as the plane shook. Moreover, the shaking became increasingly severe. Both Wang Chen and Wu Ye felt a surge of fear. What on earth is happening? They wouldn't just disappear like this, would they? Wang Chen's heart was filled with despair at that moment. He glanced at Wu Ye beside him. She had her eyes tightly shut, her face filled with tension. The flight attendant next to him directly said to Wang Chen, "Sir, I'm sorry, I need to hold on to you." The powerful turbulence made it impossible for the flight attendant to stand. She could only speak to Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded. At this moment, he wouldn't think about anything else. After all, she had said so. The next second, Wang Chen felt a very soft body tightly hugging him. Ding, detected a goddess for salary cashback binding, Song Sherman. However, at that moment, Wang Chen had no time to listen to the system's voice. He only felt like he was constantly teetering between hell and heaven. On one side was the psychological pressure caused by the plane's violent turbulence. On the other side, Wu Ye's soft jade-like hands were wrapped around the soft, fragrant body of the flight attendant. He was truly in pain yet also enjoying it. Wang Chen didn't dare to speak to Wu Ye now. After all, he was holding a woman in his arms, and if he spoke and Wu Ye got angry, it wouldn't be worth it if her feelings for him decreased. Wang Chen felt that the body in his arms was constantly challenging his limits, especially the fragrance on her body, which was like a catalyst. However, the turbulence of the plane made it impossible for him to calm down and savor this wonderful feeling. Not only Wang Chen, but the people in economy class were also extremely frightened. They all tightly closed their mouths, and some even felt that they were doomed. After all, if something happened to the plane, there would be no escape for them. They had no chance of survival. In such a situation, everyone was filled with fear. Even the flight attendants were encountering this situation for the first time. But even under these circumstances, the flight attendants were still trying hard to soothe the passengers' emotions. Everyone, don't worry, this is just turbulence. The plane will return to normal after we pass through it, the flight attendant shouted loudly. However, feeling the shaking of the plane, this clearly couldn't calm everyone down. The flight attendants could only sit in their seats, continuing to loudly reassure the passengers. The female flight attendant who had just come to business class hadn't had time to return and was now tightly hugging Wang Chen. About 2 minutes later, the plane gradually returned to normal. The shaking stopped. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. I thought we were done for. Yeah, we really have great luck. I will never fly again, it's so scary. I don't dare to fly either. Surviving a disaster, each of them expressed their thoughts. That scene was truly terrifying. No one could know how they survived. It could be said that they had just brushed past death. After such a disaster, some children even cried out. This would likely become a shadow for them, significantly reducing their chances of flying in the future. Once the plane stabilized, the flight attendants immediately took action, continuously comforting the passengers. On the other side, the female flight attendant in Wang Chen's arms also left his embrace. But as she left, her face was flushed. It was unclear what had happened. Sir, thank you. It's nothing, just a small effort. Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed at this moment because he had truly lost control earlier, causing the flight attendant to feel the presence of little Wang Chen. This was also why the flight attendant blushed. After the flight attendant left, Wang Chen turned to Wuya. Sister Wuya, are you okay? Wang Chen tightly held Wuya's hand, not letting go since they boarded the plane. Wuya shook her head. Xiaohao, I'm fine, I thought we were going to. She didn't finish her sentence, but even without saying it, Wang Chen knew what she wanted to say. So he tightened his grip on Wuya's hand even more. Wuya naturally felt it and finally showed a slight smile. After that incident, the passengers on the plane became much quieter. Clearly, they had not yet recovered from what had just happened. Wang Chen also hadn't come to his senses. At this moment, he blankly held Wuya's hand. He was thinking, if an accident had really happened, what would his parents do? He was the only child in his family. If something happened to him, wouldn't his parents go crazy? Thinking of this, Wang Chen didn't dare to continue his thoughts. He couldn't possibly survive in that situation, even with the system. Wang Chen turned to Wuya, the woman who had experienced life and death alongside him, and who was also his cashback goddess. Wang Chen felt he had to bring a woman back to please his parents, and it was just in time for his cousin's wedding. He thought the most suitable person was Wuya, especially since her favorability rating was already at 87. He needed to find an opportunity to tell Wuya about this. At that moment, neither Wang Chen nor Wuya spoke. They simply held each other's hands, contemplating various issues. Just then, Wang Chen recalled the sound he heard when the plane first hit turbulence. He immediately began to check. System, check data. Ding, data generating. Name, Song Sherman. Age, 27. Appearance, 91. Favorability, 32. Ordinary friend. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Occupation, flight attendant. Upon seeing Song Sherman's data, Wang Chen instantly thought she was very attractive. He really wanted to bind with her. However, he had no binding opportunities left. He could only wait for the next chance to bind. While Wang Chen was checking the information, the flight attendant from earlier unexpectedly came back to his side. Hello, sir, I am the chief flight attendant of this plane. Thank you very much for your help earlier. After saying this, Song Sherman discreetly handed him a note, even avoiding Wuya's gaze. Wang Chen quickly tucked the note away. Then he said, it's nothing, really. Wang Chen didn't dare to say his name, especially with Wuya right next to him. Chief Flight Attendant Song Sherman chatted with Wang Chen for a moment before leaving. As she walked away, Wang Chen looked at Wuya, who still showed some displeasure on her face. Wang Chen secretly felt relieved that Wuya hadn't seen what had just happened, otherwise, her favorability would surely plummet. After that incident, the rest of the journey went smoothly. The flight attendants served some snacks, and Wang Chen and Wuya had a little to eat. 3 hours passed quickly. The plane landed safely in Yun Province. Wang Chen held Wuya's hand as they disembarked, but as they passed by the chief flight attendant, she gave Wang Chen a knowing smile. Wang Chen naturally responded with a smile before leading Wuya off the plane. After getting off, Wang Chen went to collect their checked luggage. Then he called for a car, heading straight to the hotel he had booked earlier. Before booking the hotel, Wang Chen had already discussed it with Wu Ye. They had only booked one room, but it was a luxurious one. No need to worry. By the time Wang Chen and Wu Ye arrived at the hotel, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Wang Chen placed the suitcase in the room and immediately collapsed onto the bed. Wu Ye stood nearby, watching this scene with a smile on her face. Xiao Hao, you should go take a shower first, or the bed will smell. Hearing this, Wang Chen, who had just lain down, jumped up immediately. He saluted Wu Ye and said, yes, I promise to wash thoroughly. Seeing this, Wu Ye instantly forgot about what had happened on the plane and started laughing. Ha ha ha, alright, hurry up. Wang Chen had booked a 5-star hotel. Although it was very safe, he still felt the need to check for hidden cameras. He didn't want anyone to see Wu Ye's perfect figure. If anyone was going to see it, it could only be him. It's fine, Wu Ye, let's check first, otherwise, I'm worried there might be hidden cameras or something. Ah, Wu Ye gasped in horror, covering her mouth. She began to look around nervously. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled. It's fine, the hotel I'm staying at is a 5-star hotel. Generally, those kinds of people wouldn't come to a 5-star hotel to act up, but we should still be careful. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye felt a bit relieved. However, she was still very worried. So, Xiao Hao, what should we do? It's okay, I bought a tool specifically for detecting pinhole cameras. As he spoke, Wang Chen opened his suitcase and took out the tool for detecting pinhole cameras. He connected his computer to the Wi-Fi and started the detection. He learned all this from Douyin. After a flurry of operations, he found nothing unusual. It made sense, too. He had spent nearly 10,000 yuan a day for this room, and if something like that happened, it wouldn't be so easy to resolve. Wu Ye stood behind him, nervously watching Wang Chen. Sister Wu Ye, it's fine, this place is very safe, Wang Chen said while tidying up. But Wu Ye still felt it wasn't very safe. She had originally wanted to take a shower, but after what Wang Chen just said, she suddenly didn't dare to go. This left Wang Chen in a dilemma. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Wang Chen thought, since that's the case, why not just buy a house directly? He had some money on hand, and buying a place wasn't too expensive. Moreover, as far as he knew, the houses around Shangri-La weren't very pricey. Buying a house and a car wouldn't cost much, and this way, Wu Ye could feel more at ease. With that thought, Wang Chen took Wu Ye to find a real estate agent in the afternoon and bought a well-decorated, never-lived-in house. The transfer procedures would only be completed tomorrow, but he and Wu Ye could move in today. Wang Chen felt that having a house and a car here would be more convenient. When Wang Chen and Wu Ye returned to the newly bought house, Wu Ye's face was filled with disbelief. This was something she had never imagined. Wang Chen actually bought a house for her without batting an eye. After Wang Chen and Wu Ye finished buying toiletries and bed linens, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Wang Chen and Wu Ye ordered takeout. Sister Wu Ye, you go take a shower first, I'll lay out the sheets. Okay. Wu Ye went to the bathroom, slowly undressing, and turned on the shower. Reflecting on everything that had happened today, Wu Ye felt as if it were all a dream. As she thought, it seemed like she made a decision, biting her lip. On the other side, Wang Chen entered the room and changed the sheets and duvet covers he had just bought. At that moment, he realized they had bought one set too few. Wang Chen sighed. Tonight he would have to sleep on the sofa. Originally, the new sheets and duvet covers needed to be washed before being laid out, but they didn't have time to wash them. If they did, they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After making the bed, Wang Chen began to observe the house. Today had been a bit rushed, but he had also taken a careful look. The room was a total of 200 square meters, with a price of 6,000 per square meter. The total price was 1.2 million. The main point was that the owner of this house had never lived in it after the renovation. He just wanted to sell it. Just when Wang Chen was in a hurry to find a place, the agent brought him and Wu Ye over. Before long, Wu Ye finished her shower and changed into her pajamas. At that moment, Wu Ye looked like a water lily, beautiful and confident. Moreover, Wu Ye had the innate charm of a mature woman. Just looking at her was hard to resist. Xiao Hao, you should wash up too. After we finish eating, we'll rest. Okay. Wang Chen found his pajamas from Wu Ye's suitcase and took a shower too. Wang Chen was quick. He finished in just 5 minutes. When he came out, he was also wearing pajamas. After Wang Chen came out, Wu Ye walked over to him and took the clothes from his hands. Xiao Hao, these clothes need to be washed. Ah, Sister Wu Ye, I'll wash them myself. It's fine, I need to wash some too, I'll help you with it. Remember to get the takeout when it arrives. Okay, thank you, Sister Wu Ye. Wu Ye smiled and then took Wang Chen's clothes into the bathroom. Wang Chen sat on the sofa in black stockings, waiting for the takeout to arrive. After a while, the takeout was delivered. Wang Chen opened the door to get the takeout and then placed it neatly on the table. After setting it up, he went to the bathroom, ready to call Wuya out. However, when he reached the bathroom, the scene that followed made him retreat immediately. After a while, Wuya finished hanging the clothes to dry. "Sister Wuya, come over to eat." Xiaohao, if you're hungry, go ahead and eat, you don't have to wait for me. I want to eat with Sister Wuya, the meal tastes sweeter that way. Upon hearing this, Wuya seemed to remember something and blushed. A smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. "Xiaohao, what? What are you saying?" "Hee, Sister Wuya, really, I'm starving, hurry up." Wang Chen patted the chair beside him, and Wuya sat down next to him. Once seated, they began to eat. While eating, Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided to express his thoughts. Sister Wuya, can you come home with me during the summer vacation?" When Wang Chen said this, Wuya's chopsticks fell from her hands. She looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. In Wuya's eyes, Wang Chen saying this meant he wanted to take her home to meet his parents, which was like confessing to her. Xiaohao, what? What are you saying? Sister Wuya, can you come home with me during the summer vacation? When Wang Chen finished the sentence, Wuya's eyes were filled with sparkling tears. She couldn't believe Wang Chen would say such a thing. There was nearly a 10-year age gap between them. Could this really be possible? Xiaohao, Xiaohao, do you really want me to go back with you? Wuya's face showed a hint of disappointment. In her eyes, the age difference was a bit too much. Even if Wang Chen didn't mind, it was uncertain whether his parents would agree. Sister Wuya, of course it's true. You're so beautiful, if you come back with me, I'll definitely have face. Wang Chen said with a grin. Hearing this, Wuya stared blankly at Wang Chen. They locked eyes for a moment, and in the end, it was Wuya who couldn't hold back, blushing and smiling. Alright, I'm willing. Hearing Wuya's agreement, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If Wuya didn't go, he would have to find Song Ningxiang, but he didn't really want to go with her because his relationship with Song Ningxiang wasn't as pure as with Wuya. Moreover, Song Ningxiang didn't have as high a favorability rating as Wuya. Most importantly, Wuya was very beautiful, exuding a mature woman vibe, yet she was still a virgin. This was also why Wang Chen liked Wuya so much. Such a woman was truly rare. If it came to living together, Wuya would definitely be the best choice. However, Wang Chen didn't want to think about these things right now. After all, he had just obtained the salary cashback system. The reason for bringing Wuya home was actually to give his parents some face during his cousin's wedding. Of course, if he brought Wuya home this time, it was likely that he would have to bring her back every year for the new year. Sister Wuya, you're really great. Upon hearing this, Wuya smiled. Actually, the last time Wuya slept in the same bed as Wang Chen, she had already made up her mind about him. However, she was a woman, and if Wang Chen didn't say anything, she wouldn't either. Today, when Wang Chen said he wanted her to go back with him during the summer vacation, Wuya took it as a declaration of his feelings for her. Naturally, she was happy. Xiaohao, if you take me back, will your parents? No, they will definitely forget about me as their son when they see you, I can guarantee that. No way. Really, Sister Wuya, let's go buy a car tomorrow, and then we can go have some fun, how does that sound? It would be more convenient. However, Wuya shook her head. Xiaohao, it's not easy for you to make money, let's save where we can. Hearing this, Wang Chen teased, Sister Wuya is already starting to manage the household. Wuya didn't argue but continued eating her meal. Seeing this, Wang Chen served her some dishes. After they finished eating, they prepared to rest. But when it came time to rest, Wang Chen didn't know how to say it. Sister Wuya, you go sleep in the room, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. Wuya asked, puzzled, aren't there still plenty of rooms? Why do you want to sleep on the sofa? Wang Chen awkwardly smiled. We bought a bit too much today, so we ended up short on a set of bedding. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Wuya was left dumbfounded. Short on a set of bedding. They fell silent for a while. The air was quiet. They could even hear each other's breathing. Sister Wuya, you worked hard today, so hurry and go to sleep. The sofa is quite big, I can manage here. Xiaohao, why don't you sleep in the room? It's fine, Sister Wuya, I'm a big man, I've slept on the sofa before. When I was younger, we didn't have money, and I even slept on the floor, so don't worry about me. But, Wuya wanted to invite Wang Chen to sleep on the bed, but after thinking it over, she remained silent. After all, she couldn't sleep with a man before marriage, the last time was an accident, but under normal circumstances, it was impossible. In fact, Wuya also hoped to be with Wang Chen, as she wasn't young anymore, and her family had been urging her. But the bottom line she had maintained for so long couldn't be broken. The last kiss with Wang Chen had already crossed one line. Oh, Sister Wuya, stop hesitating, go to sleep quickly, and tomorrow we can buy a set. Saying this, Wang Chen pushed Wuya into the room. Sister Wuya, rest well, good night. After saying that, Wang Chen turned to leave. Xiaohao, why don't you come sleep on the bed? Originally, Wuya wanted to say for Wang Chen to sleep with her, but the words got stuck in her throat. To put it bluntly, Wang Chen hadn't reached the level where Wuya would break her bottom line for him. No need, Sister Wuya, you should sleep early. With that, Wang Chen turned and left the bedroom, closing the door behind him. He then went to the living room and lay down on the sofa. After turning off the light, he took out his phone and pulled out the green bubble the flight attendant had given him on the plane today. After some quick operations, he added her. However, the space didn't agree immediately, so Wang Chen started scrolling through Douyin. Last time he bound by Wanner on Douyin, he wanted to see if he could find 2 suitable female streamers. If so, he could bind them later when the opportunity arose. Let them earn money for him. But after scrolling through live streams for over 10 minutes, he didn't find a suitable one, and he was losing patience. At that moment, the flight attendant accepted his friend request. Wang Chen started chatting with her. Song Sherman, hello, little handsome. Wang Chen, hello, sister, may I know your name? Song Sherman, my name is Song Sherman, remember it. Wang Chen, so not only is sister beautiful, but her name is also so nice, you really have it all. Song Sherman, little handsome, you have such sweet words, but I still don't know your name. Wang Chen, beautiful Sherman sister, my name is Wang Chen, you can call me Xiaoao. Song Sherman, oh, you're quite the charmer, you must have tricked quite a few girls. Wang Chen chatted with Song Sherman aimlessly. They talked for nearly an hour before Wang Chen said goodnight to Song Sherman, put down his phone, and prepared to sleep. However, before going to bed, he thought about the new month's salary cashback coming in 2 days, and he was curious about how much Zhao Liying, Wuya, and Bai Wanner had earned. He originally wanted to check, but to surprise himself, he decided to hold off. He planned to get excited when the cashback arrived. After the salary cashback ended, Wang Chen would be going back to his hometown in Guizhou with Wuya. His cousin's wedding was approaching. He was looking forward to driving a sports car back with a beautiful girl and seeing the expressions on the faces of relatives in the village. The next morning, Wang Chen felt a bit heavy and, upon opening his eyes, realized he was covered with a blanket. This blanket was the one he had put on last night. He was a bit surprised, but when he saw Wuya sitting on the sofa, he felt it was quite normal. Sister Wuya, why are you up so early? I'm used to it, Xiaohao, you should get up quickly too. Okay. After washing up, Wang Chen went out with Wuya. Since there was still a day before Zhao Liying's crew came to shoot, he planned to have a good time with Wuya today. He had always wanted to travel but had to put it off due to lack of money. Now that he had money and a beautiful companion, he definitely had to enjoy it. Wang Chen first took Wuya for breakfast. Then he took her straight to the 4S dealership. This time he didn't take too long to choose and didn't pick the best one. After all, he didn't come here often and just wanted to avoid the same situation as before. Actually, it wasn't a big deal for a grown man to stay in a hotel, but he was worried Wuya might be scared. Wang Chen bought a Mercedes S450, with a total price of 1.49 million. Originally, Wuya didn't want Wang Chen to buy it, but after a bit of persuasion from him, she agreed. After buying the car, it was indeed much more convenient. Although it was just a temporary license plate, it could still hit the road. Wang Chen drove the car with Wuya around Yun province. Although it wasn't yet time for Zhao Liying to come for the shoot, he planned to take Wuya to Yunshanping for some fun, so he decisively drove towards Yunshanping. However, it was getting a bit late, as they had spent quite some time buying the car. Sister Wuya, we might not be able to play tomorrow, I have a client to meet, but we can go out the day after tomorrow, okay? Wuya, sitting in the passenger seat, softly replied, Xiaohao, you go ahead with your business, I'll tidy up the house tomorrow, and we can go play the day after. Alright, Xiaohao, spending so much money, won't you? Wang Chen smiled. That definitely wouldn't happen. With them around, he could earn cashback from the system every month. How could he go bankrupt? Not only that, as they earned him more money, the number of cashback goddesses he could bind in the future would also increase, meaning he could earn even more through cashback each month. He just needed to think of a way to meet the cashback goddess he was bound to every month to maintain their relationship. It was fine when there were few people, but when there were many, he couldn't possibly look for each one individually. Sister Wuya, don't worry, even if I really go bankrupt, you can support me. Wang Chen originally thought Wuya would jokingly refuse, but to his surprise, she directly agreed. Okay, if you run out of money, I'll work to support you. At that moment, Wang Chen was also stunned. He finally understood why everyone liked older sisters. Although Wuya was older, time had left no marks on her. Instead, it made her even more charming. She had a unique allure. Sister Wuya, are you really willing to go home with me to meet my parents? Wang Chen knew what this question implied, but he still asked. He understood that with the system, he might meet more women in the future, even many who were more beautiful than Wuya, but no woman could be like her. He also understood what it meant to take Wuya home, but he was still willing. Wuya nodded and said, Xiaohao, didn't I answer you last time? He. After that, the two started chatting casually. When they arrived at their destination, Wang Chen and Wuya got out of the car. After getting out, Wuya, wearing a pair of jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt, walked up to Wang Chen and intimately linked her arm with his. Feeling Wuya's impressive figure, Wang Chen's heart raced. Xiaohao, let's go. The two walked towards the entrance of the scenic area, but when they arrived, they were stunned. They didn't expect there to be so many people at the scenic area. The entrance was so crowded that it was almost impassable. Xiaohao, there are so many people. But it should be fine, we just need to queue to get in, it shouldn't be so crowded inside. Okay. As it turned out, just as Wang Chen said, after he and Wuya bought their tickets and entered, the crowd indeed thinned out a lot. However, Wang Chen felt that coming to Yulong Snow Mountain in July might be a bit off. But since they were already here, when Wang Chen and Wuya arrived at Yunsumping, he was amazed by the scenery before him. At a glance, there was a vast green lawn, clusters of spruce trees, creating a very relaxing atmosphere. The sky was a deep blue, with white clouds drifting continuously, reflecting against the flowers and trees on the ground. Wang Chen held Wuya's hand, staring blankly at the distant scenery, feeling as if he had transcended. At this moment, Wang Chen was truly satisfied. This trip was not in vain. The scenery here was beautiful, but he felt the person beside him was even more beautiful. Thinking this, he looked at Wuya. Wuya also felt a bit shy under his gaze. Xiaohao, let's take a picture. Sure. Wuya linked her arm with Wang Chen, and he took out his phone to snap a photo. But it seemed Wang Chen's skills weren't that great. Wuya reached out to take Wang Chen's phone, looked at the photo, and laughed. Xiaohao, why did you close your eyes? I don't take pictures often, huh? Forget it, I'll take it. After saying that, Wuya returned the phone to Wang Chen, took out her own phone, and started taking pictures with Wang Chen. This time they took quite a few, but Wuya didn't seem very satisfied. Xiaohao, how about we let someone else take a full-body picture of us? Sure, let me see. Wang Chen looked around at the people nearby. Most were couples, but there were also a couple of girls. Wang Chen found two girls. Ladies, could you please help us take a picture? The two girls, who were originally taking pictures, looked at Wang Chen. Then he nodded. Okay, thank you. Wang Chen handed his phone to one of the girls, and he stood by the fence with Wuya. Wuya linked her arm with his, resting her head tightly on his shoulder. They changed poses several times and took quite a few pictures. After they were done, Wang Chen took the phone from the two girls and said, "Thank you so much. Do you two want to take a picture as well? We can help you. Is that okay?" "Yeah, but I'm not very good at it." It's fine. After Wang Chen had Wuya help the two girls take their pictures, they left. Wang Chen then continued to enjoy the day with Wuya. Dusk quietly arrived. Wang Chen and Wuya had played the whole afternoon, taking many photos. For the first time, Wang Chen felt so relaxed, not having to think about anything, free from the previous exhaustion of racking his brain over Li Jieja. Only the feeling of being cared for and relaxed remained. After leaving the scenic area, they went out for dinner. Then they went back. In fact, many men had secretly glanced at Wuya while they were at the scenic area, which made Wang Chen feel quite uncomfortable. He had developed a feeling that he didn't want others to see Wuya. If anyone were to see her, it could only be him. He didn't even know when this thought had formed. "Xiaohao, you go take a shower first, I'll go spread the sheets." "Okay, thank you, Wuya Jia." Wuya smiled knowingly and then walked into the room. After Wang Chen finished showering, Wuya went to freshen up, and after they had done all this, they both went to rest. After all, they were a bit tired today. The sunlight fell on him. A new day had arrived. Wang Chen opened his eyes and stretched. During his school days, he hardly exercised, and after walking all day with Wuya yesterday, his muscles felt a bit sore. However, today was also an anticipated day because he was going to create a chance encounter. Whether he could meet Zhao Liang and improve their rapport depended on his actions. First, there was the image. After getting up, Wang Chen went to Wuya's room and knocked on the door. His clothes were all over at Wuya's place, so he needed to come over to get them. "The door's not locked, come in." Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect Wuya to leave the door unlocked at night. Did she trust him that much? Wang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. He saw Wuya covered with a blanket, still resting. She must have been a bit tired yesterday. "Wuya Jia, I'm just getting my clothes and leaving." Wuya nodded. Yeah, I hung your clothes up for you, they're in there, just look for them yourself. Okay. Wang Chen opened the wardrobe and saw his clothes hanging next to Wu Ya's, and among Wu Ya's clothes, there were 2 pieces of lingerie that he really liked. He really wanted to see how Wu Ya would look in them, but he knew that was impossible. So after grabbing his clothes, he closed the wardrobe. Wu Ya Jia, you should rest well today. Let's go play tomorrow, and you don't need to go shopping today. Wait for me to come back, and we can drive to buy things. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. After saying that, Wang Chen left Wu Ya's room and closed the door. In the living room, Wang Chen first freshened up, then went back to his room to change into his clothes. He then went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Although I'm not very handsome, I can still pass, Wang Chen said to himself while looking in the mirror. He casually ran his hand through his hair and then turned around, leaving the house with a flourish. He didn't go directly to Yulong Snow Mountain because he didn't know when Zhao Liying and the others would arrive, and whether they would allow people in while they were filming. These were all unknown factors. Wang Chen had already thought of some ways. He had learned online that Zhao Liying's current drama seemed to be lacking some investment, and he could just take advantage of this. He drove to the Yulong Snow Mountain scenic area, parked his car, and waited directly at the entrance. He arrived quite early, waiting at the entrance before 8 o'clock. If he could wait here until Zhao Liying arrived, that would be perfect. If not, he would have to go into the scenic area. Wang Chen stood at the entrance, waiting. Although Zhao Liying and her crew were supposed to be filming, the scenic area had not stopped its operations, which was good news for Wang Chen. After all, if he couldn't wait, he would still have to go inside. Watching the bustling scenic area, Wang Chen had not heard a sound from the system, but he was not anxious. If the last piece of information was false, then he would just lose 1 binding quota. After all, he still had Wu Ya and Bai Waner, 2 already bound salary cashback goddesses. If he couldn't wait for Zhao Liying, he would invest, making Bai Waner and Wu Ya's salaries higher, thus allowing him to receive more cashback. Wang Chen waited for nearly 3 hours, from 8 in the morning until 11. The system remained silent. Wang Chen was squatting there, feeling numb. From being full of confidence at the beginning to completely losing it in just 3 hours. In the end, Wang Chen couldn't stand it anymore, bought a ticket, and headed towards the spruce flat. He felt that Zhao Liying and the crew must have gone in long ago, otherwise, it wouldn't be close to noon and they still hadn't arrived. In fact, Wang Chen also wanted to continue waiting. After all, going in didn't guarantee he could find Zhao Liying and her crew. But if he waited at the entrance, they should come out after finishing their shoot. However, Wang Chen was worried they would directly stay inside the scenic area, so he ultimately chose to go inside. When he saw that piece of information earlier, it mentioned that Zhao Liying was going to shoot at the spruce flat, so he no longer hesitated, heading straight for the spruce flat. It was only when he arrived at the spruce flat that he found it was already cordoned off. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen understood that Zhao Liying and her crew were currently filming here. It seemed he had missed them in the morning, as they must have arrived too early. At this moment, Wang Chen didn't know what to do. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait here for a while. After all, he didn't know if Zhao Liying was busy, and if he went in, he might disturb her. If he barged in, it would be hard to raise his favorability. Moreover, he needed to create a chance encounter. So, Wang Chen sat down not far from the spruce flat, pretending to be a tourist taking photos. It was already noon, and he wondered if Zhao Liying and her crew would come out for a stroll after lunch. It would be great if they did. After sitting down, Wang Chen played with his phone while quietly observing the direction of the crew. In fact, he could vaguely see the crew members from where he sat, but he just couldn't see Zhao Liying. Wang Chen was now very grateful that the last piece of information was true, otherwise, he would have made a wasted trip. Just as Wang Chen was pondering, suddenly, he saw the woman who haunted his dreams, wearing a white floral dress, breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Chen knew it was time for him to make a move, otherwise, how could he create a chance encounter? So he stood up, lowered his head to play with his phone, and walked in her direction. Sister Liying, you are amazing. You always get it right in one take, and your expression management and emotions are simply effortless. The people filming with Zhao Liying kept praising her. Zhao Liying and the actress beside her were completely unaware that a man was walking towards them. Wang Chen was looking down at his phone and didn't lift his head either. Duong. Wang Chen collided with Zhao Liying. Just before they bumped into each other, Wang Chen pulled back a bit, but even so, Zhao Liying still fell backward. Wang Chen quickly tossed his phone aside. He wrapped one arm around Zhao Liying's slender waist. The actress beside them was so startled that she quickly covered her mouth. It was recording time, and if something happened to Zhao Liying, it would not only affect the crew but also Zhao Liying herself. However, at that moment, the man protected Zhao Liying. In that brief instant, Wang Chen made a series of movements without any hesitation. At that moment, Zhao Liying was also stunned. She never expected such a thing to happen. But once she regained her senses, she said to Wang Chen, "Thank you." Wang Chen, sensing the moment was right, helped Zhao Liying up and then withdrew his hand, apologizing, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You are Zhao Liying?" Wang Chen pretended to be shocked. Zhao Liying and the actress beside her couldn't help but laugh at Wang Chen's expression. It was the same look every time a fan saw Zhao Liying. "Yes, I am Zhao Liying." Zhao Liying replied softly, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm seeing the real person. I'm so excited." Wang Chen then pretended to look for his phone to take a picture. Zhao Liying naturally noticed Wang Chen's situation. She turned her head and saw that his phone had fallen to the ground. Zhao Liying squatted down to pick up the phone. Then she handed it to Wang Chen. "Here, your phone." Wang Chen took the phone from Zhao Liying's hand and said, "Thank you. Can I take a picture with you? I'm your fan." "Sure." Upon hearing Zhao Liying's agreement, Wang Chen picked up his phone to prepare for the photo. But when he turned on the screen, he was dumbfounded. The phone screen was shattered, and he couldn't see anything. It was completely broken. Seeing Wang Chen's disappointed expression, Zhao Liying understood what was happening and said, "Let's use my phone to take a picture first. I'll add you on WeChat later and send it to you." Hearing this, Wang Chen excitedly said, "Is that okay? Well, although I said you were at fault, I was at fault too. If I hadn't been chatting with Ji Xiaoya, this wouldn't have happened. No, it's all my fault for being distracted by my phone while walking." After that, Zhao Liying took out her phone and took a few pictures with Wang Chen. Wang Chen also took a few pictures with Ji Xiaoya, and then Zhao Liying added him on WeChat. "Sister Liying, are you here to have fun?" Zhao Liying smiled gently. "No, we're here for location scouting. We'll leave after we finish." "I see. Yeah. Then, Sister Liying, I'll go play now. Please don't delete me from your WeChat, or I'll be afraid I won't receive the photos." "Okay." After saying that, Wang Chen turned and left without any hesitation. After Wang Chen left, Ji Xiaoya beside Zhao Liying slowly spoke up, "Sister Liying, why do I feel this is such a coincidence?" Zhao Liying shot Ji Xiaoya a glance. "There's no such thing as coincidence, it was just an accident, and that guy seemed pretty nice." Look, you're saying that now. Alright, let's go for a walk too, we'll be starting filming again soon." "Okay." Ji Xiaoya pouted and continued walking with Zhao Liying. On the other side, after Wang Chen and Zhao Liying parted ways, the smile on his face never faded. Just a moment ago, he had heard the system's announcement, but he hadn't had the chance to check it until now. Name, Zhao Liying. Age, 36. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 30. Stranger, height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 44. 5 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 30 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 3,700,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Zhao Liying's favorability has reached 30, and the salary cashback multiplier has also reached 30 times. Most importantly, Zhao Liying has already earned 3.7 million this month. If that cashback comes through, how much would that be? Wang Chen's heart was racing. Not to mention he hasn't even calculated the cashback for Bai Wan'er and Wuya. He feels like he's going to strike it rich this month. He increasingly looks forward to how much salary cashback he could get after binding with many more cashback goddesses. Wang Chen calculated that if this month continued like this, just from Zhao Liying's salary cashback, he could earn 111 million. He would directly become a billionaire. How could he not get rich? Of course, he thought Bai Wan'er must have earned quite a bit this month too. He wanted a surprise, so he hadn't looked. Ding! Detected a bindable salary cashback goddess, Ji Xiaoya. Please keep up the good work, and get more binding opportunities. Ding! Salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +2. Ding! Salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +8. Ding! Salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +20. Several system prompts caught Wang Chen off guard. Then he realized it was the system's previous announcement that he hadn't heard. Now the system was announcing it again. Wang Chen was speechless. But this is good. He won't have to worry about missing anything in the future. Now he needed to consider something else. He had to think about where to find Zhao Liying next month. If one day she suddenly went abroad, that would be a disaster. Today happened to be the 29th. After the 30th passes, he would message Zhao Liying to ask if she was still in Yun province. If she was, there might still be a chance to solidify the binding for July. It seemed that today could only go this way. Although the crew was short on money, he didn't have much left on him, and even if he went, he wouldn't be able to invest. He also needed to take Wuya shopping later, so it was just right to head back now. So Wang Chen sent Wuya a message saying he was preparing to go back and would arrive home in about an hour. Wuya replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you at home." Wang Chen then left Yulong Snow Mountain and drove off in his Mercedes. Wang Chen drove the Mercedes S back to the house he and Wuya had bought. He took out his phone, found Wuya's number, and pressed the call button. Soon, the phone rang, and after a while, it connected. Wuya's gentle voice came through the phone. "Wuya, hello, Xiaohao, what's up?" "Wang Chen, Sister Wuya, I'm downstairs, come down, I'll wait for you in the car, no need to come up." "Wuya, okay, wait for me a moment, I'll be right down." Wang Chen, After saying that, he hung up the phone. Wang Chen thought Wuya would come down quickly, but he seemed to have forgotten something. After hanging up, he opened Douyin and started scrolling through live streams of beautiful women. He felt that from now on, he should first choose a good target, and then help those wage cashback goddesses he could bind to increase their salaries. That way, it would be much simpler for him to bind wage cashback goddesses in the future. However, he had just spent nearly 10 minutes watching beautiful women's videos and live streams, yet not a single one met the requirements. Wang Chen looked at the sweet-looking girl on the video, who could be described as fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and a face that radiated pure first love, but all of that was enhanced by layers of filters. With the filters, their ratings could reach around 85 points, but once the filters were removed, their ratings dropped to about 70 points, or even lower. Wang Chen was left speechless. It seemed the system's requirements were quite high. This was actually reasonable, otherwise, he could just bind everyone in the world, and then all the women globally would be working for him. How much could he earn in a month? Wang Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Right now, just binding Zhao Liying could earn him so much in a month, and once the affection level increased, Zhao Liying would probably give him back hundreds of billions in salary every month, even thousands of billions. Every time he thought of this, Wang Chen felt extremely excited. He wanted to be the richest man in the world and also the man who could make the most money. He wanted all the beautiful women in the world to earn money for him. Ideally, he wanted to earn tens of trillions a month. As he thought about this, Wang Chen felt something was off. It had been nearly 20 minutes since he called Wuya. Why hadn't she come down yet? Wang Chen initially wanted to call Wuya again, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, Wuya was a woman, so waiting a bit longer was no big deal. At that moment, Douyin seemed to know his situation and immediately recommended a video to him. In the video, a boy was waiting for his girlfriend. After finishing a call, his girlfriend also said she would come down soon, but the boy ended up waiting through several seasons. Wang Chen thought that was a bit exaggerated. Suddenly, Wang Chen seemed to think of something. Under what circumstances would a woman dress up? Isn't it when she's going on a date with her boyfriend? Moreover, Wuya usually didn't take long to get ready. Just like going to work, she would only tidy herself up a bit before heading out. After all, with Wuya's looks, she didn't need makeup to be beautiful. Her beauty was very natural, pure and unadulterated. But today, she hadn't come down for so long. Aside from putting on makeup, Wang Chen couldn't think of what else Wuya could be doing at home, especially since the house was newly bought. Just as Wang Chen was puzzled, the next scene left him stunned. He saw Wuya wearing a light green spaghetti strap-long dress and a pair of nude high heels. Most importantly, she had styled her hair into a gentle side braid, and with Wuya's naturally alluring figure, she was simply a man's poison. Wang Chen couldn't take his eyes off her. Wuya had applied light makeup today, which elevated her looks. Before the makeup, her beauty rating was 93 points, but after applying it, Wang Chen felt her rating had reached the same level as Zhao Liying, soaring to 97 points. Of course, if you added Wuya's naturally alluring figure, the rating could even reach 98 points. Because Wuya was dressed so eye-catchingly, when she arrived by the car, Wang Chen was still in a daze. It wasn't until Wuya knocked on the car window that Wang Chen came to his senses and opened the car door. As soon as she got in, Wuya, with a beaming smile, said, "Xiaoao, let's go." "Sister Wuya, you look really beautiful today." Upon hearing this, Wuya's smile widened even more. The reason she spent so long getting ready today was precisely for this. Hearing Wang Chen's compliment made Wuya extremely happy. However, on the surface, there was no significant change as she smiled and said, "When am I not beautiful?" After saying that, Sister Wuya turned to the side and gently pecked Wang Chen's face with her red lips. In that instant, Wang Chen was completely stunned. Wuya actually kissed him? This couldn't be a dream, could it? Back then, he had pursued Li Jejia for 3 years, and the number of times they held hands could be counted on one hand, let alone a kiss. Now, a woman who was so much more beautiful than Li Jejia and had such charm had kissed him. Most importantly, Wuya was originally very conservative. Her taking the initiative to kiss him meant she had already acknowledged him. Wang Chen had actually figured it out. Ever since he told Wuya he wanted to take her home to attend his cousin's wedding, her attitude had changed quite a bit. Although he had been a licking dog, he wasn't foolish and naturally understood why Wuya would do this. So he looked at Wuya. After kissing Wang Chen, Wuya blushed and looked away. Wang Chen gazed at the sexy Wuya and thought about how other men would also see her in such a sexy outfit, making him feel very uncomfortable, so he blurted out, "Sister Wuya, could you change into another outfit?" Upon hearing this, the originally blushing Wuya looked at Wang Chen in confusion and said, "What's wrong, Xiaohao? Is it not nice?" Wuya thought that Wang Chen wanted her to change because he didn't like this outfit, but she remembered that when they first met, she had worn a similar style, and at that time, Wang Chen's eyes had shown that he really liked it. Wuya had caught that. For this reason, when she went out this time, she wore a similar strapless bodycon dress to show Wang Chen. But now Wang Chen actually asked her to change, which puzzled Wuya. Why was that? She couldn't quite understand. Did Wang Chen not like it? Or was there another reason? In fact, this was all Wang Chen's selfishness. Wuya was not only his bound salary cashback goddess, but she would also be going home with him to attend his cousin's wedding soon. In Wang Chen's heart, Wuya held a very special position. Sister Wuya, it's not that, Sister Wuya, I just don't want others to see you dressed like this. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and expressed his thoughts. He was no longer afraid of anything. Compared to Wuya going out like this, he felt it was better to say it out loud, even if Wuya's favorability towards him decreased. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +1. Hearing the system prompt, Wang Chen was stunned. He looked up to observe Wuya. At that moment, Wuya was smiling at Wang Chen. Xiaohao, you don't want me to go out like this? Wang Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Wuya felt very happy. She had basically confirmed Wang Chen's attitude towards her. Not only did he want to take her home, but he also didn't want her to wear this outfit out. This was enough to show his feelings. Okay, then wait for me a moment, I'll go change and come back down. Sister Wuya, don't rush, I'll wait for you down here. Okay. After saying that, Wuya got out of the car. Once Wuya left, Wang Chen couldn't wait to open Wuya's panel. Name, Wuya. Age, 32. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 88. Close friend, height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Occupation, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 88 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 20,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, a meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wuya's favorability had already reached 88, which was quite high. However, he didn't know what would happen once it was maxed out. Wang Chen knew that raising someone's favorability to the maximum was very difficult, but it wasn't impossible. Just like with Wuya, they had only known each other for a little over a month, yet her favorability towards him had already reached 88, and the cashback multiplier had also reached 88 times. He just didn't know how to achieve the system's claim of a 10,000-fold cashback. Based on Wuya's current cashback multiplier, she could give Wang Chen 1.76 million this month. That was no small amount. He believed it would only increase from here. After reading Wuya's information, Wang Chen began to recall her attitude earlier. When he had said he didn't want her to go out in that outfit, he noticed the corners of Wuya's mouth lift. This indicated that she wasn't uncomfortable with what he said. In fact, she seemed a bit happy. Wang Chen had already known when the system announced Wuya's favorability had increased. He felt that Wuya must have thought he was confessing to her. Otherwise, why would she be willing to go home with him? It seems that Sister Wuya has already seen him as her man. After muttering to himself, Wang Chen decided to go with the flow. Before long, Wuya came down in a different outfit. This time she wasn't wearing a dress, she had changed into a pair of jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt, holding a small bag. Just her aura was incredibly attractive to Wang Chen, not to mention her figure and face. Wuya opened the car door, her hands gliding over her hips as she sat down first. Watching her movements, Wang Chen swallowed hard. He had only seen such things on Douyin before, he never expected to experience it himself. So what if she was older? Being older could be charming. Wang Chen didn't dwell on it anymore. If Wuya was willing in the future, he would seize the opportunity without hesitation. Once seated, Wuya looked at the dazed Wang Chen with a smile. She softly asked, "Xiaohao, do I look good?" Wang Chen instinctively nodded, but then shook his head when he came to his senses. Seeing this, Wuya laughed. The two then happily chatted away. Wang Chen drove Wuya to a shopping mall, and they entered shopping mode. They bought plenty of bed sheets, fruit, and various household items. Of course, they didn't forget to buy clothes. After all, if they came again in the future, they wouldn't need to bring anything, they could just come empty-handed. This made things much more convenient. Wang Chen and Wu Ye shopped until after 9 in the evening before heading home. They had eaten out, and once home, Wu Ye put the newly bought bed sheets into the washing machine and hung them up to dry. Then she tidied up the other items, and Wang Chen naturally didn't idle either, he helped out too. They were busy until around midnight before they roughly finished everything. Afterward, Wang Chen and Wu Ye took a shower and then returned to their respective rooms to rest. Back in his room, Wang Chen took out his phone, which he had bought with Wu Ye that afternoon. After downloading the Green Bubble app, he logged in. As soon as he logged in, ding ding ding, messages kept coming in. Wang Chen didn't check the messages, he directly clicked on the friend requests interface, where he saw a request from someone named Minnie. With trembling hands filled with excitement, Wang Chen clicked to accept. Then he saw the newly added friend notification on Green Bubble. This meant he had really added the big star Zhao Liying's Green Bubble. Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but pinch his own arm, and in an instant, he felt a sharp pain. Damn, this is real. However, after adding Zhao Liying, she hadn't sent him the group photo from noon today. She must have fallen asleep. After all, it was already past midnight. Wang Chen didn't want to disturb her too much, he just sent her a message saying who he was. Then he left Zhao Liying's Green Bubble interface. After that, Wang Chen checked who had sent him messages, and to his surprise, many people had messaged him: Song Ningxuan, Bai Wanner, Lin Shui, Song Sherman, and even his mother. Wang Chen first replied to his mother, but she didn't respond, she must have fallen asleep. Then he messaged Lin Shui and Song Sherman, but they didn't reply either. It wasn't until he messaged Song Ningxuan and Bai Wanner that they almost replied instantly. After chatting with them for a while, Wang Chen turned off his phone and went to rest. After all, he was going out to play with Wu Ye tomorrow. He couldn't stay up too late. On the other side, after Wu Ye returned to her room, she was also restless. She felt she had been too bold today, actually kissing Wang Chen while he was awake. She didn't even know where she had found the courage at that moment. Thinking of this, Wu Ye covered her head with the blanket. And so, both Wang Chen and Wu Ye fell asleep amidst their chaotic thoughts. The sun was always bright, shining down on Wang Chen. A warm feeling slowly surged from his heart. Lying in bed, Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes. After getting up and stretching, he walked out of the room. Sister Wu Ye, why are you up so early? As soon as Wang Chen came out, he saw Wu Ye making breakfast, and he felt a bit sorry for her. Last night, Wu Ye, like him, hadn't gone to bed early, and now she was up early making breakfast. Xiao Hao, you're up. Hurry and wash up so we can eat breakfast. Didn't you say you were going out with me today? Wu Ye said while bringing the freshly made breakfast to the dining table. Okay. Wang Chen replied and went to wash up. To be honest, he was a bit excited today. After all, today was the last day for the salary cashback, and at midnight, he would be able to get back his June salary. Even before the cashback, he had already thought about how to use that money. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He didn't know how much Bai Wanner would actually give him back, but in any case, he had to fulfill his promise to her. Once this matter was settled, he would resolve everything when he returned. Then he would take Wu Ye back with him. However, now his thoughts about going back had changed a bit. He just felt that while he was traveling with Wu Ye, there was no need to think too much. After washing up, Wang Chen had breakfast with Wu Ye. He had to say, Wu Ye was indeed Wu Ye. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also skilled. Even the food she made was so delicious. Sister Wu Ye, your cooking is amazing, it's so good. I wish I could eat this for a lifetime. Wang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Ye's lips curled up. If you want to eat in the future, I'll make it for you. Really? Then you might have to work hard. I can eat a lot. How come I didn't notice that? Wu Ye rolled her eyes at him. After they finished breakfast, they tidied up a bit and then prepared to set off. The day before yesterday, they went to Yanshamping, but today they didn't plan to go there again. Today Wang Chen wanted to change the location. He planned to take Wu Ye to Arai Lake. Although it was nearly 240 kilometers away, it didn't matter, they could go now and come back at night. Traveling 240 kilometers on the highway wouldn't take too long. It should take just over 2 hours to get there. Xiao Hao, where are we going today? Just as she thought of this, Wu Ye asked him, and he felt as if Wu Ye could read his mind, wondering why she always managed to ask the right questions. Sister Wu Ye, we're not staying here today, we're going to Arai. We have to drive all the way over there? Yeah, aren't you going to be too tired driving for so long? Wang Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, turned to help Wu Ye fasten her seatbelt. As he reached for the seatbelt on the passenger side, the cramped space brought Wang Chen and Wu Ye close together. Looking at Wu Ye's alluring red lips, Wang Chen swallowed hard, wishing he could just kiss her. But he was afraid that doing so would lower her affection for him. so he quickly fastened the seatbelt for Wuya and turned back to sit properly. What Wang Chen didn't know was that just as he moved away, a clear look of disappointment appeared on Wuya's face. Ding! Wuya's affection level decreased by 2. Just as Wang Chen was about to fasten his own seatbelt, he was momentarily stunned. What was going on? How could not kissing lead to a decrease in affection? Wang Chen really couldn't understand. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. At that moment, he regretted not being bolder and just going for it. But now, it was too late for regrets. There was nothing he could do but drive on. After more than 2 hours on the road, Wang Chen and Wuya finally arrived at Irai. Wang Chen's first stop was the ancient town of Xuanlong. Due to time constraints, there were some attractions they couldn't visit, so they had to choose a few spots. For instance, they decided not to go to Longkan Wharf. However, the selected spots were not chosen solely by Wang Chen. He and Wuya made the choices together. After parking the car, they headed straight to the edge of Irai. It must be said, the ancient town of Xuanlong was indeed quite nice. Looking out towards the distant Irai, the sea and sky blended together, the lake's shimmering waters reflecting the lush mountains, creating a beautiful natural picture of harmony between man and nature. Wuya spread her arms wide, breathing in the air from Irai. Instantly, she felt completely relaxed. Xiaohao, hurry up, let's take a picture together. Wang Chen, walking behind Wuya, smiled. Coming. The two posed for a selfie with their backs to Irai, Wuya linking her arm with Wang Chen while holding the phone with the other. With a click of the shutter, their moment was captured. As Wang Chen and Wuya took their photo, many passers-by stopped to look. They couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, that woman is so beautiful. Really, not only does she have a great figure, but her face is also incredibly attractive. Dude, haven't you noticed the aura she has? Hee, bro, we really are kindred spirits. That woman is stunning, if only I could. Bro, did you not see her with that guy? Doesn't that say something? Exactly, if she were single, you probably wouldn't stand a chance. What do you have that compares to me?" Some couples were the same. The men stared at Wuya, unable to look away until their girlfriends got angry, forcing them to reluctantly shift their gaze. At that moment, Wang Chen felt completely numb. He thought to himself, weren't they here to travel? Why were their eyes glued to Wuya? Thankfully, Wuya wasn't wearing a tank top today, otherwise, what would happen? Those people would have torn him apart. Wang Chen could see the desire in those people's eyes as they looked at Wuya. Xiaohao, let's go, find a quieter place to rest for a bit. Okay. Wuya seemed unable to bear the gazes of those men any longer and pulled Wang Chen away. The two then arrived at a cafe. Hello, can we have 2 cappuccinos, please? The waitress replied, sure, sir. Your wife is really beautiful. At this remark, both Wang Chen and Wuya were taken aback, but neither of them stepped forward to refute it. Wang Chen politely responded, thank you. Then he took Wuya's hand and sat down by the Irai lake. As soon as they sat down, Wuya's bright eyes stared at him without blinking, making Wang Chen's heart race. Xiaohao, am I going to call you husband from now on? Wuya said with a smile. Upon hearing Wuya say this, Wang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he wanted to experience the feeling of being called husband by a beautiful woman. Then Wuya, are you willing? If you are, I would be more than happy. Wang Chen said with a grin. Hearing this, Wuya's face instantly turned red. She couldn't understand why, at 32 years old, she still blushed like a little girl. After thinking for a moment, she felt it must be because she was with Wang Chen. You wish, Wuya said like a little girl. It was the first time Wang Chen saw Wuya like this, and he hadn't expected it, but she certainly had a unique charm. If they weren't outside, he would have already cupped her face and kissed her. After a while, the waitress brought their coffees over. Sir, madam, here are your coffees. Enjoy. Wang Chen politely said, thank you. You're welcome, sir. Your wife is really beautiful, even I, as a woman, envy her. Aha, thank you. Wuya, on the side, didn't know why, but whenever she heard someone call her Wang Chen's wife, she felt a sense of happiness inside, which made her realize the relationship between her and Wang Chen was no longer just a simple one. She needed to reassess her relationship with Wang Chen. Wuya quietly glanced at Wang Chen and saw that he was also staring at her. Their eyes met. Wuya rolled her eyes at Wang Chen and said irritably, still looking? Haven't you seen enough at home? Wang Chen grinned. Not enough, never enough. I want to keep looking. Ding, salary cashback got us Wuya's favorability +2. Oh, Wuya's favorability finally increased. This morning, Wang Chen had been regretting why he didn't kiss her back then. If he had, Wuya's favorability would have reached 90 by now. Wouldn't the salary cashback multiplier have skyrocketed? He really regretted it. He vowed that if there was a next time, he would definitely not miss it. He would seize the opportunity. Just as he was lost in thought, Wuya turned her chair to face the surface of Irai Lake, sipping her coffee comfortably. At that moment, Wuya had even forgotten all the past events. It seemed that only the pleasant breeze and Wang Chen existed in her eyes and heart. Before meeting Wang Chen, Wuya had been in despair several times. She even felt she couldn't go on living. She was so deep in debt that she questioned her life. Fortunately, heaven still favored her, allowing her to meet Wang Chen in her moment of despair. Wuya looked at the lake's surface, then turned to look at Wang Chen, her upturned lips already revealing her inner thoughts. Xiaohao, look over there, it's so beautiful. Hearing Wuya's voice, Wang Chen also looked into the distance. The scene where the sea meets the sky was truly nostalgic. Wang Chen felt as if his soul had been cleansed in that instant. Yes, it's really beautiful. Hurry, let's take a photo together. Wuya pulled Wang Chen to start taking photos again. Naturally, Wang Chen wouldn't refuse. Just like that, the two of them played by Irai Lake all day long, and it wasn't until after 10 at night that Wang Chen drove Wuya back towards Shangri-La. However, sitting in the car, Wuya was already looking a bit tired. But she didn't rest. Considering that Wang Chen was still driving, if she rested, she might inadvertently pass on her fatigue to him, which would be dangerous. So she preferred to chat with Wang Chen and rest when they got home. It was just right since they didn't plan to go out tomorrow either, so resting a bit later wouldn't matter. Xiaohao, when are you going home? Wang Chen was driving on the highway at that moment, and he didn't feel tired, just a little sore in his feet. I have to wait until after my exams, probably around July 6th or 7th. Then how long are we going to be gone? I'm afraid the training center won't give me a break. Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. He had already thought it through. Sister Wuya, don't worry, I've got it all planned out. I'll tell you when we get home tonight. Wuya was very curious, but since Wang Chen wouldn't say, she could only nod in response. Alright, Sister Wuya, what you should be thinking about now isn't this, you should be considering what to do when you meet my parents. Normally, Wang Chen wouldn't have mentioned it, but once he did, Wuya instantly became nervous. She hadn't thought about it before because it wasn't time yet. But now that Wang Chen brought it up, she was suddenly on edge. Ha ha ha, Wang Chen laughed heartily, and Wuya in the passenger seat rolled her eyes at him. They chatted all the way until they returned to their house in Shangri-La. Just as Wang Chen parked the car, Wuya suddenly screamed. Ah! Wang Chen thought something had happened. He nervously asked, what happened, Sister Wuya? Are you okay? Xiaohao, you have a message on your phone. Hearing this, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought something was wrong with Wuya, but it turned out it was just a message on his phone. Suddenly, Wang Chen seemed to remember something. He quickly asked, Sister Wuya, what time is it now? Wuya was also confused. Why was Wang Chen concerned about the time? Shouldn't he be more interested in the content of the message? Although Wuya was puzzled, she still looked at the time and said, it's already 10 past 12. At 10 past 12, Wang Chen understood why Wuya had screamed so loudly. She must have seen the content of the message. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so surprised. Sister Wuya, did you see it? Hearing Wang Chen's question, Wuya nodded and said, I saw 3 messages. Then tell me how many there are. Although Wuya didn't know how Wang Chen managed to do it, she believed he would definitely tell her. So she picked up Wang Chen's phone and scanned his face. After unlocking the phone, Wuya opened the messages and clicked on the first one. She softly read out the first message. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 1.76 million renminbi at 010 on July 1st. Available balance 6,783,411 renminbi. Longxi Bank. Wuya could accept this first message. But when she read the second message, her voice trembled. Wuya's voice trembled as she read out the second message. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 15.33 million yuan at 010 on July 1st, with an available balance of 22,113,411 yuan. Longxi Bank. At this moment, Wuya could no longer think. Although Wang Chen had mentioned he was making investments, Wuya never expected him to earn so much money. The first time was over 1 million, the second time was over 10 million, so what about the third time? Wuya's breathing became rapid. Her hand holding the phone was shaking. Xiaohao, this. So much money, you. However, Wang Chen just smiled gently. He already knew the first message, which was definitely Wuya's salary cashback, and the second message was certainly Bai Wanner's salary cashback. Zhao Liying's must be more than this. What surprised him was that Bai Wanner had actually earned 210,000 this month. He was astonished. After a while, he would help them raise their salaries, and then he could earn even more money. This was simply too wonderful. Sister Wuya, isn't there still one message you haven't seen? Don't you want to check it? Hearing this, Wu Yi remembered that she had indeed received 3 messages, and she had only looked at 2, there was still one left unread. Wu Yi was now puzzled. Could this third message be even more than the previous 2? That was impossible. With a curious heart, Wu Yi gently opened the third message. However, the number on the message shocked her for an entire year. She carefully counted the numbers, confirming she wasn't mistaken, and then she looked at Wang Chen in astonishment. Xiao Hao, this is 100 million. Ha, yes, it's 100 million. Wu Yi placed Wang Chen's phone on her lap, covering her mouth with both hands. 100 million, which meant Wang Chen earned over 100 million today. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. To think, she was exhausted from earning just a few million, even contemplating ending her life at one point. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen had made over 100 million in one go. This left her at a loss for words. Wang Chen took the phone back from Wu Yi's lap and looked at the third message. The smile on his face couldn't be contained. The message read, "Your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 111 million yuan at 010 on July 1st, with an available balance of 133,113,411 yuan. Lamshi Bank." Upon seeing the message, Wang Chen couldn't help but reminisce. Over a month ago, he was just a sycophant till he Jeja, and now, in just over a month, he had become a billionaire. This was all thanks to the system and the salary cashback goddesses. Wang Chen thought that if he were to bind with that salary cashback goddess in the future, he would definitely treat her better. "Sister Wu Yi, let's go home first." "Okay." After returning home, Wang Chen pulled Wu Yi to sit on the sofa. He quietly looked at Wu Yi and said, "Sister Wu Yi, all of this is from my investments, but I can't tell you the specifics of the investment. I promise it's definitely not illegal." Upon hearing this, Wu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't illegal, that was good. After all, her relationship with Wang Chen was no longer simple. If Wang Chen did something illegal, she estimated she wouldn't be able to escape, and Wang Chen was the first man she wanted to entrust her life to after so many years. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Xiao Hao, you don't have to tell me. Hee, Sister Wu Yi, I won't hide anything from you. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Yi's favorability +1. Hearing the sound of increased favorability, Wang Chen's smile became even brighter. Xiao Hao. Wu Yihan looked at Wang Chen with affectionate eyes. This time, Wang Chen did not hesitate any longer. He cupped Wu Yihan's beautiful face in his hands and kissed her red lips. After a long time, their lips parted. A string of saliva. Wu Yihan shyly looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen gazed back at Wu Yihan with the same affection. If it weren't for Wu Yihan being too conservative, she might have lost her guard tonight. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Yihan's favorability +1. Hearing this sound, Wang Chen was filled with excitement. Because Wu Yihan's favorability had reached 90. He didn't know if there would be any changes after the favorability hit 90. He didn't have time to check now. After all, Wu Yihan was still being sweet with him, and if he suddenly spaced out, it would be hard to explain. Xiao Hao, what is our relationship? Wang Chen was also taken aback by Wu Yihan's sudden question, but he wasn't foolish. If he said they were just friends now, wouldn't that make the favorability drop drastically? Sister Wu Yihan, that depends on you. You think what our relationship is, and that's what it is. In my heart, you are already someone I want to protect. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Yihan's favorability +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen's smile never faded. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Wu Yihan tightly hugged him. Wang Chen also wrapped his arms around Wu Yihan. They held each other like that. Afterward, Wang Chen and Wu Yihan talked a lot, chatting until late into the night before they returned to their own rooms to rest. After returning to his room, Wang Chen immediately had the system open Wu Yihan's data. System, check Wu Yihan's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Wu Yihan. Age, 32. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 91. Infatuated. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Occupation, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 200 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 0 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 30 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Goodness, the cashback multiplier was originally only 89 times, but after the favorability reached 91, it jumped straight to 200 times. It seems that the higher the favorability, the higher the cashback multiplier. Wang Chen thought that if he wanted to achieve 1,000 times salary cashback in the future, he would probably need to max out the favorability. After reading Wu Yihan's data, Wang Chen fell asleep. In fact, he was a bit tired today. He had just been holding on until now. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. When Wang Chen opened his eyes again, it was already noon. Upon waking, he glanced at the time and instantly became alert. Because he was going to be late, today he had to meet Zhao Liying to reinforce their binding for the month. This was a hard-won opportunity, and if he missed it, he would probably regret it for a lifetime. Wang Chen quickly got dressed and ran to the washroom to freshen up, not even noticing Wu Yahan, who was sitting on the sofa. At that moment, Wu Yahan was holding her phone, and seeing Wang Chen in such a hurry, she was puzzled. She didn't understand what was happening. Just as Wu Yahan was confused, her phone rang. Looking at the contact name on her phone, she felt a bit emotional. Ever since being deceived by her ex-husband, she had rarely contacted her family. It wasn't that she was cold-hearted, she truly felt too ashamed to face her parents. Now with Wang Chen around, Wu Yahan seemed less afraid. She answered her mother's video call. As soon as the video call connected, an elderly woman in her 50s appeared on the screen, dressed simply, embodying the rustic charm of a rural person. Wu Yahan, Mom. Wu Yahan softly called out to the elderly woman, as if all the grievances she had endured over the years were finally released. The old woman on the other end of the video hesitated to speak, unsure of what she wanted to say. After a long while, the old woman finally uttered a sentence. Zhao Mei, Xiaoya, if there's something, don't bear it alone. If you're tired, just go home. Wu Ya, Mom. Wu Ya looked at the old woman in the video with tearful eyes, vaguely guessing that the saying good news never travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire applied here. It was already quite good that this matter had taken so long to leak out. But it was tough for the elderly couple at home. They would probably be gossiped about by the villagers again. Thinking of this, Wu Ya regretted why she had ever met that man. If it weren't for meeting that man, this wouldn't have happened. But fortunately, she met Wang Chen, the man who pulled her out of the abyss. Wu Ya, Mom, I'm fine. I've already resolved it. Zhao Mei, sigh. Wu Ya sighed, her face clearly showing signs of exhaustion, which Wu Ya also noticed. Just as the atmosphere fell into a freezing point, a voice broke the silence of the environment. Sister Wu Ya, I'm going out for a while. I won't be home for lunch today. If you're too lazy to cook, just order takeout. I have an investment I need to run for. Wang Chen's voice was heard not only by Wu Ya but also by Zhao Mei on the other end of the video. At that moment, Zhao Mei's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that her conservative daughter was actually living with a man. After hearing this, Wu Ya replied, are you coming back for dinner? I'll be back. Okay, then I'll cook and wait for you. Love you. After saying that, Wang Chen opened the door and left, completely unaware that Wu Ya was on a video call at that moment. Once the door closed, Zhao Mei excitedly asked, Daughter, are you? Wu Ya didn't hide it and nodded. Mom, I originally owed quite a bit of money, but Xiaohao helped me resolve it all, and he also. At this point, Wu Ya paused. She felt she couldn't reveal that Wang Chen had entrusted her with $1 million. And he treats me really well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mei in the video finally showed a faint smile. The atmosphere also eased up a lot at that moment. Alright, as long as he treats you well, bring him home during the new year. Otherwise, the villagers can be quite sharp-tongued. I'll ask him when he comes back. Also, you need to be careful in the future, got it? I got it, Mom. On the other side, after Wang Chen left home, he headed straight for the place he had arranged to meet with Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya. If this matter could be settled, then he would have more opportunities to meet Zhao Liying in the future. This way, his chances would also increase. He now knew that reaching a favorability level of 90 and above meant a 100-fold salary cashback. This made Wang Chen even more eager to raise the favorability of the salary cashback goddess. Wang Chen drove to a restaurant. It wasn't very upscale, but it was quiet. To be honest, if Zhao Liying hadn't sent him the location, he probably wouldn't have known there was a small restaurant here. But often, it is these small restaurants that hold the essence. Wang Chen knew quite a bit about Zhao Liying. Before she became famous, she was also from the countryside, and through her own efforts, she climbed to her current position step by step. She had been married before and had a child. However, Wang Chen felt that married women often have a very special aura. Just like Wu Ya. After parking the car, Wang Chen walked towards the restaurant. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya sitting by the window chatting. Sister Liying, Sister Xiaoya. Hearing Wang Chen's voice, the two women turned to look at him. Zhao Liying smiled and said, Please, have a seat. Wang Chen nodded and then sat down next to Zhao Liying, while Ji Xiaoya took a seat on the other side of her. After Wang Chen sat down, Zhao Liying turned to the owner of the small restaurant and said, Boss, our dishes can be served now. Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing Zhao Liying being so down-to-earth, Wang Chen curiously asked, Sister Liying, aren't you afraid of being recognized? Zhao Liying smiled slightly. If I'm recognized, then so be it. I'm just here to eat. To be honest, Wang Chen really admired Zhao Liying. A woman who could reach such heights must have endured countless hardships. Moreover, even after becoming famous, she still hadn't changed her frugal habits.
Ha ha ha, that's true. Wang Chen, you said you want to invest in our current drama?
Yes, I heard that your crew is still short on funds, and since both Sister Liying and Sister Xiaoya are in this drama, I believe it will definitely be a hit. I just want to benefit a little from your success. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, he heard a voice from the system. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability plus 10. Hearing the system's announcement, Wang Chen was directly stunned. It added 10 points of favorability just like that. How could it increase so much? But thinking about it, it should be normal. After all, Zhao Liying's favorability towards him was only 30. It should be easier to increase favorability when it's low, and harder when it's high. Ji Xiaoya said proudly, "Humph, of course. With Sister Liying in this drama, it will definitely be a huge success." In fact, Wang Chen had another question. With Zhao Liying's current worth, investing in this drama should be very easy, so why didn't she invest? But he wouldn't ask, because if he did, she probably wouldn't say anything, and it might even lower his favorability. Right now, Wang Chen just wanted to increase Zhao Liying's favorability, so that in the future, he could get more funds through salary cashback.
Wang Chen, do you know how much funding we still need for this drama?
Wang Chen shook his head. Zhao Liying explained, the investment needed for the crew this time is 50 million, and of course, the later profit sharing is also substantial. The profit sharing ratio offered by the crew this time is 30%. Wang Chen was shocked. 50 million, he wouldn't even dare to think about such a large sum of money before this month's cashback. However, in order to see Zhao Liying more often, Wang Chen decided to invest in this drama. Besides, there would be profit sharing later, and he could directly sign that profit sharing under Wu Ya's name, so when the drama is released, wouldn't he be able to make a huge profit? It was truly a win-win situation. Sister Liying, does this profit sharing include income from box office revenue, television broadcasting rights, online streaming rights, and peripheral product development? That's right, due to certain reasons, the crew was really going all out this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen fell silent, not for any other reason, but because that sounded amazing. Seeing that Wang Chen was no longer speaking, Zhao Liying could understand. After all, such an investment also carries risks. If the movie doesn't perform well at the box office after its release, then they would lose everything. Zhao Liying thought that Wang Chen probably wouldn't invest. In fact, Zhao Liying wanted to invest herself, but she simply didn't have any extra money. Her money was currently tied up in investments, and withdrawing it would result in significant losses.
Moreover, others either didn't believe in this drama or couldn't come up with that much money.
The crew's funds were already running low, and without additional investment, the filming of this drama would have to be temporarily halted. Otherwise, the crew wouldn't directly offer a 30% profit sharing. Just when Zhao Liying thought Wang Chen wouldn't invest, his response shocked her.
Okay, Sister Liying, I'll invest 50 million.
It's alright, the risk is indeed a bit high, not investing is also. Before she could finish her sentence, she reacted the next second. What? Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya looked at Wang Chen in shock. In Ji Xiaoya's eyes, Wang Chen was wearing cheap clothes, and it was impossible for him to invest. Moreover, Ji Xiaoya felt that Wang Chen had called them out today to talk about investment just to trick them into coming out. But Wang Chen actually agreed to invest. Ji Xiaoya began to doubt her judgment of people. Zhao Liying, however, did not have such thoughts. In her eyes, everyone was the same. There was no distinction of high or low status, everyone was just human.
Are you sure you want to invest? The risk is not small.
Zhao Liying still asked. After all, she knew that money was hard to earn. Moreover, this young man Wang Chen must have gone through a lot to earn so much money. She also thought of her own struggles before becoming famous. Ding, salary rebate goddess Zhao Liying's favorability plus 2. Alright, Wang Chen did not expect to gain unexpected favorability. Zhao Liying's favorability actually increased again.
Sister Liying, some things must bear certain risks. There's no investment that guarantees profit, and besides, I believe in you, Liying. As long as you are here, and also Sister Xiaoya, with you both here, the box office will definitely be a hit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying did not say anything further. After all, the crew really needed this money right now. Okay, then after we finish eating, you can come with us to the crew and sign the contract. After that, the three of them chatted while eating, and half an hour later, Wang Chen, Zhao Liying, and Ji Xiaoya finished their meal. Wang Chen stood up to settle the bill, but Zhao Liying said she had already paid when she ordered. Wang Chen had no choice but to give up. Wang Chen, did you drive here?
Ji Xiaoya asked casually.
I drove here, what about you?
Sister Liying and I took a taxi, we'll ride with you.
Okay, my car is parked outside, let's go.
After Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya put on their masks, they followed Wang Chen to the parking lot. Wang Chen brought them to his Mercedes S450. This car was newly bought, so it was quite new. Wang Chen, is this car new? Ji Xiaoya looked at his car, a bit surprised. I bought it because it would be inconvenient to be without a car while coming here. Ah, just because it's inconvenient, you bought a car? Yeah, otherwise what? Ji Xiaoya's impression of Wang Chen completely changed now. Sister Xiaoya, Sister Liying, let's go. Saying that, Wang Chen took the driver's seat. Ji Xiaoya originally wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but since Zhao Liying sat in the back, Ji Xiaoya had no choice but to sit in the back with her. There was no way, if Zhao Liying didn't sit, she wouldn't dare to sit either. After that, Wang Chen took Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya to the crew to sign the contract. The revenue share after the movie was released would be directly deposited into Wu Ya's card. After all, he wanted to see if it could count as Wu Ya's salary. Of course, he had just called Wu Ya about this. He told her about it, and she agreed. After signing the contract, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying arranged the time for their next meeting and then left. He couldn't stay too long, otherwise, Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya would think he had other motives. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chen returned home. He knocked on the door. Who is it? A gentle voice came from inside. Wang Chen replied with a smile, your man is back, hurry up and open the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Wu Ya was wearing an apron, holding a spatula, looking every bit the part of a cook, and Wang Chen was once again mesmerized. Xiao Hao, why are you always daydreaming? Hurry up and come in, we're having dinner. Ah, okay. Xiao Hao, you can change your shoes by yourself, I'm still cooking and can't get them for you. It's fine, Sister Wu Ya, you go ahead and do your thing. Wang Chen changed his shoes and then took a shower. By the time he finished, Wu Ya had already prepared the meal. Xiao Hao, come eat quickly. At the dining table, Sister Wu Ya watched Wang Chen eat heartily. She brought up what happened that morning. Wang Chen almost spat out his food. He just wanted to say, that was hasty. However, he still agreed to go home with Wu Ya for the new year. After all, she was his precious goddess, and he was hoping to boost his favorability and wait for the box office share. Hearing Wang Chen's agreement, a happy smile appeared on Wu Ya's face as she kept serving him food. Sister Wu Ya, we're going back tomorrow. I have to study hard for my upcoming exams. Just in time, I also need to ask for leave from my dance training center. Alright, I'll accompany you then. After dinner, the two went to rest. The next morning, Wang Chen and Wu Ya boarded the return flight, and this journey ended perfectly. This time, Wang Chen bought a business class ticket. After all, he wanted to sit with Wu Ya, so first class was out of the question. What Wang Chen didn't expect was that he would run into Song Sherman again. Sometimes fate is just that coincidental. Song Sherman glanced at Wu Ya, then smiled at Wang Chen before going back to her own business. Wang Chen smiled back. Magic City. After 3 hours of flying, Wang Chen and Wu Ya had returned to the Magic City. They went straight to the airport parking lot, drove the Big G back to Fengshan Community. Wu Ya placed her bag on the sofa. After a little exclamation, she lay directly on the sofa. She must have been tired from playing these past few days. Wang Chen didn't go to school right away. There were still a few days until the exam, and he wasn't in a hurry, since there were only 2 subjects to take, and his usual grades were decent. He let Wu Ya rest first, and he also wanted to take a day off. Tomorrow morning he still needed to find Bai Wanner. After all, he had promised her, and he had to keep his word. Sister Wu Ya, I'll go with you to your workplace the day after tomorrow. Okay. Wu Ya lazily replied while lying on the sofa. The whole day, Wang Chen and Wu Ya stayed at home to rest and didn't go out at all. Until the next day, when Wu Ya drove the Big G to work, and Wang Chen took a taxi to the hotel where Bai Wanner was staying. Bai Wanner had been living in the hotel for a month, and Wang Chen thought it was time for her to move out. As for the car, Wang Chen had already bought it for Bai Wanner last month. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the hotel. He went straight to Bai Wanner's room and knocked on the hotel door. After a moment, the door opened, and the moment Bai Wanner saw Wang Chen, she clung to him like an octopus. Ah, how good, you're here. Let's go inside first. Okay. Once inside, Wang Chen closed the door. But as soon as he entered, he was stunned. He saw a woman who looked decent lying on the sofa in a sheer dress, eating fruit while watching a drama. Wang Chen was dumbfounded. Seeing this, Bai Wanner quickly got off him and explained, How gu, didn't I tell you before? This is my best friend, Yang Xiaoli. As Yang Xiaoli, who was happily engrossed in the drama, heard Bai Wanner's voice, she jumped up immediately. Then she hurried back to her room. Wanner, go change your clothes. I'll take you to buy a house later, no more staying in hotels. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen in surprise. She had been waiting for this moment for a month.
Really, how goo? Yeah, hurry up and change. Dress nicely, or your pocket money for this month will be a bit less. Yay! Bai Waner quickly pecked Wang Chen on the cheek and bounced back to her room. A smile crept onto Wang Chen's lips. At that moment, he felt a bit like a king of the sea. But then he thought again, he wasn't a king of the sea, he just wanted to give the goddesses a home and help them earn more money. How could he possibly be a king of the sea? After a while, Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli came out of the room, arm in arm. When they saw Wang Chen, Yang Xiaoli greeted him too. How go? Hello. Hello, is Xiaoli coming with us? Yang Xiaoli nodded. Alright, let's go. But first, we need to stop by the 4S store, I want to buy a car. At this moment, Bai Waner said, how go, let's take my car, it'll be more convenient. Okay, let's go. Then Wang Chen, along with Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli, headed straight to the 4S store. The reason he wanted to go to the 4S store first was that Song Waner had told him someone was consigning a Porsche 918 there, so he needed to check it out quickly. The Porsche 918 was one of the 3 legendary cars. It had already been discontinued. He had dreamed of owning one, and now the opportunity was right in front of him, he had to seize it. If someone else bought it, he would regret it terribly. This was his dream car. Before long, Wang Chen and the 2 girls arrived at the 4S store, where Song Waner had been waiting for him at the entrance. When she saw Wang Chen, Song Waner approached him with a smile. Mr. Wang, you're here. Yeah, where's the car you mentioned? Take me to see it. Song Waner knew that wealthy people loved cars, and when this 918 was consigned, she thought of Wang Chen. As she expected, Wang Chen really liked the car. Mr. Wang, ladies, please follow me. Wang Chen and the 2 women followed Song Waner into the showroom. As soon as they entered, Wang Chen saw a silver sports car occupying the central position of the 4S store, and he fell deeply in love with the 918 at first sight. This was the car of his dreams. Ha ha ha, Song Waner, how does this consignment work? I want it. Wang Chen was very decisive. He felt that if he could afford something he liked, he should just buy it without overthinking. Mr. Wang, the owner wants to sell it for 30 million because this car has been discontinued, and there aren't many in the country. The owner is selling it due to financial difficulties in their company. To be honest, Wang Chen felt a bit pained by the 30 million price tag, but he thought about it. After all, he could earn a lot of money through his salary cashback every month. And if the 918 was sold, who knew when he would have the chance to buy it again? So Wang Chen decisively decided to take it. You go arrange it. I'll take this car, but I hope to get the paperwork done quickly. I have something to do this afternoon. Upon hearing this, whether it was Song Waner, Bai Waner, or Yang Xiaoli, they were all astonished, unable to close their mouths. They didn't expect Wang Chen to buy it just like that, without any hesitation. After coming to their senses, Song Waner hurriedly went to talk to the manager. When the manager arrived, he contacted the car owner. After a busy morning, the 918 already belonged to Wang Chen, but some paperwork needed to be processed. Wang Chen didn't have time, so he asked Song Waner to help him with it. He would come by in the evening to pick it up. At that time, he would treat Song Waner to a meal. After all, if it weren't for her, this 918 might not have belonged to Wang Chen at all. After leaving the 4S store, Wang Chen took Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli to look for a house. Waner, where do you want to buy a house? In fact, Wang Chen didn't know which area had good houses. The most important thing was that he didn't have much money left. He had invested 50 million in Zhao Liying's new drama and spent 30 million on the 918. In June, he had received over 100 million from his salary cashback. He had spent 80 million, and with a few million left from last month, he still had over 50 million. If Bai Waner wanted to buy in a prime location, he might not be able to afford it. Bai Waner didn't directly choose where she wanted Wang Chen to buy her a house. Instead, she said, "How good, I want to be closer to you." This statement indirectly confirmed Bai Waner's emotional intelligence. After all, if she had directly said where she wanted to buy a house, it would have made Wang Chen uncomfortable. By saying it this way, Wang Chen might feel a bit better. Moreover, Bai Waner believed that a man who could afford a Porsche 918 wouldn't buy her a place that was too shabby. After hearing Bai Waner's words, Wang Chen felt much more at ease. After all, buying a house in the Magic City wasn't something that could be done with just a few $100,000. Here, every inch of land was precious, and the prices for better locations were even higher. Here, it could easily be tens of thousands or even over 100,000 per square meter, with some places reaching over 400,000 per square meter. Wang Chen couldn't afford such places right now. Maybe in the future, he could buy them easily, but for now, he couldn't. Since Bai Waner had said that, he naturally couldn't be too stingy. Buying in a bad location was definitely not an option, and he couldn't afford a prime location right now. Wang Chen fell into deep thought. After buying this house, he could live in it later. If that was the case, he should buy in a better location. After considering everything, Wang Chen already had some ideas in mind. So he drove off. Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli had no idea where Wang Chen was taking them, but they could only sit there like little followers. Wang Chen drove Bai Wanner's car, looking at the traffic jam ahead, feeling a bit irritated. This was one downside of a bustling area. After all, there were too many people. After more than an hour of being stuck in traffic, the three finally arrived at their destination. Green City, Huangpu River. This was a luxury community in the Magic City, with housing prices reaching 210,000 per square meter. When Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli saw where Wang Chen had brought them, they were both stunned. Bai Wanner had already prepared herself for Wang Chen to buy her a house worth around 10 million. She never expected him to bring her here. How gu, isn't this too expensive? Wang Chen smiled. It's okay, I'll be coming here often to stay. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner's pretty face instantly flushed red. Yang Xiaoli, standing nearby, was very envious of Bai Wanner. To be honest, Yang Xiaoli, like Bai Wanner, was also a live streamer. Why hadn't she encountered such a good man? Yang Xiaoli's gaze towards Wang Chen had changed. Let's go in. We need to get this done today. I have other matters in a couple of days, and I might not be able to come back. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Wanner was initially a bit happy, but knowing that Wang Chen wouldn't be coming in the next few days made her feel a bit disappointed. Thinking of this, Bai Wanner linked her arm with Wang Chen's, as if she wanted to hold him tightly. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled and allowed Bai Wanner to act cute. Yang Xiaoli walked on Wang Chen's other side. The three of them arrived at the sales office by the Huangpu River in Green City. As soon as they entered, a sales representative approached them. The one attending to them was a female salesperson, who looked decent. However, compared to Bai Wanner, she was quite lacking. Wang Chen didn't pay much attention. After all, even if the female salesperson met the binding requirements for the salary cashback goddess, he couldn't bind her because he had no binding opportunities left. Moreover, he felt that the most important thing right now was to improve the favorability of the three salary cashback goddesses he had already bound, Zhao Liying, Wu Ya, and Bai Wanner. Only then could he earn more money. Hello, sir, madam, what type of unit would you like to see? Wang Chen directly expressed his thoughts. Please show us the large flat. Okay, sir, please follow me. After saying that, the female salesperson made a gesture inviting them and led Wang Chen and the others to the model to start the introduction. Sir, all our large flats here are first-line Riverview properties. Not only is the location excellent, but the view is also very broad. You can see the Huangpu River at a glance. The female salesperson rambled on about many things, but Wang Chen didn't absorb much. After all, it was his first time buying a house. How would he know anything? Alright, can you take us to see the actual property? The female salesperson was very excited to hear this. Generally, those who go to see the actual property have a great chance of closing the deal. She had to seize this opportunity. If she could sell a large flat, her commission would be substantial. At least tens or even hundreds of thousands. Faced with such temptation, the female salesperson naturally served Wang Chen and the others wholeheartedly. Sir, please wait a moment, I will report this. Sure. Soon, the female salesperson took Wang Chen, Bai Wanner, and Yang Xiaoli to the location of the large flat. During the journey, the female salesperson kept telling Wang Chen how great everything was. Until later, she was silenced by Wang Chen's words. Wang Chen directly said it was for Bai Wanner, and if she was satisfied, he would buy it. This immediately made the female salesperson change her approach to the introduction. Before long, the female salesperson led the three to the large flat. After entering the password, the door to the large flat opened, and what greeted their eyes was an extremely luxurious living room. The living room was spacious and very well lit. Upon entering, the floor-to-ceiling windows were the most eye-catching. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the Huangpu River. Sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with a cup of tea would surely be very pleasant. After Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli entered, they began to look around. The female salesperson introduced the basic information of this large flat to Wang Chen and Bai Wanner. The large flat was a total of 260 square meters, with a price of 210,000 per square meter. Wang Chen calculated that to buy it outright would cost 54.6 million, but he only had 53.31 million. The money was simply not enough. However, the female salesperson had just mentioned that there was a 5% discount on this large flat, so the total came to 51.87 million, which meant he had enough money. Wanner, what do you think of this one? Wang Chen felt that since it was for Bai Wanner, he should ask for her opinion. However, he could already see from Bai Wanner's eyes that she seemed to quite like this large flat. As expected, Bai Wanner nodded. How good, I really like it. Hearing this, Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly bought it. The female salesperson beside them was overjoyed. She knew this deal was secured. After that, Wang Chen and the others went with the female salesperson to handle the paperwork, which wasn't completed until the evening, but Wang Chen had already transferred the money. The remaining matters would be left for Bai Wanner to coordinate with the female salesperson later. Back at the spacious apartment, Bai Wanner jumped directly onto him. Ignoring whether Yang Xiaoli was still there, she kissed Wang Chen on the lips. "Muah! How good, thank you." Wang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He replied with a grin, "What are you thanking me for? You're already mine." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Wanner's face instantly turned red. Yang Xiaoli, standing nearby, tactfully found a room and walked in. Seeing Yang Xiaoli had returned to her room, Wang Chen leaned in and kissed Bai Wanner's red lips. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen with a flushed face. She felt that today Wang Chen would want her. She was ready. Wang Chen had already fulfilled his promises to her, and now it was her turn to keep her promise. However, Wang Chen was a bit anxious. If he returned late, Wu Yu would be waiting for him to have dinner, and it was already nearly 7 o'clock. He still needed to make a trip to the 4S store. He couldn't pick this tempting flower, Bai Wanner, today, but he wasn't too worried. Bai Wanner lived here, so she couldn't run away. "Wanner, I have something to do today, I'll come back after a while." However, his words left Bai Wanner in a panic. She knew that if she missed a man like Wang Chen, she probably wouldn't meet another like him in her lifetime, and she was afraid Wang Chen would not want her in the future. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. Seeing this, Wang Chen was also confused. He didn't know what had happened, but he still comforted her. "Why are you crying? Who bullied you? I'll help you deal with them, okay?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner lay on him, gently pounding his chest. "It's you bullied me. You clearly promised me, why are you backing out now? Woo woo woo." Wang Chen immediately understood. It turned out Bai Wanner thought he was just playing around. "Silly girl, I really have something to do, otherwise, why would I have waited until now? And if I just wanted to play with you, why would I put this over 50 million apartment in your name, right? Really?" Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen with pitiful eyes, making her seem very heart-wrenching. Wang Chen nodded. "Of course. I can't bear to let such a beautiful girl like you become someone else's wife." Ding, salary cashback goddess Bai Wanner's favorability plus 10. Hearing the system's announcement, Wang Chen's lips slightly curled up. Here it comes. This is what he wanted. However, before he could collect his thoughts, Bai Wanner's red lips pressed against his again. After a long time, they reluctantly parted. Just as Bai Wanner was getting off Wang Chen, Yang Xiaoli also walked out of the room. Wang Chen guessed that Yang Xiaoli must have been peeking. Wang Chen checked the time. It was already 7:40, and it was time for him to leave, or Wu Yu would have a hard time waiting for him. But before leaving, he had one last thing to do. Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner and asked, "Wanner, how much did you earn last month?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen with her big, watery eyes. Wang Chen had previously told her that whatever she earned in a month, he would give her that much pocket money, and at that time, Bai Wanner thought he was joking. She didn't expect it to be true. Yang Xiaoli, standing nearby, was also very nervous looking at Wang Chen. Bai Wanner had told her about this. If Bai Wanner could earn a certain amount in a month, Wang Chen would give her that amount, then wouldn't they be rich? Wang Chen also wanted to see if Bai Wanner would deliberately exaggerate how much she earned this month. However, he thought that with Bai Wanner's current favorability of 83, she probably wouldn't do that. "How good, I earned 210,000 yuan in June." Hearing Bai Wanner's words, a faint smile appeared on Wang Chen's lips. Now he only has 1.33 million left, but that doesn't matter. He directly transferred 420,000 to Bai Wanner. Bai Wanner stared at the payment notification, completely stunned in place, while Yang Xiaoli quietly looked at the payment information and covered her mouth with both hands. "Wanner, this month's living expenses, of course, if you can earn more next month, I will give you more, but I need to make it clear to you, how much you can earn is how much you can earn, and also, you are my woman now, understand?" Bai Wanner gently nodded. Wang Chen's meaning was already very clear. Earning money is fine, but you can't earn just any money, and you can't have too much contact with other men. After talking to Bai Wanner, Wang Chen left the Green City Huangpu River. After Wang Chen left, Yang Xiaoli excitedly asked, "Wanner, why didn't you say a bit more just now? If you said more, wouldn't he give you more money?" Bai Wanner shot Yang Xiaoli a glance. "Are you stupid? Someone like Wang Chen would not know how much you earn, and if you try to deceive him, I estimate you would end up with nothing." Hearing this, Yang Xiaoli shuddered. Yes, how did she not think of that? If she really did that, wouldn't she and Wanner fall into an abyss? Thinking of this, she also breathed a sigh of relief. "Wanner, can I live with you in the future?
On the other side, after Wang Chen left the Green City Huangpu River, he went directly to the 4S store. Normally, the 4S store should have closed by this time, but they waited until now for Wang Chen. Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed, so he sent a message to Wuya, saying he had social engagements and would be back later, then took Song Wanner and the manager of the 4S store out for a meal. By the time he drove the 918 back to Fengshan Community, it was already 11 o'clock at night. He thought Wuya would have gone to sleep, but unexpectedly, she was still waiting for him to return. After he got back, Wuya went to rest. Wang Chen tidied up and went to rest as well. The next day, Wang Chen got up early and went with Wuya to her workplace. Originally, Wang Chen's idea was to buy the dance training institution directly, but after buying the car and the house, he didn't have enough money, so this matter had to be temporarily shelved. However, once next month's salary rebate arrives, he will bring Wuya to buy it, and then Wuya's salary will come up. This time he planned to talk to the owner of the training institution about giving Wuya a paid leave. Wuya's salary this month would still be paid by the training institution, but Wang Chen would supplement Wuya's salary to the owner of the training institution. As long as his money doesn't go into Wuya's hands, that's fine. The process went very smoothly because the owner saw him arrive in a Porsche 918. The owner of the training institution agreed with a smile the whole time. Wang Chen was very satisfied with this result. After handling this matter, Wang Chen drove the 918 directly to the school. As soon as he arrived at the school, the students of Modu Financial University were instantly in an uproar, accompanied by the roar of the engine. The students of Modu Financial University all turned to look at Wang Chen. Wow, is that rich kid from that family? He actually drove a sports car to our school. My god, that car is so cool. Wait, you guys don't recognize this car? As a boy's voice came out, the students of Modu Financial University all turned to look at him. Dude, do you know it? Isn't that obvious? This car is a Porsche 918, priced at 15 million, but do you know what the most important thing is? Everyone shook their heads. The most important thing is that there are only 100 of these cars in the country. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy one. This is one of the 3 legendary cars. Damn, which big shot has come to our school? I need to hurry and take a photo to post on the school forum. While everyone was buzzing with excitement, Wang Chen had already parked his car in the parking lot of the Magic City Financial University. The parking lot was open air, with a designated area specifically for parking. After parking, Wang Chen felt a bit puzzled as to why the security guard had opened the door for him without even asking a question. After thinking it over, he figured it must be because of the car. He didn't dwell on it too much and picked up his phone, ready to find Lin Shui. However, what Wang Chen didn't expect was that as soon as he got out of the car, he was instantly surrounded. Many people raised their phones to take pictures. Wang Chen didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of their momentary surprise, he dashed away. Once Wang Chen's figure disappeared, the crowd erupted. What the hell? Did I wake up too suddenly this morning? Did I really just see the dog licker Wang get out of that sports car? Bro, am I also seeing things? Damn, this is big news. The dog licker Wang is actually a hidden rich guy. No way, bro, are you not afraid that car is rented? Upon hearing this, the person who had just mentioned the car spoke up again. Classmate, do you think any rental company has cars like this? This car would cost over 30 million if you wanted to buy it. You think someone would rent a car worth over 30 million? Are you out of your mind? But that dog licker Wang. Stop calling him dog licker every day. I advise you to watch your words. You can't afford to mess with someone who can drive this car. After hearing this, those who had seen Wang Chen get out of the 918 all fell silent. However, they synchronously posted what they had just witnessed on the school forum. This wave of action stirred up a huge commotion. The forum of Magic City Financial University exploded. In a girls' dormitory at Magic City Financial University, Zhang Mumu suddenly jumped out of bed. Ah! This loud scream made Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Song Ningxiang, who were still watching a drama, look at her in confusion. Du Xiang, what's wrong, Mumu? Why are you making such a fuss? Li Meng, yeah, you scared us. Song Ningxiang, Mumu, what happened? However, Zhang Mumu didn't answer them. She kept refreshing her phone, zooming in and in until she could clearly see the face. Then she turned her phone around, showing the enlarged image to the 3 of them. Look, isn't that person Wang Chen? The 3 of them looked at the picture on Zhang Mumu's phone and saw Wang Chen holding a phone, standing in the parking lot. Because Zhang Mumu had zoomed in, they didn't see the 918. Song Ningxiang curiously asked, Mumu, where did you get a photo of Wang Chen? Haven't you 3 checked the school forum? It's gone crazy, all about Wang Chen. What? Song Ningxiang quickly grabbed her phone and opened the school forum. She was shocked when she saw the posts. Ah! When Song Ningxiang saw the content of the posts, she gasped, her voice even louder than Zhang Mumu's earlier scream. Li Meng and Du Xiang couldn't hold back either and pulled out their phones to check the school forum. They too couldn't escape the fate of screaming. Li Meng, oh my god, this Wang Chen is this rich? After Li Meng spoke, Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu turned to look at Song Ningxiang. Not to mention them, even Song Ningxiang was bewildered. She hadn't expected Wang Chen to be this wealthy. When he bought the hot pot restaurant, she only thought he was relatively well off. Now she didn't think that anymore. However, Song Ningxiang didn't know the exact value of the 918, but she knew that car was definitely not cheap. And as residents of Magic City, Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu naturally understood what this car represented. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so surprised. Meng, do you know how much this car costs? Of course, this is a Porsche 918, which has already been discontinued. There are only 100 units in the country, and you can't get this car for less than 30 million now. Wait, Ning Shuang, aren't you Wang Chen's girlfriend? You didn't know he had this car? Song Ning Shuang shook her head. She only knew Wang Chen by chance, and it was her who took the initiative. Wang Chen hadn't mentioned it to her. Ning Shuang, let's go find Wang Chen. I want to try this car, it's just too cool. Zhang Mumu said excitedly. Then I'll ask where Hao Gu is. After saying that, Song Ning Shuang sent a message to Wang Chen. On the other side, Wang Chen had just come out of the office. He had just gone to find Lin Shui to cancel his leave request and had also managed to get the exam review questions from her. As soon as Wang Chen stepped out of the office, he received a message from Song Ning Shuang. Song Ning Shuang, Hao Gu, where are you? Wang Chen, I'm at school, what's up? Song Ning Shuang, did you drive here? Wang Chen, how did you know? Song Ning Shuang, Hao Gu, check the school forum, it's blowing up. I'm coming to find you now. Wang Chen, okay, I'll wait for you at the playground. Song Ning Shuang, yup, I'll be there soon. After finishing the chat with Song Ning Shuang, Wang Chen went to the playground and found a spot with few people to sit down. It wasn't class time yet, and Wang Chen had nothing to do, so he might as well chat with Song Ning Shuang. Song Ning Shuang didn't keep Wang Chen waiting long. She arrived at his location shortly. However, when Song Ning Shuang arrived, Wang Chen was stunned to see that Chen Meng and the others had come along too. Wang Chen didn't know what this meant. Ning Shuang, over here. When Song Ning Shuang and her friends reached him, Zhang Mumu spoke up first, excitedly saying, Hao Gu, can you let me try the 918? I've wanted to drive this car for so long. Wang Chen looked at Zhang Mumu, seeing her gaze filled with longing. Sure, but I'll take Ning Shuang for a spin first, and then you can try. Great, great. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Song Ning Shuang's face lit up with a happy smile. However, at that moment, a voice that Wang Chen found annoying reached his ears. Oh, isn't this the dog licker Wang? What's wrong? Got dumped by Jejia and now trying to fool the younger girls? Han Xian's voice came from behind Wang Chen. Before Wang Chen could respond, Song Ning Shuang and her roommates couldn't hold back. But before they could speak, Li Jejia, who had come with Han Xian, began to mock Wang Chen. Wang Chen, can you stop trying to deceive the younger girls? With your looks, you still want to waste their time, how shameless can you be? Song Ning Shuang glared at Li Jejia, her eyes practically spitting fire. You must be Li Jejia, right? I heard my Hao Gu doesn't want you anymore, how pitiful, following around a rich second generation with little money, begging for scraps. You. Li Jejia pointed angrily at Song Ning Shuang. What? Look at you, you should be good at barking, but now you're silent. Let me tell you, if you say one more word about my Hao Gu, I'll tear your mouth apart. Hearing Song Ning Shuang's words, Li Jejia trembled with anger. Fine, I was going to tell you not to be fooled by Wang Chen, but I didn't expect you to willingly fall into depravity. Good luck with that. Li Jejia knew she couldn't win against Song Ning Shuang, so she turned to Han Xian and pouted, Xian Gu, look, they're bullying me, you have to help me get revenge. Han Xian looked at Li Jejia, then at Song Ning Shuang and the others. In an instant, he felt that Li Jejia was no longer appealing. Anyway, Li Jejia had already communicated with him, and Li Jejia wasn't as good looking as the four girls in front of him. At this moment, Han Xian had a little scheme. Alright, the junior girls don't really want to scold you. Who told you to always target Wang Chen? Upon hearing this, not only Li Jejia but even Song Ning Shuang and the other three girls were stunned. They never expected Han Xian would say such a thing. However, they looked down on Han Xian even more. His own woman was being insulted, and he could remain so calm, which probably meant he wasn't sincere. Thus, the four girls looked at Han Xian with disdain. They had no good feelings for a man like him. Seeing this, Song Ning Shuang also linked her arm with Wang Chen's and said playfully, Brother Hao, didn't you say you would take me for a ride?
After saying that, Song Ningxuan even winked at Wang Chen. As soon as Song Ningxuan finished speaking, Han Xian laughed mockingly. "Ha, Junior, you must have been fooled by him. How could this loser afford a car? Why don't I take you all for a ride instead?" As he spoke, Han Xian inadvertently revealed his BMW key. To be honest, being able to afford a car while in college is indeed impressive, and being able to buy a BMW certainly indicates some family background. But Wang Chen was no longer the Wang Chen he used to be. Not only that, but Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu were also not simple. How could just a BMW take them for a ride? Song Ningxuan said, "Humph, what nonsense are you talking? My brother Hao is very wealthy." "Ha, Jia, did I hear correctly? She said your little puppy is very rich." Han Xian laughed derisively. At this moment, Li Jia was pouting, clearly dissatisfied with Han Xian's earlier performance. However, she had no choice. Who told Han Xian to be rich? She could only go along with him. "Exactly, this dead puppy had to work part-time for 3 months just to buy me a phone, and he ate instant noodles every day. How could he have money? Junior, you've been fooled by him. Humph, how do you know if he has money? Besides, brother Hao is so good to you, and you treat him like this. You're really a shameless person." "You." Li Jiajia's face turned red with anger again, clearly flustered. "Humph, you all just believe him. Don't end up losing your innocence and getting nothing, and then regret it." Wang Chen gently tugged at Song Ningxuan, who smiled and stuck her tongue out at him. "So cute." Wang Chen couldn't help but pinch her cheek. She said in a delicate voice, "Brother Hao, if you pinch me like this, I'll get ugly." "Ah, no way, you'll get even prettier." "Humph, brother Hao just knows how to lie." Han Xian, watching the two flirt, was filled with resentment. He couldn't understand why such a loser like Wang Chen could find such a beautiful woman. No, he had to take her away. All 4 of them belonged to him, Han Xian. He didn't believe there were women who couldn't be tempted by money. "Hey, Junior, didn't you say you wanted to go for a ride? My car is parked over there. I'll take you for a spin and let you experience the joy of crying in a BMW." Hearing Han Xian's words, Song Ningxuan and the other 3 girls rolled their eyes at him repeatedly. They thought Han Xian seemed to have a screw loose. Just then, Song Ningxuan seemed to think of something and whispered a few words in Li Meng and the other girls' ears. Instantly, they became excited. Wang Chen didn't know what Song Ningxuan had said to Li Meng and the others, but he knew Song Ningxuan would definitely not get into Han Xian's BMW. At this moment, Li Meng and the other girls looked very excited. "Brother Hao, we should do this later." Listening to Song Ningxuan's words, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. He had to admit that Song Ningxuan was a bit mischievous, but he liked it. "All right." Song Ningxuan smiled as she looked at Wang Chen. "So, how about it, for beautiful junior sisters? Have you made up your minds?" Han Xian said with a smile, believing that as long as they were still university students, they couldn't resist the temptation of a BMW. After all, it was a BMW. "Isn't it said that you'd rather sit on the back of a bicycle laughing than sit in a BMW crying?" Han Xian was sure they would choose the BMW. "Really? Then let's go take a look." Upon hearing this, Han Xian knew he was right. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of a BMW. Looking at the graceful figures of Song Ningxuan and the others, Han Xian even imagined what it would be like to enjoy dinner tonight. He could even have several at once. Thinking of this, Han Xian looked down on Li Jiajia even more. Compared to Song Ningxuan and the others, Li Jiajia was simply weak. However, he couldn't immediately tear his face off, otherwise, these junior sisters would definitely have a bad impression of him, and his chances of enjoying dinner would decrease. "Ladies, let's go." After saying this, Han Xian took the lead, while Song Ningxuan and Li Meng followed behind Wang Chen, heading towards the parking lot. Li Meng was even whispering with Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu. "Li Meng, Xiang, Mumu, what do you think Li Jiajia's expression will be when she sees this?" Du Xiang, needless to say, it will be absolutely wonderful. Zhang Mumu, exactly, I think she will definitely say he threatened me. Li Meng, it's amazing that we can encounter such a plot from a novel. Du Xiang, Zhang Mumu, ha ha ha. In the parking lot of the Financial University of Magic City, Wang Chen and Song Ningxuan stood in front of a BMW. Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu looked at the BMW 3 Series in front of them with disdain. It wasn't that they disliked the BMW, but they felt disgusted with Han Xian. It was just a BMW 3 Series, their family had one, and they even had cars that were much better than a BMW 3 Series. Han Xian was bragging about driving a BMW 3 Series and claiming to be a rich second generation. To them, he was more like a negative second generation. Wang Chen was different. First of all, the Porsche 918 couldn't be rented. There were only 100 of these cars in the country, and its price had skyrocketed to over 30 million now. Without money and connections, it was impossible to buy one.
Their family's annual profit was only a few million, and this car was equivalent to their family's net profit for a year. Moreover, Wang Chen was very easy to get along with, and they felt he was worth getting to know better. Perhaps he could even help their family's life. What Li Meng and the others didn't know was that their decision would help their families through one difficulty after another. Ladies, how do you like my car? Li Meng and the others began to perform as previously agreed.
Li Meng, wow, is this a BMW? I really want to take a ride and feel the wind. Du Xiang, I want to too. Zheng Mumu, me too.
Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile appeared on Han Xian's face. He felt that as long as they got into his BMW, tonight would be his stage, and he would dominate the night. Haha, great, let's go together, it can fit us all. I'll take you to the beach, and we can buy a big tent, ensuring that all 6 of us can sleep comfortably tonight. At this moment, Han Xian was already fantasizing about being the only man sleeping among a group of women.
Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen.
After seeing him nod, she spoke up, but senior, this car can only fit 4 people.
If the 4 of us get in, what about that senior sister next to you?
Upon hearing this, Li Jiejia, who was standing next to Han Xian, trembled.
She was completely stunned. Yes, if these women get in, what will she do?
Han Xian glanced at Song Ningxuan and the others, then looked at Li Jiejia. He thought that since Song Ningxuan and the others had agreed to go with him, and he had already had enough of Li Jiejia, he wouldn't let her go this time. Don't worry, junior sisters, your senior still has class today and can't go. It's fine for the 5 of us to go. Upon hearing Han Xian's words, Li Jiejia turned red with anger. Her fists were tightly clenched.
Han Xian, what do you mean? Li Jiejia questioned angrily. No, Jiejia, these junior sisters haven't been in a BMW before. I'm just taking them to see the world. Tomorrow, I'll take you out alone. Li Jiejia was not a fool. How could she believe Han Xian's words? She cursed angrily, Han Xian, you bastard.
Hearing this, Han Xian immediately changed his expression. With a serious look, he said, What, do I need to say it a few more times for you to understand? Seeing Han Xian like this, Li Jiejia immediately wilted. She didn't dare to say a word. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, she remembered everything Wang Chen had done for her before, getting up early to buy her breakfast, taking careful notes in class, and preparing little surprises for her. He hadn't even scolded her once in 3 years. But for the life she wanted, she had no regrets. However, what happened next was something she would deeply regret. Seeing that Li Jiejia didn't dare to speak, Han Xian turned to Song Ningxuan and the other 4 women, saying, Beautiful junior sisters, please get in the car. After saying that, he made a gesture he thought was very gentlemanly. However, Song Ningxuan and the others showed no intention of moving. Seeing this, Han Xian looked puzzled, not understanding what they meant. Junior sisters, don't you want to go for a ride? Han Xian asked in confusion. However, Wang Chen laughed. Ha, Han Xian, you don't even realize you've been played. How could they possibly go with you? It's hilarious, look at you, now you're just like a little dog trying to lick. Hearing this, Han Xian glared at Wang Chen in anger. Wang Chen, I advise you to watch your words, be careful of trouble coming from your mouth. Graduation is coming soon, do you believe I can make it so you can't get your diploma? Oh, is that so? I hope you can still talk tough later. After saying that, Wang Chen turned and walked towards his car. Han Xian and Li Jiejia didn't know what Wang Chen was up to, but Li Meng and the others knew what Wang Hao wanted to do. Just as Han Xian looked over towards Wang Chen, he was stunned. He saw a silver sports car parked in the school parking lot. The sleek lines of the sports car were as attractive as a beautiful woman. Wow, when did someone in our school start driving a sports car? Li Jiejia looked at the car with envy, wishing she could sit in it. However, the next scene left Han Xian and Li Jiejia dumbfounded. Wang Chen took out a key and pressed it lightly. With a sound, the door of the sports car slowly opened. In an instant, Han Xian and Li Jiejia were petrified. Song Ningxuan and Li Meng stood aside, stifling their laughter. They had just intentionally stirred up the relationship between Han Xian and Li Jiejia, believing that after this incident, Han Xian and Li Jiejia would definitely not be the same as before. Buzz! As the engine roared to life, Wang Chen drove the 918 up to Song Ningxuan and the others. But this car only had 2 seats, so it couldn't fit all of Song Ningxuan and Li Meng's group. However, he had already thought of a solution. When Han Xian saw the Porsche 918, he panicked. He naturally knew that although his family was in business, they couldn't afford a 918 even with a year's profit. Those who could afford a 918 were not someone he could provoke. At this moment, Han Xian was unable to think. He had never considered that this car could be rented by Wang Chen, because he knew that even if someone owned such a car, they wouldn't rent it out. Li Jiejia was even more stunned. She never imagined that the once infatuated guy was actually driving a sports car, and she had even looked down on him for being poor. How ironic. Song Ningxuang and Li Meng looked at the expressions of Han Xian and Li Jiejia, which were as ugly as if they had eaten feces. Zhang Mumu said, Meng, look at their expressions, they look so ridiculous. Song Ningxuang, Li Meng, and Du Xiang laughed, ha ha. Li Jiejia stared blankly at Wang Chen sitting in the driver's seat of the 918. At that moment, she thought Wang Chen was so handsome. She regretted it, but it seemed like it was too late, yet there seemed to be a chance for redemption. Li Jiejia suddenly shook off Han Xian's hand, ran to Wang Chen's side, and pretended to be aggrieved, saying, Wang Chen, it was Han Xian who tempted me before, I didn't mean to do this. Let's make up, okay? This time, I'll let you hold my hand. Upon hearing Li Jiejia's words, the four girls felt as if she had been cursed with some kind of intelligence-reducing spell. No normal person would say such things. Song Ningxuang and the others couldn't understand what Wang Chen had seen in Li Jiejia that made him invest 3 years of genuine feelings in her. However, before Wang Chen could respond, Han Xian couldn't hold back any longer. He absolutely dared not provoke someone like Wang Chen. The other party could easily ruin his family's business with just one word. If Wang Chen really believed Li Jiejia's words, then the Han family's business would definitely be over. He couldn't let that happen. So he quickly walked over to Li Jiejia, pushed her aside, and hurriedly explained to Wang Chen, Brother Hao, it was my fault for not seeing things clearly and offending you. I hope you can forgive me. Also, it wasn't me who approached Li Jiejia, it was that shameless woman who came to me, really. Wang Chen did not respond to Han Xian, he just coldly stared at him. If it weren't for the fact that he currently lacked funds and connections, he would have already taken action against Han Xian's family business. He wouldn't have waited until now. But sooner or later, he would make Han Xian feel despair. Just like when he held Li Jiejia in front of him back then. Oh, didn't you say you wanted to make me unable to graduate? Why are you so nervous now? Upon hearing this, Han Xian looked at Wang Chen in terror. His voice trembled as he said, Brother Hao, I was just joking, I don't have that kind of ability. As soon as Han Xian finished speaking, Li Jiejia, who had just been pushed down by him, stood up and pushed Han Xian away again. Han Xian, stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for you tempting me with money back then, how could I have abandoned Brother Hao? You're the one who caused our breakup. Li Jiejia's voice was loud. It attracted quite a few onlookers. You're talking nonsense. Wasn't it you who came running over to call me Brother Xian just because you saw me driving a BMW? I'm telling you, don't slander me in front of Brother Hao. Wang Chen, Song Ningxuang, and the classmates who came to watch the drama looked at the two of them tearing into each other with deep emotion. Couples are like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly apart. This was exactly what people like Han Xian and Li Jiejia were like. Just as Han Xian and Li Jiejia were arguing fiercely, his phone rang. Wang Chen answered the call, said a few words, and then told Song Ningxuang, you all wait for me here, I'll come to pick you up in a bit. Song Ningxuang and Li Meng nodded, then quietly watched the show. The only thing missing was some sunflower seeds and cola. As Wang Chen started the car, vroom. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted from Han Xian and Li Jiejia to the 918. With a press of the gas pedal, Wang Chen drove out of the parking lot. Seeing Wang Chen leave, Han Xian and Li Jiejia, who were previously tearing at each other, also stopped. Han Xian, from today on, you walk your sunny path, and I'll walk my narrow bridge. Humph. Li Jiejia, with her disheveled hair, shouted angrily at Han Xian. She wanted to pursue Wang Chen again, firmly believing that as long as she gave Wang Chen a way out, he would, like before, happily bring her breakfast. At this moment, Han Xian was also very angry. Had he known Wang Chen was so capable, he wouldn't have dared to touch Li Jiejia. Now he could only pray that Wang Chen would be magnanimous and not target his family's business. Han Xian couldn't even dare to think about taking action against Wang Chen. Perhaps before he could act, Wang Chen would have already noticed, and then there would really be no way to resolve it. Li Meng, Ningxuang, where did Brother Hao go? Song Ningxuang, Brother Hao said the 918 can't fit 4 people. He's going to change cars and will be back soon. Du Xiang, Ningxuang, do you know what car Brother Hao will change to? Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang's first reaction was the G-Class. After all, he drove a G-Class last time at the mall. Song Ningxuang also wanted to see what expressions Han Xian and the others would have when Wang Chen came back in the G-Class. Song Ningxuang, I have a rough idea, but I don't know if he has other cars. After this incident, Song Ningxuang no longer knew Wang Chen's specific capabilities, so she didn't dare to say. The surrounding classmates were also discussing. They knew Wang Chen and Li Jiejia. It was just that Wang Chen and Li Jiejia were too famous in school. One was the ultimate simp, and the other was a complete gold-digging tea girl. This combination attracted a lot of attention, and the school forum was filled with information about them. Recently, the trend on the forum changed. Wang Chen was no longer the simp king, he had transformed from the simp king into a rich second generation, while Li Jiejie remained the same gold-digging tea girl. This change had everyone at the financial university in Magic City in a gossip mode. Hey, wasn't it said that Senior Wang Chen's girlfriend is the class flower Song Ningxuan from finance class too? Why did Senior Wang Chen leave without taking Song Ningxuan? Ha? Could it be that Song Ningxuan was dumped by Senior Wang Chen? No way. How could it not be? Senior Wang Chen is so rich, what kind of woman doesn't he have? Exactly, if you ask me, our school's class flower Lu Ruyan probably. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Wang Chen just has a bit of money, he isn't even that handsome. Hey, classmate, who are you? I don't know you, stay away from me. Instantly, the person who just said Wang Chen wasn't handsome found himself surrounded by empty space. They didn't dare to gamble on Wang Chen's temper. You guys? That male classmate was also quite helpless, what he said was just the truth. Wang Chen indeed wasn't particularly handsome, but he looked clean and was the kind that grew on you. Now, with the added bonus of being a rich second generation. Plus, many girls were touched by Wang Chen's sincerity towards Li Jiejie. They felt that a man like Wang Chen, who was both wealthy and devoted, was hard to come by, so a post appeared on the school forum looking for Wang Chen's green bubble. Of course, all of this happened just now, and Wang Chen was completely unaware. At this moment, Wang Chen had already driven into the Fengshan community. After switching to the G class, he drove towards the school. He was now looking forward to the expressions of Han Xian and the others. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the school gate. Just now when he went out, he had spoken to the security guard, but he still bought a pack of cigarettes. After the guard lifted the pole, Wang Chen drove in with the big G. Thank you, uncle. Wang Chen threw the cigarettes to the guard and then drove towards the parking lot. The guard looked at the cigarettes in his hand and then at Wang Chen, who was driving away. He couldn't help but feel amazed. However, he quickly put the cigarettes away and continued to guard the school gate. At this moment, Wang Chen also arrived at the parking lot in the big G. When Song Ningxuan saw the big G, she immediately knew it was Wang Chen. She remembered the license plate, as it was the same car she had ridden in last time. Li Meng and the others also saw Wang Chen. They were equally shocked, not expecting Wang Chen to drive another car worth millions. Just how rich was he, especially since he had only been out for a short while? Could it be that he had a house in Fengshan community? This made Li Meng and the other two girls certain that Wang Chen was very wealthy. Zhang Mumu exclaimed, "My god, Hao Gu is so rich, driving the big G again." Li Meng added, "Exactly, we need to treat Hao Gu to a good meal later." Du Xiang said, "I think so too." After saying that, the three of them turned their gazes towards Song Ningxuan. Among the four girls in the dormitory, their family backgrounds were much better than Song Ningxuan's. Her family was just from a small mountain village in Yun province, but now it seemed a bit different. All of this was because of one man, Wang Chen. This man seemed to be very wealthy. Song Ningxuan smiled brightly at Zhang Mumu and the others, saying, "I also want to treat him to a meal. Let's eat our fill later, sisters." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mumu and the others finally smiled. They were just afraid that Song Ningxuan would look down on them after meeting Wang Chen. But clearly, she did not. The four girls were happy, but Han Xian and Li Jiejie were not happy at all. One felt that he had offended someone with a huge background, and the other felt she had missed out on a rich second-generation dog who would fawn over her. Their thoughts were different, but both were filled with regret. Han Xian felt he needed to do something. Otherwise, he feared that his family's business would be targeted by Wang Chen. Then he would be finished. He imagined his father and mother would come at him with a knife. He was terrified. After Wang Chen parked the car, Han Xian hurriedly rushed to Wang Chen's side, but the big G was very high, and Han Xian had to look up at Wang Chen, who leaned out of the window, looking down at him. At this moment, Wang Chen felt incredibly refreshed. When it came to his enemies, Wang Chen had never thought of being soft-hearted, it was just that he lacked the ability right now. If he had the ability, he would definitely strike first. So no matter what Han Xian did, he would ultimately not escape Wang Chen's grasp. Right now, what Wang Chen needed to do was to keep Han Xian steady. "Hao Gu, you changed cars again. That Hao Gu, my little brother was ignorant before and offended you. Please forgive him, I apologize to you." But Wang Chen looked at Han Xian, who didn't seem to be apologizing at all, and felt disdain in his heart. "Get lost!" Wang Chen shouted angrily, and Han Xian's body trembled as he hurried back to his BMW 3 Series, driving away in a hurry. The students present saw this scene and began taking photos. "My god, this senior Wang Chen is too powerful. Yeah, just how rich is Wang Chen? Changing cars like changing clothes. This big G costs at least 4 to 5 million. My god, just these two cars are worth 40 to 50 million. Wang Chen is too rich. No way, from today on, Senior Wang Chen is my idol. Me too, I need to tell my girlfriend about this. Dude, aren't you afraid your girlfriend will dump you and go after Senior Wang Chen? Exactly, you still want to tell your girlfriend? I advise you to keep an eye on her. Yes, many girls on the school forum are asking for Senior Wang Chen's green bubble. Listening to their discussions, Wang Chen felt the thrill that money brings for the first time. As long as you have money, they can turn you into a devoted admirer. Without money, they call you a sycophant. Society is very realistic. However, Wang Chen is not worried about being broke at all. What he needs to do is to increase the favorability of the salary cashback goddess and help her raise her monthly salary. Only then can he earn more money and more points to exchange for cashback opportunities. But he is not in a hurry. After all, meals should be eaten one bite at a time. Eating too fast can lead to choking. Ning Shuang, get in the car. What are you waiting for? Wang Chen said to Song Ning Shuang and the other three girls. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Song Ning Shuang got in the car with Li Meng and the others. Song Ning Shuang sat in the passenger seat, while Li Meng and the other three took the back seat. Just as Wang Chen was about to drive away, Li Jiajia blocked the car in front. Wang Chen's brows furrowed into a shape. He didn't know what Li Jiajia wanted, but it was no longer his concern. After all, he no longer looked at Li Jiajia with any interest. Li Jiajia had been with Han Xian for days and had no idea how many needles she had been pricked with. Moreover, Li Jiajia was a bottomless green tea gold digger. Wang Chen saw through such a woman. Although Bai Wanner and Song Ning Shuang were also somewhat materialistic, they had their limits. As long as Wang Chen gave them what they wanted, they wouldn't do anything out of line. But Li Jiajia was different. A woman like her would never be satisfied. Wang Chen ignored Li Jiajia and honked the horn. Beep, but Li Jiajia still stood with her hands spread wide, blocking Wang Chen's car. After Wang Chen stopped honking, Li Jiajia shouted at him, Wang Chen, I really didn't cheat, Han Xian didn't touch me, please believe me. At that moment, Li Jiajia was filled with tears. She looked pitiful, and if it were the old Wang Chen, he would have softened. But not now. There are many people in the world who are more beautiful than Li Jiajia, like Zhao Liying, Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, Lu Shishir, Zhao Lucy, Zhu Jingyi, Li Jiyun, Zhang Yuaning, and so on. They are not only beautiful but can also make money. How could Li Jiajia compare to them? Moreover, Wang Chen believed that given time, even goddesses like Zhao Liying and Yang Mi would earn money for him. Not to mention those big stars, even the four girls in the car, Song Ning Shuang, Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu, any one of them is much prettier than Li Jiajia. Wang Chen didn't even know why he had been so foolish to be a sycophant for Li Jiajia. He really regretted it more and more. Wang Chen looked at Li Jiajia, then at Song Ning Shuang and the three girls sitting in the back. They were all wearing denim shorts and skirts, with a pair of fair, long legs, simply a poison for men. Seeing that Wang Chen ignored her, Li Jiajia shouted again. Wang Chen, all of this was forced by Han Xian, you have to believe me. I really love you, woo woo woo. Li Jiajia's tears flowed down like a waterfall. She looked like a bullied person. Li Jiajia, get out of the way quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. I won't. If you don't forgive me, I won't move unless you let Song Ning Shuang get out. I want to sit in her place. Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates sighed, saying that Li Jiajia was really a weirdo. Wang Chen looked at Li Jiajia, feeling very impatient. He angrily shouted, damn green tea, get lost. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Li Jiajia was also taken aback. She never expected Wang Chen would scold her like this. You have to know, Wang Chen used to be afraid to even speak loudly to her for fear of making her angry. How could he be like this now? Li Jiajia regretted it. She shouldn't have provoked Han Xian. Not only did she give her innocence to him, but she also let him toy with her at will. But it was all too late. It was useless to say anything. Wang Chen looked at Li Jiajia still blocking the car and shouted to the crowd, whoever helps me pull her away, I'll give them 2,000 yuan. As soon as he said this, many classmates stirred with excitement. Damn, 2,000 yuan, that's more than my living expenses for over a month. He just casually offered that? He can't be tricking us, right? Many were skeptical, but there were also some bold ones who directly went to pull Li Jiajia away. However, Li Jiajia kept struggling. Watching her struggle, it would be a lie to say Wang Chen felt no pain. After all, 3 years of effort were real. But Wang Chen didn't soften, he just felt that his 3 years of investment were not worth it. As Li Jiajia was pulled away, Wang Chen drove his big G to the side of the 3 classmates who had pulled her. There were 3 of them in total. Wang Chen was generous and directly transferred 5,000 yuan to each of them. When the 3 classmates received the money, they were beyond excited. Damn, Senior Wang Chen actually gave 5,000 yuan. It really is 5,000 yuan, Senior Wang Chen is so generous. I got it too. Hearing the 3 of them, those who had hesitated just moments ago instantly regretted it. They knew that their monthly living expenses were only 1,500 yuan, and some had only 1,200 yuan. Wang Chen had given 5,000 yuan all at once. That was their living expenses for over 3 months. All they had to do was pull Li Jiejia away to get it. They regretted it so much. Why didn't they pull Li Jiejia away earlier? Why didn't I go just now? That's 5,000 yuan. Exactly. Why didn't I trust senior Wang Chen? However, just as everyone was lamenting Wang Chen's generosity, Li Jiejia took advantage of their distraction and ran back to the front of Wang Chen's car again. Song Ningxuang and Li Meng looked at the almost frenzied Li Jiejia and felt quite helpless. They were really tired of such a woman. This time, there was no need for Wang Chen to say anything. The 3 men who had just received the money took the initiative to drag Li Jiejia away. Wang Chen drove off with the 4 girls, leaving the school. After Wang Chen left, the 3 boys who had received the money shouted at Li Jiejia, "Get lost, you dead green tea." After saying that, the 3 men walked away, leaving Li Jiejia sitting on the ground, crying bitterly. A pitiful person must have something hateful about them, and a hateful person must have something sad about them. At that moment, Li Jiejia was that person. However, Li Jiejia didn't seem to intend to give up. She suddenly stood up, as if she had made a decision, and looked in the direction Wang Chen had left. On the other side, Wang Chen drove the big G with Song Ningxuang and the 4 girls away from the school. Wang Chen checked the time, it was still not noon, and he had to pick up Wuya at 5:30 in the afternoon. However, Wang Chen didn't know where to take the girls. "Ningxuang, let's go eat first. How about we go to the beach after lunch?" Song Ningxuang didn't immediately agree with Wang Chen but turned to look at Li Meng and the others. Seeing them nod, she finally agreed. Okay. Wang Chen didn't have much money left this month. He didn't even know how much he had left. Once they arrived at the restaurant, he would let the system open his data to check. Before long, Wang Chen brought Song Ningxuang and the 4 girls to a restaurant that looked quite upscale, a Chinese restaurant. Wang Chen handed the menu to Song Ningxuang and the others, then opened the system panel to check his data. System, open my data panel. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 897,411 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Baolong Plaza, Magic City. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 155,490,000 yuan. Funds consumed, 154,600,000 yuan. System points, 2 bound salary cashback. Goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month. Wuya, bound this month. Bai Wanner, bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 28 days. Note, after each cashback, you must meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind you. Wang Chen looked at his data panel. He only had 897,000 left. This money really doesn't last long. It seems he needs to earn more. However, the system points have changed. Now he has 2 points. As long as he earns 98 more points, he can exchange for another binding time with a salary cashback goddess, allowing her to make money for him. His goal is not only to become the richest person in the world but also to have the beautiful goddesses of the world make money for him. However, Wang Chen was still a bit worried. If he earns too much money in the future, will he be discovered? System, if I earn too much money, will I be taken away? Ding, please rest assured, host. All of your money is transferred to your account through legal sources. Your bank card has also been modified by this system, allowing you to withdraw any amount of money at will. Hearing the system's response, Wang Chen felt much more at ease. As long as nothing happens, it's fine. Just as Wang Chen was communicating with the system, Zhang Mumu excitedly asked, how rich are you? You can buy a divine car like the 918. Why not buy me one too? How about I become your little lover? Saying this, Zhang Mumu winked at Song Ningxuang. Song Ningxuang just smiled. She knew she was merely one of Wang Chen's lovers. What right did she have to manage Wang Chen? Thinking of this, Song Ningxuang felt incredibly disappointed. Hearing Zhang Mumu's words, Wang Chen laughed and said, sure. But you have to ask Ningxuang if she agrees. If she does, then I'll agree to you. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang, who had just lowered her head, looked at Wang Chen in surprise. Song Ningxuang felt that Wang Chen saying this proved that he didn't only see her as a lover. At the very least, Wang Chen respected her. This was the best outcome. After all, their acquaintance had a bit of a complicated background. Mumu, stop talking nonsense. What if Hao Gu gets angry? Li Meng, who was nearby, timely stepped in to ease the situation, giving Wang Chen and Zhang Mumu a way out. After that, everyone finished their meal in a harmonious atmosphere. Li Meng and the others kept asking him how much his assets were, but Wang Chen kept dodging the question. It wasn't that he didn't want to say, even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. Who would believe that someone who could afford a 918 and a big G only had 897,000 yuan in their account? Rather than let them think he was lying, it was better not to say anything. After the meal, Wang Chen drove the big G with Song Ningxuang and the 4 girls to the seaside, but he had to pick up Wuya at 5:30, and they weren't fully prepared this time. Wang Chen casually strolled with them for a bit before driving them back to school. However, Wang Chen had already agreed with them to take them to the seaside again after the exams, and they wanted him to prepare a barbecue grill, tents, beer, drinks, and so on. Wang Chen agreed to them. At the school gate, Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen reluctantly. To be honest, when she first met Wang Chen, she had a purpose in getting to know him, but after spending some time together, she felt an impulse to get closer to him. Li Meng and Du Xiang watched Song Ningxuang in a daze. They patted her and smiled, saying, "Ningxuang, your brother Hao has already left. What are you still looking at? Let's head back to the dormitory, or what will we do if we fail the final exam?" Hearing Li Meng and the others, Song Ningxuang finally came to her senses. "Ah, let's go." On the other side, Wang Chen drove the big G to the place where Wuya worked. Wuya had already finished work and was standing by the roadside waiting for him. Wang Chen drove up to Wuya, and she directly got into the passenger seat. However, as soon as Wuya sat down, she sniffed. It seemed she caught a whiff of something. Wang Chen thought to himself that it was bad. This car had just been occupied by Song Ningxuang and the others, and it was likely that their fragrance lingered in the car. Wang Chen was on edge. He realized he needed to be more careful in the future. Fortunately, he didn't hear the system announce that Wuya's favorability had decreased. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But Wuya's next words made his heart race again. "Xiao Hao, why does it smell so nice in the car?" Goodness, how was he supposed to explain that? If he didn't explain it well, her favorability might drop. At that moment, Wang Chen's mind was racing, constantly thinking of a response that wouldn't lower her favorability. After 0.0001 seconds, Wang Chen blurted out, "Today, I went to do some charity work with my classmates. I just dropped them off. Was it required by the school?" "Yeah." After that, Wuya didn't ask any further questions. Seeing that he had managed to dodge the issue, Wang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he needed to be more careful in the future, otherwise, one misstep could lead to a drop in favorability, and if that happened, the cashback multiplier on his salary would also decrease. He couldn't afford to regret it. "Xiao Hao, let's buy some groceries and cook at home." "Okay, let's go to the supermarket now." With that, Wang Chen drove Wuya to the supermarket, where they bought a lot of food. When they got home, Wang Chen and Wuya cooked together, and after eating, Wuya asked Wang Chen to take her to the mall to buy some clothes, saying she wanted to wear them when she visited his home. Naturally, Wang Chen went with her. Not only that, but Wuya also bought a gold necklace and a watch, spending a total of 30,000 yuan. "Xiao Hao, I'll use some of your money first, and I'll pay you back when I get my salary, okay?" Wang Chen looked at Wuya and said softly, "Sister Wuya, that money is your pocket money, feel free to use it. Don't save it for me. If you save it, it means you don't want to come home with me." Hearing this, Wuya shot Wang Chen a glance, but she still felt warm inside. Wang Chen thought that saying this would increase Wuya's favorability, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't receive a system notification. It seemed that the higher the favorability, the harder it was to increase. However, Wang Chen wasn't anxious. He had a long time to be with Wuya. To increase her favorability, he needed to treat her sincerely and pay attention to the details of their daily life. Only then would her favorability gradually rise. There was no need to rush. Haste makes waste. After that, Sister Wuya took Wang Chen to buy a few outfits, and she bought a few for herself as well. Moreover, Wuya bought a mysterious piece of clothing, hesitating to let Wang Chen see it. After shopping, Wang Chen and Wuya returned home. In the following days, Wang Chen focused on reviewing for the exams, as the final exams were very important. Failing would be troublesome. In severe cases, it could even lead to an extension of his studies. Plus, he was graduating in just half a semester. If he failed, he would have to face the teacher to ask for review questions. Wang Chen didn't want to do that, mainly because it would waste time. It was better to pass everything in one go. So for the past few days, Wang Chen has been reviewing. He has been staying at home with Wuya, who goes to work, and after Wuya finishes work, they sit together on the sofa, cuddling while watching TV and chatting. When Wuya is at work, he starts his review. During this time, he often chats with Bai Wanner and Song Ningxiang. In these few days, he also sent green bubbles to Zhao Liying, and after Zhao Liying finished her work, she would reply to him and chat for a bit. Besides these,
Wang Chen has just been reviewing. July 8th. Today is the exam day, and Wang Chen is not nervous at all. After all, with the review questions given by Lin Shui, he feels there won't be any problems. He has also learned quite a bit in another subject, so passing the exam shouldn't be an issue. One exam on the 8th, another on the 9th. After the exams, he just needs to wait for Lin Shui to hold a meeting before he can leave school. Wang Chen sits in his seat, waiting for the invigilator to distribute the exam papers. The moment the papers are handed out, Wang Chen knows he's got this. After all, he has done all these questions before. Wang Chen picks up his pen and starts working on it. In less than half an hour, Wang Chen has basically finished answering the questions. He just needs to wait until the time is up to submit his paper. When the invigilator says it's time to submit, Wang Chen tidies up his tools and hands the paper to the invigilator. For the next day's exam, Wang Chen is also in his element, finishing quickly and submitting in half an hour before leaving. With the end of his exams, the first semester of his senior year also comes to a close. Walking out of the exam room, Wang Chen stretches. He feels completely refreshed. Suddenly, a graceful figure appears in his sight, holding a cup of milk tea and smiling at Wang Chen. "Ningxiang, what are you doing here? You said you'd be done with your exam today, so I came to find you. Aren't you also having an exam tomorrow? Why are you out?" "Hee, with my abilities, facing an exam is a piece of cake. Here, this is the milk tea I drank. You don't mind, do you?" Saying this, Song Ningxiang hands over the milk tea she has already drunk to Wang Chen. Wang Chen doesn't mind at all. After all, they've even kissed. Why would he be picky? After taking the milk tea, he takes a big sip and then hands it back to Song Ningxiang. "I still need to go to the office, so wait for me at the office door, okay?" At the office door, Song Ningxiang is wearing denim shorts and a white short-sleeve shirt, with her hair tied in a ponytail, looking very pure and lovely. Many male classmates who come to the office unconsciously glance at her. Song Ningxiang dislikes such gazes, but she has to wait for Wang Chen, so there's nothing she can do. While waiting for Wang Chen, her phone rings. She picks it up and starts replying. Meanwhile, Wang Chen arrives at the office. He sees Lin Shui sitting at her desk chatting with other teachers. "Sister Shui." Wang Chen calls out to Lin Shui, and upon seeing him, Lin Shui gestures for him to sit on the nearby sofa. She then starts asking questions. "Wang Chen, have you seen the school forum lately?" Wang Chen shakes his head. Recently, he has either been busy reviewing or chatting with a few girls. Where would he have the time to check the school forum? He feels the school forum has nothing to do with him. After all, he just wants to be a marginal figure. Lin Shui smiles, then takes out her phone, opens a post, and hands it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen takes the phone with a puzzled expression, and when he sees the content inside, he is completely stunned. The post was made by Li Jiejia. Li Jiejia claims she is pregnant with his child, but Wang Chen abandoned her. Wang Chen is dumbfounded. For 3 years as a devoted admirer, he hasn't even kissed her, yet Li Jiejia can still be pregnant with his child. This is truly miraculous. Moreover, anyone from the financial university in Magic City basically knows this is impossible. Wang Chen, Li Jiejia not only posted these on the school forum, but also on Douyin. The school wants you to handle this quickly, or it will escalate and be bad for both you and the school. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen hurriedly explained, "Sister Shui, you know I would never do something like that." Lin Shui actually understood. She had been following the school forum and had a rough idea of the incident's origin. "I know it doesn't help, but if Li Jiejia keeps making a fuss, the school leaders will probably want to talk to you." Wang Chen didn't expect Li Jiejia to do something like this. He thought she was just a gold-digging girl, but now she was throwing away all pretense. "I understand, Sister Shui, I will resolve this as soon as possible. Also, during the summer vacation, I will visit your home. I'll call you to let you know when." "Ha?" Wang Chen was shocked. Why would Lin Shui want to go to his house? He didn't understand. "No, Sister Shui, did I do something wrong for you to want to come to my house?" "What? Can't I go to your house for no reason? I heard it's cool over there, so I want to escape the heat during summer vacation." Hearing this, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright, just call me when you come." "Okay, you go now, and remember to handle this matter well." "I got it." After saying that, Wang Chen left the office. However, when he stepped out, he found that there was more than just Song Ningxue at the office door. Li Meng and the others had also arrived. As soon as Wang Chen came out, Song Ningxue and the others looked at him with a certain gaze. This made Wang Chen feel very uncomfortable. "What's going on? Why are you all here, and why are you looking at me like that?" Just as Wang Chen finished speaking, Song Ningxue pulled him towards their dormitory. "What are you all doing? You have to tell me first." Song Ningxue said seriously, "Don't talk, just cooperate with us." Wang Chen felt helpless but could only comply. Before long, he followed them to the girls' dormitory.
After Li Meng swiped her card to get through the gate, she quietly checked if the dorm supervisor was around. Seeing that the supervisor was absent, they surrounded Wang Chen and quietly led him to one of the dorms. Throughout the process, Wang Chen was in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. When he arrived at Song Ningxue's dorm, he was immediately taken aback. There were pink underwear and little pants hanging on the balcony. After Wang Chen entered, Li Meng quickly went to gather the pink underwear and little pants. Wang Chen also shifted his gaze away. Song Ningxue pulled Wang Chen to sit in her spot. As soon as he sat down, he saw the 4 girls staring at him with scrutinizing eyes. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Zhang Mumu asked. "How good, you know about the post Li Jejia made on the school forum, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen instantly understood, it was because of this matter. "I just found out, the counselor called me over because of that post and told me to resolve it quickly." Song Ningxue said, "How good, isn't Li Jejia from your class? Why isn't your counselor helping you with this?" "I guess the counselor has already privately talked to Li Jejia, but she insists on her version, so the counselor had no choice but to let me handle it myself." "How good, is the post that Li Jejia made true or false?" After Song Ningxue asked this question, everyone looked at Wang Chen, seemingly waiting for his answer. Seeing this, Wang Chen did not hide the truth. "Of course it's false. Don't you all know I've been her loyal follower for 3 years? In those 3 years, I haven't even kissed her. Even if she were pregnant, the child wouldn't be mine." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Song Ningxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, Song Ningxuan knew that this was impossible, but she still wanted to hear Wang Chen deny it in person. Now her heart had completely settled down. Since it wasn't Wang Chen's doing, then this matter needed to be resolved. "So, Brother how are you going to solve this?" "I haven't figured it out yet, but don't worry, I will handle it." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and Li Meng felt a bit worried. After all, Li Jejia was now standing on a moral high ground, and those who saw the post without knowing the truth were all siding with her. The situation was very unfavorable for Wang Chen. "Let's do it this way." Wang Chen shared the plan he had thought of with the 4 girls. Although Li Meng and the others knew Wang Chen was wealthy, they never expected him to take it this far. So they nodded in agreement. "Brother how, don't worry, we will definitely post it on the forum." "Okay, thank you." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and the others smiled slightly, their eyes curving beautifully. Wang Chen was also relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't deleted Li Jejia's WeChat, just blocked her. Now he could still see their previous chat records. Wang Chen unblocked Li Jejia. Then he found their previous chat records, took screenshots, and sent them to Song Ningxuan and Li Meng. As Li Meng and the others looked at the chat screenshots, their expressions kept changing. They glanced at the chat records and then at Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled awkwardly. In the past, he indeed had been quite that way, but not anymore. He wouldn't give up a whole forest for a single flower now. "Brother how, leave this matter to us. You go prepare the things we need for tomorrow at the beach, and we will give you a surprise." "Oh, a surprise?" Yes, hurry up and prepare. We will start posting on the forum now." "Alright, but are you sure you won't walk me out of the dormitory? If I just walk out like this, I might not be able to get out of this building." Wang Chen joked. Right now, he was in the girls' dormitory, and if he walked out like this, it would definitely be a disaster. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and the other girls exchanged glances and then smiled knowingly. "Ha, we almost forgot." Wang Chen slapped his forehead, and then, under the cover of the 4 girls, he safely walked out of the girls' dormitory. The 4 girls watched Wang Chen's retreating figure before returning to their dorm. Once back in the dorm, Li Meng suddenly remembered that Wang Chen had seen her pink underwear and shorts earlier, and her face turned bright red. Song Ningxuan and the other 2 noticed Li Meng's unusual behavior and asked, Meng, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? You're not running a fever, are you?" Saying this, Song Ningxuan reached out her delicate little hand to check Li Meng's forehead. However, she didn't feel anything. "Strange, no fever, but why is your face so red?" Li Meng stammered, "And nothing, let's just post it first." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and the others nodded. They then took out their phones and edited a few posts on the school's forum, attaching the chat records between Wang Chen and Li Jejia. The content of the chat records was very simple. It was just Li Jejia asking Wang Chen to buy her various things, and most importantly, she clearly stated in the chat that she wouldn't let Wang Chen touch her. As long as this post was sent out, they believed that public opinion would definitely lean towards Li Jejia. After posting, the 4 girls put down their phones and started chatting. Zhang Mumu said, "Ningxuan, I feel that Brother Hao is really nice. I just don't understand why he would meet someone like Li Jejia." Li Meng replied, "Exactly, Li Jejia is so despicable. Du Xiang, if it weren't for the fact that Hao Gu is Ning Shuang's boyfriend now, I bet a lot of girls would be chasing after him.
Song Ning Shuang, isn't there a lot of people on the forum asking for how GE's green bubble now? Li Meng, yeah, Ning Shuang, you better keep a close eye on him.
Song Ning Shuang, oh, how Gu wouldn't do that, he's so devoted.
Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others felt the same way. Zhang Mumu, by the way, aren't we going to the beach tomorrow? Have you all prepared your swimsuits? Zhang Mumu suddenly chimed in. Li Meng's face instantly turned red.
The pink underwear and little shorts she had drying today were actually the swimsuit she planned to wear tomorrow, and she didn't expect Wang Chen to see them.
Song Ning Shuang, we're all ready, but shouldn't we let Hao Gu take us to a deserted beach tomorrow? Otherwise, it would be too revealing.
Li Meng, I think Ning Shuang is right. It's better to go somewhere without people, otherwise, it would just be a treat for those men.
Du Xiang, I agree too. Zhang Mumu, I have no objections. Just wondering if Hao Gu will.
The next morning, Wang Chen told Wu Ye that he would be back a little later, then drove off in the G-class to pick up Song Ning Shuang and the others. Meanwhile, Wu Ye rode her little electric scooter to her dance training job. Actually, Wang Chen wanted Wu Ye to drive the 918, but she refused, so he didn't push it. He could only wait until next month's salary cashback arrived to buy her a G-class, otherwise, it would still be a bit inconvenient. After all, he sometimes needed to use the car. Song Ning Shuang and the others had an exam at 8 in the morning, and they basically finished in half an hour, coming out by 8:30.
Wang Chen waited for them in the school parking lot. Around 9 o'clock, Song Ning Shuang and the 4 girls arrived at the parking lot.
Song Ning Shuang was wearing a pleated skirt, a pair of white sneakers, black socks, and a white short-sleeve shirt. She looked like a sweet girl. Li Meng and the other 3 wore denim long pants and shorts, also very eye-catching. Each of them was carrying a bag, and Wang Chen had no idea what they had prepared. After they got in the car, Wang Chen drove towards their destination. Song Ning Shuang had already told him the night before that they wanted to go to a deserted beach. Wang Chen searched for a long time before finally finding the spot they had in mind. After driving for over an hour, he brought Song Ning Shuang and the others to a secluded beach, where there were hardly any people, and usually, no one came here. The surrounding environment was decent. After arriving at the destination, Wang Chen started unloading the things from the car, and Song Ning Shuang and the others came to help. By the time they finished, it was already 10:30. Wang Chen quickly set up the tent they had brought.
Let's just have something light for lunch today, and then we can do a barbecue in the evening. What do you think? Song Ning Shuang, Zhang Mumu, sounds good, we'll follow Hao Ge's lead. Li Meng, I agree too. Du Xiang, I have no objections.
With everyone's opinions aligned, Wang Chen took out the prepared lunch and started eating with Song Ning Shuang and the 4 girls. He had prepared instant food.
It didn't take long to cook. Once it was ready, they could eat.
Soon, Wang Chen finished lunch with the 4 girls, and they cleaned up the lunchboxes and other things to take with them when they left.
After all, protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility.
After lunch, Wang Chen's seaside life with 1 man and 4 women officially began.
The midday sun was particularly glaring.
Especially in July, the average temperature had already reached 31 degrees.
Wang Chen also felt a wave of heat. Song Ning Shuang, Meng, it's so hot. Let's go stay inside the tent. Li Meng, I think so too. It feels like the sunscreen isn't working at all. Song Ning Shuang, yeah, let's call Mumu and Xiang.
We can change into the clothes we brought, hee hee. At this, Li Meng recalled how Wang Chen looked when he saw her pink underwear yesterday. But she couldn't dwell on it. Song Ning Shuang pulled her to find Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu, who were still playing, and soon the 4 girls headed to the tent. At that moment, Wang Chen was still inside the tent setting up the mats when he saw Song Ning Shuang and the others arrive. He thought they were coming to help, but unexpectedly, once they entered the tent, Song Ning Shuang and the others pushed Wang Chen out, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had just finished setting up the tent and laying out the mats, ready to lie down and rest for a bit, only to be kicked out. What was going on? However, Wang Chen wasn't angry, he was just curious about what Song Ning Shuang and the others were up to. He was also wondering what surprise Song Ning Shuang had mentioned. After standing outside for a while, Wang Chen couldn't take it anymore, it was just too hot. He regretted coming out to play today, the temperature was at least 32 degrees. No way, he had to go inside to escape the sun, and wait until it cooled down a bit before coming out to play.
Wang Chen stood outside the tent waiting for Song Ning Shuang and the others.
He waited for half an hour, which was unbearable for him, but thankfully the tent provided some shade, sparing him from the direct sunlight. Otherwise, he would have been completely dazed. Plus, he had prepared well for this outing, with a power supply, an ice maker, and a fan, etc. Just waiting a bit longer to get back inside the tent would be so comfortable.
After half an hour, Wang Chen finally heard the sound of the tent zipper being pulled open. He eagerly looked inside the tent. He was so desperate to get in and feel the breeze from the fan. However, the moment the tent was opened, Wang Chen was instantly shocked. He couldn't even blink, staring intently inside. What beautiful skin-like! Each one had such fair and tender skin, dressed so enticingly. Were they looking down on him or what? Didn't they fear he might give them a shot? Following Wang Chen's gaze, he saw that Song Ningxuang and Li Meng were wearing pink lingerie and little shorts, looking incredibly sexy. The bikinis were almost too much for him to handle. No wonder they wanted to come to a secluded place. It turned out they were going to wear bikinis. Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu were in white. Each had their own characteristics, but one thing they all shared was their incredibly fair skin. The sizes of the big white rabbits were all different. Wang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. This scene was just too captivating to look away from. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Song Ningxuang turned to Li Meng and the others, smiling. "See, I told you, Brother Hao would definitely be unable to take his eyes off us dressed like this." At this moment, Li Meng's face was almost as red as her ears. Zhang Mumu and Du Xiang felt the same. It was their first time dressing so sexy in front of a man, and it was just too embarrassing. At this point, Wang Chen didn't care about anything else. It was just too hot outside. He grabbed a glass, filled it with ice from the ice maker, and directly dove into the tent. Instantly, the four beauties screamed. "Ah!" Wang Chen was completely stunned. "Wait, what are you doing?" Wang Chen was speechless. It was clearly their choice to wear bikinis, and now that he came in, they started screaming, making it seem like he forced them to wear it. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered with them. He took out 5 bottles of chilled cola from the cooler and went back out to grab 4 glass cups. He filled the ice cubes into the glasses, then poured 5 bottles of cola into the cups. After finishing, he picked up a glass of ice-cold cola and drank it down. In an instant, that refreshing sensation surged through his mind. "Wow! So refreshing!" Wang Chen shouted as well. Seeing this, Song Ningxuang and the others naturally picked up the ice cola Wang Chen had prepared for them and started drinking. Song Ningxuang, "Wow, this is great, I feel so much better." Li Meng, "Exactly, it was quite hot just now, but now it's much better." Wang Chen was speechless. They had a fan inside the tent, and even a small air conditioner specifically for the tent. It was quite cool in there, while he was outside suffering from the sun. However, Wang Chen felt it was worth it. After all, the beautiful scenery in front of him was so wonderful. His gaze unconsciously swept over the 4 girls, and he even ranked them in his mind. "Brother Hao, why don't we just stay in the tent for lunch? It's too hot outside, it's much more comfortable with the air conditioning." You might get sunburned if you go out. Let's wait a bit longer before going out. By then, we can have some barbecue and beer." "Perfect. So what do we do in the afternoon?" Wang Chen looked at the bikinis the 4 girls were wearing. He joked with a grin. "How about playing do di ju?" Song Ningxuang and the others rolled their eyes at him. But playing cards seemed like a good idea too. "Brother Hao, isn't there a punishment for losing?" "Sure, but I think playing truth or dare is better. Since there are 5 of us, only 3 can play do di ju." Li Meng, "I have no objections." Du Xiang, "I can too." Zhang Mumu, agreed. Song Ningxuan looked at Li Meng and the others, noticing the triumphant expressions in their eyes. Clearly, they were trying to set a trap for Wang Chen. But Wang Chen had his own thoughts too. Who told them to dress so sexy today? Little Wang Chen was almost standing up. If he hadn't been holding back, he would have stood up long ago. Now was just the right time to distract himself. "Alright, then let's play truth or dare." "Sounds good." With everyone agreeing, they began to play truth or dare. Wang Chen took out the truth or dare cards he bought yesterday, and when he opened it, there was a large sheet of paper inside, filled with many squares, each with punishments and rewards. There were also 5 little figurines representing each of them, and of course, some dice. Wang Chen spread the paper out in the middle of the 5 of them. During this time, he accidentally saw something he shouldn't have seen. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze. After setting up the paper, he distributed the little figurines to Song Ningxuan and the others. They placed their figurines at the starting point. "So who goes first?" Wang Chen asked with a smile. Seeing that they were all silent, Wang Chen said, "Well, since that's the case, I'll go first." With that, Wang Chen threw the dice in his hand. As the dice rolled, it soon came to a stop. The number on the dice settled on 3. Wang Chen picked up his figurine and moved 3 steps forward, stopping to look at where his figurine landed, which was completely blank. Nothing at all. Nothing. Then let's start with Ningxuang, and we'll go around in circles. "Okay, Brother Hao, you better be ready. I'm going to ask you some rather personal questions." "No problem, as long as you can land on me today." Wang Chen didn't think they would land on him. After all, this truth or dare had specific targets. They might not even be able to choose him. Who knows, they might even hear some secrets.
Wang Chen was actually quite curious about the secrets between girls. As Song Ningxuan tossed the dice in her hand, the numbers appeared before everyone's eyes. 5. Song Ningxuan picked up her little figurine and moved it forward, one square at a time. When she stopped, a smile bloomed on her face. The square had words written on it, truth or dare, and the person to her left was none other than Wang Chen. Wang Chen shook his head. He didn't know what to say, his luck was just too good to draw him. Speechless, but it didn't matter, it was just truth or dare, and aside from the system, he seemed to have no secrets left. However, when he heard the question Song Ningxuan asked, Wang Chen regretted it. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen with a grin and asked, "Brother Hao, when was your first time?" "No, what kind of question is that? Who asks such things?" Wang Chen was utterly speechless. When was it? He was still a virgin. There was no way out. Wang Chen could only answer truthfully. "It's my first time." Upon hearing this, not only was Song Ningxuan shocked, but even Li Meng and the others were taken aback. In their eyes, Wang Chen was so wealthy, even if he wasn't very handsome, he shouldn't have never been with a woman. This was too surprising for them, and it seemed Li Meng and the others found it amusing, so the atmosphere became lively. At 5 in the afternoon, Wang Chen lay in the tent, feeling disheartened, while Song Ningxuan and the other 3 girls lay on the other side, giggling and discussing his embarrassing moments. This afternoon's truth or dare had been a total failure. He had been completely dominated the whole time, and not a single truth had been asked of him. It was all Song Ningxuan and the others asking him. There was even a dare, but that dare left him with some lingering thoughts. He licked his lips, revealing a smile. After resting for a while, around 6 o'clock, Wang Chen went out to prepare the things needed for the barbecue, and the 4 girls changed into a new set of clothes and came to help. "Ningxuan, you and Li Meng, Du Xiang, Zhang Mumu, go prepare the drinks, and I'll go get the barbecue skewers." "Okay," the 4 girls replied in unison. Once the division of labor was clear, their work efficiency increased significantly. By 7 o'clock, they were sitting by the sea on camping stools, eating skewers and drinking cold beer. It was very pleasant. Since Wang Chen had to drive later, he could only drink cola. However, after they had some drinks, they all changed. Not only did they talk more, but they also spilled their innermost thoughts. It was indeed true that alcohol brings out the truth. At 9 o'clock in the evening, while Wang Chen was grilling skewers for them, they were chatting and drinking. At that moment, Wang Chen heard something about himself. Li Meng, tipsy, said, "Ningxuan, I really envy you for finding such a good boyfriend like Wang Chen. I want to find such a good boyfriend too." At that moment, Li Meng seemed to have stopped thinking. However, what shocked Wang Chen even more was that not only Li Meng, but even Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu said the same thing. Song Ningxuan's words were even more astonishing. We 4 sisters, no matter when, we have to be together. At worst, I'll share Wang Chen with you a little. Wang Chen, who was grilling skewers, was utterly shocked. He was speechless. When someone was drunk, they could say anything. Wang Chen knew he couldn't let them drink anymore, otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to go back to school later, and he would have to take them to a hotel. It was really going to be a hassle. Alright, that's enough for today. Let's head back first, and we can come again next time when we have time. However, as soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, he was instantly met with 4 pairs of glaring eyes. "Shut up and hurry up and grill for us," Li Meng said. Wang Chen was also quite speechless. Looking at this situation, it seems that there's no way to go back tonight. He would probably have to sleep in the tent. He didn't dare to leave, after all, there were 4 delicate beauties here, and it wouldn't be good if something happened to them. So Wang Chen could only continue to grill skewers for them, while also calling Wuya to let her know he wouldn't be coming back today and to pack up some things for them to return together tomorrow afternoon. Wuya responded with an and agreed. Wang Chen didn't hang up the phone immediately. Instead, he chatted with Wuya as usual. It was only after more than 10 minutes, amidst Wuya's laughter, that he hung up the call. After hanging up, Wang Chen focused on taking care of the 4 delicate beauties, Song Ningxiang and Li Meng. By midnight, Wang Chen had taken care of each of them and helped them into the tent to rest. He also tidied up the trash bit by bit so that they could leave first thing in the morning. This kept him busy until 2 in the morning. After everything was cleaned up, Wang Chen was exhausted and crawled into the tent, finding a corner to fall asleep immediately. The next morning, Li Meng screamed. The scream instantly woke up Song Ningxiang and Du Xiang. Wang Chen was naturally awakened by Li Meng's scream, thinking something had happened. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Li Meng had somehow ended up hugging him while sleeping last night, and upon waking up, she saw him right there. "You're still screaming? Do you know what you all said last night?" Wang Chen felt quite speechless. He let them get dressed while he packed up to prepare to leave. Once they were ready, Wang Chen drove them back to school, then took everything from the car to Bai Wanner's place. After finishing all this, Wang Chen returned to Fengshan community, picked up Wu Ya, and prepared to head back to Gui province. As for the meeting, Lin Shui had already contacted him last time, so he naturally wouldn't be attending this one. Wang Chen and Wu Ya loaded their things into the trunk of the Big G, then Wang Chen took the driver's seat and set off towards Gui province. Home. This time, there was no lingering fragrance in the Big G. After all, Song Ningxiang and the others had gotten drunk last night and smelled of alcohol. After dropping them off at school, Wang Chen kept the car windows down. He didn't even turn on the air conditioning, and it was like that for several hours until he got to Bai Wanner's place. By the time he arrived at Fengshan community, several hours had already passed. The car had long lost any smell. On his way to Bai Wanner's, Wang Chen also took a shower and tidied up, so by the time he returned, he was already clean. When Wang Chen was about to leave, Bai Wanner asked him if he could take her back, but he didn't dare to agree, especially since Wu Ya had already gone back with him. If he took Bai Wanner alone, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Wang Chen found an excuse, saying he would take her back another time, which appeased Bai Wanner. The distance from Modu to Gui province is over 1,800 kilometers. Driving would take quite a bit of time, at least around 20 hours. Wang Chen got on the highway directly, and along the way, Wu Ya kept chatting with him. Xiao Hao, when are we coming back this time? Wang Chen thought for a moment. They would probably return in August. That month, Zhao Liang would also be back in Modu, so he planned to find Zhao Liang to increase their rapport and strengthen the bond for August. Moreover, by August, the new month's salary cashback would also be credited, and he would need to help Wu Ya and Bai Wanner raise their salaries. This way, he could earn more cash back. We'll probably come back in early August. Oh, that's fine, but Xiao Hao, you told me before that you wanted to do something when you go back. What is it? Wu Ya asked curiously. Wang Chen explained, Sister Wu Ya, you know my family is from the countryside. My parents have been living a hard life since I was young. Now that I'm making money, I don't want them to suffer anymore, so I want to open a small supermarket in our county. I want my parents to manage the supermarket every day and occasionally restock. I'll buy them a house in the county so they don't have to live so hard. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya felt that Wang Chen was very filial. She thought that a person like Wang Chen would also be respectful to her parents when he came home with her. Wu Ya understood that she had met the right person this time. Xiao Hao, I support you. Isn't this what we, as children, are supposed to do? Wang Chen smiled slightly. In fact, he had wanted to send money to his parents for a long time, but he knew that even if they accepted it, they probably wouldn't use it. They were used to being frugal, so Wang Chen had to make all the arrangements before telling them. Also, to prevent them from feeling bored, Wang Chen wanted to find a community with villagers so that his parents would have someone to talk to. Sister Wu Ya, there's something I want to discuss with you. Xiao Hao, go ahead. Wu Ya now felt like she was really Wang Chen's wife. No, she was indeed Wang Chen's woman, and they were going back to meet the parents. Well, I've basically invested all the money I have, so can you lend me some money when we go back? I'll pay you back next month. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya was not happy. Xiao Hao, that money is originally yours. If you need it, just take it. Wang Chen noticed Wu Ya's tone had changed and quickly explained, Sister Wu Ya, that's not what I meant. After hearing this, Wu Ya laughed. Ha, I know, I'm just joking with you. Xiao Hao, don't worry, I will support whatever you do. Thank you, Sister Wu Ya. Wu Ya pretended to be angry and said, in the future, don't keep saying thank you to me. What kind of relationship do we have? Wang Chen responded with an acknowledgement. In fact, Wang Chen also understood that it was impossible for him to have only one woman. After all, with the system in place, he needed to bind goddesses to earn salary cashback, which meant he had to increase the goddess's favorability. This would enhance the cashback multiplier for the goddess's salary. But through Wu Ya, he discovered that as long as the favorability increased, the goddess would develop different feelings for him, and he would also have feelings for the goddess. If it weren't for the system, if he could find a wife as beautiful and mature as Wu Ya, Wang Chen would definitely be loyal. But that was no longer possible. Although he couldn't have only one woman, he wouldn't treat the women who were willing to follow him poorly. After that, Wang Chen continued to chat with Wu Ya. After about 7 hours of driving, Wang Chen felt tired, and it was just the right time to refuel the car. He drove directly to the service area. Both of them were a bit hungry. However, when Wang Chen and Wu Ya got out of the car, Wu Ya instantly attracted a lot of attention. At that moment, Wu Ya was wearing a pair of jeans and a black tank top. She had on exquisite makeup. With her mature aura, whether married or single, men's gazes would casually sweep over her. Wu Ya, being herself, could only link her arm with Wang Chen's and walked into the restaurant in the service area together.
They casually ordered some food. Sitting at an empty table, they started eating. Even while eating, they couldn't be quiet. The two men at the next table occasionally stole glances at Wu Ye. They even started discussing her. Wang Chen wanted to confront them, but unfortunately, he couldn't take on two by himself. There was no other way. Wang Chen could only let Wu Ye sit inside while he sat outside, blocking the gaze of the two men. Wang Chen thought to himself that if he could take them on, he would definitely make those two men regret it. After finishing their meal, Wang Chen took Wu Ye and left. He let Wu Ye go first, following her from behind. Watching Wu Ye in her jeans, her curvy figure was indeed too attractive. Not only did she have a great figure, but she was also beautiful. No wonder those men kept staring at her. She was truly a gem. Xiao Hao, those men are really disgusting. They keep staring at me. That's because my Wu Ye is too beautiful. They are all captivated by you. But I'm annoyed too. I wish I could be the only one to look at you. Wang Chen continued with Wu Ye's words. A smile finally appeared on Wu Ye's face. After filling up the gas, Wang Chen headed towards the province of Gue. They were still over 1,000 kilometers away from Gue province, at least another 13 or 14 hours of driving. But there was no other way. Fortunately, Wu Ye was with him. Along the way, whenever Wang Chen got tired of driving, he would take a break, and once he felt rested, he would continue. It took Wang Chen and Wu Ye 30 hours to drive to Gue province, and after arriving, they still had to drive to Huixien, which was over an hour away. Finally, on the morning of the third day, Wang Chen and Wu Ye arrived in Huixien. Looking at the familiar county town, Wang Chen's state of mind was different. The moment they arrived in Huixien, Wang Chen felt as if he had returned home. Wu Ye carefully observed the surroundings. Although Huixien was just a small county town, the streets were still very clean. Suddenly, Wang Chen realized that he had no home in Huixien. He and Wu Ye returned without knowing where to stay. It was quite helpless. Originally, Wang Chen had many relatives in Huixien, but he didn't want to look for them. Moreover, with Wu Ye around, it wouldn't be appropriate to just go like that. After thinking it over, Wang Chen decided to buy a house in Huixien, one that was well decorated. Sister Wu Ye, we have to run around again today. Wu Ye smiled slightly. She didn't care about Wang Chen's family background. After all, she came from a rural area herself and didn't think much of it. If she had the ability, she would buy. Yeah, wherever you go, I'll accompany you. With that, Wang Chen drove around Huixien. To be honest, it was hard to see a car like the G-Class in Huixien. As Wang Chen drove the G-Class around, passers-by turned their heads to look at it. Huixien was indeed small. After an hour of driving, Wang Chen had already seen the whole town. In the end, Wang Chen found a community very close to Yisen Garden, called Nanyuan. Yisen Garden was an immigrant community, mostly populated by people who had moved from rural areas, so most of the residents were known to Wang Chen's parents. Moreover, Nanyuan was a relatively upscale community right next to Yisen Garden. It would be more convenient for his parents to come over in the future. Most importantly, Nanyuan had well-decorated houses, and there was a small supermarket for transfer right below, which completely met Wang Chen's requirements. He could buy a pickup truck for his dad later, and that would be perfect. He actually wanted his parents to do nothing, but they couldn't sit still. After all, the older generation was very hardworking, and when they had nothing to do, they felt bored. So, Wang Chen thought about taking over a small supermarket for his parents to run. In Zhejiang province, Wang Chen had also been there. From July to October, the temperature in Zhejiang was quite high, enough to boil eggs on the road. Yet, in such an environment, his parents still went out to work every day. They only earned about 200 yuan a day. Naturally, Wang Chen didn't want them to be so tired. In the past, it was always said in the village that someone's child had made it big, bought a car, and even a house in the county, while their parents stayed home to take care of the grandchildren. Of course, there were also many people in the village who looked down on Wang Chen. Wang Chen understood this well. Not only the villagers, but even his father's third brother's child looked down on him. Wang Chen kept all of this in mind. But now things were different. He had a system and was determined to make everyone who looked down on him envious. With this thought, Wang Chen glanced at Wu Ye. Xiao Hao, why are you looking at me? Hee, Wu Ye Jia, do you think my family will be jealous if I take you home? Wu Ye naturally knew what Wang Chen meant, so she rolled her eyes at him. Alright, stop joking. Let's go look at the house first. Tomorrow we'll negotiate with uncle and aunt about the little supermarket we saw today. Hearing this, Wang Chen grinned and said, Hee, I'll listen to my wife. As soon as Wu Ye heard this, her face flushed bright red. Who is your wife? You're calling me that randomly. Wu Ye looked shy, completely unlike a 30-year-old woman, more like a college student like Songning Shuang. A phrase suddenly popped into Wang Chen's mind, both charming and sweet. Ha ha ha, Wang Chen laughed heartily as he drove towards the sales office of Nanyuan Huacheng. Then, he and Wu Ye chose a 150 square meter 3-bedroom apartment. It was all fully renovated. The location was also quite good, facing south. Most importantly, the housing prices in Huisian were very cheap. Unrenovated houses were 3,500 per square meter, while fully renovated ones were 4,000. Wang Chen spent 600,000 to buy this fully renovated house. Normally, if someone in the village bought a house in the county, they would have to hold a housewarming party and collect gifts. But Wang Chen wasn't in the mood for that. The whole afternoon, Wang Chen and Wu Ye were busy with house-related matters, and by evening, they went to the supermarket to buy bedsheets, duvet covers, and some daily necessities. They were already very familiar with this. After all, this wasn't their first house. This house was under Wang Chen's name, while the Shangri-La house was under Wu Ye's name. Wang Chen thought it didn't matter whose name it was under. Anyway, once he had money, he wouldn't care about having 1 or 2 houses. After returning, the two of them clearly divided the work to tidy up the house, but they couldn't finish it all at once. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wu Ye spread the sheets and then sat down on the sofa, and Wang Chen sat down too. Both were feeling a bit tired. Just like that, Wu Ye leaned on Wang Chen's shoulder and chatted with him. "Xiao Hao, when are we going to see uncle and aunt?" "Soon, once we finish up here. My cousin's wedding should be coming up. We'll need to discuss things with my cousin's family. Probably around July 16th or 17th. They returned on July 11th, and now it was July 13th. The cousin was getting married on July 20th, so going back on the 17th shouldn't be too late. It would be a surprise for the parents. He just wondered if driving back in the Big G would be too ostentatious. Wang Chen understood that being too flashy wasn't good. If the villagers knew he was wealthy, how would he deal with them asking his parents or him for loans? After thinking it over, Wang Chen felt it didn't matter. He would drive the Big G back with Wu Ye, making those who once looked down on him envious. Speaking of the villagers, Wang Chen remembered a sister-in-law. She still had charm even after having 2 children, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Wu Ye, she was still quite attractive, comparable to Song Ning Shuang and Li Meng. More importantly, the sister-in-law had a certain allure of a married woman, which was very captivating. But that had nothing to do with him anymore. After all, she already has children and a family. Just as Wang Chen was thinking about the villagers, Wu Ye's voice interrupted him. "Xiao Hao, do you think uncle and aunt will dislike me for being too old and not let me be with you?" At this moment, Wu Ye began to worry. Wang Chen curled his lips. "Sister Wu Ye, I'm not kidding. If you didn't show your ID, people would probably think you were my younger sister if we walked together." Upon hearing this, Wu Ye laughed. "You're so annoying. It's not as ridiculous as you say. I swear, I'm telling the truth." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chen felt a warmth on his face. The weather in Huisian was quite cool. Especially in the morning, it was only 20 degrees. Compared to the hot nights in the Magic City where one needs air conditioning, in Huisian, people need to cover themselves with blankets to sleep at night. After waking up, Wang Chen stretched. "I actually felt cold last night. How amazing. The Magic City is so hot. How come Huisian is so cool?" After muttering to himself, Wang Chen got up. He had things to do today and couldn't sleep in. Once he took over the small supermarket, he could rest for 2 days. It was the 14th now, and he and Wu Ye planned to go back on the 17th. There were still 3 days left, which should be enough time. If time allowed, Wang Chen also wanted to take Wu Ye to see his high school, even to visit his teachers from high school. However, Wang Chen felt that time might not be enough. He didn't know if it was because he was too tired, but by 9 in the morning, Wu Ye still hadn't gotten up. After Wang Chen finished washing up, Wu Ye finally came out of her room. Then Wu Ye went to wash up as well. "Sister Wu Ye, are you done washing? Let's go have breakfast." Wang Chen didn't plan to cook at home. After all, that was quite troublesome. It was better to go out to eat, and he had a place he wanted to try for a long time. Today, he would take Wu Ye to try it out too. "Xiao Hao, where are we going to eat?" "Not far, just next to that Jinyu Plaza." "Do we need to drive there?" "Yes, after we eat, we can go take over the small supermarket." "Okay." The two quickly tidied up and set off. Wang Chen and Wu Ye arrived at the community parking lot, got into the Big G, and set off. The moment the Big G drove out, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. "Wow, that car is really cool. Oh my god, that's a Big G. Big G, how much does that car cost?" "Ha, that car is at least 3 million. "What? 3 million? That's enough for me to buy 10 houses in the county. One car costs 3 million, that's too outrageous." Looking at the envious gazes of those people, Wang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction inside. Wang Chen was also a bit relieved. Luckily, he didn't drive the 918 back, otherwise, it would definitely have caused a stir. Huisian is a small county, and it's rare to see a luxury car. If a car that is limited to 100 units nationwide appeared, it would be something else. Wang Chen knew that one shouldn't be too ostentatious, but also not too low-key. He finally understood why those big shots like to drive Audi A6s. They are low-key yet luxurious. He also wanted to buy one in the future. As the engine roared to life, Wang Chen drove away. A few minutes later, Wang Chen brought Wuya to Jinyu Plaza. He parked the car in the plaza's parking lot and then went with Wuya to a nearby restaurant called Shui Changyang Rofen, ordering 2 bowls of noodles with meat. One must say, the food in Guizhou province is really something. The moment Wang Chen saw the noodles, a familiar feeling surged in his heart. He and Wuya sat nearby waiting for their meal. After a while, the person called them over to get their noodles. Wang Chen carried the noodles to the table, placing them in front of Wuya, and then he went to get his own bowl. Wang Chen's first feeling when eating the noodles. It was just too familiar. It was this taste. Not only did it warm his stomach, but it also tasted quite good. Even Wuya thought it was genuinely nice. After finishing, he didn't forget to compliment it a bit. After breakfast, Wang Chen and Wuya returned to Nanyuan Huachang. There was a small supermarket in the building. The supermarket was of moderate size, about 300 square meters. A sign indicating the supermarket was for transfer was posted on it, but Wang Chen didn't know the reason. He temporarily parked the car by the roadside, turned on the hazard lights, and walked into the supermarket with Wuya. Once inside, Wang Chen kept observing the supermarket. Logically, since this supermarket was right below Nanyuan Huachang, the business should be good. But now, there weren't many people inside the supermarket. Wang Chen was a bit surprised. However, after a careful observation, he roughly understood. Xiao Hao, why do I feel like taking over this supermarket is going to lose money? It's fine, I'm just finding something for my parents to do. Whether it loses money or not isn't important. Wang Chen winked at Wuya. Seeing this, Wuya instantly understood. Then Wang Chen went to the supermarket entrance and called the number posted on the door. The call connected, and a man's voice came through. Hello, I'd like to ask if the Suiyuan supermarket is up for transfer? Yes. I'm at the supermarket entrance now. Would it be convenient for you to discuss in person? Sure, I'll be there soon. Please wait a moment. After a short wait, the supermarket owner arrived. The owner was a middle-aged man who looked a bit fierce and was quite robust. Hello, boss. Hello, are you two looking to take over the supermarket? If the price is right, we'll take it. Wang Chen had actually done some research. In their small fourth-tier city, the cost of opening a supermarket was only between 150,000 to 600,000. If the other party quoted a ridiculous price, he would have to think of another way. What are your names? My name is Wang Chen, and this is my wife. When Wang Chen introduced Wuya, the man finally noticed her beside him, and he was instantly captivated by Wuya. No matter her temperament, figure, or appearance, she was truly stunning. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Thus, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Wuya was also quite distressed. It was always like this. The way these men looked at her was so disgusting. Boss, do you not want to transfer your little supermarket anymore? Hearing this, the owner finally came back to his senses. Sorry, my name is Zhao Deji. The supermarket has a year left on the lease, and the rent is 30,000 a month, plus the transfer fee. The total is 600,000. Goodness! Wang Chen was speechless. With Zhao Deji running it like this, the transfer fee was still 600,000. Look, boss, at the current business of the supermarket. After more than an hour of haggling, Wang Chen and Zhao Daji finally settled on a transfer fee of 550,000. Of course, this 550,000 was initially paid by Wuya. Wang Chen only had a little over 200,000 left. It was nowhere near enough to take over this small supermarket. After that, Wang Chen and Zhao Daji went to handle a series of paperwork. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that Wang Chen and Wuya returned to the house they had just bought. Wang Chen felt he had never been so fulfilled. Usually, at school, he was either playing games or buying things for Li Jieja, acting like a sycophant. He always had a sense of having plenty of time. Now he always felt like time was not enough. Xiao Hao, with so few people in that supermarket, why do you still want to take it over? What if it loses money? As soon as Wuya returned, she asked the question that was on her mind. Wang Chen smiled. He explained to her the doubts. Sister Wuya, actually the location of the Suiyuan supermarket is quite good. It's just that man doesn't know how to run it. Otherwise, how could there be so little foot traffic? Wang Chen came from the countryside, and most people in the county town were also from rural areas. Even if they weren't from the countryside, it wouldn't matter. Sister Wuya, what was your first impression of the supermarket today? Speaking of this,
Wuya recalled her first impression upon entering the supermarket. It was that the hygiene was poor, the decor was lacking, and the prices of the items in the supermarket were relatively high. Thinking of this, Wuya's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. As ordinary people, who doesn't want to buy the best things for the least amount of money? And today, the supermarket gave her the impression that the prices were high and the items weren't that great. Naturally, people would prefer to go to the farther Huiyu Duo supermarket to shop. Xiaohao, so what should we do next? It's simple, we first close the supermarket, then renovate it, and hire cashiers and such. Of course, we also need to change the name of the supermarket. After all, Suiwan Supermarket, that name is a bit off. Change the name? Yes. The two then kept brainstorming for a new name for the supermarket. But it seemed that neither Wang Chen nor Wuya were good at naming, and after thinking for a long time, they couldn't come up with a good name. Just when their thoughts hit a deadlock, suddenly, Wuya had a flash of inspiration. Xiaohao, how about changing the supermarket's name to Hao Zai Lai Supermarket? Wang Chen thought it was a good idea. After all, the supermarket in the county town doesn't need to be too fancy, it should be simple and straightforward, and Hao Zai Lai is just perfect. Alright, let's call it Hao Zai Lai. Then tomorrow are we going to get busy with the supermarket? Yes, tomorrow we will first go to the supermarket to talk to the employees, then have them move everything to the warehouse, and we will go out to find someone to renovate. This way, we can return to attend my cousin's wedding. After the wedding, we can bring our parents to help them with the supermarket, and then we will go back to the Magic City. Wuya had no objections to Wang Chen's arrangements. After that, the two took a shower and went to rest. The next morning, Wang Chen and Wuya got up early. As usual, they first went to a breakfast. Today Wang Chen took Wuya to eat the sticky rice at the entrance of his high school. After taking a bite, Wuya's eyes widened. At that moment, she fell in love with the taste of sticky rice. After breakfast, Wang Chen and Wuya went to the supermarket to inform the employees about the renovation. They promised that they would still employ them after the renovation. They then moved all the items in the supermarket to the warehouse. Wang Chen had the original manager of the supermarket watch them move. He then went with Wuya to find a renovation company. This busy day passed in a flash. Today was already the 15th, and Wang Chen had to take Wuya back to the countryside to attend his cousin's wedding the day after tomorrow at the latest, otherwise, he would be criticized by the villagers. But there were still many arrangements to be made at the supermarket. Tomorrow he would have to continue to be busy. As for Wuya, Wang Chen didn't plan to let her go with him tomorrow, wanting her to rest well. She had been running around with him these past few days, and it was indeed hard on her. But when Wang Chen told her this, Wuya firmly refused, insisting on going with him. There was no way, he could only agree. On the 16th, Wang Chen and Wuya were still busy arranging things for the Hao Zai Lai supermarket, working until midnight. Only then did they return home to rest. However, basically, everything for the Hao Zai Lai supermarket had been arranged, and they didn't need to worry about anything, they just had to wait to return after attending the cousin's wedding to check everything. As long as there are no problems, then let my parents handle this small supermarket when the time comes. When Wang Chen and Wuya returned home, they were also quite tired. The two took a shower and then went back to their respective rooms to rest. On the 17th, Wang Chen did not go back to the countryside with Wuya early in the morning. They slept in and didn't wake up until noon. Then Wang Chen took Wuya out for a meal of dry pot beef. Originally, Wang Chen wanted to take Wuya to visit his high school, but time was tight, so he could only wait until later to take her. There would be plenty of time in the future. No need to rush. Xiaohao, should we bring a gift when we go back? Wang Chen thought for a moment. When he was in elementary school, he had lived with his cousin, and he was quite mischievous back then, often sneaking out to the internet cafe all night. He even secretly took money from his cousin. Thinking back, those were really not good deeds. Now that he had money, he definitely wanted to help his cousin out. This time, he had to give a gift, and it couldn't be too little, but it couldn't be obvious either. Sister Wuya, my parents will definitely give something, but I will also give my cousin something separately. So what should we buy? How much money do we have left? Wang Chen felt that the money was too easy to spend, it was gone so quickly. If only he could get his July salary back now. But Wang Chen knew that was impossible. However, the money he and Wuya had should be enough. Wuya looked at her phone and said that the small supermarket cost 550,000, and the renovation cost 30,000, leaving her with 400,000. Xiaohao, I still have 400,000. I have 290,000. After the renovation, I still need to pay 120,000 as the final payment, and give my parents 200,000 for the supermarket's operating funds, so we have 370,000 left. Since that's the case,
let's give my cousin some gold. Wang Chen thought for a moment. The current gold price was 565 per gram. So let's give my cousin a 500-gram gold bar. That would be just over 280,000, and he had enough money left, leaving Wuya with 80,000 as living expenses for this month. If it really wasn't enough, he would have to think of another way, but he felt it should be enough. After saying that, Wang Chen and Wuya went to the bank to buy gold. They bought a 500-gram gold bar. It cost a total of 282,500, leaving Wang Chen with just over 10,000 left. It really felt like going back to square one. Xiao Hao, why are you so nice to your cousin? Wang Chen smiled slightly and started talking to Wuya about his elementary school days. After hearing this, Wuya also felt that giving gold was a must. Haha, Xiao Hao, I didn't expect you to be a gaming addict when you were young. Oh, that was all in the past. Let's go back, we'll be heading home soon, so you should get ready to meet my parents. After saying that, Wang Chen took Wuya back to Nanyuan Huacheng to tidy up a bit. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Chen drove with Wuya towards the countryside. Meanwhile, Wuya in the car was starting to feel nervous. Wuya looked out the car window at the scenery and couldn't help but sigh. Surrounded by mountains, lush vegetation, and winding roads, it looked like a paradise. Along the way, Wuya could occasionally see villages, but now there were basically no young people at home in the countryside, so the villages were quiet. Xiao Hao, how long until we get home? Wang Chen smiled slightly and replied, about half an hour. What, can't wait to see my parents? Wuya retorted, not at all, don't say that. Ha ha ha. By the way, Xiao Hao, do you think uncle and aunt will mind my age? Hearing this, Wang Chen was speechless. Wuya had asked this question so many times, it seemed she really cared about it. Sister Wuya, don't worry. Even if you tell me you're 18 now, I would believe you. How could they possibly dislike you? I bet when we get home, they'll forget all about me, their son. Upon hearing this, Wuya's face turned slightly red. She softly replied, how could that be? Half an hour quickly passed. Wang Chen was now driving, having reached a spot 2 kilometers away from home. He felt quite nervous. After all, he had brought Wuya back, and for some reason, he was unsure why. Was it because he had become successful? Wang Chen didn't quite understand. He didn't want to drive the big G back, especially since his cousin was getting married, and many people from the village would surely be back. Driving the big G would be a bit too ostentatious. With that thought, Wang Chen decided to park the car outside the village, not driving into it. Xiao Hao, are we almost there? At this moment, Wuya tightly clasped her hands together, feeling very anxious. Sister Wuya, don't be nervous. I'm going back with you to meet your parents during the new year, right? If you're this nervous, won't I be even more nervous when I meet your parents? Wang Chen's words seemed to ease Wuya's tension a bit. She took a deep breath and slowly relaxed her hands. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled and continued to start the car, driving towards home. Before long, Wang Chen drove to the village entrance, parking in an open space outside. Normally, this area wouldn't have anyone parking here unless it was the new year. There was a designated parking area in the village. Wang Chen chose to park here to avoid drawing too much attention. Sister Wuya, we're here, let's go. Upon hearing this, Wuya took another deep breath before opening the passenger door. Wang Chen also opened the driver's side door and got out of the car. He then opened the trunk of the big G and took out their things. In fact, they didn't bring much since they wouldn't be staying long, probably just until the 21st or 22nd before returning to the county town. Wuya carried the gifts prepared for her parents while Wang Chen pulled their suitcases. Wuya gently linked her arm with Wang Chen's as they walked towards the village. The village where Wang Chen lived was called Heping Village, and his family was the first household there. There was a river in front of their house, and to get home, they needed to cross a bridge. Xiao Hao, it's so quiet here. Of course, it's the middle of the year, isn't it always like this in the countryside? Most young people have gone out to work, and the village is mostly filled with the elderly. That's true. Wang Chen led Wuya onto the bridge and pointed to a house across the way, saying, Sister Wuya, that's my home. Wuya looked in the direction Wang Chen pointed and saw a single-story house come into view. The house wasn't very well decorated, but it had light yellow tiles on the outside. Right in front of Wang Chen's house was a small slope. At that moment, the door to his house was still open. Wang Chen thought it was normal for the door to be open since his parents should be home. However, when he brought Wuya to the doorstep, he was stunned. The living room was filled with people, and it seemed they were discussing something. Wuya was also taken aback by the number of people. Uncle, second uncle, aunt, big aunt, cousin, you're all here. Wang Chen called out to them. His parents were momentarily taken aback, but when they saw the woman behind Wang Chen, their faces lit up with smiles. Son, you're back. Wang Chen's mother came to him, extending her calloused hand and gently pulling Wu Ye closer. Before coming back, Wang Chen had told his parents he would bring his girlfriend home, and they already knew about Wu Ye. "Daughter, you've worked hard." Wu Ye shyly replied, "Aunt, not at all." Wu Ye also felt the calluses on Wang Chen's mother's hands, and at that moment, she finally understood why Wang Chen had arranged things this way. When the relatives saw Wu Ye's appearance, everyone was stunned. Even her cousins couldn't help but praise her. "Mom and Dad, what are you discussing?" Wang Chen's mother pulled Wu Ye to sit beside her, and Wang Chen set down his suitcase and sat next to Wu Ye. At this moment, his aunt looked at Wang Chen with a beaming smile and said, "Xiaohaozi, you haven't introduced us to your girlfriend yet." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen began to introduce her. "Uncles and aunts, this is my girlfriend, Wu Ye." His aunt said, "Xiaohaozi, your girlfriend is really beautiful." "Wife, this is my aunt." Wu Ye immediately understood. "Thank you for the compliment, aunt, you are also very beautiful." His aunt laughed. "Ha, Xiaoye really knows how to talk." After the introductions, they continued discussing the earlier matter. Wang Chen thought it was something serious. It turned out that his cousin had found a Mercedes E300 to be the lead car, but now the person had something to do and couldn't bring the car, and there were no suitable cars in his cousin's village, so they came to Grandma's house to discuss. They wanted to see if Grandma's house had a suitable lead car. However, the cars in the village were basically just for transportation, and there were no cars worth over 200,000. So they were discussing this matter. His aunt said, "If there isn't one at home, we'll have to rent one in the county." Dialect. This was unavoidable. Everyone was from the countryside and simply couldn't afford such expensive cars. Just then, Wang Chen's mother seemed to think of something and looked at Wang Chen, asking, "Xiaohao, didn't you say you bought a car?" Dialect. Upon hearing this, all the relatives looked at Wang Chen's mother in disbelief. They all knew Wang Chen was still in college. How could he buy a car while in college? Wang Chen had originally planned to quietly tell his cousin and sister-in-law later, but he didn't expect his mother to say this. There was no way out, he could only tell the truth. "Yeah." Dialect. "What kind of car is it? Can it be the lead car?" Dialect. "Mom, it should be fine, my car is a Mercedes." "What?" As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, a group of relatives looked at him in shock. His aunt said, "Xiaohaozi, you bought a car?" Wang Chen's aunt was very surprised. She didn't expect that Wang Chen had already bought a car while still in college. It should be noted that Wang Chen was only attending an ordinary second-tier university. Shanghai University of Finance and Economics and Shanghai University of Finance were not the same university. Shanghai University of Finance was just a private second-tier university, while Shanghai University of Finance was a legitimate double first-class university. Her daughter, Lei Chuani, was attending a first-tier university and still hadn't found a job. How could Wang Chen afford a car? She found it hard to accept. However, she didn't show it on the surface. Of course, Wang Chen knew who in the family looked down on him and who didn't, but after all, they were relatives, and he wouldn't tear his face. They would still have to see each other often in the future. "Yes, aunt. You bought a Mercedes?" "Yeah, A-class Mercedes?" Wang Chen smiled slightly and didn't answer. In the eyes of ordinary people, being able to afford a Mercedes, BMW, or Audi was already the limit, and it was the cheapest models of these three brands. Wang Chen didn't answer his aunt, but his aunt asked, "Xiaohaozi, what model of Mercedes do you have? Can it be the lead car for your cousin?" "Aunt, no problem, if my cousin wants to use it as the lead car, then he can take it." His cousin, Xiaoyu, looked at Wang Chen in shock. He remembered teasing Wang Chen during the new year, saying that Wang Chen would definitely buy his own car and would never drive his dad's car. He never expected that less than a year later, Wang Chen actually bought a car himself. "Xiaohaozi, thank you, auntie." "Auntie, you don't need to say that. We're family, there's no need for such formalities." Upon hearing this, Auntie's face broke into a smile. Just after Wang Chen agreed to Auntie, his cousin Wang Bing, the son of his second uncle, said, "Wang Chen, take us to see the car you bought." Wang Chen felt very uncomfortable with his cousin's tone. This cousin had looked down on him since they were kids. He still remembered when he got into college, that year, he and his aunt's daughter, Lei Chuani, both got accepted. This cousin secretly gave Lei Chuani 500 yuan but didn't say a word to him, not even a congratulatory remark. Of course, Wang Chen didn't want his 500 yuan, but as a cousin, not even saying congratulations made him feel looked down upon. "Sorry, cousin, I just got back and I'm a bit tired." With the elders at home, Wang Chen wouldn't directly call him by name. After all, that would be a bit impolite. After that, Wang Chen's parents went to prepare dinner for the relatives, and Wu Ye went to help. Wang Chen then went outside with his cousin Xiaoyu and his cousin-in-law Bai Lu. Bai Lu was quite good-looking, and Wang Chen checked the system. Bai Lu's appearance score was exactly 80 points. That was the requirement for the system to bind. However, Wang Chen had no intention of binding with his cousin-in-law. It was meaningless. Wang Chen stood outside with his cousin and cousin-in-law. "Cousin, you guys can drive the car back later." "Cousin, what car did you buy?" "A Mercedes." Cousin-in-law Bai Lu looked at Wang Chen and said, "You two brothers are really interesting." "Ah, cousin-in-law, cousin, let me take you to see it." "Sure." Cousin Xiaoyu actually thought Wang Chen bought a Mercedes A-Class. After all, Wang Chen hadn't graduated yet, so it was unlikely he could afford an expensive car. But that was still impressive. Then, Wang Chen led his cousin Xiaoyu and cousin-in-law Bai Lu towards the direction where the G-Class was parked. On the way, cousin-in-law Bai Lu kept asking him questions. "Cousin, was that really your girlfriend just now?" "Cousin-in-law, why would I lie to you? She really is my girlfriend, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought her back." Bai Lu's eyes showed a look of shock. In Bai Lu's eyes, Wuya was like a princess, untouched by the mundane world, beautiful, with a great figure, and spoke gently. "Wang Chen actually found such a beautiful girlfriend. Not bad, you little guy actually found such a beautiful girlfriend." Cousin Xiaoyu teased. Wang Chen smiled. If they knew he also knew the big star Zhao Liying, they wouldn't know what expression to make. Before long, Wang Chen brought cousin-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu to the front of the car. When cousin Xiaoyu saw the G-Class, he was completely stunned. Just a moment ago, he thought Wang Chen's car could only be a Mercedes A-Class, but now he saw what it was, a Mercedes G-Class, the G. This car was not something that could be bought for just over 100,000. Xiaoyu's only thought now was that his cousin Wang Chen's girlfriend must be rich, and very rich at that. Cousin-in-law Bai Lu's face was filled with shock. Wang Chen smiled and asked, "Cousin, do you think this car can be your first car?" Hearing Wang Chen's words, Xiaoyu, still in shock, finally came to his senses. He looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. "Cousin, you've really made it big. This car must be worth at least 3 million. As soon as Xiaoyu's words came out, cousin-in-law Bai Lu, who was still in shock, looked at Wang Chen with a face full of disbelief. Bai Lu and her cousin Xiaoyu shared the same thought. They both believed that Wang Chen's girlfriend must be wealthy. Otherwise, how could Wang Chen afford such an expensive car while still in college? "Cousin, be honest, is your girlfriend particularly rich?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen did not refute. It was better for his relatives to think that Wuya was the one with money rather than revealing his own wealth, which would save him a lot of trouble. "Cousin, you don't need to worry about that. Here are the car keys, you can drive it back later." Wang Chen handed the keys of the G-Class directly to his cousin Xiaoyu and then turned to leave. Only Xiaoyu and his wife Bai Lu were left standing there, exchanging glances. "Xiaoyu, your cousin. Alright, we don't know anything. Just drive the car away later, and don't worry about anything else." "I know, but didn't you say your cousin was quite lively when he was younger?" "I didn't expect this." "Yeah, I didn't expect it either. He lived with me during elementary school, and I never thought he would be so successful now. But at least our car problem is finally solved. After the wedding, let's invite him and his girlfriend out for a meal." "I was thinking the same. Xiaoyu, do you think we should leave our Honda Civic for him to use? I'm worried it might be inconvenient for him without a car, especially since his girlfriend is here too." "Sure." The two chatted a bit more and then returned to Wang Chen's home. However, their gazes towards Wang Chen and Wuya had already changed. At 7 in the evening, after much effort from Auntie and the others, the meal was finally ready. Next came dinner time. At the dining table, due to the large number of people, they were divided into 2 tables, one for women and one for men. Since Wuya had just arrived, Wang Chen sat next to her. Wuya looked at Wang Chen's actions, her face beaming with joy. Just then, Wang Chen heard a long-forgotten sound. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +1. Seeing this, Bai Lu teased, "Oh, cousin, are you afraid we won't take good care of your girlfriend?" "Auntie, that's not right. When you first came to cousin's house, didn't cousin sit at the same table with you?" Yes. Besides, Auntie, I don't like drinking, so naturally, I wouldn't sit at that table." "You really are a good man." Bai Lu didn't speak in dialect, she knew Wuya wouldn't understand, so she spoke to Wang Chen in Mandarin. When they first arrived home, everyone was speaking in dialect, and Wang Chen's mother was a true rural person, often unsure how to communicate with Wuya. This led to Wuya wanting to listen but not understanding. Wuya also didn't know what to call Bai Lu. Calling her aunt felt awkward since Wuya was quite a bit older, but not calling her aunt felt strange as she was Wang Chen's aunt. Unable to find a solution, Wuya could only seek help from Wang Chen. She then whispered in Wang Chen's ear, "Xiao Hao, what should I call Bai Lu?" Wang Chen softly replied in her ear, "Just call her Bai Lu." "Okay." At the women's table, there were quite a few people, Wang Chen counted, and there were a total of 13.
Besides Wang Chen and Wu Ya, there were also Wang Chen's mother, 3 aunts, his cousin Wang Bing's wife, Aunt Bailu, and Wang Chen's younger cousin's mother. They all kept staring at Wu Ya while eating. Their eyes were filled with envy. And then Bailu's words made everyone present even more envious. Wu Ya, can I ask you a question? Wu Ya, who was eating, was taken aback, then looked at Wang Chen. After he nodded, she said, Bailu, go ahead. Well, my cousin said that the car outside is yours. Wang Chen winked at Wu Ya, and Wu Ya understood immediately. Yes, I bought it. As soon as these words were spoken, the relatives still eating filled with intense envy. This also gave Wu Ya enough of a sense of superiority in Wang Chen's eyes. In the eyes of these relatives, Wu Ya was not only beautiful but also wealthy, and she didn't look down on rural people. She had just personally gone to the kitchen to help Wang Chen's mother with the fire and wash the vegetables. She was simply the perfect daughter-in-law candidate. At this moment, Bailu also confirmed her and Xiaoyu's thoughts that Wu Ya was definitely a rich person. But what they didn't know was that Wu Ya was also from the countryside and had been burdened with $1 million in debt before meeting Wang Chen. Seeing this, her aunt said sarcastically, Wu Ya, how much did your Mercedes A-Class cost? I'm thinking of changing my car in the next few days. Maybe I'll get a Mercedes A-Class too. As soon as her aunt finished speaking, Bailu looked at her with disdain. Thinking of changing a car in the next few days. Even if you starved yourself for 5 or 6 years, you couldn't afford Wu Ya's car. She understood why Wang Chen didn't like her aunt and Wang Bing. Bailu noticed it too. But she wouldn't say anything. Wu Ya didn't know how to respond. After all, her aunt was Wang Chen's elder, so she could only turn to Wang Chen. Aunt, what you said is not right. Our car was bought in the Magic City, and the policies are different everywhere. If you want to buy a car, you can only ask at the dealership. We wouldn't know. Wang Chen gave Wu Ya a reassuring look. Wu Ya also breathed a sigh of relief. At 9:30 in the evening, everyone had finished dinner, and only the men at one table were still drinking. The women at another table had already started chatting. Wang Chen didn't go anywhere. He stayed with Wu Ya because he was worried she wouldn't adapt. During the conversation, the relatives at home were also asking Wu Ya if she had any sisters or younger sisters. If she did, could she introduce them to their sons? Wang Chen was speechless. Wu Ya was already 32 years old. If she had a sister, she would be at least 34 or 35, if not older. Introducing her to your sons was quite amusing. At midnight, most of Wang Chen's relatives had already left, leaving only his aunt, uncle, cousin, and cousin-in-law. The uncle was already drunk. Wang Chen's father was also drunk and had been taken to rest by Wang Chen. Cousin Xiaoyu didn't drink because he had to drive. After everyone left, Cousin Xiaoyu said to Wang Chen and Wang Chen's mother, Cousin, Aunt, Wu Ya, thank you. Oh, cousin, it's just a car, you can take it, no need to say so much. You took care of me a lot when we were kids. Cousin Xiaoyu had a relaxed smile on his face. After that, cousin-in-law Bailu invited Wu Ya and Wang Chen to her house tomorrow. Cousin Xiaoyu also handed his car keys to Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and accepted them. Wang Chen, Wu Ya, and Wang Chen's mother sent the aunt, uncle, cousin, and cousin-in-law to Wang Chen's car. Watching cousin Xiaoyu drive away with the aunt, Wang Chen, his mother, and Wu Ya returned home. In the big G car, cousin Xiaoyu touched the car, feeling incredibly refreshed. It was such a good car, and it was the first time he had driven one like this after so long. Xiaoyu, how do you like your cousin's car? The aunt, being a genuine rural person, didn't know much about cars. So she asked, Mom, do you know how much this car costs? What do you mean how much? It's just a car. That's not the same. This car costs at least 3 million, but I estimate it can't be bought for less than 4 million. What? Hearing her son's words, aunt and her already drunken husband were instantly shocked. A car costing 4 million? What a joke. They only earn a little over 100,000 a year, and this car alone costs 4 million? Son, you're not joking, are you? Aunt's husband said excitedly. Dad, why would I lie to you? Just search online and you'll find it. At this moment, Bailu also said, I just asked Wu Ya, she bought this car. Xiao Haozi's girlfriend bought it? Yes. At this point, Aunt's family had fallen into deep thought. After a long while, Aunt slowly said, Xiaoyu, don't tell anyone about your cousin's matter, understood? Mom, I'm not stupid. That's good. After the wedding, you two should invite Wang Chen and Wu Ya out for a meal. Okay. Xiaoya, you guys go rest. I'll clean up here. Wang Chen's mother said to Wu Ya. Auntie, it's fine, I'll help you clean up. After that, Wu Ya and Wang Chen helped Wang Chen's mother clean up until around 1 in the morning, when they finally managed to tidy up the house. After cleaning, Wang Chen told Wu Ya to go take a shower first. Wife, let me take you to shower. MHM. After Wu Ya went to shower, Wang Chen's mother pulled Wang Chen aside to talk quietly.
Son, that girl is so beautiful, will she mind that our family is poor? Mom, what are you thinking? She has been cleaning with you for so long, and her family is also from the countryside, so don't worry. That's good, that's good. I'm just worried that Wuya won't like our family. She won't, Mom. After you finish your shower, you should go rest. Nimechem, how you guys sleep tonight, you arrange it yourself, I won't interfere. After saying that, Wang Chen's mother looked at Wang Chen with a smile. Her meaning was obvious. Wang Chen was also thinking, he had long wanted to be someone who has eaten seafood, but there had been no opportunity. However, tonight seemed to present an opportunity. Wang Chen thought for a moment. The first floor of the house had a living room and a kitchen, the second floor was his parents' bedroom, and although there was a guest room, it was right next to his parents' room, and it was already filled with things by his mother. So that left his third floor. The hallway on the third floor had a bathroom. Next to the bathroom was the living room, and next to the living room was Wang Chen's room. This meant that there was only one room on the third floor, so tonight he would most likely be able to sleep with the beautiful Wuya, but whether he could eat was uncertain. After a while, Wuya finished her shower and came out wearing a white nightgown. At that moment, she looked as beautiful as a water lily. Every time Wang Chen saw Wuya like this, he couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. He even thought, since Wuya, with a beauty score of 93, could be this beautiful, how stunning would Zhao Liying, with a score of 97, be? Xiaohao, auntie, I'm going up first, you guys should rest early too. Meishum, Xiaoya, you go ahead, sleep in tomorrow. Wang Chen's mother said. After Wuya went upstairs, Wang Chen went to take a shower, and after he finished, he also went to rest. When Wang Chen arrived on the third floor, Wuya was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Sister Wuya, why aren't you going to rest yet? Wuya rolled her eyes at Wang Chen. Annoyed, she said, what, do you want to sleep with me? There's only one room on this floor, where do you want me to sleep? Hearing this, Wang Chen grinned and said, hee hee, you're already my wife, it's only right for us to sleep together. Go away, no way. Even though I've met auntie, we can't sleep together before we're married. Wang Chen thought he could finally sleep with the naturally beautiful Wuya tonight. As a result, you tell me, just this? Ah, well then, Wang Chen said dejectedly. Seeing Wang Chen like this, Wuya also felt helpless. She didn't know what to do, her heart was in turmoil. Wang Chen knew that Wuya's current level of affection wasn't enough for her to break her boundaries for him, so he didn't plan to push her. Sister Wuya, you go sleep on the bed, I'll just sleep on the sofa tonight. Upon hearing this, Wuya wanted to say for Wang Chen to come sleep on the bed too, but when the words reached her lips, she still couldn't say it. Xiao Hao, when you come home with me to meet my parents, I'll give you. After saying this, Wuya shyly ran into Wang Chen's room and closed the door. Wang Chen stared blankly at the closed door, and after coming to his senses, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Although he didn't get to eat tonight, he understood Wuya's current thoughts. At the very least, Wuya had already started to lower her boundaries. It's important to know that Wuya had been with her ex-husband for several years. Even until marriage, her purity was still intact. Now, just over 2 months into being with Wang Chen, she was already willing to lower her boundaries for him. Was it far from eating? Wang Chen took a quilt and turned off the light, smiling as he played on his phone. He opened his phone and saw messages from several women, Song Ningxiang, Li Meng, Bai Waner, and Zhao Liying. Wang Chen immediately opened Zhao Liying's green bubble. Upon seeing Zhao Liying's message, Wang Chen became excited. Zhao Liying said the new drama would be released around the new year. That is, during the new year period. As long as the new drama does well at the box office, the money he could earn through the cashback would definitely be a lot. Now, Wuya's salary cashback multiplier had reached 300 times. Even if he earned 100 million from Zhao Liying's new drama, then with a 300 times cashback, that would be 30 billion. More importantly, as long as he raised Wuya's affection during this time, the salary cashback multiplier would also increase. It could even reach 1,000 times. Wang Chen was already starting to look forward to it. The more money he earned through salary cashback, the more points he would get, and then he could bind more salary cashback goddesses to help him make money. Becoming the world's richest man was just around the corner. Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt very excited. It made him unable to sleep. He could only continue scrolling through Douyin. On the other side, after Wuya said that, she ran into her room, burrowed under the quilt, and covered her head with it. Remembering what she had said, her face turned completely red. She even felt she shouldn't have said such a thing. She doubted whether she was still herself, having said something so embarrassing. She didn't know if Wang Chen would think she was an improper woman. That night, Wuya's thoughts were very complicated. Neither of them could sleep, but they were thinking about different things. The next day, it was already noon,
and Wang Chen was still asleep, soundly on the sofa. Meanwhile, Wu Ye had gotten up early and was doing some housework with Wang Chen's mother. But after a short while, Wang Chen's mother asked her to come up and rest. Wu Ye, having not slept much, was very tired, so she went back up to continue resting. By the time Wang Chen woke up, it was already time for lunch. "Son, call Xiaoya down for lunch." Wang Chen, just getting up, heard his mother's voice, coming right away. Then Wang Chen knocked on the door of the room, calling for Wu Ye to come down for lunch. However, what they didn't know was that news about Wang Chen and Wu Ye had already spread throughout the village. Time flies. Soon it was the 20th. Today is the day of my cousin Xiaoyu's wedding, and the villagers have risen early to prepare. As the maternal family of the bride, there is quite a bit to get ready, including a pig's leg, cash gifts, rice, and homemade rice wine. Everyone also spent money on fireworks and other items. At this moment, the villagers were already waiting, and Wang Chen brought Wu Ye to the gathering place, where everyone was already dressed and ready to go. However, the people who had been discussing animatedly fell silent the moment they saw Wu Ye. Every time they saw Wu Ye, they were struck by her beauty. Is that Wang Chen's girlfriend? She's really beautiful. So stunning, she looks just like a star on TV. Wow, how lucky is Wang Chen to have found such a beautiful wife. I'm really impressed. After Wang Chen greeted his relatives with Wu Ye, he took her to his cousin's car. Wu Ye sat in the passenger seat while Wang Chen took the driver's seat. "Xiao Hao, your sister-in-law's name sounds like a celebrity's name." "Ha ha, dear, are you talking about that Bai Lu?" "Yes, I think so too. Honey, I need to go out and discuss some things with them. Do you want to wait in the car or come with me?" Wu Ye shook her head. "I won't go. I'll wait in the car. You go?" "Okay." It wasn't that Wu Ye didn't want to go with Wang Chen. If she did, the way the villagers looked at her would make her uncomfortable, which she didn't like. So she decided to stay in the car and wait for Wang Chen to return. Wang Chen opened the car door and stepped out. He walked over to where the villagers had gathered. They were discussing what to buy and whether there were enough cars. Just then, Wang Chen's cousin Wang Jianghan came over with his son. Wang Jianghan was 20 days older than Wang Chen and was already married with a son. "Wang Chen, I didn't expect that after just half a year, you would bring back such a beautiful girlfriend. Ha, you already have a son. If I don't work harder, my parents will scold me to death." "You kid, I heard you bought a car." "Yeah, an Accord?" Wang Jianghan had just seen Wu Ye and Wang Chen get into that car. After mentioning the Accord, he looked at the license plate. "No, this is my cousin's car. My car is with my cousin." "Oh, so you're going to wait until school starts to go out?" "No, I'll probably leave in a few days." "What's the rush? We haven't even had a meal together yet, and you're already leaving?" "I have to go out to make money." "That's fine. At 10 in the morning." Everyone had been waiting for nearly an hour. Wang Chen's uncle shouted to the villagers, "Everyone get in the car, we're ready to depart." Upon hearing this, those who had been chatting or discussing things quickly got into the cars. Wang Chen naturally got into his cousin's Accord and took the driver's seat. He was waiting for the car to fill up before setting off. His car was towards the back, and since the cars in front hadn't left, his car wouldn't be moving either. "Xiao Hao, I feel like your place is pretty similar to ours. Weddings in the countryside are basically like this. What about when we get married?" After saying this, Wu Ye gazed at him with her gem-like eyes. Hearing this, Wang Chen didn't know how to respond. He might not be able to give Wu Ye that little booklet, but he could still provide a wedding. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, lest his affection wane. "Well, then we need to see if you want to have the wedding in the city or in the countryside." Hearing Wang Chen's words, a happy smile appeared on Wu Ye's face. The reason she asked was to see Wang Chen's attitude, and his response made her feel very reassured. He, then let's go on our honeymoon together." "Sure, wherever you want to go, I'll go with you." Just as the two were discussing, Wang Chen felt the car door being pulled open. He stopped chatting with Wu Ye and turned his gaze to the open door. A woman entered with a little girl. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to see the sister-in-law he had thought about before. Wang Chen called out, "Sister-in-law." "Wang Chen, I didn't expect you to come back." "Sister-in-law, my cousin is getting married. How could I not come back?" "That's true, the person next to you is your girlfriend, right?" "Yes. This is my girlfriend Wu Ye, and this is my sister-in-law Li Yunru." Upon hearing Wang Chen's introduction, Wu Ye turned to greet Li Yunru. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello, Wu Ye, you're really beautiful." "You're also very pretty, sister-in-law." The two exchanged a few pleasantries and then fell silent. After a while, Wang Chen waited again. During this time, he opened the data on his sister-in-law Li Yunru to take a look. System, open Li Yunru's data. Ding, data generating.
Name, Lee Yunru. Age, 30. Appearance, 85. Favorability, 40. Ordinary friend. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Occupation, none. Wang Chen glanced at the system-generated data, and the last occupation showed as none. It seemed that sister-in-law Lee Yunru was likely a housewife. However, sister-in-law Lee Yunru's appearance was quite high, an impressive 85. In fact, before Wuya arrived, sister-in-law Lee Yunru was the topic of discussion among the villagers. Sometimes, it's just like that, being good-looking invites discussion. Moreover, Wang Chen had just taken a look at sister-in-law Lee Yunru. She was different from Wuya. Wuya had a slightly mature young woman vibe, while sister-in-law Lee Yunru was like a fully ripe apple, waiting to be picked. She exuded a strong married woman aura. Each had their own characteristics. After looking at sister-in-law Lee Yunru's data, Wang Chen stopped checking. There was no point, after all, he wouldn't have any close interactions with her. At most, they would just chat a bit. After waiting for a while with no one else getting in, Wang Chen drove off, following the car in front. Wang Chen's father drove his own car. Along the way, sister-in-law Lee Yunru's daughter kept saying she wanted to buy colored pens. Sister-in-law Lee Yunru had no choice but to ask Wang Chen to stop when they reached the market so she could take her daughter to buy colored pens. Wang Chen naturally agreed. When they arrived at the market, Wang Chen left the convoy and parked the car by the roadside. Then he let sister-in-law Lee Yunru and her daughter get out. After a while, sister-in-law Lee Yunru returned with her daughter. Her daughter was holding a colored pen, smiling happily, looking very cute. Wang Chen couldn't help but want to kiss her a couple of times. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach. It even made a noise. Wuya and sister-in-law Lee Yunru in the car looked at Wang Chen with puzzled expressions. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Wuya and sister-in-law Lee Yunru were at a loss for words. Wuya said, "Then you should go. Do you want us to go with you?" Wang Chen awkwardly smiled. He hadn't been to the market in half a year. How would he know where the public restroom was? So he could only look at sister-in-law Lee Yunru and ask, sister-in-law, do you know where the public restroom is? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Wuya and her sister-in-law Lee Yunru finally understood why he felt unwell but didn't go to the restroom. It turned out he couldn't find the location. "I know, but if I tell you, you might not find it," sister-in-law Lee Yunru said somewhat awkwardly. Wife, can you help sister-in-law watch the child? Let her take me to the restroom, okay? Yeah, hurry up. After that, sister-in-law Lee Yunru got out of the car with Wang Chen, and then she led him through the alley, turning left and right, and after quite a while, they finally found the public restroom. However, when they arrived at the restroom, Wang Chen suddenly realized something was wrong. He forgot to bring toilet paper. "Wang Chen, I'm going back now." "Wait a minute." Just as Lee Yunru was about to leave, she was called back by Wang Chen. Sister-in-law, could you help me buy a pack of paper? I forgot to bring it." Upon hearing this, Lee Yunru was momentarily stunned, but she still nodded in agreement. Since Wang Chen couldn't even find this place, if Wuya were to bring it, she probably wouldn't find it either, so it was most suitable for her to bring it. At this moment, Wang Chen couldn't take it anymore. He rushed straight in. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Chen looked at his phone. He was still wondering why sister-in-law hadn't brought the paper yet. He wanted to send her a message or make a call, only to realize he didn't even have her contact information. This made Wang Chen feel a bit frustrated. The public restroom had squat toilets, and because the location was relatively hidden, there were fewer people coming here to use the restroom. Basically, it was only the residents nearby who came. But the families living here all had bathrooms, so they didn't need to use the public restroom. Therefore, there were basically no people around. Thinking of this, Wang Chen shouted outside, "Sister-in-law." Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Lee Yunru, who had been waiting outside, responded, "Wang Chen, how do I give you the paper?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen fell into deep thought. Sister-in-law, could you bring it in for me?" Hearing this, Lee Yunru was at a loss. Although this public restroom was mostly empty, Wang Chen was in the men's restroom, and she had to go in. Lee Yunru felt a bit awkward. After thinking for a while, Lee Yunru said, "Wang Chen, wait a moment." Lee Yunru originally wanted to see if there were any men around. She wanted to find a man to bring the paper to Wang Chen. But after looking for a while, she didn't see anyone. This left Lee Yunru feeling helpless. There was no other way. Lee Yunru could only take the paper to Wang Chen herself. Gritting her teeth, Lee Yunru walked into the men's restroom. Arriving at the door of the public restroom, "Wang Chen, here's the paper." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen extended a hand, and Lee Yunru placed the paper in his hand, then quickly ran out of the restroom. As soon as she ran out, Lee Yunru's face was flushed.
She had originally planned to go back first, but worried that Wang Chen wouldn't find his way back, she had no choice but to wait for him at the restroom door. After a while, Wang Chen washed his hands and walked out of the public restroom. He walked up to Li Yunru and said, "Sister-in-law, thank you." "Oh, what are you saying? Let's hurry up and leave, otherwise, we won't catch up with them." "Yeah, let's go. By the way, sister-in-law, let me add you on WeChat. I don't have you on there." "Okay." After saying that, Li Yunru showed her QR code for Wang Chen to scan. After receiving the friend request, Li Yunru accepted it immediately. Then the two of them left. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Originally, there was some water at the entrance of the public restroom, and Li Yunru accidentally slipped when she stepped on it. She quickly fell backward. Seeing this, Wang Chen reacted quickly and ran in front of his sister-in-law, wanting to reach out and catch her to prevent her from falling. But just as Wang Chen placed his hand on her waist, his own feet slipped too. He stumbled directly. Wang Chen quickly steadied himself, but an accident still happened. Although Wang Chen managed to stabilize, the two did not fall. But just as Wang Chen steadied himself, his mouth pressed against Li Yunru's red lips. Instantly, both of them widened their eyes. At that moment, Wang Chen's mind went blank. He only felt warmth on his lips and instinctively stuck out his tongue. This left Li Yunru even more bewildered. After a while, Wang Chen and Li Yunru returned to the car. There was nothing unusual when they came back. "Xiaohao, sister-in-law, the convoy has already set off, let's go too." Wang Chen responded. Li Yunru, however, quietly glanced at Wang Chen. Then she hugged her daughter and started interacting with her. Wang Chen drove, chasing after the convoy. Since the convoy was moving slowly, it didn't take long for Wang Chen to catch up. At this point, Wang Chen was at the back and wasn't in a hurry. His mind kept replaying what had just happened. At that moment, Wang Chen thought his sister-in-law would slap him directly. He didn't expect that when he looked at his sister-in-law's data again, her favorability miraculously increased. Moreover, Wang Chen also sensed the unique fragrance of a mature woman. He felt fortunate that his sister-in-law wasn't angry, otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in the village. Not to mention, if Li Yunru were to tell anyone about this incident, he would become the most despised person in the village. However, with the increase in favorability and Li Yunru's cooperation at that moment, Wang Chen knew she definitely wouldn't spill the beans. But after his cousin's wedding, he still needed to clarify things with his sister-in-law. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good. Although this incident was an accident, it was basically his responsibility. He was regretting why he had to stick out his tongue at that time. He really couldn't control his mouth. What Wang Chen didn't know was that Li Yunru, who was interacting with her daughter, was occasionally stealing glances at him. No one noticed. Soon, the convoy slowly came to a stop, and everyone went to find parking spaces. Wang Chen naturally found an empty spot to park. Then he prepared to head to his cousin's house. After getting out of the car, Li Yunru took her daughter to find the women, as if she were avoiding Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen didn't dare to show any change, especially since Wuya was still beside him. Wuya linked her arm with Wang Chen's, watching the busy scene around them. She even imagined what it would be like when she married Wang Chen. Lost in thought, she unconsciously smiled. "Xiaohao, later your cousin will go to pick up the bride. Do you want to go with him?" "Of course, there's nothing else to do. It's just right to see how they do it, and I'll do the same in the future," Wang Chen said with a grin. Hearing his words, Wuya rolled her eyes at him, but she was still very happy inside. "Wang Chen, take the fireworks and set them off." Wang Chen's uncle suddenly called out to him. "Okay." After responding, Wang Chen took the fireworks and found an open space to light the fuse. What followed was a series of explosive sounds from the fireworks. Firecrackers were also lit by his cousins. After the fireworks and firecrackers went off, everyone in the village lined up, holding gifts, and walked towards his cousin's house. His cousin's house was located on a steep hill. Walking up was tiring, not to mention carrying things. "Xiaohao, luckily you didn't make me wear high heels today, otherwise I definitely wouldn't be able to make it up here. Of course, it's so steep here, it would be strange if you could walk up in high heels. Hee, Xiaohao, if I can't make it up, will you carry me?" "Isn't that a silly question? If you can't make it up, why would I carry you? Am I a ghost?" Upon hearing this, Wuya looked at him with a smile. Since being with Wang Chen, she felt that she had been smiling a lot more, and every day was filled with happiness. After climbing the steep slope for a while, they finally arrived at Xiaoyu's doorstep. Once they got up, someone came to take the gifts from their hands to welcome them. Wang Chen also saw his cousin Xiaoyu and his parents. Today, his cousin Xiaoyu was indeed looking quite dapper. Upon seeing her family, Auntie's face was full of pride, especially when she saw Wang Chen and Wuya. The smiles on Auntie, Uncle, and Cousin Xiaoyu's faces became even more pronounced. Cousin, Wuya, you're here. Yeah, cousin, congratulations. Hee, thank you. By the way, cousin, could you drive your car later? Since your car is quite expensive, I'm not comfortable letting anyone else drive it. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen didn't immediately agree but looked at Wuya. Wuya nodded. Alright, no problem. When are we leaving? We'll set off soon. We need to arrive at your sister-in-law's house before 11:30. Okay, then I'll take my wife to my mom's and come over. Good. After saying that, Wang Chen took Wuya to his mother's place. To his surprise, his sister-in-law Li Yunru was also there, so Wang Chen felt more at ease. Mainly, he was worried that Wuya wouldn't understand the dialect, but with his mother and sister-in-law around, he felt reassured. Wife, wait for me here, I'll be back soon. You go ahead, don't worry about me. Okay. After arranging for Wuya, Wang Chen went to find his cousin. Actually, Wang Chen wanted to take Wuya with him, but he had to drive the lead car, which was reserved for the bride and groom, so Wuya couldn't sit in it. The bride and groom had to sit in the back seat, and the maid of honor sat in the front passenger seat. Therefore, Wuya couldn't sit there. Wang Chen called his cousin Xiaoyu to confirm his location and then went to find him. When he arrived at the convoy, Wang Chen saw that everyone was already prepared. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Xiaoyu waved at him. Cousin, let's set off. Sure. After that, Wang Chen took his place in the driver's seat of his G-Class. Many people wanted to try driving the G-Class, but Xiaoyu didn't let them, as it was quite an expensive car, and it was better for the owner to drive. After Wang Chen arrived, the convoy set off. However, Wang Chen was not the first car. There was a camera car in front. The camera car drove slowly ahead, and Wang Chen turned on his hazard lights, then followed closely behind the camera car. The cars behind did the same. Cousin Xiaoyu was sitting in the front passenger seat. Cousin, when do you plan to get married? Cousin, today is your big day. Why are you asking me that? I want to ask you, are you nervous? I am indeed a little nervous. After all, it's my first time getting married. Ha. By the way, cousin, after our wedding, we'd like to invite you and your wife to dinner. Do you have time? Sure, just let us know when. Alright. Wang Chen chatted with his cousin for a while, then his cousin's phone rang, as if someone was asking something. But Wang Chen didn't inquire. Just after hanging up, his phone rang again. In short, all sorts of questions were coming his way. After half an hour of travel, Wang Chen and the others finally arrived at his sister-in-law Bai Lu's house. Bai Lu's house was next to another market. When Wang Chen and the others arrived, it was just 11:30. Cousin was the first to get out. Then everyone who came along also got out of the car. Cousin went to organize the order, preparing to welcome cousin's wife, and Wang Chen also got out of the car. However, they couldn't go up to cousin's wife's house yet. They still needed to wait a little longer. After a while, they would have lunch, and only after that could they take cousin's wife home. Although Wang Chen wasn't very clear about the intermediate steps, he didn't need to be, he just had to follow his cousin. His only responsibilities were to eat and pick people up. He was still the driver, so he wouldn't drink. This was great. He didn't like drinking. Taking this opportunity, Wang Chen counted how many cars there were in total. He didn't expect his cousin to have found 20 cars. Including the photography car and his lead car, there were a total of 22 cars, which had a good meaning, in pairs. However, aside from his car, the other cars were all ordinary family vehicles. Now Wang Chen finally understood how much his salary rebate from working in the Magic City was. Wealth should not be flaunted, and Wang Chen understood this. After about 10 minutes, cousin Xiaoyu was ready. Once organized, he let everyone get in the cars, and Wang Chen followed suit. Although they had arrived at cousin's wife Bai Lu's doorstep, they still had to make a small turn to see it. After everyone got in the cars, the photography car slowly started moving, and Wang Chen and the others followed suit. As the photography car turned the corner, Bai Lu's family saw them. They understood that the wedding procession had arrived. Hey, do you guys know what car Xiaoyu drove as the lead car this time? Wasn't it said to be a Mercedes E300? Yeah, the Mercedes E300 costs around 5 to 600,000. What? You all don't know? I heard that the person driving the lead car suddenly couldn't make it, and the lead car has already been changed. Is that true? Of course it's true. Then what car will he change the lead car to? Speaking of the lead car, everyone turned their gaze towards the direction of the camera car, understanding that the lead car usually follows behind the camera car, and they were very curious. Since the E300 as the lead car couldn't make it, what car would Xiaoyu find to take its place? If he found a car worth less than the E300 to be the lead car, not only would Xiaoyu be discussed, but even Bai Lu's family might become the subject of gossip. You could find a car more expensive than the E300, but you couldn't find one cheaper. Just as the villagers of Bai Lu were eagerly anticipating, an off-road vehicle came into their view. The lines of that car were smooth, and its black body was striking. The Mercedes logo on the front showcased its nobility. At that moment, those in Bai Lu village who recognized the car gasped in surprise. Wow! This is a G-Class. G-Class? What kind of car is that? Exactly. How come I've never heard of it? Some people who farmed in the countryside didn't know what a G-Class was. They only knew about Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. The G-Class is also a Mercedes, and this car is even more expensive than the E300. The E300 costs around 5 to 600,000, but this G-Class costs 5 to 6 million. Upon hearing this, the faces of the villagers in Bai Lu were filled with shock. For them, a car worth 5 to 600,000 was already a rare sight, let alone one worth 5 to 6 million. They didn't expect that the lead car Xiaoyu brought for the wedding would actually be a car worth 5 to 6 million. Bai Lu really found a good family. Yeah, I didn't expect Xiaoyu's family to find such a good car to be the lead car. Bai Lu will be enjoying life now. I should ask if Xiaoyu has any brothers or older brothers. I want to introduce my daughter to them. I heard Xiaoyu has a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. Really? Really, Xiaoyu's younger brother is named Xiajin, and he graduated from university a year ago. No way. I'll ask Bai Lu's family later to see if I can introduce Xiajin to my daughter. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the convoy slowly arrived at Bai Lu's doorstep. Under his cousin's instructions, Wang Chen parked the car, and the vehicles behind him gradually came to a stop. After everyone got out, Wang Chen sought his cousin checking to see if anything was left behind. Then they waited for the people in the convoy to disembark. Wang Chen glanced over at Bai Lu's side, where they had blocked the path with bamboo, and many children were also standing in their way. Behind the children were Bai Lu's family members. They seemed to be on high alert, waiting for his cousin Xiaoyu's arrival. Wang Chen found the scene quite lively. Cousin, hold this bouquet for me. I'll need it when we break through the door later. Okay. Wang Chen took the bouquet from his cousin and followed him toward Bai Lu's house. Bai Lu's side had already prepared various challenges. The first obstacle was the children. Wang Chen saw his cousin reach the first challenge and directly took out red envelopes to give to the kids blocking the way. After that came a series of wedding events. Wang Chen followed his cousin, watching him overcome 5 obstacles and slay 6 generals, and he suddenly thought about whether he would have a moment like this in the future. Following his cousin Xiaoyu, they reached the door-blocking stage. Wang Chen watched as his cousin brought a group of groomsmen to the entrance and began negotiating with the bridesmaids inside. He listened with great interest. The bridesmaids inside told his cousin Xiaoyu that he needed to give them red envelopes to open the door. They opened a crack in the door, allowing his cousin to slip the red envelopes through. However, after receiving the envelopes, the bridesmaids quickly shut the door. Wang Chen, standing behind, couldn't help but laugh. Later, the bridesmaids tried to use the same trick again, but his cousin Xiaoyu had already discussed a plan with the groomsmen, and just as the bridesmaids opened the door, they burst in. They believed that the bridesmaids' strength couldn't match theirs. However, his cousin Xiaoyu and the others underestimated the bridesmaids' fighting spirit. The moment the door cracked open, the groomsmen charged. To their surprise, they couldn't push through immediately, the door barely budged. Once the bridesmaids reacted, they quickly began to resist the groomsmen. 2 groups were pushing and blocking the door. The scene was quite spectacular. Wang Chen, holding the flowers, couldn't charge the door, otherwise, he would have definitely tried it. After a period of stalemate, the groomsmen still couldn't push the door open. This made Wang Chen marvel at how strong these bridesmaids were. Just as he had this thought, the door suddenly swung open. Instantly, the groomsmen surged into the room. Wang Chen followed them in with the flowers. At that moment, the room was already packed, the bridesmaids surrounded the bride, and a woman who resembled Bai Lu by about 70% stepped forward, blocking Xiaoyu and continuously asking questions. Wang Chen could roughly tell. This woman should be Bai Lu's sister. Through the bridesmaids, Wang Chen looked at Bai Lu sitting on the bed and was taken aback. Although Bai Lu's looks were only in the 80s, she was still very beautiful after makeup. Especially in her red outfit. She exuded a lot of charm. Just with that one glance, unexpectedly, Bai Lu also looked over through the bridesmaids, and the two exchanged a brief gaze. Wang Chen then smiled at her and withdrew his gaze. The following process went quite smoothly. Wang Chen handed the bouquet to his cousin Xiaoyu and then stood quietly to the side, watching. After it was over, they were arranged to have lunch. The food at the rural banquet was comparable to that of a top chef. It was simply exquisite. Wang Chen enjoyed eating it very much. Because Wang Chen couldn't drink, after finishing the meal, he didn't stay at his cousin Bai Lu's house any longer. There were simply too many people, and he felt quite uncomfortable. It was better to sit in the car and play on his phone for a while. However, before leaving, he thought it was best to say something to his cousin, so he looked around for him but couldn't find him. With no other option, he took out his phone to send a message to his cousin. But worried that his cousin might be too busy to check his phone, he decided to tell Bai Lu instead. Wang Chen arrived at the room from earlier. At that moment, the bridesmaids were all there. He glanced at the bridesmaids. Although they were made up and wearing white bridesmaid dresses, their looks were quite impressive. After checking through the system, he found that the bridesmaids generally scored around 70 in looks. Only his cousin's sister had a slightly higher score. When Wang Chen entered, the bridesmaids were chatting with the bride Bai Lu, but they stopped talking as soon as he arrived. Seeing Wang Chen, Bai Lu asked with some confusion, "Cousin, is there something you need?" "Brother-in-law, I just came to check on you and let you know that I'm going to rest in the car. If you need me, just send someone to call me. I already sent a message to my cousin. But I'm worried he might be busy and not have time to check his phone, so I came to tell you." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu nodded. "Okay, you go rest. If there's anything, we'll call you." Then I'll take my leave, sister-in-law." After saying that, Wang Chen turned and left. Once Wang Chen was gone, the bridesmaids asked, "Bai Lu, is this your man's cousin?" He's not very handsome, but he looks quite clean. However, he's not really my type. I still prefer my boyfriend." Listening to her friends, Bai Lu shook her head. If they knew Wang Chen was wealthy, they might think he was exactly their type. But Bai Lu wouldn't let this slip, as it would be bad if Wu Ya got angry. Besides, Wang Chen might not even like them. Wu Ya was so beautiful. Suddenly, Bai Lu recalled the moment when Wang Chen looked at her through the bridesmaid group. She shook her head vigorously and then looked at her sister Bai Yingying. If Wang Chen didn't have Wu Ya, then her sister and Wang Chen would be quite a match. What a pity! Suddenly, a bridesmaid said, "Bai Lu, I heard the lead car in the convoy was replaced with a few millions worth of G-Class. Did Xiaoyu tell you, or is this a surprise from him?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lu could only explain. "Xiaoyu told me about this because the last person had something come up last minute and couldn't bring the lead car, so we decided to change it after discussing it." "Oh my gosh, Bai Lu, you guys are really generous. Renting it for a day must cost at least $1,000. Bai Lu just smiled and didn't say anything. Bai Yingying was also unaware of this matter, as Bai Lu hadn't mentioned it to her. Good times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave. Wang Chen, at his cousin's suggestion, came to his sister-in-law's room. Watching his cousin Xiaoyu help Bai Lu put on high heels, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. After Xiaoyu helped Bai Lu into her high heels, he turned around and carried her on his back. Then he walked towards the lead car. Wang Chen and the others followed him out. All the way until they reached home, Bai Lu couldn't get down to walk by herself. She had to step over the fire basin at the entrance before she could walk. The parking spot wasn't very far from Bai Lu's house. After carrying her down, they could see the car. When they reached the car, Wang Chen quickly helped his cousin open the car door. Let him carry his cousin-in-law into the car. Soon after, Wang Chen also took his seat in the driver's position. After he sat down, his cousin-in-law's sister, Bai Yingying, took the passenger seat. After his cousin carried his cousin-in-law up, he went off to arrange things. Cousin-in-law Bai Lu was introducing each other to Wang Chen and Bai Yingying. "Cousin, this is my sister Bai Yingying, she's still in her 3rd year of college." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen introduced himself to Bai Yingying. "Hello, my name is Wang Chen. Hello, my name is Bai Yingying." After that, cousin-in-law Bai Lu kept acting as a go-between, providing topics for the two until cousin Xiaoyu finished arranging things and sat down, at which point they stopped chatting. "Cousin, you just need to follow this camera car when it starts." "Okay." After saying that, Wang Chen kept an eye on the camera car in front, and when it slowly started moving, he followed suit. However, the speed was not very fast. Thus, they drove for a while, and when they arrived at cousin-in-law Bai Lu's small shop, Bai Lu pointed to her shop and said, "Cousin, this is my family's small shop, but it's closed today." "Cousin-in-law, I know. I used to come to your shop often when I went to my grandma's house with my mom, just that I didn't know you back then." "Really? Next time you come, I'll have Yingying give you a discount." "Ha, that sounds good, it's a deal." Just after passing cousin-in-law Bai Lu's small shop, the camera car sped up, and Wang Chen stepped on the gas to keep up. However, he drove quite steadily. There were only 4 people in Wang Chen's car, him, his cousin, cousin-in-law, and cousin-in-law's sister Bai Yingying. Along the way, cousin Xiaoyu and cousin-in-law Bai Lu were discussing some wedding details. Wang Chen and Bai Yingying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, listened very attentively. After a while of driving, Wang Chen finally brought them back to the village where cousin Xiaoyu lived. After the camera car stopped, Cousin and the others also came to a halt. When the car stopped, they saw someone from Cousin Xiaoyu's village pushing a cart over, holding eggs and a set of women's underwear. Wang Chen immediately knew what was going on. This was clearly to have Cousin Xiaoyu used the cart to take cousin-in-law Bai Lu back. Seeing this scene, Cousin Xiaoyu shook his head. Still can't avoid it. Saying this, he opened the car door and got out. Upon seeing this, cousin-in-law Bai Lu and her sister Bai Yingying both smiled slightly. Cousin, when are you leaving? Probably after you and cousin get married. Why? It's nothing, I just wanted to invite you and Wuya to a meal. Thank you for lending us the car as the lead vehicle. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Bai Yingying was shocked to look at Wang Chen after hearing her sister say this. She didn't expect this car to actually belong to Wang Chen. That's quite something. Moreover, she had just heard her sister say he was still in his 4th year. Being able to afford such an expensive car while still studying, this. Cousin-in-law, when I went to your house before, cousin also told me that after you finish your busy work, we should gather in the county. Sure, I'll call you when my cousin and I get to the county. Okay. Just as Bai Lu finished speaking, the car door was opened, and cousin carried cousin-in-law down from the car and placed her in the cart. He was even forced to take off his shoes and walked barefoot while pulling the cart. However, under such circumstances, Cousin Xiaoyu still carried cousin-in-law Bai Lu to the uphill area. Because the slope was too steep, the cart couldn't go up. He had to carry her up. Cousin didn't hesitate and directly carried cousin-in-law on his back and walked up the steep slope. Just halfway there, my cousin was already panting heavily. Wang Chen and his sister-in-law Bai Lu's younger sister, Bai Yingying, followed behind, a bit worried, both ready to assist at any moment. However, what surprised Wang Chen was that his cousin actually gritted his teeth and carried his sister-in-law home. After his sister-in-law crossed the fire basin, it meant she could already walk. But his cousin didn't let her down, instead, he carried her into the wedding room. After doing all this, Xiaoyu went to take a shower. There was no choice, they had been hit with eggs on the way here, and he was all sticky now. After returning, Wang Chen didn't busy himself with other things but went straight back to Wuya's side. What Wang Chen didn't expect was that when he arrived behind Wuya, she suddenly turned her head to look at him as if she had known in advance. Oh, wife, how did you know I was back? How could I not know? I was watching you when you came back just now, and I guessed you would definitely come to find me first. My wife is so smart. Hearing this, Wuya's lips curled up in a smile. Meanwhile, sister-in-law Li Yunru was holding her daughter, quietly observing the sister-in-law Bai Lu in her wedding dress. However, her gaze was secretly observing Wang Chen. Sister-in-law, thank you. Thank me for what? It's nothing, nothing. When we have time, we'll treat you to a meal. Sure, just afraid you two will be too busy. No way. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for dinner. After dinner, everyone was going to head back. Wang Chen and Wuya still had one thing left to do, but they didn't want too many people to know, so they planned to wait until after dinner when it was almost time to leave to do it. During dinner, Wang Chen sat at a table with his father, while Wuya sat with Wang Chen's mother. They thought that after eating, they would go find sister-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu together. Wang Chen and Wuya ate quickly, and after finishing, they originally planned to find sister-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu, but the couple was busy toasting at each table. Wang Chen and Wuya could only wait for them to finish before going to find them. They waited for more than half an hour. Fortunately, the drinkers were taking their time, still continuing to drink. They weren't in a hurry. Son, are you going back? At that moment, Wang Chen's mother came over to ask them. Mom, are you going back? Yes, your dad and the others are all going back. I'm going back too. We still need to wait for cousin for a while. We have a gift to give him separately later. You and dad can go back first. We'll return later. Alright, but don't stay out too late. Okay. After speaking with Wang Chen, his mother took Wuya's hand, wanting her to go back with her, but Wuya wanted to wait for Wang Chen to return together, so Wang Chen's mother didn't say anything more. After that, most people left, while those still drinking remained seated. But what Wang Chen didn't expect was that after cousin and sister-in-law finished their toasts, cousin Xiaoyu actually got drunk. This was something Wang Chen hadn't anticipated. Wang Chen looked at the time, it was already past 9 in the evening. He and Wuya also needed to prepare to go back. There was no choice. Wang Chen could only call his aunt and uncle to the wedding room of sister-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu. Then Wang Chen took out the gold bars he had prepared earlier. Wang Chen handed them to sister-in-law Bai Lu and said, Sister-in-law, this is a wedding gift from me and Wuya to you and cousin, wishing you 100 years of harmony and early birth of precious children. When Wang Chen took out the gold bars, his aunt, uncle, and sister-in-law Bai Lu were all stunned. At that moment, the room was silent. They naturally knew the value of this gold bar. Such a large gold bar must weigh at least a pound. That means this piece of gold is worth at least 100 to 200,000. Seeing this, my cousin's wife, Wuya, quickly refused. Cousin, this won't do, it's too valuable, we can't accept it. We appreciate your kindness, but please take it back. The aunt and uncle nearby also hurriedly said, Xiaohaozi, this is too precious, quickly take it back. Aunt, I lived with my cousin for over a year when I was in elementary school, and I caused him quite a bit of trouble during that time. This is just a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. After saying this, Wang Chen stuffed the gold bar into his cousin's wife's hands. Before they could say anything else, Wang Chen declared that they were leaving. He understood that if they continued with the formalities, they probably wouldn't be able to leave today, and they likely wouldn't accept it either. That would be troublesome. However, just as he finished saying they were leaving, he was pulled back down to sit by the aunt and uncle. Wang Chen had no choice but to let them busy themselves while he planned to sneak away later. After the aunt and uncle left to attend to the guests, Wang Chen and Wuya turned to his cousin Bai Lu and said, Cousin, you must keep this safe, there are quite a few people here today. Bai Lu nodded. After that, she tightened her grip on the small gold bar. To be honest, she had never imagined receiving a gold bar, it truly shocked her. Just this small gold brick was worth more than what she and Xiaoyu spent on their wedding. Once Wang Chen and Wuya saw that the aunt and uncle were busy greeting guests, they said goodbye to Bai Lu and prepared to leave. Cousin, we're heading back. Once you're done, we can sit together again. Hearing this, Bai Lu urged them to stay. Cousin, Wuya, why don't you rest here today? No, cousin, we need to hurry back, tidy up a bit, we're going to the county tomorrow. Once you're done, we can meet in the county. So soon to go to the county? Aren't you going to stay at home a few more days? No, there's still work to do over there. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu didn't say anything more and instead walked Wang Chen and Wuya to the car. Then, Wang Chen drove away from his cousin's house under Bai Lu's gaze. As Bai Lu watched Wang Chen and Wuya leave, she felt a bit reluctant. However, once they were gone, she turned and went back home. On the other side, in the Big G, Xiao Hao, are we going back to the county tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow we'll take mom and dad to see the supermarket, finish up some things, and then we're heading back to the Magic City. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Wuya's face showed a hint of reluctance. The morning sun was so warm. The rays of morning light felt like holding a lover's hand, bringing immense happiness. Wang Chen felt a tickling sensation on his face. Opening his eyes, he saw Wuya scratching his itch with her smooth long hair. Sister Wuya, why are you up so early? Early? It's already 9:30, we should take uncle and aunt to the county to see their good things and then go to the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen immediately got up. Indeed, he needed to quickly finish up things here. There were still many tasks waiting for him in the Magic City. Zhao Liying's favorability was still a bit low, the salary cashback multiplier hadn't increased, and the money earned wasn't enough. He needed to raise Zhao Liying's favorability towards him, and by 1 or 2. Only then could he earn more salary cashback. But there might not be an opportunity this month. Sister Wuya, I'm going to tell my parents, do you want to come with me? Wuya nodded. Then Wang Chen took Wuya downstairs. As soon as they got down, Wang Chen saw his mother preparing to brew wine, while his father had already gone to chop firewood. Mom, are you going to brew wine again? Yeah, I made a bowl of noodles for you. It's on the table, hurry up and eat, or it will get lumpy and won't taste good. Okay, by the way, Mom, don't be busy this afternoon. I'm taking you to Huisien. Why go to the county? We still have to go to your cousin's house later. It's fine, we'll go to your cousin's house first, then to the county. Alright. After talking to his mother, Wang Chen and Wuya finished the noodles their mother had cooked for them. Then they went to find their father to tell him about it. However, just as they finished speaking, their aunt and uncle all came over. Wang Chen and his father were puzzled. They didn't know what was going on. Yao Mei, big brother, why are you here? Hearing this, the aunt immediately said, Fourth brother, where's the car Xiaohao bought? The aunt's tone was a bit excited, but they didn't know why. Upon hearing his aunt's words, Wang Chen's father turned to look at Wang Chen. Dad, why are you looking at me? Your aunt is asking you about your car. Actually, Wang Chen knew it was because they saw him driving his G-Class yesterday. He understood that this matter couldn't be avoided. Rather than that, it would be better to just take them to see it. The car is parked at the village entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, the aunt and the others urged Wang Chen to take them to see it. There was no way out, so Wang Chen could only take them. When they saw the G-Class, their faces were filled with envy. But beneath the envy, there were different expressions. Cousin Wang Bing couldn't take his eyes off the G-Class when he saw it and quickly turned around, reaching out his hand towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen and Wuya were both dumbfounded.
Seeing that Wang Chen and Wu Ye weren't speaking, he said, "Give me the keys, let me drive it for a couple of days." At this, everyone looked at cousin Wang Bing in shock. To be honest, Wang Chen really didn't like people like cousin Wang Bing. "Sorry, cousin, we have other things to do." "What things?" "Just drive my car, we can take turns." Wu Ye, who was holding onto Wang Chen, felt that Wang Chen's cousin seemed to have a problem with his brain. Wang Chen clearly said he didn't want to give it to him, yet he still wouldn't give up. "Son, why don't you switch cars with your cousin for a bit?" Hearing his father's words, Wang Chen quickly explained, "Dad, this car isn't mine, I can't take responsibility for it, and do you know how much this car costs? Over 4 million, would you dare let your cousin drive it?" Boom! When Wang Chen finished this sentence, the relatives present and his father all had one thought in their minds: Wang Chen must have made it big. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford such a car. But Wang Chen just said that the car wasn't his, so it could only belong to. Everyone looked at Wu Ye. Wu Ye was also very cooperative with Wang Chen. She knew he didn't want others to know. "Uncle, this car is mine." However, even so, cousin Wang Bing still wanted to switch cars with Wang Chen. But since the car wasn't Wang Chen's, they had no way to do it, and in the end, they couldn't switch cars. After returning home, Wang Chen told his parents to get ready, and after visiting his cousin, they would head straight to the county. He couldn't stay at home for a moment. After this incident, he understood that showing off too much wasn't a good thing. When he returned for the new year, he still needed to drive an ordinary car. As long as he was doing well, there was no need for others to know. Wang Chen's parents had many questions, but now they didn't have time to ask. After visiting his cousin and sister-in-law in the morning, after discussing the mealtime with them, Wang Chen drove his car, taking his parents straight to the county. There's no way around it. If we go home now, the house will probably be packed with people again tonight. Hui Xian. Wang Chen drove his parents and Wu Ye back to Nanyuan Huacheng. When they got out of the car, Wang Chen's parents kept looking around, clearly puzzled. They had so many questions for Wang Chen. "Son, what are we doing here?" "Mom, you'll find out soon. Just follow me." With that, he led his parents to the house he had bought a few days ago. The old couple was instantly shocked. "Mom and Dad, this is our new house. You won't need to go to Zhejiang anymore. It's so hot there in the summer, and I wouldn't feel at ease if you went. You can run a small business here in Huixian, and just go to Eisen Garden to sit and drink tea with them." Wang Chen's parents looked around in astonishment, clearly delighted. "Son, you haven't done anything illegal, have you?" "Mom, what are you saying? I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I do anything illegal?" "Don't worry, this is all from the business that Wu Ye and I have built." Hearing this, the old couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that, they wandered around the house, clearly enjoying it. "Mom and Dad, come with us. We'll take you to see some other things." The old couple was puzzled by their son's words, but they still followed behind Wu Ye and Wang Chen as they went outside. Once outside, Wang Chen pointed to the supermarket that was still under renovation. "Mom and Dad, you'll be managing that supermarket in the future." "What?" Wang Chen's father's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he looked at his son, feeling very strange. His mother was equally astonished. Seeing the old couple like this, Wang Chen and Wu Ye exchanged glances and smiled. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it had passed. On the 23rd, the supermarket was finally renovated. For the past few days, Wang Chen and Wu Ye had been teaching their parents how to stock the shelves. Every day, the old couple would come to the supermarket, their faces beaming with smiles. Perhaps this was the pride their son brought them. And seeing the smiles on his parents' faces made Wang Chen very happy. In the past, whenever he wanted something, his parents would do everything they could to satisfy him. Now that they were older, he just wanted them to enjoy life. He had succeeded, and his parents would have faith in the village. Wang Chen didn't know what filial piety was, but he knew he had to treat his parents well. That was what children should do. During these days, Wang Chen could also feel that his parents had already regarded Wu Ye as their daughter-in-law and liked her very much, making her a lot of delicious food every day. Of course, during these days, Wang Chen and Wu Ye also explained some things to the old couple, which made them very comforted. Additionally, relatives from the village kept messaging them, asking when they would go to Zhejiang and whether Wang Chen and Wu Ye were still in Huixian. They said they wanted to treat Wang Chen and Wu Ye to a meal. But the old couple, having weathered many storms, understood their relatives' intentions. So after discussing with Wang Chen and Wu Ye, they told others that Wang Chen and Wu Ye were a bit busy lately, and if they wanted to eat together, they would have to wait until the new year. After a few busy days, the supermarket was basically finished. Today was also the dinner time they had arranged with their cousin and his wife. However, the dinner was scheduled for the evening, so there was no rush. Wang Chen and Wu Ye took the old couple out to buy some clothes and everyday necessities. They didn't return home until 6 o'clock in the evening. Mom and Dad, our cousin and his wife are treating us to dinner tonight, so we won't be eating at home. Okay, Wang Chen's mother called out. Then he went to meet Wu Ye. To be honest, Wang Chen had been back in Huisian for so long, and he hadn't had the time to visit his alma mater. It was indeed a bit regrettable. However, he didn't have time to go. After having dinner with his cousin and his wife today, they were going to treat his sister-in-law Li Yunru to a meal tomorrow, and the day after, they would be heading back to the Magic City. Wang Chen could only temporarily give up the idea of visiting his school. Xiao Hao, why are we riding the little electric scooter instead of driving? Hee, I want you to hold me. Wu Ye rolled her eyes at him. As she became more familiar with Wang Chen, she no longer blushed as easily as before. But she really liked this feeling. You just love to talk nonsense. Not at all, Sister Wu Ye. I might get drunk later, so remember to take care of me. Since coming to Wang Chen's house, Wu Ye had never seen him drink. She hadn't even seen him smoke. To be honest, Wu Ye liked it very much. Later, my cousin will definitely drink with me, and I guess my sister-in-law will drink with you too, so you need to be prepared. Okay. Before long, Wang Chen and Wu Ye arrived at the location sent by his cousin. Wang Chen called his cousin. Hello, cousin, I'm here. Alright, you guys wait downstairs, I'll have your sister-in-law come to pick you up. Okay. Not long after hanging up, his sister-in-law came down. She was wearing denim shorts and a short-sleeved top. Her hair was tied in a ponytail. There was a sweet vibe about her. Wang Chen thought that he hadn't checked his sister-in-law's data yet, so he wanted to take a look. System, open by Lu's data. Beep, data generating. Name, by Lu. Age, 25. Appearance, 80. Favorability, 81. Close friend, height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 45. 2 kilograms. Occupation, nurse. When Wang Chen saw the high favorability of 81, he was completely stunned. He didn't understand how his sister-in-law had achieved such a level of favorability, but it didn't matter. After today, their chances of meeting would be fewer. With fewer chances to meet, the favorability would naturally decrease. Sister-in-law. Cousin, Wu Ye, you're here. Let's go, we've been waiting for you. Okay. Then Wang Chen and Wu Ye followed his sister-in-law to her and his cousin's home. At this time, his cousin and sister-in-law had already prepared dinner. The table was filled with delicious food. Wang Chen also saw a bottle of wine. He immediately knew he would definitely get drunk tonight, but he didn't want to think too much about it. Cousin, sit down, let's eat. Thank you, cousin and sister-in-law, for making so much delicious food. What are you saying? Then there was a round of toasting, until Xie Yu and Wang Chen had both fallen asleep on the table. Seeing this, sister-in-law Bai Lu said, Wu Ye, look at Wang Chen, he's drunk so much, you guys should just rest here tonight. Bai Lu, we should go back, otherwise, it would be too disruptive. Oh, it's fine, you can go back tomorrow, it's not like there aren't rooms for you to sleep in. Alright, stop hesitating, you help Wang Chen to the room, and I'll help Xie Yu to rest, we'll have a drink later. After thinking for a while, Wu Ye said, okay, but can you arrange a separate room for me tonight? I haven't shared a room with Wang Chen yet. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu looked shocked. Sure, no problem. After Bai Lu and Wu Ye helped Wang Chen and Xie Yu back to their rooms to rest, the two of them started drinking. This drinking session quickly got the originally sober Bai Lu drunk. However, Wu Ye was fine, her alcohol tolerance was decent, her face was a bit red, but she was still sober. White Do, stop drinking, let's leave it at that for today. We'll drink again when we have the chance. No, let's drink a little longer. Seeing this, Wu Ye shook her head. She couldn't believe Bai Lu insisted on drinking despite her poor tolerance. Wu Ye had no choice but to help Bai Lu to the room they had agreed upon for her to sleep in before drinking. After tidying up a bit, she returned to her room to rest. The next morning, when Wang Chen and the others woke up, they still felt a bit dizzy. They had indeed drunk too much yesterday. Not only that, Wang Chen even had a dream. He looked at his disheveled clothes and felt a bit speechless. He had managed to throw off his clothes even in a dream. It was really a bit ridiculous. After getting up and putting on his clothes, Wang Chen walked out of the room. Honey, why are you up so early? Wu Ye, who was tidying up the aftermath with Bai Lu, turned to look at Wang Chen. Xiao Hao, did you forget we are still at your cousin's house? Hearing this, Wang Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. Right, we drank too much yesterday. As he said this, Wang Chen turned to look at his cousin Bai Lu. For some reason, Wang Chen felt that his cousin Bai Lu seemed like a different person today. But he didn't think too much about it. After sitting for a while, he left. Then Wang Chen and Wu Ye invited his sister-in-law Li Yunru to have a meal. After eating, they parted ways with sister-in-law Li Yunru.
When Wang Chen returned home, he started preparing things. It was time to go back to the Magic City. However, at that moment, he felt like he had forgotten something very important, but he just couldn't remember what it was. He thought carefully. With a buzzing in his head, he remembered. Before the summer vacation, he recalled that his instructor Lin Shui had told him she would come to their province to escape the heat. Lin Shui seemed to have sent him a message and called him. But later, he got too busy and forgot. Now that he was about to go back, it was over. Wang Chen felt like the sky was about to fall. Wouldn't he be called in for a talk by the instructor when school started? Thinking of this, Wang Chen took out his phone, opened Lin Shui's green bubble, and sure enough, there was a message from Lin Shui on it, and it was from 10 days ago. At that time, he had planned to reply to Lin Shui after finishing his work, but he got so caught up that he forgot to reply. Now this was great. Sigh, thinking of this, he lost all desire to return to the Magic City. He turned off his phone and continued tidying up. Now he didn't plan to reply to Lin Shui's message. He would give her a gift when school started at the end of August, hoping she wouldn't hold a grudge. Wait, isn't it only July now? There's still time before school starts. Should I reply after all? Otherwise, I'll definitely be in trouble when I get back. Thinking of this, Wang Chen took out his phone and replied to instructor Lin Shui's message. Wang Chen, Sister Shui, I've been a bit busy lately and forgot to reply to you. Have you come to our province yet? He sent the message to Lin Shui, but she didn't reply. So he continued tidying up. Most of the things at home had been taken care of. The parents' supermarket had started stocking items today, and he originally planned to leave tomorrow. But after discussing with Wu Ya, they decided to wait until the parents' supermarket opened before leaving. In the following 2 days, Wang Chen and Wu Ya often went to the supermarket to help out. On the 27th, the supermarket officially opened. On the opening day, business was booming. The current supermarket was completely different from the previous one. The previous supermarket had poor decoration, stale items, and high prices. Now, the supermarket not only had good decoration, fresh items, but also cheap prices. Business was definitely good. And on the day of the supermarket's opening, his cousin and sister-in-law came with flowers. Wang Chen did not tell them, but he didn't expect they would know. Cousin-in-law, what brings you here? Wang Chen, who was observing the entrance of the supermarket, asked with some confusion. Cousin, my dad told me that your family's supermarket is opening today, so I came to take a look. Cousin, you could have just come without bringing flowers. It's a waste of money. Isn't this to congratulate you? Thank you. Xie Yu handed the flowers to Wang Chen and then went inside the supermarket to browse, while cousin-in-law Bai Lu stayed behind to chat with Wu Ya. Wang Chen was busy observing the supermarket's business and did not notice Bai Lu's actions at that moment. While chatting with Wu Ya, she would occasionally glance at Wang Chen, then quickly look away. It was unclear what was going on. However, her actions did not attract anyone's attention. Cousin, when are you going to the Magic City? Bai Lu asked. We should leave tomorrow. Cousin-in-law, when you get to the Magic City, call or text us, and we'll take you out to have fun. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, Really? Can we? Of course. When the time comes, you and cousin can come together, and we'll show you a good time in the Magic City. Alright, then when I get to the Magic City, I'll call you. Sure. Time flew by, and soon it was time to return to the Magic City. Today was already the 28th, and Wang Chen needed to hurry back. Zhao Liying had already sent him a message saying she wanted to introduce someone to him. Departing on the 28th, arriving in the Magic City on the 30th, and having an appointment on the 31st. His schedule was quite tight. Wang Chen was also curious about who Zhao Liying would introduce to him. If it was a goddess with a cashback salary binding, he could only look on enviously. After all, he no longer had any cashback multipliers. He wondered when he would be able to get binding chances again. It was truly frustrating. After bidding farewell to his parents, Wang Chen set off for the Magic City with Wu Ya. Wang Chen drove the big G, speeding towards the Magic City. Xiaohao, Auntie said we should get our marriage certificate during the new year. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen almost slammed on the brakes. Getting the certificate during the new year. This was going to cut off his path to making money. Absolutely not. A banquet could be arranged, but getting the certificate was out of the question. Although Wang Chen felt nervous inside, he did not show it on the surface. Instead, he calmly said, Sister Wu Ya, do you think the same way? Wu Ya softly replied with a tiny Wang Chen's heart sank. This was not good. He didn't know how to respond. If he said he wasn't willing, his favorability would definitely drop, and he was counting on Zhao Liying's new drama being released during the new year to earn some cash back. If his favorability dropped, it would definitely not be easy to recover. Since that was the case, Wang Chen could only temporarily agree. He would first try to raise Wuya's favorability during this time and see if there was a way to resolve it as her favorability increased. Sister Wuya, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing this, the originally expectant Wuya's smile brightened significantly. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +3. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen was instantly stunned. Her favorability had increased by 3 points. He was very relieved now. If he had said he wasn't willing just now, her favorability would have dropped below 90. That hard-earned favorability would have been lost. The cashback multiplier would also plummet. Hee, Xiaohao, you're so nice. Seeing Wuya so happy, Wang Chen felt genuinely pleased. After all, this favorability was mutual. Since that's the case, Sister Wuya, what should you call me from now on? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Wuya's face instantly turned red. She softly said, Old honey. As Wang Chen was driving, he almost wanted to give Wuya a kiss right then and there, but since he was driving, he had to give up. After this incident, their relationship seemed to have grown even closer. On the morning of the 30th, Wang Chen and Wuya finally returned to the Magic City. Fengshan Community. Once home, Wuya put down her bag and collapsed onto the sofa. Ah, this feels so good. Ha, Sister Wuya, hurry up and take a shower, you need to rest well tomorrow. Hee, honey, do you want to shower together? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was completely stunned. He looked at Wuya in disbelief. Not only did she call him honey, but she also wanted to shower together. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Wang Chen almost immediately wanted to agree, but just as he was about to speak, Wuya, with a triumphant expression, said, Hee, just kidding. I'm going to take a shower now. With that, Wuya dashed into the bathroom. Wang Chen was left speechless. However, he knew that Wuya was becoming less guarded around him. When they were together before, she hardly ever said such things. Wang Chen glanced towards the bathroom and then sat down on the sofa. He took out his phone and opened the green bubbles. Instantly, a flood of messages popped up. Zhou Liang, Bai Wanner, Songning Xiang, cousin Bai Lu, sister-in-law Li Yinru, Li Meng, Du Xiang, Zheng Mumu, Lin Shui. A screen full of messages. Wang Chen first opened Zhou Liang's chat interface. Zhou Liang, Wang Chen, tomorrow night at 8, Jiaji Private Kitchen, room 608. Wang Chen, got it, Sister Liang, I promise to be on time. After sending the message, Zhou Liang replied. Zhou Liang, didn't you say you were going to come to the crew to take a look? Why haven't you come these days? Wang Chen, my cousin got married, so I went home for a bit, just got back, I'll go in a couple of days. Zhou Liang, okay. Wang Chen, Sister Liang, do you think the new drama will do well at the box office? Zhou Liang, I don't know about that either. After chatting with Zhou Liang for a while, Wang Chen opened the green bubbles for Song Ningxiang and Bai Wanner and chatted with them for a bit. After replying to everyone else's messages one by one, he put down his phone. Not long after he set his phone down, Wuya emerged from the bathroom wearing a light gauzy nightgown, the sheer fabric making Wang Chen unable to resist. Wuya glanced at Wang Chen and, seeing his infatuated expression, couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohao, what are you looking at? This time, Wang Chen was not indifferent. After all, their affinity had already reached 95, so doing something should be fine, right? He stood up from the sofa, walked up to Wuya, cupped her delicate face in his hands, and kissed her red lips. Suddenly, Wuya grabbed Wang Chen's hand. Woo! Their lips parted. Wuya tightly held onto Wang Chen's hand placed somewhere, shaking her head. Xiaohao, can we wait until we meet our parents? Seeing the tears welling up in Wuya's eyes, Wang Chen felt helpless, but he still let go of her hand. At that moment, he could have taken advantage of her, but it would definitely lower their affinity. Moreover, he didn't want to force Wuya. He gently pulled Wuya into his embrace. Softly he said, okay, I promise you. Wuya also extended her fair little hand and gently hugged him. The next second, the two kissed again. After a long while, their lips parted. Sister Wuya, I'm going to take a shower, you should rest first. Wuya lightly pecked Wang Chen on the cheek and replied, go quickly. My little man. Wang Chen smiled as he walked to the bathroom. Breathing in Wuya's scent, Wang Chen felt a different kind of emotion rising in his heart. While showering, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel excited because today was already July 30th. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock, I can once again receive the salary cashback from the three goddesses. This time, he didn't look at any of it. He wanted to give himself a surprise and see how much he could earn from the salary cashback this month. If we go by last month's salary, then Zhao Liang should have earned around 2 to 3 million this month. But Wang Chen felt it wouldn't be that simple. After all, Zhao Liang and Yang Mi are stars of the same level, and Yang Mi can earn about $1 billion a year, so Zhao Liang shouldn't earn any less than that. But in the past 2 months, Zhao Liang only earned about 6 million in total. This clearly doesn't add up.
Wang Chen was very much looking forward to this cashback. Moreover, he believed that after last month's events, Baiwaner would definitely earn more this month than last month. This month, he was sure he could get more money from the salary cashback than last month. As long as he could obtain more funds this time, Wang Chen planned to establish his own company, a company that only hires goddesses. He had asked the system before he could start a company, but the company's salary couldn't exceed twice the average in each industry, otherwise, the system would also determine that the goddess's salary cashback was invalid. Then he wouldn't get anything. As for why he wanted to establish a company, it was of course to strengthen the binding. He didn't want to run around the country every month just to strengthen the binding. After establishing the company, he could gather the already bound salary cashback goddesses for a meeting every month, and wouldn't that complete the strengthening of the binding? Plus, it would allow them to have more income and make it easier to increase the salary cashback multiplier for the goddesses. However, before establishing the company, he needed to take revenge on Han Xian. This was a matter of pride for him. If he didn't clear this up, he wouldn't feel at ease. After taking a shower, Wang Chen went to the living room and saw Wuya scrolling through her phone. He was curious about what Wuya was doing, so he quietly walked over to her side and looked at her phone screen. He saw that the screen displayed photos from their previous trip to Shangri-La and pictures taken back home. Wuya looked at the photos, a happy smile on her face. Wang Chen sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist. At that moment, Wuya came back to her senses. Xiao Hao, are you done showering? They cuddled for a while before going to rest. Wang Chen was tired after driving for so long. Wuya was doing fine, not too tired. However, she was feeling a bit sleepy. Once back in the room, Wang Chen lay down and fell asleep without even looking at his phone. He closed his eyes and slept through the entire night. When Wang Chen opened his eyes again, it was already noon on the 31st. He glanced at his phone and found quite a few messages. So he picked up his phone to check. But there wasn't much, it was just good morning greetings from them. After replying to them, he went to wash up. He had a date tonight, so he needed to get a haircut in the afternoon to look his best for the appointment. That way, his likability would increase. After washing up, Wang Chen went downstairs to get a haircut. Then he returned home. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that Wang Chen drove his 918 to prepare for the appointment. Jiaji Private Kitchen. Room 608. Zhao Liying was sitting in the private room with another woman who was just as beautiful as she was. Liying, who exactly is that person you mentioned? You'll find out soon. You know about my new drama, right? I know. Wasn't it said that the production team was short on funds? He invested in it. Oh, I thought, since your new drama also needs investment, I thought I'd introduce him to you to see if he could invest in yours. That sounds good. If it weren't for the fact that all our money is tied up in investments, we wouldn't need to ask others to invest. Don't worry, in a few months, the money we've invested will be back. That's true. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and a man walked in. It was Wang Chen. When he entered the room, he was completely stunned. He never expected Zhao Liying to give him such a big surprise. The person in front of him was a goddess in the hearts of many. Wang Chen walked over to Zhao Liying. Sister Liying, I'm sorry I'm late. Not late, we came early. By the way, let me introduce you, you should know her. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen looked at the woman next to Zhao Liying. His heart raced instantly. He excitedly said, yes, I know her, fairy sister. I've been watching Sister Liying and Sister Yifei's movies since I was a child. Wang Chen never dreamed that Zhao Liying would introduce him to fairy sister Lu Yifei. This was truly a delightful surprise. But thinking about it, it made sense. Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying hardly spoke to anyone during award ceremonies, unless it was someone they resonated with. And Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei were just such people. They were no longer controlled by the rules, they were the ones controlling the rules. There was no one who could force them to do what they didn't want to do. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei smiled. Have a seat, Zhao Liying said. After Wang Chen sat down, Zhao Liying had the dishes served. In no time, a table full of dishes was brought out. Sister Liying, what if we can't finish all this food? If we can't finish, we can pack it up. I didn't expect Sister Liying to be so frugal. In fact, Zhao Liying also came from a rural background, and her current achievements were inseparable from her hard work. But even with her current success, she still remembered the hardships she faced on her way up. Many actors have gone through this. The hardships you endure before fame are known only to you. Wang Chen didn't know why Zhao Liying had called him this time. It surely wasn't just for a simple meal. But he wouldn't ask. While eating, Wang Chen checked Lu Yifei's data. System, open Lu Yifei's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Lu Yifei. Age, 36. Appearance, 98. Favorability, 21, ordinary friend, height, 171 centimeters, weight, 53 kilograms, occupation, actress. Singer Wang Chen could only say, wow, her appearance score was 98, 1 point higher than Zhao Liying. But there was a reason Louis Fei was called Fairy Sister. She was truly beautiful. Today she was dressed casually, in a pair of jeans and white sneakers, with a stunning face, simply a fairy descended from the heavens. No wonder she was called Fairy Sister. Just as Wang Chen was observing Louis Fei's data, Zhao Liying softly said, Wang Chen, the reason I called you here is that I have some good news to share with you. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying in surprise. He didn't think that with a favorability of 42, Zhao Liying would entrust good news to him. There must be something else. But he wasn't worried. After all, he had nothing at the moment. Sister Liying, what good news is there that your little brother can share in? He asked with a grin. Zhao Liying looked at Louis Fei. Do you think your Fairy Sisters movie will be a hit? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was even more puzzled. What was this all about? He didn't quite understand. But who can't say good things? It will definitely be a hit. With Sister Liying and Fairy Sisters' influence, whatever movie they make is bound to be a blockbuster. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen's words made the two fairy-like women burst into laughter. You have such a sweet tongue. This time, your Fairy Sisters movie needs investment, so I thought of you first. Hearing this, Wang Chen was thrilled. Wouldn't that be great? If he invested in Louis Fei again, the box office would surely soar, and with the goddess salary cashback from the system, he would earn exponentially. Even if the box office wasn't ideal, he wouldn't lose. He didn't hesitate at all. He didn't even ask for the title of the film. He directly said, okay, I'm in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying and Louis Fei exchanged glances. They didn't expect Wang Chen to be so straightforward, agreeing without even asking for basic information. Wang Chen, aren't you afraid of losing? Sister Liying, what are you talking about? With your movie and one featuring the goddess, how could it lose? But you should at least ask for some basic information. I really don't know how you made so much money. Zhao Liying shook her head. Ding, goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +3, hearing the system's voice. Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. Although Zhao Liying said that, she was actually quite pleased. Then Sister Liying, goddess, could you tell me about it? Zhao Liying looked at Louis Fei, who nodded. Well, Wang Chen, let me explain. The movie I'm participating in is called The Legend of the Saint Girl. Louis Fei took over 10 minutes to finish explaining the basic information. She probably feared that Wang Chen wouldn't understand, so she went through the basic plot with him. In fact, no matter what, Wang Chen would invest, as he wasn't just relying on profit sharing to make money. Goddess, Sister Liying, I'm investing in this project. Zhao Liying gave Wang Chen a meaningful glance. They hadn't even discussed how much to invest this time, and Wang Chen was already saying he would invest, which made them feel he was a bit unreliable. Wang Chen, do you know how much more investment Yifei's film needs? 50 million? Wang Chen mentioned the amount he invested in Zhao Liying last time. Zhao Liying was somewhat surprised by Wang Chen's nonchalant attitude, but it was just surprise, because Louis Fei's movie needed more than 50 million. This amount was significantly higher than 50 million, and even the profit sharing would be a bit less. So, she wasn't sure if Wang Chen would invest. Yifei, you tell him. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei nodded. Wang Chen, we need 100 million in funding, and the profit sharing ratio is 25%. Goodness! This was double the investment needed for Zhao Liying's new drama, and the profit sharing ratio was 5% less than that of Zhao Liying's. No wonder Zhao Liying wanted him to clarify before making a decision. She was worried about this. However, Wang Chen wasn't concerned about that. Even if the profit sharing only amounted to 50 million, as long as the money went to the goddess's cashback card and he gave them that money, the system would return it to him multiple times. How much is 500 times 50 million? 250 billion. Just imagine, investing 100 million could earn back 250 billion, only a fool wouldn't invest. He had to invest. But he still needed to pretend to ask. He couldn't appear as eager as before. Sister Liying, goddess, I want to know why there's such a big difference in your needs? Seeing Wang Chen getting serious, Zhao Liying breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was no small matter. 100 million was a significant amount. Wang Chen, it's actually quite simple. My new drama might continue to seek financing later, and if you don't increase your investment at that time, your profit sharing ratio will be diluted. But Yifei's film is fixed. After investing 100 million, no further investment is needed, and your profit sharing ratio will be fixed at 25%. So that's how it is. Wang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't paid attention to this when signing the contract. It seems he needs to be more careful in the future, or he might not even know how he ended up losing everything. I see, Sister Liying, Sister Yifei, I want to ask, with your current status, finding investors should be quite easy, right? Why did you come to me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei smiled. They thought, this kid is finally being a bit smart. One should never have the intention to harm others, but one must always be wary. If Wang Chen were to invest without considering his own interests, they would have to suspect that he had other intentions towards Zhao Liying. After all, there were plenty of people pursuing Zhao Liying, especially since she was currently divorced. Wang Chen, this matter concerns me and Yifei, sorry, but we can't tell you right now. He could understand, after all, everyone has their own secrets, just like his secret is the system. No matter who it is, he would never reveal the secret of the system. It's okay, Sister Liying. Since that's the case, I'll invest in the Saintess role for the fairy sister, but we can't sign the contract today. The earliest we can sign is tomorrow morning. It wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to sign, it's just that he didn't have any money right now. Thinking about money, he opened his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 106,431 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Magic City Baolong Plaza. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 155,490,000 yuan. Total funds consumed, 155,490,000 yuan. System points. 3 bound salary cashback goddesses, Zhao Liying, to be bound this month, Wuya, bound this month, by Wanner, bound this month, time remaining until salary cashback. 1 day note, after each cashback, one must meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. He had another 100,000 yuan. This 100,000 yuan was the profit from the hot pot restaurant. It had already been transferred to him. Otherwise, let alone 100,000, he wouldn't even have 10,000. It was simply too pitiful. However, there were only a few hours left until the salary cashback in July. He was increasingly looking forward to how much salary cashback he could get this month. No problem, Wang Chen, then we'll sign tomorrow, Lu Yifei said. The reason they didn't look for other investors but came to Wang Chen was that if they sought out others, the investors would definitely bargain and might even raise the profit-sharing ratio. When Wang Chen invested in Zhao Liying's new drama last time, there was no sign of bargaining at all. He directly agreed. This was also why Lu Yifei found Zhao Liying, and then Zhao Liying found Wang Chen. After that, Wang Chen added the green bubble of the fairy sister Lu Yifei. They chatted about some other things. Wang Chen even mentioned a TV drama he watched when he was a child that they acted in. Sister Liying, Sister Yifei, you don't know, the thing I looked forward to the most as a child was coming home from school to watch the movies you acted in. I always thought how happy it would be if I could know you. I never expected that today I could actually meet you. Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei listened to Wang Chen's endless chatter, smiling at the corners of their mouths. They didn't expect Wang Chen to be so humorous and witty. This directly increased their fondness for him a bit. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's fondness +1. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's fondness +2. Zhao Liying's fondness increased by 3 points, reaching 48 points, and the salary cashback multiplier also reached 48 times. It was simply amazing. Of course, Lu Yifei's favorability also increased quite a bit, but since Wang Chen didn't have any binding opportunities left to bind a new salary cashback goddess, the system wouldn't announce it. Overall, tonight's gains were quite substantial. Not only did he add the green bubble of the fairy sister Lu Yifei, but he also secured new investments and increased Zhao Liying's favorability significantly. This means that the salary cashback he could receive tonight would be even greater. Wang Chen glanced at the time, it was still a bit early, and he wondered if he could increase Zhao Liying's favorability a little more. If he could boost it further, the funds he would receive would only grow. At that point, he could establish his own company. It would also bring him a big step closer to his goal of becoming the world's richest person. However, it turned out that Wang Chen was overthinking. After dinner, Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying prepared to leave. Sister Liying, did you drive here? Yeah, why? Do you want to give us a ride back? Zhao Liying joked. Hee, being able to drive Sister Liying and Sister Yifei home would be my honor, but it seems I won't have the chance. Ha, Wang Chen, you're quite the charmer. But you really don't have the chance, we all drove here. Next time, I won't drive. After saying that, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei left. Wang Chen followed behind them and arrived at the parking lot. After watching them get into their car, Wang Chen also got into his 918, stepped on the gas, and drove out of the parking lot towards Fengshan Community. It was almost time for the salary cashback, and he wanted to go back and share this happy moment with Wuya. The roar of the 918's engine echoed down the street. The head-turning rate was off the charts. Wow, that's a 918, right? So cool. So cool. If I could have one, how could I not have women around me? Hey, stop dreaming. Even if you worked your whole life, you couldn't afford this car. Exactly. What, can't you dream if you can't afford it? Bro, dreaming like this at night is really funny. Wang Chen, however, was completely unaware of what was happening on the road. If he knew, he would surely be amazed. 3 months ago, he was just a well-known deadbeat in the financial district of Magic City. Thinking of this, Wang Chen remembered Li Jejia and wondered if she was being suppressed by public opinion now. Last time, she actually tried to use pregnancy to stir up public sentiment. He had directly retaliated in kind. He had Song Ningxuang and the others send out the chat screenshots between Wang Chen and Li Jejia, and he even contacted Zhao Liang to help manage the public opinion on Douyin. Unexpectedly, Zhao Liang's methods were indeed powerful. After she spoke, that public sentiment basically disappeared. And because he was busy at home, he hadn't opened the schools forum. After tonight's new round of salary cashback ended, he planned to check the schools forum. Before long, Wang Chen drove the 918 back to Fengshan community. Looking at the community, Wang Chen thought that once he had money, he should buy a house in a more prosperous area. Wang Chen took the elevator back to his doorstep. With the input of the password, the door opened. As soon as the door opened, Wang Chen saw Wu Yu wearing an apron, in super short shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. She looked just like a housewife. Her beautiful appearance made Wang Chen feel a bit restless. "Sister Wu Yu, why haven't you eaten yet?" Hearing this, Wu Yu softly replied, I was worried you would be out socializing and drinking, so I wanted to wait for you to come back to eat together. Wang Chen looked at the woman in front of him, who was 9 years older than him. He felt warm inside. It was almost 10:30. She had been waiting for him. Wang Chen hugged her tightly. "Sister Wu Yu, thank you." Although Wang Chen was already full, he wouldn't refuse Wu Yu's kind gesture, especially since she had waited for him for so long. Wang Chen picked up his chopsticks and started eating the dishes. So delicious, really delicious. Wu Yu watched Wang Chen devour the food, her lips curling up in a smile. "Xiaohao, slow down, don't choke, drink some water." Saying this, Wu Yu pushed the water she had prepared earlier in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen picked up the cup and took a sip. "Sister Wu Yu, you should eat too." As he spoke, Wang Chen picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Wu Yu's mouth. Wu Yu slowly opened her cherry-like lips and ate the meat Wang Chen offered. The atmosphere was quite ambiguous. After finishing the meal, Wang Chen and Wu Yu cleaned up the table together. Then he went to take a shower. By the time he finished everything, it was already 11:30. There were only about 40 minutes left until the salary cashback for July. At this moment, Wu Yu was already sitting on the sofa watching a movie. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and sat down next to Wu Yu, who leaned her head on his shoulder. She thoroughly enjoyed this warm moment. As time passed by second, in the blink of an eye, it was midnight on August 1st. Wang Chen knew that there were 10 minutes left until the salary cashback for July, so he wasn't in a hurry and continued to watch the movie with Wu Yu. The movie was a romance, and Wu Yu was already crying. 10 minutes later. Ding, ding, ding. Wang Chen's phone rang 3 times. Wu Yu, who was watching the movie, heard it too and looked at Wang Chen curiously. She wanted to know who would message Wang Chen so late at night. Wang Chen didn't stop her, as he knew what the message was. Under Wu Yu's gaze, he gently opened the first message. "Your savings card ending in 6503 has received a deposit of 11.5 million renminbi at 010 on August 1st via Union Pay. Available balance, 11,602,732 renminbi. Longxi Bank." When Wu Yu saw the content of the message, she understood that Wang Chen's investment had made a profit again. But she couldn't figure out what kind of investment could yield such a large profit. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand. "Xiaohao, you this. It's just the profit from last month's investment. How about that? Am I impressive?" Wu Yu's beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Chen. She nodded gently. Impressive. When we have spare money, let's buy a nice big flat or a villa in a good location. On the days you don't work, we can live there, how about that?" "Ha? Isn't that a bit too extravagant?" Wang Chen gently held her in his arms. He whispered, "No, I'm really good at making money." I trust you." Wu Yu leaned against him and wrapped her jade-like hands around his waist. Then, Wang Chen opened the second message. "Your savings card ending in 6503 has received a deposit of 83 million renminbi at 010 on August 1st via Union Pay. Available balance, 95,432,732 renminbi. Longxi Bank." Wang Chen exclaimed, "Wow. Bai Wanner made quite a bit last month too."
He didn't expect her salary cashback to reach 83 million, calculating it, Iwana earned 101 million last month. That's great, he liked women who could make money. When the time came, he would reward Iwana more, so she would have motivation. When Wuya saw the second message, she was completely stunned. She originally thought the first message was a bombshell, but she didn't expect another bombshell to follow, directly hitting 83 million. How long would it take her to earn that much? Xiao Hao, this is 83 million? Wang Chen couldn't help but pinch her plump bottom. The next second, Wuya grabbed his hand and shot him a glare. Wang Chen awkwardly laughed, yeah, but I have to sign a new investment contract tomorrow, and I guess all this money will be gone. Ha? You're going to sign a new investment? Yeah, didn't I tell you last time that I invested in a movie, and the profits would all go to you? Tomorrow I'm investing in another new movie, and the profits will also go to you. Ha? Wuya shook her head vigorously. No, that's your hard work, I can't take it. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. If you don't want it, then what about my salary rebate? That's several hundred billion. Sister Wuya, just take a look at the next message before deciding. After saying that, Wang Chen directly opened the last message. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a deposit of 896 billion yuan at 010 on August 1st from UnionPay, with a usable balance of 991,432,732 yuan. Longxi Bank. The moment Wuya saw the message, she was left speechless. Not just Wuya. Even Wang Chen was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. 8 billion? What does that even mean? This means that Zhao Liying made 120 million in July. Damn! Wang Chen almost cursed out loud. This is just too outrageous. In his guess, Zhao Liying should have been able to give him a rebate of 400 to 500 million, but he didn't expect it to be a whopping 8 billion. Good. Wuya looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. Xiao Hao, how much is this? Ha, 8 billion, Sister Wuya, you won't refuse what I'm giving you now, right, wife? Hearing Wang Chen call her wife, Wuya couldn't hold back anymore. She gently nodded. Seeing Wuya agree, Wang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wuya agrees, that's all that matters. He not only wants to increase the salary rebate multiplier but also wants to raise the salary of the goddess of salary rebate. It's really tough for him, but thankfully, all the effort is worth it. Nothing can stop him from becoming the world's richest man. After reading the salary rebate information, Wang Chen put down his phone. Although he put it down, both he and Wuya were still shocked by the content of the message, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Wang Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was anything but calm. On the contrary, he was very excited. This was the first time he had seen so much money. He was now a billionaire. Ha. After that, Wang Chen transferred 1 million to Wuya. He had spent quite a bit of money when he went home for his cousin's wedding, even using up the 1 million on Wuya. Naturally, he had to give it to her again. It wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to give more. If he gave more, Wuya wouldn't accept it, so he simply gave her 1 million, and when the movie profits came to her, she could use it as she pleased. Sister Wuya, let's go rest. You have to work tomorrow. Yeah, I'm a bit tired too. When they reached the door of their respective rooms and opened the door, Wang Chen and Wuya surprisingly turned back at the same time. Their eyes met. Both of them smiled. Xiao Hao, good night. Sister Wuya, good night. After saying that, they returned to their own rooms. Once back in his room, Wang Chen jumped up in excitement. This was simply exhilarating. So much money. Just as he was feeling happy, his phone rang again. Without hesitation, Wang Chen picked it up. By water, brother Hao, I got paid this month. I earned 1 million. Am I amazing or what? Looking at the message from Bai Waner, Wang Chen naturally knew what she was trying to express. For a materialistic girl like Bai Waner, who has her principles, Wang Chen felt no aversion. She had already earned herself 83 million, so this time, he might as well give her a little more. The more he gives her, the more he can earn. Wang Chen, Waner is amazing. I'll come to see you tomorrow afternoon, wait for me at home. As soon as Wang Chen sent the message, Bai Waner replied instantly. Bai Waner, okay, how go, Waner misses you. Wang Chen, I miss you too, but I've been a bit busy with work lately. We'll see each other tomorrow. Bai Waner, yes, how go, Waner has a surprise for you tomorrow. Wang Chen, what surprise? Can't you tell me now? Bai Waner, if I tell you now, it won't be a surprise. Just look forward to it, how go? Wang Chen, and don't push yourself too hard in the future. If you earn a little less, that's fine. I have plenty of money, don't tire yourself out. As soon as he sent that message, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess by Warner's favorability +2, ha, it really is a double blessing. Not only did he earn so much money through salary cashback, but he also increased the favorability of Zhao Liang and Bai Warner. Bai Warner, I know, how go, love you. Heart gesture, Wang Chen, alright, get some rest early. I'll come find you tomorrow. Bai Warner, okay, how go, good night. Wang Chen, good night. Bai Warner even came to share good news with him. Wang Chen smiled as he put down his phone. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Hui Xian. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Bai Lu lay in bed, feeling very complicated. She didn't know why, but she always felt as if she was under a spell. She was distracted all day long. Even when she was working, it was the same. Today, she was even scolded for a mistake at work. She didn't know what was causing it. Looking at the person beside her, Bai Lu sighed. Today was not only about the work mistake, but also because the director at the hospital wanted her to go out to dinner with him. Bai Lu knew exactly what that meant. The hospital she worked at was a private one. Today, she refused the director's invitation, so tomorrow she would probably be targeted or even directly fired. She really wanted to talk to Xiaoyu, but what could Xiaoyu do to help her? If Xiaoyu were as rich as Wang Chen, she wouldn't have to endure such grievances. Thinking of this, Bai Lu picked up her phone and kept scrolling through the green bubbles. She didn't even know what she was thinking. Bai Lu wasn't the only woman unable to sleep. There was another woman who was sleepless due to an accident. It seemed as if the thoughts of the two women resonated, as thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky of Huixian, and raindrops began to fall, just like their tears, soaking the pillow. Magic City. Fengshan Community. Wang Chen stretched lazily. The sunlight always shone on him punctually every morning, like an alarm clock. After getting dressed, Wang Chen picked up his phone to check yesterday's messages. Upon seeing the message about 4.8 billion, the smile on his face never faded. He then put down his phone and went to wash up. When he came out, Wuya was already gone, probably off to work. Wang Chen thought it wasn't good for Wuya to keep working there. He should find her a job that paid better and was much easier. However, he didn't have time to think about that today. He had to go meet the fairy sister first. Next time he had binding opportunities, he would definitely bind the fairy sister right away. Although Wuya had gone to work, there was a breakfast she had prepared for him on the table. After washing up, Wang Chen enjoyed the heartfelt breakfast Wuya made for him. As expected of Wuya, the breakfast was delicious. After finishing, Wang Chen went straight downstairs. Today he drove the Big G. Yesterday, he told Wuya to leave the Big G for him while she took the 918. As for why he drove the Big G, that was naturally for certain reasons. Magic City. Yujin Cafe. Wang Chen arrived at the private room No. 1 of Yujin Cafe according to the address Zhao Liang sent him. Sitting here, he could see the Huangpu River directly. After reaching the door, Wang Chen sent a message to Zhao Liang and Lui Fei. After a while, the door to the private room opened. The moment he walked in, he was stunned by the two people in front of him. Zhao Liang was wearing a white long dress, with light makeup, looking like a fairy from a painting. Lui Fei was in a pair of jeans and a light yellow short-sleeve top. They looked just like celestial beings descended to Earth. If they didn't mention their age, no one would guess they were already 36 this year. Another beautiful actress like them was Yang Mi. However, Wang Chen hadn't had the chance to meet her yet. There would definitely be opportunities in the future. Sister Liang, Sister Ifei, I'm late again. Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. No, come sit down. What would you like to drink? I don't often drink coffee. I'm not sure what to get. How about a cup like yours? I want to try what fairies drink. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang and Lui Fei exchanged smiles. It seemed they were already used to Wang Chen being this way. Waiter, 1 latte, no sugar. Okay. Wang Chen sat down next to the two of them. No one spoke, just quietly watching the Huangpu River. It wasn't until the waiter brought the coffee that the situation changed. Wang Chen took a small sip of the latte. He almost spit it out, but for the sake of his image, he forced himself to drink it down. Seeing Wang Chen's funny expression, the two burst into laughter. Wang Chen, you really don't drink coffee often, do you? Zhao Liang asked with a smile. After swallowing the coffee, Wang Chen felt like he had eaten bitter melon. Sister Liang, why do you drink such bitter coffee? Zhao Liang, however, looked out the window and said meaningfully, it's not bad, compared to the hardships I've endured, this is much sweeter. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Liang to say that. But just as she said, compared to her experiences, this little bitterness was indeed nothing. Lui Fei also looked towards the Huangpu River with Zhao Liang. Wang Chen didn't know what they were doing, but he stood aside and looked at the Huangpu River too. After a long while, Zhao Liying and Lui Fei finally returned to their seats, and Wang Chen followed suit. Once seated, Lui Fei took out the contract. Wang Chen knew that the serious business was about to begin. He didn't hesitate, glanced at the contract, and signed it directly. Sister Ifei, Sister Liying, let's go to the bank to transfer the money. Sure. After saying that, the three prepared to go to the bank. But before they left, Wang Chen looked at them and asked, "Did you two fairy sisters drive here?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying and Lui Fei understood immediately. Zhao Liying smiled and said, "Of course we did." Wang Chen understood that his current level of favorability hadn't reached the point where they would ride in his car. However, he wasn't discouraged. After all, one can't rush to eat hot tofu. He also wanted to see when he could get the actresses to ride in his car. Originally, he had planned to take them in the Big G today, but it turned out to be a miscalculation. After Wang Chen and them went to transfer the money, they parted ways. This was just a temporary parting. They would meet again after some time. After parting with Lui Fei and Zhao Liying, Wang Chen headed straight towards Baiwana Green City Huangpu Bay. The Café Yujin was quite close to the Huangpu Bay community in Greentown. However, after another trip to the bank, it felt much farther away. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Huangpu Bay community, Wang Chen's car couldn't enter because it was registered in the community system. There was no choice. Wang Chen could only call Baiwana. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for a while before Baiwana answered. "Hello, Warner, I've arrived at the community entrance, but the car can't get in, and I can't get in either." Upon hearing this, Baiwana excitedly said, "How good, you're already here. Didn't you say you would come in the afternoon? I finished my business and came over. Just give the phone to the security guard at the entrance, I'll talk to him." "Okay." After saying that, Wang Chen handed the phone directly to the security guard. After Baiwana spoke with the guard, he let him in. "There's no way around it, that's just how it is here. If no one is inside, you really can't get in." Wang Chen drove straight in. He parked the car in the parking lot. Then he took the elevator directly to Baiwana's door. Wang Chen didn't tell Baiwana, as he knew the password to the door, so he directly entered the code, pressing each digit one by one. When he pressed the pound key, the door opened. However, the moment the door opened, Baiwana tightly hugged Wang Chen like an octopus. Her legs wrapped around his waist. "Ah, how go, Warner missed you so much." Wang Chen was afraid Baiwana would fall, so he supported her with his hands on her perky bottom. "I missed you too." Wang Chen dragged Baiwana into the house, freeing a hand to pull the door shut. As soon as the door closed, Wang Chen was ambushed. A kiss, a passionate embrace. After a long while, Baiwana finally got off Wang Chen. At that moment, she remembered that her livestream was still on, so she hurried to the computer to turn it off. Although the computer was set up in a separate room, Baiwana hadn't closed the door when she came out, and everyone in the livestream heard the sounds. At that time, the livestream chat was in a heated discussion. "What the hell did I just hear? Is Wan calling a man's name? Oh my god, no, my goddess, how could you do this? Who is it? The hatred for stealing a wife must be avenged. If you have the guts, come out and show your face, let's see if I can handle you." However, just as the discussion in Baiwana's livestream was heating up, she bounced in from outside the livestream room. In a flash, she said to the viewers, "Brothers, Wan is signing off, see you tomorrow." After saying this, Baiwana directly clicked to end the stream. She shut down the computer and bounced out of the livestream room. Arriving in the living room, she once again hung onto Wang Chen. "Warner, if you keep hanging on me, I won't be able to take it." Hearing this, Baiwana pouted, "No way, how good, you haven't come for almost a month, I missed you so much. Just let me hold you a little longer." Wang Chen supported her, feeling the softness of her body. He thought to himself, is something going to happen next? How good, wait for me a moment. After saying this, Baiwana got off Wang Chen and ran back to her room. Wang Chen had no idea what Baiwana was up to, but he wasn't in a hurry, he would find out soon enough. After Baiwana returned to her room, she took out her phone, preparing to check the school forum. She had intended to look at it last night, but the shock from the salary refund was so great that she completely forgot about it. Wang Chen opened the school forum. Good heavens, it startled him. A month has passed, and the heat of this matter is still so intense. But it's not about him, it's about Li Jiejia. The direction of the forum has completely changed, and now everyone is talking about Li Jiejia. Since it's currently a holiday, he has no idea how the school will handle this matter, but he certainly doesn't feel sorry for Li Jiejia at all. For a woman like her, he feels he must have been blind to have liked her in the first place. After browsing the forum, he put his phone down. There was nothing interesting left to see. Wang Chen sat on the sofa, unsure of what to do next.
he might as well wait for Bai Waner to come out. He waited for half an hour. As the door opened, Bai Waner's figure slowly appeared before him. The moment he saw her come out, Wang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, wow, wow. He didn't expect Bai Waner to be so playful. Wasn't this tempting him? Waner, you're playing with fire. Bai Waner seductively beckoned to Wang Chen. How good, come here. Hearing this, if Wang Chen could still hold back, he really wouldn't be a man. In the next second, he directly embraced Bai Waner and kissed her red lips. Bai Waner felt extremely nervous. This was her first time, and it was also her first time being so bold. But thinking of how much she had missed Wang Chen these days, she pushed all that aside. Wang Chen was also very excited. He was finally going to end this detestable virgin life. Just as they were about to take the next step, Wang Chen's phone rang. Ding-dling, ding-dling. Wang Chen was about to curse. The timing of this call was just perfect. Damn it! If he didn't curse a couple of times, it would be an insult to his crime of ruining the atmosphere. Waner, wait a moment, I need to take a call. Bai Waner gently nodded. Wang Chen walked to the side of the sofa and picked up the phone. But when he saw who was calling, he was stunned. The caller was his cousin's wife. What? He had no idea why his cousin's wife was calling him, but this call came at just the right time. He was about to eat. And now this call came in. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was under surveillance. Although it was frustrating, Wang Chen still answered the call. As the call connected, he heard sobbing on the other end. Woo, Wang Chen, our hospital's director is trying to bully me. No, shouldn't she be calling her husband about this? Why did she call him? But it was clear that this wasn't the time to ask that. Wang Chen could still distinguish the situation. So he quickly asked, cousin's wife, don't cry, tell me where you are right now. Wang Chen was also quite helpless. He wasn't in Huixian either. Wang Chen, woo. No matter how Wang Chen asked, all he could hear was crying. Now Wang Chen was panicking. He quickly comforted her, cousin's wife, don't worry, just tell me, I'll help you. Wang Chen, I'm hiding in the bathroom of Ren'ai Hospital. Cousin's wife, don't come out, hurry and call your husband. Whoa, I called him, but he didn't answer. Hearing this, Wang Chen finally understood why his cousin's wife was calling him. It turned out that her husband didn't pick up the phone. But even if he took a plane to rush over now, it would be too late. Moreover, Wang Chen didn't understand, wasn't her husband in Huixian? Otherwise, why would his cousin's wife be bullied without him knowing? Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt it was necessary to go back. Cousin's wife, don't worry, I'm heading over right now. Woo. After saying that, Wang Chen hung up the phone and called the police. He explained the situation. The police in Moto said they would immediately contact the police in Huixian. After reporting the incident to the police, Wang Chen immediately checked the flight tickets and booked the next available flight. Bai Waner looked at Wang Chen's anxious expression and realized that something must have happened, otherwise, he wouldn't be so hurried. After purchasing the ticket, Wang Chen called his cousin. However, the phone rang for a long time without anyone answering. With no other option, he gave up. Wang Chen turned to Bai Waner, feeling a bit apologetic, and said, Waner, I have something urgent to attend to. Can you wait for me to come back? He gently cupped Bai Waner's delicate face and kissed her cheek. Bai Waner responded softly with an After that, Wang Chen directly transferred 383 million to Bai Waner. Waner, this is your pocket money for this month. You don't have to save it, spend it however you like, but don't forget to make money too. I'll call you when I get back. How do you want me to drive you? Just as Wang Chen was about to leave, Bai Waner's gentle voice rang in his ears. He hadn't planned on having her drive him, but seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, Wang Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Waner. Upon hearing this, Bai Waner, who had been a bit downcast, instantly brightened up. Wait for me a moment, I need to change my clothes. After saying that, Bai Waner went back to her room to change. In no time, she came out wearing a pair of jeans and a short-sleeved shirt. Let's go. After that, Bai Waner drove her car to take Wang Chen to the airport. 40 minutes later, Bai Waner dropped Wang Chen off at the airport. As he got out of the car, there was reluctance in her eyes. Wang Chen felt the same, he almost couldn't bear to leave. Waner, you should head back now. I'll call you when I return, it won't be long. I'll wait for you to come back. Alright. After saying that, Wang Chen walked into the airport, while Bai Waner watched him until his figure disappeared, feeling very reluctant as she drove away. To be honest, Bai Waner was quite clever, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Wang Chen really appreciated this. Moreover, Bai Waner wouldn't do anything out of line. As long as Wang Chen could meet her requests, she would definitely listen to him and be his little canary. An hour later, Wang Chen finally boarded the plane.
After more than an hour of flying, Wang Chen finally returned to his province from the bustling city, but it would still take another hour to get back to Huisien. It had already been over 3 hours since his sister-in-law called him. This meant that by the time he returned to Huisien, it would take a total of 5 hours. He wondered how things were on his sister-in-law's side. His phone had been in airplane mode during the flight, so he hadn't received any calls. Wang Chen quickly hailed a taxi, and once inside, he immediately called his sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Wang Chen could clearly sense that his sister-in-law's emotions had calmed down. "Wang Chen, I'm fine now, I'm at the police station." "That's good. I'll be there soon, wait for me at the police station." "Has your husband's phone been connected?" "Still can't get through." "Then wait for me to come pick you up." After hanging up, Wang Chen called Wu Ye to explain the situation. To his surprise, Wu Ye insisted on coming over. Wang Chen quickly tried to stop her. He would return after handling this matter, and there was no need for Wu Ye to come. However, Wu Ye insisted on coming, saying that since her cousin was in trouble, how could she not come? Wang Chen couldn't argue with her and had no choice but to agree. But it would take Wu Ye several hours to come over, and by then it would be evening, which wasn't safe. Wang Chen told her to come tomorrow, and Wu Ye agreed. An hour passed quickly. Wang Chen didn't even go home, he went straight to the police station. At that moment, Wu Bailu was sitting in the police station, her face clearly showing signs of having cried. When she saw Wang Chen, it was as if she had found someone to rely on. She hugged Wang Chen and started to cry. Wang Chen gently patted her back, comforting her. It's okay, everything's fine." After his comfort, Bailu finally calmed down. After the police asked a few questions, they let the two of them go. The director of the hospital didn't succeed, the police couldn't convict him, and he was released. Wang Chen couldn't let this matter just pass. However, the most important thing right now was to clarify the situation before making further plans. Also, why hadn't his cousin been answering the phone? What had happened? Looking at his weary sister-in-law beside him, Wang Chen couldn't bring himself to ask. "Sister-in-law, are you hungry?" Bailu looked at Wang Chen and gently nodded. "Let's go eat something first." "No, let's eat at home." Alright, is there anything to eat at home?" Hearing this, Wang Chen called a taxi and went directly to his cousin's house. After getting out of the car, he went upstairs with his sister-in-law. He thought his cousin would be home, but to his surprise, after they returned home, his cousin wasn't there. This left Wang Chen even more puzzled. Why was his sister-in-law not at home after such a big incident? Not even answering the phone, could something have happened? "Sister-in-law, you sit and rest, I'll cook." After saying that, Wang Chen went straight to the kitchen and started cooking. He made whatever vegetables were in the fridge. In no time, he had stir-fried 2 dishes. But since he didn't cook rice, he could only make noodles. After finishing the meal, Wang Chen called his sister-in-law to eat. What puzzled Wang Chen was that as his sister-in-law ate, she started to cry. He really didn't understand what had happened. After dinner, Wang Chen wanted to ask his sister-in-law, but Bailu said she was tired and wanted to rest for a while, so Wang Chen had no choice but to wait until she woke up to ask. After a long journey, Wang Chen was also a bit tired and lay down on the sofa to sleep. At midnight, while Wang Chen was sound asleep, he heard a scream coming from the room. He quickly got up, ran to the door, pushed it open, and walked in. What happened? Once inside, Wang Chen saw his sister-in-law sitting at the head of the bed, tightly hugging the blanket and shivering. From her appearance, she must have had a nightmare. Wang Chen sat at the edge of the bed, and Bailu hugged him tightly and started to cry. "Whoa, Wang Chen, I'm so scared, today I almost..." "Whoa." Bailu kept sobbing, until Wang Chen's shoulder was soaked. She showed no sign of wanting to stop. "Sister-in-law, I'll call your cousin and see if he answers." Saying this, Wang Chen took out his phone, ready to call his cousin, but the next second, Bailu snatched his phone away. "No, don't call him." Wang Chen looked at his sister-in-law in confusion. Bailu seemed to realize she had overreacted, so she returned the phone to Wang Chen. "Wang Chen, I had a fight with your cousin. He went out to clear his mind." Goodness, he wondered why his cousin wasn't answering the phone. It turned out they had fought, but that didn't make sense either. Even if they had fought, why wasn't his cousin answering his calls? That didn't quite add up. He thought about it but couldn't figure it out. However, since my cousin said so, he didn't want to ask too many questions. He would help her resolve this matter tomorrow and return to the Magic City in a couple of days. "Alright, then cousin, you should rest early, I'll be outside." After saying that, Wang Chen prepared to walk to the living room. In the next moment, he felt as if his hand was being pulled, so he turned his head to look at his hand, only to see his cousin extending her delicate hand to grasp his.
Wang Chen, don't go, I'm scared. Hearing this, Wang Chen felt quite helpless. Being a man and a woman alone in a room could easily lead to bad rumors, especially since she was his cousin. Wang Chen thought he couldn't stay in there, but looking at the pleading expression on his cousin's face, he felt he couldn't leave. This was quite frustrating. Should he stay or go? Wang Chen thought seriously for a moment and finally made a decision. Cousin, you sleep, and I'll leave after you fall asleep. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Lu finally showed a relaxed expression, revealing how much the events of today had affected her. It was surprising that an adult could be scared like this. It seemed that the director couldn't be let off easily. Tomorrow, he would have a way to deal with that director. Wang Chen, how are you and Wu Yi doing? Bai Lu, lying on the bed, seemed to want to find a topic to talk about, so she asked. Very well. Cousin, why did you argue with your husband? Nothing much. Wang Chen, I want to ask you, what do you think of Ying Ying? Listening to Bai Lu's words, Wang Chen felt a bit confused. He didn't know what she was trying to express. Ying Ying is great, very pretty. Cousin, why are you asking this? Nothing. Looking at his cousin's evasive demeanor, Wang Chen didn't know what to say. If she wanted to say something, she would naturally say it. Moreover, she had just gone through such a big event. So, the two chatted aimlessly until Bai Lu couldn't resist her drowsiness and fell asleep. After Bai Lu fell asleep, Wang Chen prepared to leave. But just as he was about to pull his hand out, he realized that Bai Lu was holding onto his hand tightly. It was as if she didn't want him to leave. Wang Chen wanted to pull away forcefully but was afraid of waking his cousin. In the end, he sighed and sat on the edge of the bed, leaning back and falling asleep. What Wang Chen didn't expect was that just as he closed his eyes, Bai Lu slowly opened hers, looked at him and smiled, then closed her eyes again. The next morning, Wang Chen woke up. He saw that his cousin was still tightly gripping his hand. This time he didn't hesitate, he pulled his hand out forcefully and quickly left the room. As soon as Wang Chen left the room, Bai Lu slowly opened her eyes. Cousin, it's time to get up, let's go to the hospital together. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu trembled all over. She recalled what happened yesterday. Wang Chen, standing outside the door, felt something was off. Logically, Bai Lu should have known he was out, but how could she not respond when he called her so loudly? He pushed the door open and found Bai Lu trembling and clutching the blanket. Wang Chen hurried over. It's okay, cousin, I'll go to the hospital to help you get revenge. Really? Yeah, let's go. After saying that, Wang Chen took the initiative to leave the room, and after a while, Bai Lu came out in a different outfit. Wang Chen didn't say anything and directly took her to the Renai private hospital where she used to work. This Renai hospital was a private hospital, and he planned to buy it. That director had threatened Bai Lu with dismissal, so he wanted to see what expression that director would have when he learned he was about to be fired. Cousin, take me to find the director of this hospital. Although Bai Lu didn't know what Wang Chen was planning, she knew that he wouldn't harm her. So she took Wang Chen to the director's office of Renai private hospital. But when they arrived at the office, the director was not there, he probably hadn't come in yet. Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry, so he sat on the sofa with Bai Lu and waited. About half an hour later, at around 9:30 in the morning, the director of Renai private hospital finally pushed open the office door and entered. But when he walked into the office, he was stunned. He saw two people sitting in his office and thought he had entered the wrong room, checking the nameplate repeatedly. After confirming he was in the right place, he looked at the two sitting in his office with displeasure. Who are you, and how did you get into my office? His tone was quite unfriendly. Wang Chen felt displeased as well, but this wasn't the time to show it. Are you the director of Renai private hospital? What does that have to do with you? Wang Chen didn't expect the other party to respond like this. Are you sure you want to talk like this to the person who wants to buy your hospital? Upon hearing this, the director of Renai private hospital was also taken aback. People like him generally wouldn't blindly mock others. He had spoken to them that way purely out of annoyance at their presence in his office. As the director, he preferred to believe there was something to it rather than nothing. May I ask your name? My name is Wang Chen, and this is my cousin Bai Lu. She is a nurse at your hospital. Hello, Mr. Wang, my name is Zhao Hong, and I am the director of Renai private hospital. I wonder if what you said about buying the hospital is true. Zhao Hong had long wanted to get rid of Renai private hospital, as it was losing money every day, and he was on the verge of bankruptcy. Now someone was coming to take over. He certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Bai Lu was also stunned when she heard Wang Chen say he wanted to buy Renai private hospital. After a brief shock, her eyes filled with tears. Director Zhao, I, Wang Chen, am a man of my word, so it is indeed true. I wonder what price you can offer, Mr. Wang? Director Zhao, before that, may I first see the hospital's financial reports from the past few months? Zhao Hong would never let Wang Chen see them. If he did, Wang Chen would probably back out of the deal. But if he didn't show them, Wang Chen likely wouldn't buy either, which put Zhao Hong in a difficult position. After all, it was hard to come by someone willing to take over. Seeing Zhao Hong's troubled expression, Wang Chen asked, Director Zhao, is there a problem? Zhao Hong thought for a moment and said, well, the hospital's recent economic performance hasn't been very good, so the reports might not look great. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen could roughly guess why Zhao Hong looked troubled. Director Zhao, don't worry, no matter how the reports look, I will buy the hospital, it's just a matter of price. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhao Hong was quite surprised. He couldn't understand why the other party would want to buy the hospital knowing it was losing money. Was he mocking him? However, he thought it was better to believe there was something to it. In the end, he still took Wang Chen to look at the financial reports. After Wang Chen looked at them, he understood why Zhao Hong didn't want to show him the reports. It turned out this private hospital was on the verge of closing down. However, Wang Chen thought this was exactly what he wanted. This way, he could buy it for a relatively low price. Director Zhao, how much do you think this private hospital can still be sold for? Wang Chen directly gave Zhao Hong the opportunity to set the price. He wasn't very clear about the pricing of such private hospitals. If Zhao Hong stated a price, it might be too high. If Zhao Hong calls out, then the price will definitely be more appropriate. After he calls, we can negotiate a bit. This way, the price will surely be very cheap, and there won't be any mistakes. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhao Hong also began to ponder. He knew that given the current situation of the hospital, it definitely wouldn't sell for a high price. What if he called too high and Wang Chen decided not to buy? May I ask Mr. Wang, what is your reason for wanting to buy the hospital? Zhao Hong didn't make an offer immediately. He wanted to know why Wang Chen wanted to buy the hospital. Wang Chen didn't hide anything and said directly, my cousin used to be a nurse here, but one of your directors actually tried to bully her. Do you think I should let him pay the price for that? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong was stunned. To buy this hospital for Bai Lu, how wealthy must this person be? Hearing Wang Chen's words, he didn't dare to quote a high price anymore. He was also afraid that Wang Chen wouldn't buy. Mr. Wang, how about this amount? Zhao Hong held up one finger and looked at Wang Chen. 100,000? Wang Chen said with a smile. He certainly knew Zhao Hong's price was 1 million, but he deliberately said 100,000, wanting to bargain. The lower he quoted, the easier it would be to negotiate later. Mr. Wang, you really know how to joke. The rent for this hospital is already more than 100,000. But as far as I know, if Director Zhao continues to resist, he will end up in debt, right? Even if I'm in debt, I won't sell for 100,000. How about this? I'll give a bottom line. If Director Zhao is willing, I'll buy it. Go ahead. 500,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong gritted his teeth. He didn't want to sell, but there was no choice. Selling would allow him to recover some money, while not selling would lead to bankruptcy and debt. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Hong tentatively said, Mr. Wang, can you add a bit more? I spent over 3 million when I opened this private hospital. Director Zhao, you should know that it's already good enough for me to take over your private hospital. 500,000 is the highest price I can offer. If you don't sell, I have other ways to deal with that director. I hope you can think it over carefully. After saying this, Wang Chen sat down with his cousin Bai Lu, not in a hurry at all. At this moment, Bai Lu was already shocked. She didn't expect Wang Chen would buy the Renai private hospital directly for her. This made her very touched. She thought, if only she weren't his cousin. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Bai Lu shook her head vigorously. Bai Lu, how can you have such a dirty thought? Wang Chen is. But, after thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with anything. After Zhao Hong thought for a while, he helplessly nodded. All right, Mr. Wang, 500,000 it is, but I won't accept installments. Don't worry. After that, Wang Chen took his cousin Bai Lu and Zhao Hong to handle the paperwork, but he didn't plan to be the director of this private hospital since he wouldn't be in Huixian often. Let his cousin Bai Lu be the director. This way, she could take her revenge later. When signing the contract, Wang Chen asked his cousin Bai Lu to sign, but she kept refusing until Wang Chen said he would be leaving in a couple of days and the hospital couldn't be without someone to manage it. Then she agreed. After signing the contract, Wang Chen also transferred the 500,000 to Zhao Hong. After everything was done, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and Wu Ye had also arrived in Huixian from the Magic City. She met up with Wang Chen and the others. When Wu Ye saw Bai Lu, she immediately began to inquire with concern. After learning about Wang Chen's handling of the situation, Wu Ye expressed her strong agreement. For such scum,
Wuya felt it was necessary to teach him a harsh lesson. Bailu, don't worry, we will definitely avenge you, Wuya comforted, holding Bailu's hand. Xiaohao, I will sleep with Bailu tonight and won't go home. Remember to tell uncle and auntie. After this matter is settled, I will visit them. Okay, I'll take you both back first, and tomorrow we will go find that scum. The two responded in unison. Wang Chen hailed a taxi, taking Wuya and his cousin Bailu back to her home, then he took a taxi back to his own house. After returning home, he didn't mention anything about his cousin Bailu to his parents, instead saying he had something to take care of. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, the situation was still unclear, and he didn't know if Bailu wanted auntie and the others to know about it, so he decided to keep quiet for now. If Bailu wanted to say something, she would do it herself. Moreover, it wouldn't be good for Bailu if this matter got out. After explaining to his parents, Wang Chen went back to his room to rest. Until the next morning, Wang Chen got up early. After breakfast, he bought 2 portions of breakfast and headed straight to his cousin Bailu's place. He didn't know if his cousin had returned. Before long, he arrived at Bailu's house. He knocked on the door. Coming, wait a moment. After Bailu opened the door, Wang Chen handed them the breakfast. Wife, cousin, you guys eat breakfast first. After breakfast, we will go to the hospital together. By the way, has my cousin returned? Wang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Bailu shook her head. Not back. It was clear that Bailu's tone had become much more indifferent, and Wang Chen didn't dare to ask more. During breakfast, Wang Chen glanced at Wuya. To his surprise, she also turned to look at him, and they exchanged a smile. After finishing breakfast, Wang Chen took Wuya and cousin Bailu straight to Renai Private Hospital. He wanted to see what kind of person that director was, daring to bully his cousin. At the entrance of Renai Private Hospital, as Wang Chen and the 2 women arrived at the door, they overheard some doctors and nurses discussing. Hey, have you heard? Our hospital's director has changed. Yeah, I heard the former director ran out of money to run the hospital, so he sold it. I've heard that too, but I don't know who our new director is. I hope the new director isn't like that lecherous director. I tell you, that lecherous director has his eyes on several nurses in our hospital, and I've heard some have fallen victim to him. Sai, who told him to be the former director's nephew? Upon hearing the relationship between that director and the former director, Wang Chen instantly became furious. He didn't know yesterday that the director was the former director's nephew. Good. Wang Chen quickly took out his phone and called the former director of Renai Private Hospital. Director Zhao, there's something I think we need to discuss in person. I'm at Renai Hospital now, and I hope you can come as soon as possible. After speaking, Wang Chen hung up the phone before Zhao Hong could respond. Just after he hung up, a chubby man walked out of the hospital. The man had a big beer belly and a face covered in rashes. He looked quite disgusting. Upon seeing this man, Bailu tightly clutched Wuya's hand. The man looked at Bailu with a lewd smile. But when the man saw the woman next to Bailu, he actually licked his lips, showing no signs of restraint. The nearby doctors and nurses unconsciously stepped back. Wang Chen pulled Wuya and Bailu behind him. Bailu, I advise you to submit to me, otherwise, you know the consequences. And last time, you actually dared to call the police. If I don't get you to serve me well, I will make it impossible for you to stay in Huisien. Ha ha ha. Looking at the chubby man's arrogant demeanor, Wang Chen spoke coldly, so it's you threatening my cousin, huh? You fat piece of trash, don't you even take a moment to look at yourself? What are you? My cousin is not someone you can mess with. I'm telling you, today is your end. The fat guy looked at Wang Chen, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha, who do you think you are? Do you know who my uncle is? My uncle is the director of this hospital. As long as he says a word, you guys are finished. If you let the 2 beauties behind you serve me well, I might consider letting you go. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's face was filled with anger. How dare he have such wicked thoughts about Wuya? Good. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Good. I hope you won't regret it. Although Wang Chen was furious, he knew he couldn't make a move, otherwise, he would definitely end up at the police station. Even though he had money now, he hadn't yet connected with the higher-ups, and money alone wouldn't solve everything. This situation made Wang Chen realize that he not only needed to become the richest man in the world but also to make others respect him at first sight. He needed to establish his own status. After this matter was over, he would seize the time to start his own company. Hee, a little brat, I'm telling you, today neither of those 2 can leave. After saying that, the fat guy picked up his phone and made a call. Before long, several people arrived at the entrance of Renai Hospital on their motorcycles. Wang Chen finally understood why this private hospital was facing closure. With people like this in the hospital,
which hospital wouldn't go under? He saw the few young men on motorcycles approach the fat guy. "Fat bro, why did you call us?" The fat guy glanced at Wang Chen, then at the two women behind him, feeling extremely excited. Tonight he was going to have a double date. Moreover, the woman next to Bai Lu was even more beautiful than Bai Lu. How could he let such a gem slip away? She had to submit to him. "Beat that kid up for me, but don't touch the two women behind him, got it?" The few young men on motorcycles looked over at Wang Chen and instantly noticed the two women beside him. Damn, when did such beautiful women come to Huisien? Alas, what a pity, they were spotted by Fat Bro, they had no chance. The few young men slowly walked towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was panicking. He couldn't take on these guys alone, if only he were a bit better at fighting. Speaking of which, where was Zhao Hong? He needed to come and scold them first. "Kid, daring to mess with our Fat Bro, you really are tired of living. Hee hee, I advise you to step aside, let the two women behind you follow Fat Bro, and you might avoid a beating. That's right, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Do you know our Fat Bro's status in Huisien? His uncle is the director of this hospital and knows many big shots. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better step aside quickly." Looking at the approaching young men on motorcycles, Wang Chen was scared but still tightly protected Wuya and Bai Lu behind him. He could take a beating, but Wuya and his cousin couldn't get hurt. The doctors and nurses at Renai Private Hospital were nervously watching the scene. They didn't dare to intervene, as they would also suffer if they did. Although they knew Bai Lu, they didn't dare. "What are you guys dawdling for? Hurry up and beat that kid up, or I'll make sure you can't eat and walk away." Upon hearing this, the young men with sticks prepared to strike Wang Chen. Wuya shouted, "Don't!" Bai Lu cried, "Don't!" Just as the stick was about to hit Wang Chen, someone rushed over anxiously, his face flushed. It was clearly caused by excessive exercise. "Stop!" the man shouted anxiously. Upon seeing the newcomer, the fat director quickly shouted to the group of Ghostfire youths, "Stop!" Hearing the fat man's voice, the Ghostfire youths immediately halted their actions, and Wang Chen's head was now only a hair's breadth away from the stick. Zhao Hong, witnessing this scene, thought to himself that it was over. Although he had arrived in time, it was still too late. If he didn't handle this well, he would be finished. When he sold Renai Hospital yesterday, he was well aware of the formidable financial power of the person in front of him. If this person got angry, they would really suffer. He never expected that the one who wanted to tease Bai Lu was actually his own nephew. Zhao Hong thought to himself that it was over. He had to distance himself from Song Mingyang and not let him drag him down. "Uncle, why are you here?" Song Mingyang asked, somewhat puzzled. "Who is your uncle? Don't go around claiming relatives. Also, are these people the ones you called?" Song Mingyang looked at his uncle in confusion, not understanding what his uncle was up to. "Uncle, you don't know, this person is too despicable. He wants to take my woman away, he's just a third party." Zhao Hong was speechless. He had hinted so clearly, yet Song Mingyang had no brains at all. This time, Zhao Hong ignored Song Mingyang. He directly approached Wang Chen and bowed apologetically. "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize for being late and causing you trouble, I'm very sorry." Seeing his uncle's demeanor, Song Mingyang was dumbfounded. Was this still the uncle he admired, who feared nothing? How could he be so humble to someone? Could it be that this person had a powerful background? That was impossible. If he had a powerful background, why was he just beaten and still showed no expression? The doctors and nurses of Renai Hospital were also stunned. What did they just see? The director of Renai Hospital actually apologized. "Zhao Hong, good. You came at just the right time. Do you know what your nephew was just trying to do?" "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, my nephew offended you, I apologize on his behalf." At this moment, even Song Mingyang, no matter how foolish, understood that the man in front of him was definitely not ordinary. It was over for him. At this time, Wang Chen was filled with rage. He walked up to one of the Ghostfire youths and snatched a stick from their hands. The Ghostfire youths didn't dare to make a sound. They could only watch helplessly as Wang Chen took the stick from them. Zhao Hong didn't know what Wang Chen intended to do, but he didn't dare to ask. Wang Chen walked up to Song Mingyang, holding the stick. He coldly said, "Slap me." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned, not knowing what was happening. Wang Chen saw that Song Mingyang was still standing there foolishly. He said again, "Slap me, quickly." He spoke in a commanding tone. Zhao Hong quickly said, "Do as Mr. Wang says." Hearing this, Song Mingyang raised his hand and slapped Wang Chen, but he didn't dare to hit too hard. After all, the person in front of him was someone even his uncle didn't dare to provoke. Just as Song Mingyang's hand landed on him, Wang Chen grabbed the stick and directly swung it at Song Mingyang. He struck him repeatedly with no mercy.
Instantly, the cries in Rinai Hospital sounded like a pig being slaughtered.
Damn it, you think you're so great? You want to lay hands on my wife, you want to lay hands on my sister-in-law, I'll make you wish you were dead. Damn it. Ah, I was wrong, don't hit me anymore.
Zhao Hong watched this scene unfold, wanting to stop it, but he didn't dare.
Damn it, let you think you're so great.
He struck again and again, venting his inner anger.
Wang Chen used a stick to greet Song Mingyang for several minutes before stopping.
Each time he struck, he aimed for non-lethal areas, so although Song Mingyang was in pain, he basically had no serious injuries. Watching Song Mingyang get beaten like this, the few Ghost Fire youths trembled in fear. They were afraid Wang Chen would treat them the same way he did Song Mingyang. Wang Chen threw away the stick in his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Hong and said, "Zhao Hong, take your nephew to the hospital, I'll reimburse the medical expenses. Also, tell your nephew not to provoke people he shouldn't, or no one will be able to protect him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong replied, his voice trembling, "Mr.
Wang, I understand. And from now on, don't let your nephew appear in this hospital again, got it? I understand."
After saying this, Zhao Hong had a few Ghost Fire youths take Song Mingyang to the hospital.
After they left, Wu Ye and Bai Lu each hugged his arm. "Honey, are you okay?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Bai Lu looked at Wang Chen, wanting to say something but unable to voice it. "Alright, let go of me, I need to speak to the hospital staff." After Wu Ye and Bai Lu released him, he turned to the doctors and nurses in the hospital and said, "Gather everyone in the conference room for a meeting." Upon hearing this, one of the doctors asked, "Are you our new director?" "I'm not, but you'll find out soon enough. Just go call them." The doctor had just witnessed Wang Chen's methods. Okay. Half an hour later, in the conference room of Rinai Private Hospital,
Wang Chen sat in the main seat, with Wu Ye and Bai Lu standing beside him. One of the director positions was already vacant. Only one female director remained.
Wang Chen briefly explained to them, "Rinai Private Hospital has been bought by me, and your new director is Bai Lu.
I don't care how Rinai Private Hospital was before, but now it belongs to me.
You will follow my rules. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Wang Chen spent a day handling the affairs of Rinai Private Hospital, and starting today, Bai Lu would be the new director. Bai Lu was still in a daze.
The past few days had been too surreal for her. From being bullied to now becoming the director of Rinai Private Hospital. All because of the man in front of her. After returning to his cousin's place, Wang Chen called Zhao Liying to ask about hiring a bodyguard, then asked her to help hire a female bodyguard. He and Wu Ye were about to return to Magic City, and he wasn't very reassured without his cousin here, so finding a bodyguard was necessary. The next day, Zhao Liying found a female bodyguard for him. She was a soldier and charged 200,000 a month. Wang Chen directly gave her 500,000. But on the condition that she must protect his cousin Bai Lu well. He mentioned this to his cousin and Wu Ye but didn't disclose the monthly fee. He only said he found a bodyguard for Bai Lu. Wu Ye naturally wouldn't say anything, she knew how wealthy Wang Chen was. Zhao Liying informed him that the bodyguard would arrive at the address he provided the next day. Wang Chen chatted with Zhao Liying for a while, and after their rapport improved, Zhao Liying's response speed to his messages increased significantly. August 5th. The bodyguard Wang Chen hired had arrived in Huixian.
"What's your name?" "Mr. Wang, my name is Ran."
From now on, your responsibility is my cousin's safety. I haven't prepared a place for you to stay, but I'll give you money to choose your own.
Let's add a green bubble, so if anything happens, you can inform me in time." "Okay." Wang Chen and Wu Ye had been there for a few days. After handling this matter, Wang Chen planned to return.
However, before going back, Wang Chen still wanted to have a good talk with his cousin-in-law. On the evening of the 5th, Wang Chen, Wu Ye, and Bai Lu sat in Bai Lu's living room. Wang Chen looked at Bai Lu and said, "Cousin-in-law, although I don't know why you and my cousin had a fight, you are a couple, and sometimes you need to accommodate each other. If my cousin did something excessive, just pretend I didn't say anything. But don't worry, I haven't told anyone about this. If you want to talk to them, go ahead. If you don't want to say anything, just act like nothing happened. Wu Ye and I are going back to the Magic City tomorrow. If you have something to deal with in the future, just tell Ran first. If you can't handle it, just send me a message." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu looked at Wang Chen with reluctance on her face.
Wang Chen, Wu Ye, are you leaving tomorrow?"
"Yeah, Wu Ye has to go back to work, and I have to go back to work too. If you're tired, you can come to the Magic City, and we'll take you out to have fun."
Bai Lu didn't respond, just remained silent.
She didn't know what was wrong. Ever since that last incident, she had been distracted.
On the 6th, Wang Chen and Wu Ye visited their parents in the morning and then left in the afternoon. When they left, Bai Lu brought Ran to see them off.
She continued to watch in the direction they left until Wang Chen and Wu Ya's car disappeared. And Ran, seeing this, understood what was going on. However, she didn't plan to say anything. After all, she was just a bodyguard. At that moment, Bai Lu asked, and Ran, "What would you do if you fell in love with someone who was completely impossible?" And Ran replied, "I don't know, maybe I would keep my distance." Bai Lu fell silent. She thought about the reason for her argument with Xiaoyu and recalled how Xiaoyu had resolutely ignored her calls when she was in trouble. She didn't understand the meaning of marriage. If it weren't for Wang Chen, would she have become Song Mingyang's plaything by now? She couldn't figure it out. Watching in the direction Wang Chen and Wu Ya had left, her gaze dimmed, and then she turned and walked aimlessly, and Ran silently followed behind her. Huisian County wasn't big. There were only a few places to walk around. As Bai Lu walked down the street, she occasionally encountered acquaintances who greeted her, but she always walked on without responding. This surprised many people. Tired from walking, she found a milk tea shop and sat down, ordered a cup of milk tea, but didn't drink it, just held the cup. While she was lost in thought, her phone rang. Bai Lu answered the call with a blank expression. "Hello, why are you sending me WeChat messages?" Upon hearing the voice, Bai Lu hung up the phone without thinking. And Ran was also quite surprised. "And Ran, how much does Wang Chen pay you in a month?" "Sorry, Bai Lu, I can't tell you about that." "And Ran, please, just tell me." Seeing the longing in Bai Lu's eyes, and Ran initially didn't want to say anything, but she eventually spoke up since there was no rule against it when she was hired. 500,000 a month. What? Bai Lu looked at and Ran in shock. Magic City. Fengshan Community. Wu Ya sat on the sofa, staring at Wang Chen without blinking. "Xiao Hao, can I ask you a question?" Just as Wang Chen took off his clothes, he heard Wu Ya ask. He put his clothes away and sat down next to Wu Ya. "Sister Wu Ya, what are you talking about?" "Whatever you want to know, I'll definitely tell you." Wu Ya's lips curled up slightly. "Xiao Hao, why are you so nice to your cousin-in-law?" As soon as she said this, Wang Chen was stunned. He didn't know how to answer this question, but he thought it wouldn't hurt to be nice to his cousin-in-law. "Wu Ya, you know, I've made quite a bit of money through investments. If the people around me are being bullied, how can I just stand by?" Wu Ya's gem-like eyes fixed intently on Wang Chen, making his heart race. Wang Chen didn't back down either. Their eyes locked in a stare. The next moment, a kiss. For a long time, a lingering touch. Wu Ya, breathless, pounded her fists against Wang Chen's chest. Annoyed, she said, "Humph, next time something like this happens, you have to tell me right away, got it? I want to go with you." Wang Chen understood that Wu Ya was jealous. However, it was the first time he had seen this side of her, and he found it quite interesting. Okay, next time something happens, I'll tell you right away. If you dare to run off alone again, just wait and see how I deal with you." I won't. Wherever I go in the future, I'll take you with me." Hearing this, Wu Ya leaned on his shoulder and softly hummed in agreement. The two of them cuddled for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. When Wang Chen got back to his room, he saw a message from his cousin Bai Lu. "Bai Lu, Wang Chen, have you arrived in the Magic City?" "Wang Chen, cousin, we've been here for a while." Just a moment after Wang Chen sent the message, Bai Lu replied. "Bai Lu, that's good. Wang Chen, cousin, if there's anything you can't handle, just let me know. If the hospital runs out of money, tell me." Bai Lu, got it. Wang Chen, cousin, I need to rest now. You should get some rest too. Bai Lu, okay, good night. Wang Chen didn't reply further but exited the chat interface and opened the chat with Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang sent him a message saying that they would be shooting at Jinshan City Beach tomorrow and asked if Wang Chen was going. When Zhao Liang messaged him, he was on the plane and couldn't reply in time. He had been with Wu Ya on the way back, so he hadn't had the chance to check until now. Looking at Zhao Liang's message, Wang Chen felt it was necessary to go. It might even help improve their rapport. However, he needed to prepare a bit before going. After replying with a good, he exited the chat interface. After putting down his phone, Wang Chen remembered what he had told Bai Wanner before going to Huisian, asking her to pick him up when he returned. It seemed he would have to go back on his word. Fortunately, Bai Wanner was obedient, otherwise, it would be hard to resolve. As long as he prepared a surprise for Bai Wanner, this matter should be smoothed over. Lost in thought, Wang Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. As usual, when he got up, Wu Ya had already left for work in her 918. After eating the breakfast Wu Ya had prepared for him and tidying up, Wang Chen headed out. Before going to Jinshan City Beach, Wang Chen needed to make some preparations. He remembered that Zhao Liang liked cherries, grilled corn from street vendors, egg tarts, and so on. Zhao Liang was quite the foodie. Wang Chen planned to buy her favorite snacks before heading over, and during lunch, he could take the opportunity to eat with her and build their relationship. Who knows, their rapport might just skyrocket. Then the salary cashback multiplier would increase too, and next month he could get even more funds through salary cashback. In short, to obtain more funds, he not only needed to help the goddesses increase their salaries but also to enhance their fondness for him. Wang Chen thought it was quite challenging, but to become the world's richest man, to be that man whose wealth rivals nations, he had to work hard. He also needed to build a massive business empire of his own, so that the goddesses could earn billions a month. Achieving these two goals would require not only a lot of funds but also a vast network of connections. Now that he has a stable source of funding, the only thing missing is connections, which he can only obtain through Zhao Liying. Therefore, Zhao Liying's favorability is also crucial. Thinking of this, Wang Chen first called Bai Wanner, saying he had returned and wanted to go to her place to pick up the car. At first, Bai Wanner was a bit happy to hear this. Although she didn't go to pick him up from the airport, Wang Chen came to her right after he got back. However, when she heard that Wang Chen had social engagements to attend, her face was filled with disappointment. But when Wang Chen said he would come to accompany her tomorrow, her expression changed to one of triumph. Wang Chen shook his head, took the car, and bid her farewell. After that, he first went to a fruit specialty store in the Magic City. He bought 2 pounds of premium cherries, spending 300 yuan. Then he went to the mall and bought 2 egg tarts. He didn't miss the grilled corn from the roadside stall either. Finally, he bought 2 bottles of water. After preparing everything, he first went to the gas station to fill up the car with a tank of gas, then headed straight to Jinshan City Beach. By the time he arrived at Jinshan City Beach, it was already 11:30 a.m. Just at that moment, the crew had also just stopped filming and was preparing to have lunch, so Wang Chen arrived quite timely. If he had come any later, the things he brought would have been useless. After parking the car, he carried the items he bought for Zhao Liying and walked towards the crew. The crew had cordoned off the beach for filming. There were quite a few people watching around. Wang Chen didn't care and went straight to the entrance, spoke to the security personnel, and after the security confirmed, they let him in. Wang Chen looked around, searching for Zhao Liying's current location. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find her. Moreover, the sun was quite strong now, with the temperature at least 33 degrees. She must have gone somewhere to find shade. Wang Chen scanned the area and saw a camper van not far away. He guessed that Zhao Liying and the others should be inside. So he walked towards the camper van. On his way, he encountered quite a few crew members, who didn't recognize him and thought he was new. Before long, Wang Chen arrived in front of the camper van. The door was open, but he still knocked. "Who is it?" Sure enough, Zhao Liying's magnetic voice came from inside the camper van. Wang Chen's lips curled up slightly. When Zhao Liying came to the door and saw Wang Chen and the things in his hands, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Wang Chen also heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +2. Wang Chen was extremely delighted. The favorability finally broke through the 50 barrier. "Wang Chen, how come you're here?" Wang Chen smiled and said, "Didn't I message you last night, saying I would come today?" "Oh, I didn't check my phone. Come on in, it's so hot outside." "Okay, thank you, Liying Jie." With that, Wang Chen stepped into the camper van. However, after he got in, he realized that Zhao Liying wasn't the only one inside the camper van. There were also other actors from the crew. After Wang Chen entered, he stood there a bit at a loss. Zhao Liying patted the seat next to her, signaling him to come over, and Wang Chen didn't hesitate, sitting down beside Zhao Liying. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen Zhao Liying, being able to sit next to the female star he liked, no matter how many times, still made him very excited. The camper van where Zhao Liying was located wasn't very big. The dining table could seat about 6 people. With Wang Chen, there were exactly 6 people. Besides Zhao Liying, there were 4 other actors, 2 men and 2 women. The male actors looked at Wang Chen with some surprise, clearly having never seen him before, while one of the 2 female actors was someone Wang Chen recognized, Ji Xiaoya, whom he had met last time at Yunshanping. Ji Xiaoya was shocked to see Wang Chen come looking for Zhao Liying. Her face was filled with astonishment. "Wang Chen, how come?" Ji Xiaoya asked in disbelief. But the words were swallowed back. After all, Zhao Liying was right beside her, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask like that. "Sister Xiaoya, long time no see." As he spoke, Wang Chen placed the items he had bought on the table. There were also their boxed lunches on the table. They must have been about to have lunch. "Sister Liying, I brought you some food." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying opened the bag to take a look, and her face instantly lit up with joy. Cherries, roasted corn, egg tarts. All her favorites. She looked at Wang Chen with surprise. Wang Chen also heard the system's prompt again. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +2. Wang Chen thought to himself, it really is about catering to her tastes. Even though Zhao Liying was already 36, she was still a foodie. With this in mind, Wang Chen came up with a way to increase Zhao Liying's favorability. When Zhao Liying opened the bag, Ji Xiaoya pouted. Well, Wang Chen, you only remember your sister Liying and not me, huh? You didn't bring me anything. The two male actors beside them looked dark-faced. They never expected a man would come to visit Zhao Liying on set. However, they were curious as to why this man was not Lin Gangxin, but someone they didn't know at all. After all, weren't there many people shipping Zhao Liying and Lin Gangxin? Hee, Sister Xiaoya, of course I haven't forgotten you, I just didn't know what you like to eat. Next time, tell me, and I'll bring you some. That's more like it. Since Wang Chen was sitting on the aisle side, Zhao Liying was seated next to him, and Ji Xiaoya was on the other side of Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying said to Wang Chen, let me through, I'll go wash the cherries so we can all eat together. But Wang Chen stopped her. Sister Liying, let me do it, you sit. You've been filming all morning, you must be tired. Saying this, Wang Chen took the cherries from Zhao Liying's hand, and as he did, his hand inadvertently brushed against Zhao Liying's delicate hand. Instantly, both of them trembled, but they quickly adjusted, almost revealing a flaw. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +1. Wang Chen loved the sound of the system's prompts. After taking the cherries, he went to the kitchen. Wang Chen, there's a basket in the cabinet, take it to wash. Okay. In no time, Wang Chen had washed the cherries. He brought the cherries back to the table and placed them down. Zhao Liying asked, Wang Chen, have you eaten? Wang Chen shook his head, not yet, I rushed over as soon as I got up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying pushed her boxed lunch in front of Wang Chen. You can have my portion, don't worry, I haven't eaten it, I'm full with these. Zhao Liying's casual push sent a wave through the hearts of the four actors present. They could hardly imagine that Zhao Liying would give her boxed lunch to someone else. It was too ambiguous, even though Zhao Liying hadn't eaten it, but it was still outrageous. And what exactly was the relationship between Wang Chen and Zhao Liying? After all, in the crew, Zhao Liying was someone everyone looked up to. Amidst their shocked gazes, Wang Chen took the lunchbox pushed over by Zhao Liying and started eating. Sister Liying, your crew's boxed lunch tastes pretty good. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying curled her lips into a smile. What? Are you this big boss going to treat the crew to a meal? Zhao Liying joked. However, Wang Chen really did have this idea. After all, he had a stake in this movie, and only if the actors ate well could they truly showcase their acting skills. With such a box office success, the more salary rebates he would receive. I really have this idea, Liying Jia, let's go talk to the director later. I also want to see how you guys are filming. I've never seen a movie set before. Are you really going to treat the actors? Of course, anyway, I have a share in it too. If they eat well, they'll have the motivation to work. The two male actors and one female actor, aside from Ji Xiaoya and Zhao Liying, were so shocked they couldn't say a word. They never expected that an ordinary-looking man was actually an investor in the film. It seemed they really couldn't judge a person by their appearance. Alright, since it's your money, Zhao Liying said. After that, Wang Chen continued eating his boxed meal, which was quite rich. The most important thing was that this was the boxed meal Zhao Liying had prepared for him, and he finished it all without leaving anything. Seeing this, Zhao Liying also smiled. She took a cherry from the basket and bit into it. She looked like a fairy, elegant and beautiful. You guys eat too, Zhao Liying said to the others. One of the male actors reached out to grab one, and after eating it, he asked, Liying, what is your relationship with him? Ji Xiaoya was stunned when she heard the male actor's question. Although she also wanted to ask, it clearly wasn't appropriate to do so. She didn't expect Wang Tianyu to ask it right there. The most important thing was that Wang Chen was one of the investors in this new drama. Ji Xiaoya felt that Wang Tianyu was ruining his own future. Zhao Liying, however, wasn't angry and explained, Wang Chen and I are just good friends. Wang Chen echoed, we're just good friends. After saying that, he silently added in his heart, for now. What their relationship would be in the future remained unknown. After finishing their meal, Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya took a short break. They were getting ready to start filming. Wang Chen followed them over. When they arrived at the director's side, the director warmly introduced Wang Chen. There was no way around it, after all, he was the financier now. Wang Chen stayed on set for a day, and after having dinner with Zhao Liying and the others in the evening, he left. This visit made many people in the crew speculate about Wang Chen's relationship with Zhao Liying and why it wasn't Lin Gangxin who came to visit. Many people were discussing this privately in the crew. However, they generally wouldn't talk about it in front of Zhao Liying. Discussing this in front of Zhao Liying would be like courting death. After leaving the crew, Wang Chen drove straight back to Fengshan community. Wuya was still waiting for him to come home as usual. Sister Wuya, don't wait for me next time. What if I come back really late? Wang Chen said with some concern. It's fine, I can't sleep anyway. Are you hungry? A little. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Wuya's face as she took out the meal she had prepared for him, and Wang Chen ate some with her. After eating, Wang Chen took a shower, and after that, he spent some time being affectionate with Wuya before going to rest. The next day, Wuya got up early to go to work as usual. After Wang Chen got ready, he planned to go find Bai Wanner. If he didn't go soon, Bai Wanner would probably get angry, and he had prepared a surprise for her. He drove to the 4S store. When Song Wanner saw Wang Chen arrive, she quickly jogged over. Brother Wang, you're here. Yeah, what about the 911 I told you about? It's already prepared for you. Okay, you drive and follow me. Sure. On the day Wang Chen arrived in the Magic City, he had already thought about how to win over Bai Wanner. As soon as he thought of her, he sent a message to Song Wanner, asking her to check if the 4S shop had a 911 available. That's right, he was going to gift Bai Wanner a Porsche 911. Song Wanner drove the 911 and followed Wang Chen to the Huangpu River in Green City. This time, the security guard didn't make things difficult for him because after the last incident, Bai Wanner had gone to the property management with him, and he was now considered a resident here. Naturally, he could drive in. Hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Chen tossed a pack of cigarettes to the security guard. Thank you for your hard work. That car behind is my wife's new car, please let it in too. Okay. Watching Wang Chen drive in, the security guard glanced at the cigarettes in his hand. Mr. Wang is quite easygoing, no wonder he's wealthy. After parking in the underground garage, Wang Chen called Bai Wanner. Hey, Wanner, come down for a bit, I'm in the parking garage. Ah, how good, you're here. Yeah, wait for me, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Song Wanner handed the keys to Wang Chen. Wanggu, I'm leaving now, contact me if you need anything. Okay, thank you for your hard work, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. It's no trouble, sure. In the future, if there are any limited edition sports cars, let me know. Okay, goodbye, Wanggu. After saying that, Song Wanner waved goodbye to Wang Chen and left. Wang Chen then transferred 10,000 yuan to Song Wanner on Green Bubble. He said it was for her transportation. He urged her to accept it. After turning off his phone, he waited patiently for Bai Wanner to come down. 5 minutes later, Bai Wanner came down wearing a white floral short dress. Her hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders. She looked incredibly charming. When she saw Wang Chen, she didn't rush into his arms as usual but pouted instead. It seemed to say, I'm angry. If you don't coax me, I won't pay attention to you. Wang Chen smiled, walked up to her, and opened his arms. Seeing this, a triumphant smile appeared on Bai Wanner's face, and she happily hugged Wang Chen. Hee, how good, you finally came back. Yeah, things were a bit busy at home, but I have a surprise for you. Ah, what surprise? If you give me a kiss, I'll tell you. I won't. How good, you're definitely trying to trick me. When have I ever tricked you? If you don't believe me, then I won't tell you. No. After saying that, Bai Wanner kissed Wang Chen on the cheek. Feeling the warmth on his face, Wang Chen's lips curled up. Then he took out the key to the Porsche 911. Ding ding ding. The moment Bai Wanner saw the Porsche key, she was completely thrilled. Although Wang Chen had bought her a car before, it was a 4-seater, and she wanted a sports car. She didn't expect that just as she had this thought, Wang Chen would buy her one. Wang Chen was simply too good to her. Wow! Bai Wanner took the key, and in her excitement, she clung to Wang Chen like an octopus. How good, I love you so much, Mwah. Wang Chen laughed and patted her perky bottom, saying, alright, hurry up and go see your car. Okay. Saying this, she got off Wang Chen and pressed the key for the Porsche 911, which beeped in response. Finally, Bai Wanner saw her new car. Looking at the white body, she was utterly in love. She opened the door and sat inside. It felt amazing. After a while, Bai Wanner got out of the car. After locking the door, she pulled Wang Chen and headed home. As soon as they reached the front door, and after closing it, Bai Wanner kissed him. For a long time, their lips parted. Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen with her eyes sparkling like little hearts, as if she wanted to merge him into her body. How gu, why are you so good to me? Ding, Bai Wanner, the goddess of salary cashback, affection +5, as she spoke, tears glistened at the corners of Bai Wanner's eyes. When she first approached Wang Chen, Bai Wanner just wanted him to support her. But now she realized that she had truly fallen for Wang Chen. This affection had nothing to do with money. Even if Wang Chen had no money, she would still be with him.
Wang Chen gently reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of Bai Wanner's eyes. He said softly, Wanner, you've never been just a lover to me. I treat you well because you deserve it. How good. Bai Wanner choked on his name. Then Wang Chen heard her voice, as soft as a mosquito. How good, you want me, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt that if he refused again, Bai Wanner would definitely have other thoughts. But it was broad daylight. Wanner. Wang Chen gently cupped Bai Wanner's delicate face and kissed her red lips. How good. Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner clinging to him. He couldn't help but feel amazed. He never expected that he would become a sugar daddy himself. Wanner, do you regret it? Bai Wanner shook her head, not at all. How good is so good to me, and now I'm finally your woman, hee hee. Wang Chen pinched Bai Wanner's cute nose. You. Just rest a little longer. After saying that, Bai Wanner tightly hugged him and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Wang Chen began to check Bai Wanner's data. System, open Bai Wanner's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Bai Wanner. Age, 23. Appearance, 90. Affection, 92. Secretly in love. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, online streamer. Current cashback multiplier, 200 times. Total earnings this month, 70,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary. Cashback, 22 days. Wow, Bai Wanner's affection actually reached 92, and the cashback multiplier was at 200 times. That means if Bai Wanner earns $1 million in a month, then he would receive a 200 times salary cashback from the system, which would be 200 million. Ha ha ha, this is simply amazing. Wang Chen, excited, kissed Bai Wanner on the cheek. Ah, how good, why are you stealing kisses from me? Hee hee, isn't it because Wanner, you're just too beautiful? Humph, how good, you just know how to make me happy. I'm not joking, you really are very beautiful. Hee hee, then how good, you have to treat me well. Of course. By the way, Wanner, how did you earn so much money last month? Speaking of this, Wang Chen was a bit puzzled. Bai Wanner actually earned $1 million last month, incredible. But what Bai Wanner said next revealed the reason. How good, I was very diligent with my live streams last month, and there was no company taking a cut. After the platform deducted 50% in taxes, that's how much I got. So that's how it is. Now you're a little rich lady, so in the future, stream less, okay? Don't worry, how good. I just stream to play games and sing, I won't dress revealingly. Does Wanner know what I'm thinking? Of course I do. Hee hee, then does Wanner know what I'm thinking right now? Oh dear. At 5 in the afternoon, Wang Chen and Bai Wanner sat on the sofa. The two leaned against each other like this. Bai Wanner had already saved the bedsheet with plum blossoms. Wanner, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Sure. I'll eat whatever Haugu makes. Wang Chen didn't plan to go back tonight. After all, he had just taken away someone else's innocence. Leaving like that would be the act of a scumbag. Although Wang Chen was a bit of a flirt, he wasn't a scumbag. So he found an opportunity and called Wu Ya. He said he was busy and wouldn't be going back to sleep tonight. He would return tomorrow night. Wu Ya even asked what he was up to, and he made up an excuse to brush her off. Fortunately, Wu Ya didn't press further, otherwise, he would have been exposed. After telling Wu Ya, Wang Chen went to buy some groceries, including an old hen, planning to stew it for Bai Wanner to nourish her body. After that, Wang Chen prepared a lavish dinner for Bai Wanner. After they finished eating, Bai Wanner said she wanted to stream for a while. Wang Chen didn't stop her. Instead, he used his own account to enter Bai Wanner's livestream. He directly gifted her $1 million in carnival coins. Then he exited the livestream. It had to be said that Bai Wanner's popularity was indeed high. She was just singing during the livestream, and her viewership reached 50 to 60,000. However, if no one gifted her, she wouldn't earn much. She didn't take ads or anything, otherwise, she could earn even more. When Bai Wanner saw that Wang Chen had gifted her so much money, she hurried out of the live stream to stop him. If he kept gifting like that, the platform would take away 50%, and that would be a huge loss. Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled at her, not expecting her to be such a little money grubber. But that was fine. Wang Chen stopped gifting, and Bai Wanner went back to her live stream. After about 2 hours, Bai Wanner ended the stream. Wang Chen then took Bai Wanner to rest. The next day, Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. He quietly got out of bed. Then he went to make breakfast. Today he planned to establish a company, so he couldn't stay with Bai Wanner, otherwise, he would be lost in the warmth of her company. Once he had enough money and a high enough status, he could indulge in that warmth. Wang Chen cooked some porridge and then went to wake Bai Wanner for breakfast. Bai Wanner groggily opened her eyes. She saw Wang Chen looking at her. How goo, what time is it? Little lazy bug, it's already 8:30. Hurry up and get up, after breakfast, I have to get busy. Ha! How good, are you leaving? Yes, I have to go earn money to support you, my little lazy bug. I'm not lazy. After Wang Chen and Bai Waner finished dinner, they drove away from the Green City along the Huangpu River. He was going to register a company today. However, it was his first time registering a company, and he didn't know what to do, so he started searching online. Wang Chen looked it up and found it a bit troublesome, but it was manageable. The first step in registering a company was to get the name approved. He had already thought of a name. The name approval involved determining the company's type, name, shareholders, registered capital, and contribution ratio, then submitting the name application to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in person. Of course, he could also submit the application online, but Wang Chen planned to submit it in person. He also wanted to bring Wu Ye along. Since he hadn't gone back last night, he definitely needed a solid reason today, or else he would be questioned. Plus, having someone with him would make him feel more at ease. As for why he didn't bring Bai Waner, he had already kept her up a bit too long last night. He wanted her to rest. The first step in registering the company was this: he could only proceed to the next step after the application was approved. So there was no rush for the next step. Wang Chen drove to the dance training institution where Wu Ye worked. Then he called Wu Ye. As soon as Wu Ye knew he was there, she came out immediately. Xiao Hao, why are you here? Wu Ye, Jia, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Wu Ye felt an uneasy sensation. Wang Chen hadn't come home last night, and today he found her at the training center, saying he had something to discuss. Could it be that Wang Chen had found another woman and was planning to abandon her? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Her body began to tremble. Wang Chen noticed something was off with Wu Ye. He quickly rushed to her side and held her. Wu Ye, Jia, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Wu Ye leaned her head on his shoulder, her tears soaking his shirt. Wang Chen was stunned. What was happening? Why was she crying? Wu Ye, Jia, what happened? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll help you. Xiao Hao, are you going to leave me? Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye in confusion. No, this was too absurd. He just said he had something to tell her. How did it turn into him leaving her? This was ridiculous. Wang Chen hurriedly explained. Wu Ye, Jia, what are you thinking? What I wanted to tell you is that I'm going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau today to set up a company, and I want you to come with me. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye, who had been crying, looked at Wang Chen. Xiao Hao, what did you say? I said I'm going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau today to set up a company, and I want you to come with me. I thought you were going to leave me. After saying this, Wu Ye tightly hugged Wang Chen. Wang Chen was speechless. How could he ever think of leaving Wu Ye? Why do women always overthink? However, this also proved that Wu Ye's heart was already filled with him. Wang Chen thought that if their feelings for each other increased a bit more, he wouldn't even have to wait until the new year. He could already sleep with Wu Ye. But increasing that affection was indeed not easy. For so long, Wu Ye's affection had remained at 95, without any change. He thought about it and realized that if affection could be so easily increased, then the salary cashback multiplier would also rise rapidly, which was clearly impossible. However, he believed that one day, Wu Ye's affection would surely reach its peak, and he couldn't imagine how high the salary cashback multiplier would be by then. Wu Ye, Jia, how could I leave you? You're so beautiful, and if I don't take you home for the new year, my parents would beat me to death. That's true. Alright, can you come with me now? If you can't, then I'll go by myself. I can go. I'll tell the boss. Good. After Wu Ye went in, she came out shortly after. At that moment, Wu Ye's face was already filled with smiles, completely free of the worries from before. Wu Ye, Jia, which car are you driving? I'll drive the big G. Okay, then remember to stick close to me. Sure. Then Wang Chen drove the 918, taking Wu Ye to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the Magic City. He submitted the name registration application. Xiao Hao, why is the company's name called Haya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd? My name is Wang Chen, and yours is Wu Ye. So why do you think it's called Haya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd? Wu Ye, realizing it, looked at Wang Chen in surprise. Although this company belonged to Wang Chen and she didn't have any shares, the name was derived from the Ye in her name and the Hao in Wang Chen's name. This was very meaningful and showed that Wang Chen was always thinking of her. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ye's affection +1, ding, congratulations to the host, salary cashback goddess's affection has surpassed 95, extra binding times +1. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye with surprise. This was simply an unexpected joy. Now that he had the chance to bind with Louis Fei, the fairy sister, wouldn't his monthly salary cashback be even more? Ha ha ha, Wang Chen was excited. Xiao Hao, I took a day off today too. Do you have anything else to do? Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye in surprise. Originally, after submitting the name application, he was going to look for the president of Haodia Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. But hearing Wu Ye say this, she must have other ideas. There was no rush to find the president. After all, it would take 3 days to know whether the name application was approved, and only then could he proceed to the next step. Sister Wu Ye, it's fine, what's up? Then let's go shopping, and in the evening, we can watch a movie, how about that? After saying this, Wu Ye looked at Wang Chen expectantly. What else could Wang Chen say? Naturally, he agreed. It had been a long time since he had gone shopping, and he could buy some things for Wu Ye and also get a watch for himself. Alright, let's go, but let's drive one car back home first. Okay, let's go. After that, Wang Chen drove back to Fengshan community with Wu Ye. Once home, Wang Chen suddenly thought, should he take Wu Ye to buy a small villa first? They were so rich now, how could they not spend? But he had just promised to go shopping with her this afternoon, so buying a house could wait until tomorrow. After all, they could do it any time. So Wu Ye parked the big G in the garage, and she sat in the passenger seat of Wang Chen's 918. Sister Wu Ye, how about we go to Jing'an Carry Center? Sounds good, I'll follow your lead. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen pressed the accelerator, and with a roar that could make one's ears ring, his 918 surged forward like a beast. Wang Chen loved this feeling. Passers-by on the road stopped in their tracks. Wow, what car was that just now? Porsche 918, it's so cool, and it's the silver color I like. Oh my god, I want to buy one too. Wait, are you guys only noticing the car? Didn't you see the woman in the passenger seat? Of course, how could we miss such a beautiful woman? Then why aren't you discussing it? What's the point of discussing? Just because we talk about her doesn't mean she'll become your wife, seriously. But to be fair, the woman in the passenger seat is really beautiful, she looks almost like a star. Isn't the sports car cool? Beautiful car and beautiful woman, definitely a winner in life. Sigh, when will I be able to afford a 918? What are you daydreaming about? It's a limited edition car with only 100 units nationwide. Even if you have money, it's hard to get one. Sitting in the car, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, this beast attracts attention wherever it goes. If he had driven it to the countryside before, it would have dazzled those people's titanium alloy dog eyes. However, the car's chassis was a bit low, so it wasn't suitable for driving back to the countryside. Xiaohao, I never thought I could live this kind of life. Ah, you didn't think so, and I didn't either. In the future, we need to earn a lot of money, not only to live well ourselves but also to help the children in impoverished mountainous areas. Wu Ye thought Wang Chen was so caring. After all, not everyone has such thoughts. In fact, Wang Chen had long thought that when he had more money, he would do more good deeds, and he could earn more points too. After a while, Wang Chen and Wu Ye arrived at Jing'an Carry Center. After parking the car, they took the elevator to the first floor of the shopping center. Wang Chen and Wu Ye entered the mall. Looking at the dazzling array of shops and items, it was overwhelming. Today, Wang Chen planned to treat Wu Ye to a shopping spree, giving her a chance to experience being a rich woman. Sister Wu Ye, today we can buy whatever you want, let you experience the joy of shopping. Wu Ye intimately linked her arm with Wang Chen's, feeling incredibly sweet inside. This was her man, the man who treated her like a queen. Xiaohao, if you say that, then don't blame me for not saving you money. Wu Ye joked. Hee, if you dare to save me money, you'll face the consequences when we get home tonight. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye's face turned red. She shot Wang Chen a glare and said with annoyance, you talk too much. Wang Chen took her hand and led her around the mall. One couldn't help but admire that this was indeed one of the luxurious malls in the Magic City, filled with luxury brands. Dior, LV, and so on were all there. Wang Chen thought Wu Ye should get a watch, and he should get one too. So he dragged Wu Ye to a Patek Philippe boutique. However, both Wang Chen and Wu Ye were wearing cheap clothes, and he initially thought there would be some face-slapping scene like in novels where he could show off. But when they entered the Patek Philippe store, the sales associate came over to attend to them. Not encountering any face-slapping moments made Wang Chen feel a bit underwhelmed. But then again, where in reality would there be so many show-off moments? That was clearly impossible. Hello, sir, madam. Hello? Wang Chen replied. Neither he nor Wu Ye had ever been to such a high-end watch store, so they basically knew nothing. What style of watch do you like, sir? Let me introduce some options. Sure, show me the men's watches first, then the women's. Okay, this way please. The sales associate was very enthusiastic. Wang Chen and Wu Ye followed her, listening to her chatter on and on, though they didn't really understand. However, they did notice that the watches in the store were indeed very expensive. Wang Chen didn't hesitate. He picked 2 watches, one for men and one for women, spending a total of 600,000. His watch was 320,000,
and Wuya's was 280,000. Originally, Wuya didn't want to buy it, she thought it was too expensive, but she couldn't resist Wang Chen's persuasion, so she went along with it. After buying it, Wuya couldn't help but wear the watch with joy. It was clear she really liked it, she just didn't want to spend money recklessly. Sister Wuya, how are you going to meet the spending goal I set for you if you keep holding back? You need to take action. Upon hearing this, Wuya shot him a glare. You work so hard for your money, how can you spend it recklessly? Money should be spent wisely. Wang Chen was speechless. He worked hard for his money, but not really. As long as Wuya and the others earned well, he could earn even more. Sister Wuya, don't you know my wealth? Just listen to me, or I might have to punish you when we get home. Humph, do you dare? Hee, just watch if I dare. Alright, stop talking nonsense. I'll take you to buy a couple of clothes, Wuya said gently. Okay. For an entire afternoon, Wang Chen and Wuya were busy shopping. It wasn't until the trunk of the 918 was full that Wang Chen and Wuya went out for dinner. This time, they went to a restaurant called Ali Jazz. After dinner, Wang Chen and Wuya headed to the cinema. Sister Wuya, should we watch this sweet romance? Wang Chen knew that generally, when two people went to the movies, it was either a romance or a horror film. So he chose a romance film. Let's watch a horror movie. Wuya's words surprised Wang Chen for a moment, but then his lips curled up. A horror movie was even better. They then chose to watch a campus ghost story. Wang Chen thought Wuya would be like those girls in the movies, clinging tightly to him, saying she was scared and screaming. But the reality was the opposite. Every time they reached a scary place, Wang Chen would immediately hug Wuya, closing his eyes tightly. This made Wuya laugh heartily. After a movie, Wang Chen felt completely drained. Not to mention anything else, he would still watch horror movies next time, although it was a bit embarrassing. The softness of the two big white bunnies made him reluctant to leave. He wished the movie could last for another 10 hours. Xiaohao, why are you so timid? Wuya laughed and said, it's not that I'm timid, I just want to hold you, okay? Stubborn. Should we watch it again when we get home? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen immediately refused. No need. Ha ha ha. Wuya laughed as she took Wang Chen's hand and walked towards the parking lot. By the time they returned to the Fengshan community, it was already 12:30 at night. After getting home, they washed up and then went to rest. But when Wang Chen lay down in his room, his mind was filled with the terrifying scenes from the horror movie, making it impossible for him to sleep. Helpless, he could only take out his phone and open the green bubble. It was a flood of messages as soon as he opened it. Not only were there messages from Song Ningxuang and Li Meng, the four innocent younger sisters from their dorm, but also from his cousin and sister-in-law. Most importantly, Lu Weifei and Zhao Liying had both messaged him, and even Ji Xiaoya was no exception. Of course, among these people, there was no shortage of the clingy little fairy, Bai Wanner. After replying to each of them, Wang Chen waited to see who would respond. Then he prepared to chat with whoever replied. After all, his mind was still filled with horror movie scenes, and he needed to distract himself with something else. However, it was already 1 o'clock. Wang Chen thought no one would reply to him now, but it turned out he was wrong. Song Ningxuang replied. After that, he chatted with Song Ningxuang for 2 hours, and it wasn't until 3 o'clock that he finally dozed off. He slept straight until 10 in the morning. He got up as usual, washed up, and ate the breakfast Wuya had prepared for him. Then he got ready to go for his appointment. Originally, he wanted Zhao Liying or Lu Weifei to help him find a suitable goddess to be the president, preferably someone he could bond with. But unexpectedly, both of them were busy filming lately. So, Wang Chen had no choice but to go out himself. It was his first time looking for a company president, and he had no experience at all. He didn't even know what to do. Sigh, where on earth can I find a female president? This is really troubling. Just as he was at a loss, his phone rang. Wang Chen picked up his phone and was surprised to see it was Ji Xiaoya. He was a bit taken aback. After adding Ji Xiaoya last time, they hadn't contacted each other much. This time, she suddenly called him, and he didn't know what it was about. But Wang Chen still answered the call. Sister Xiaoya, what's up? Wang Chen, I heard from Liying that you're looking for talent recently, is that right? Wang Chen was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Liying to tell Ji Xiaoya, but he felt that Zhao Liying wouldn't be that kind of person. It should be Ji Xiaoya who had connections. Sister Xiaoya, how did you know? Don't worry about how I know. If you treat me to a meal, I might introduce someone to you. Hearing Ji Xiaoya's words, Wang Chen understood that she really had connections. Otherwise, she wouldn't say that. Sure, but I don't know when Sister Xiaoya has time. I'll come pick you up. Ah, Wang Chen, you're so realistic. Not at all. You didn't say you were my little brother before I said I could help you. Come pick me up now.
I have no scenes today and have time. Okay, just wait a moment, I'll buy something and come. Yo, are you going to buy food for Sister Lying again? Hee, we're going out to eat later, so I'll buy you something too. That's right, just let me know when you arrive. Okay. With that, Wang Chen hung up the phone. He had been worried about not being able to find the company's president, but now he felt less anxious. As long as he could find the president, he could leave the company's matters to her. However, he had to think carefully about the president's salary. First of all, the company's shares. Wang Chen would never let those go. He had to keep the shares firmly in his hands. Of course, this was just the shares of Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. After all, the women in this company would likely be bound to his salary cashback system. He couldn't let anyone else get involved, but he could give shares to other companies in the future. He hadn't figured it all out yet. He would decide when he met the person, as it was hard to say whether they would be a good fit. Before heading to the set, Wang Chen bought some of Zhao Liying's favorite snacks. Then he drove his 918 to the filming location, Magic City, Lujiazui. Wang Chen arrived at the location where the crew was filming. As the roar of the beastly 918 echoed, everyone's attention was drawn to the silver sports car. My god, that's a Porsche 918, a limited edition model, so cool. I wonder who it is that drove this car to the set. Probably some rich kid here to pick up a female star. Yeah, these rich people have it all: cars, money, and women. Bro, just do your role well. If you get famous one day, you might even get to date a female star. Sigh, as a background actor, I get to see female stars every day. With that figure and that face, I'd be willing to die on the spot if I could have a deep conversation with her for a night. Dude, you're talking about dying under the peony skirt. Even as a ghost you'd be charming. Haven't you seen Zhao Liying's figure and face? It's truly stunning. I know, but what does that have to do with me? Bro, you're something. Amidst the shock of the background actors, Wang Chen found a place to park his car. He then walked over to the filming location. At that moment, Zhao Liying was still shooting. Wang Chen stood by and watched. He had to admit, Zhao Liying was really dedicated. She performed almost all her scenes herself, except for the kissing scenes. Watching her sweat it out, Wang Chen suddenly felt a pang of heartache for this woman. No matter when, she always gave her all. But she looked really attractive in this state. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt a tap on his shoulder. Hey, Wang Chen, isn't Sister Liying beautiful? Wang Chen, who had been intently watching Zhao Liying, was startled by Ji Xiaoya's sudden interruption. Damn, Xiaoya, do you know that scaring someone can be deadly? Who told you to be so engrossed? It's not hard for you to like Sister Liying. She has many admirers, you know, that Lin Gangxin has a good impression of her too. Xiaoya, what are you talking about? I just see Sister Liying as my sister. Oh, really? Ji Xiaoya's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if she could see through Wang Chen's lie. Seeing this, Wang Chen stopped trying to explain. The more he explained, the more unclear it became. He did like Zhao Liying, but given their current level of mutual affection, it was clearly impossible. For now, he could only treat Zhao Liying as a sister. Unless their feelings became very strong, then he would consider changing their relationship. After a while, Zhao Liying finished her scenes. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat. Wang Chen walked over with a towel and handed it to Zhao Liying. Sister Liying. Thank you, Wang Chen. Wang Chen scratched his head and smiled slightly. After that, he took out the things he had brought for Zhao Liying. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +1, awesome. As long as he could increase her favorability, no matter how much, Wang Chen was very happy. Thank you. No problem, Liying Jia, you go ahead with your work, and I'll go meet that person with Xiaoya Jia. Okay, if it doesn't work out, once I'm done, I'll help you take a look. Alright, then we'll head off first. Goodbye, Liying Jia. Goodbye. With that, he turned and left. Ji Xiaoya followed him out of the crew. While Wang Chen was doing all this, Ji Xiaoya had been right by his side. Before long, the two arrived in front of the 918. Ji Xiaoya looked at the 918, her excitement palpable. Oh my god, Wang Chen, is this your car? Yeah. Wang Chen nodded. This is the 918? I love it so much, I really want to own one. Haha, with Xiaoya Jia's capabilities, it won't be long before you can buy one. Wang Chen opened the driver's door and got in, while Ji Xiaoya took the passenger seat. Once inside, Ji Xiaoya started touching everything, and Wang Chen could feel her affection for the car. After a while, Ji Xiaoya sighed. Sigh, Wang Chen, you don't know, even though we are also the main characters, our pay is so much lower than Liying Jia's. My pay is only 800,000. Hearing this, Wang Chen was also quite shocked. He didn't expect Ji Xiaoya's pay to be so low. Although 800,000 sounds like a lot, it's really not high for an actor. Wang Chen finally understood why Ji Xiaoya said she dreamed of buying a 918. This 918 can't be bought even with money if you don't have the right channels. Xiaoya Jia, where are we going? Let's go to Wangjiang Pavilion. I made an appointment for her to go there. Okay, hold on tight. With that, Wang Chen stepped on the gas and drove away from the crew. Wangjiang Pavilion. Wang Chen parked the car in the parking lot of Wangjiang Pavilion. At this moment, Ji Xiaoya, sitting in the passenger seat, was full of excitement. Wow, this car is amazing. Wang Chen, can you let me drive it for 2 days? Ji Xiaoya looked at Wang Chen with pleading eyes. Wang Chen felt helpless. He only had this 918 right now. If he let Ji Xiaoya drive it, what would he drive? But it wouldn't be good to refuse her. Xiaoya Jia, I only have this one car right now. Once I buy a new one, I'll let you drive it. How about that? Okay, it's a deal. Don't forget, I have a great memory. I won't forget, trust me. After getting out of the car, Ji Xiaoya occasionally looked back at the silver 918, showing just how much she liked it. Wang Chen couldn't understand why a woman would love sports cars so much. At Wangjiang Pavilion, Ji Xiaoya had already reserved a private room. Hello, sir, miss, do you have a reservation? Ji Xiaoya said, yes, my surname is Ji. The waiter fiddled with a tablet for a moment and then said to him and Ji Xiaoya, sir, miss, please come in. The waiter led them to the private room that Ji Xiaoya had reserved. It must be said that Wangjiang Pavilion was truly luxurious. The private room had a view of the Huangpu River. Incredible! Not only was the environment good, but it was also quiet. The only downside was that it was expensive. Wang Chen, are you very rich? Ji Xiaoya asked. Hee, not really, just a bit over $1 billion. What's up, Xiaoya Jie? Nothing, just asking. The two waited for a while, but the person still hadn't arrived. Wang Chen frowned. Hadn't Ji Xiaoya already made an appointment? He looked at the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Earlier, Ji Xiaoya had told him that the appointment was for 1:30. It was already 2 o'clock, which meant that person was half an hour late. At this moment, Ji Xiaoya's expression was also quite unpleasant. She hadn't expected that person to be so lacking in time awareness. She had even thought about helping her find a good job. Now, it seemed that she was also looking at Wang Chen's face, which didn't look good either. It was likely that this matter was going to fall through. Wang Chen, I'll call again and urge them. Ji Xiaoya said to Wang Chen. Sister Xiaoya, there's no rush, let's wait a bit longer. Although it was Wang Chen's first time looking for the president of his own company, he knew that keeping time was the most basic principle. If this person had no sense of time and there were no special reasons, even if she met the requirements for the salary rebate goddess, Wang Chen would absolutely not hire someone like that. Alright, Ji Xiaoya didn't know what else to say. Previously, she thought that the person was a good friend, and since she was currently out of work, it was just right that Wang Chen was looking for someone. She believed her friend should be capable. Now, she didn't think so anymore. It was likely that Wang Chen wouldn't hire someone like that either. After that, Wang Chen and Ji Xiaoya waited for about another half an hour. Finally, the door to the private room slowly opened. When they saw someone coming, Wang Chen felt a bit uncertain. Was he here for the interview, or was the other party here for the interview? They made him wait so long. Wang Chen wanted to see who this person was. As the door to the private room was pushed open, a man and a woman walked in. Wang Chen looked at Ji Xiaoya in surprise. Wasn't it said that only one woman was coming for the interview? Why was there now a man as well? He looked at Ji Xiaoya in confusion, but she just shook her head. She didn't know either. Both Wang Chen and Ji Xiaoya were quite bewildered. After the two entered, the woman pulled the man over to sit next to Ji Xiaoya. Xiaoya, how long have you been here? I was just out shopping with my boyfriend and lost track of time, sorry. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoya was about to explode with anger. Lu Ling, do you know what time it is? What time did we agree to meet? You went shopping with your boyfriend, how could you? No, Xiaoya, why are you getting so worked up? My boyfriend rarely gets to accompany me out shopping. What's wrong with me being a bit late? Besides, you haven't left yet, right? Am I right, dear? Wang Chen looked at this bizarre woman, not understanding why Ji Xiaoya would want to introduce Lu Ling to him as the president of the company. Lu Ling didn't meet the requirements for the salary rebate goddess, clearly didn't respect time, and lacked the kind demeanor towards others. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't meet his criteria at all. Exactly, my girlfriend coming for the interview is already giving you face. There are plenty of people who want my girlfriend to work at their company. If you don't offer us a satisfactory salary, my girlfriend will never work for your company. Ji Xiaoya was furious after hearing this. What? Are you too brainless? They are offering you a job, and you don't appreciate it, yet you say such things. I feel like there's nothing more to say. Wang Chen sat aside, listening to Ji Xiaoya's conversation with the two, feeling utterly speechless. How could there be such people? They really seemed brainless. Wang Chen was too lazy to deal with these two, so he planned to leave. However, when Wang Chen stood up, Lu Ling's boyfriend spoke up. You must be the boss of that company, with an annual salary of tens of millions. My girlfriend will work for your company. No, just because he didn't say anything, did they think he had a good temper? Well, I suggest you both go get checked at the hospital. What are you talking about? We're not sick. Why would we go to the hospital? Who said that? You might find something if you get checked. I remember there's a mental hospital in the city. It would be quite suitable for you. You. Lu Ling's boyfriend pointed at Wang Chen with trembling fingers. Clearly, he was quite angry. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered with the two of them anymore, so he left the private room, and Ji Xiaoya followed him out. Seeing Wang Chen and Ji Xiaoya leave, Lu Ling panicked a bit and asked, Adong, is this really okay? I feel like it's a bit risky. Don't worry, my dear. In a couple of days, Ji Xiaoya will definitely call you, and by then, you'll be a female CEO with an annual salary in the millions. Alright. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by Lu Ling's boyfriend. He wanted Lu Ling to earn more money so he could spend lavishly, and Lu Ling, being infatuated, naturally listened to her boyfriend. This led to such a result. When Lu Ling's boyfriend learned that Ji Xiaoya was urgently looking for someone, he had this idea, but he didn't realize that this would ruin a great opportunity. On the other side, Wang Chen and Ji Xiaoya were already back in the car. Ji Xiaoya's face was filled with guilt. Wang Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's fine, the world is so big, there are all kinds of people. Although he said this, he still felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Sister Xiaoya, let me take you home. Where do you live? Ji Xiaoya could sense his discomfort but could only softly say, take me to Bashan district. Okay. With that, Wang Chen drove towards Bashan district. This time, sitting in the passenger seat, Ji Xiaoya no longer felt the excitement she had before. She truly felt very guilty about this matter. Meanwhile, Wang Chen thought about it. Ji Xiaoya was actually trying to help him. Although Lu Ling wasn't great, at least Ji Xiaoya had helped him. He couldn't treat Ji Xiaoya like this. It wasn't her fault. Thinking of this, he felt that his earlier attitude was quite poor. After some thought, he decided he should apologize to Ji Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, I'm sorry, my tone was a bit harsh just now. At that moment, Ji Xiaoya was still taken aback. She didn't expect Wang Chen to apologize to her. To be honest, this matter was originally her fault. It was her inability to judge character that led to this situation. Wang Chen had no need to apologize to her. Wang Chen's action made Ji Xiaoya's impression of him even better. It's okay, this matter also has my reasons, but I really didn't expect Lu Ling to be this kind of person. I didn't expect it either. I can't believe there are still such people in the world, it's really bizarre. I'll look for someone for you when I get back. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Xiaoya. In no time, Wang Chen drove to Baoshan district. After Ji Xiaoya got out of the car, Wang Chen drove away. He checked the time, it was almost 4 o'clock, and he didn't plan to go anywhere else today, so he decided to go back and make dinner for Wuya. After that, he went to buy some ingredients and returned to Fengshan community. He prepared a table full of delicious food for Wuya, waiting for her to come back. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Chen looked at his phone and found that many people had sent him messages. After replying one by one, he put his phone down. At that moment, Wuya returned. As usual, she was carrying a black LV bag and wearing a knee-length dress. She looked very elegant. Xiaohao, why are you back so early today? Wuya changed out of her white sneakers and walked in, only to find the table already filled with sumptuous dishes. Her face lit up with surprise. Wow, Xiaohao, you're amazing, it smells so good. Hearing this, Wang Chen's lips curled up slightly. Sister Wuya, let's eat. Okay, I'll wash my hands. Wait for me a moment. Wang Chen sat down at the dining table, and Wuya took a seat across from him. The two began their dinner. Sister Wuya, this chicken soup is delicious, you should try it. As he spoke, Wang Chen served her a bowl of soup. After finishing the meal, he sat on the sofa with Wuya as usual, watching television. Wuya stretched out her delicate foot and rested it on Wang Chen's leg. Wang Chen gently caressed Wuya's foot. She hadn't painted her toenails, but her foot was fair and tender, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Of course, Wang Chen only dared to think about it, he wouldn't actually do it. If it were someone else, he might dare, but with Wuya, he truly didn't have the courage. While focused on the television, Wuya felt a slight itch on her foot, so she turned her gaze to Wang Chen. She saw him intently playing with her foot, completely absorbed. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Wuya's mouth as she continued watching her show. It wasn't until midnight that they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Wang Chen received a call from Zhao Liying, saying that she had no scenes today and that Ji Xiaoya had already informed her about yesterday's events. Then, Ji Xiaoya and she had found someone new for him. She would let him know shortly. Hearing this, Wang Chen was naturally overjoyed. After all, he still hadn't found a suitable female CEO channel. After responding, Wang Chen went to have breakfast and wash up as usual. Then he set off. He had agreed with Zhao Liying to meet at 10 in the morning, and it was already 9 o'clock. He needed to arrive early and not be like Lu Ling yesterday, showing up 1 or 2 hours late with an indifferent expression. Half an hour later, he arrived at the place agreed upon with Zhao Liying, which was very close to the filming location. So after the interview, he could also take a stroll around the set. Wang Chen parked his car at the location of the crew and then headed directly to the cafe Zhao Liying mentioned. Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya had chosen a private room. There was no way around it. Given Zhao Liying's status, if they didn't choose a private room, she would probably be recognized and unable to leave. Sister Liying, Sister Xiaoya. Wang Chen greeted them and then sat down beside them. Wang Chen, has your company been set up? Zhao Liying asked proactively. Not yet, it's still in the name application process, but the results will be out tomorrow, and then it will be quick. The three of them didn't wait long. The two agreed upon soon arrived. He checked the time, it wasn't yet 10 o'clock, meaning they had arrived early. After they arrived, the system's voice sounded. They clearly met the binding requirements of the salary cashback system. However, Wang Chen still needed to see if they were suitable. If they weren't, even if they met the salary cashback system's requirements, he wouldn't want them. Helan, please introduce yourself to Wang Chen, Zhao Liying said to the mature woman. Helan nodded to Zhao Liying and then turned to Wang Chen to introduce herself. Mr. Wang, my name is Helan. I previously held the position of CEO at AIE Media Company, but I left due to differences in philosophy. I graduated from. After listening to Helan's self-introduction, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. She was exactly the suitable CEO he was looking for. Not bad, not bad. However, he still wanted to hear Ji Xiaoya's introduction. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Wang Chen looked at Ji Xiaoya beside him. Seeing this, Ji Xiaoya said to Xia Chuchu, Chuchu, please introduce yourself to Wang Chen as well. Xia Chuchu nodded. Then he said, Mr. Wang, hello, my name is Xia Chuchu, I am 24 years old, and I just graduated this year from Caltech. The admiration in Wang Chen's eyes had not disappeared since they introduced themselves. Whether it was Helan or Xia Chuchu, Wang Chen found both of them to be exceptionally talented, and both met the binding requirements of the salary cashback system. Such people are rare. Wang Chen felt he couldn't let either of them slip away. However, there could only be one president, and he still needed to consider who would take that position. So, the two of them were candidates for the presidency. After listening to your self-introductions, I think you are both excellent, but there can only be one president, so. After Wang Chen said this, Helan and Xia Chuchu both looked at him with nervous expressions. Before coming, Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya had mentioned that Wang Chen was very generous. As long as they passed the interview, there was a high probability they could earn a high salary. And there was only one presidential position. This meant that one of them would have to leave. When Wang Chen spoke those words, they both tensed up. But what Wang Chen said next excited them. Although there is only one presidential position, our company is still in its early stages, so there are other positions available. If one of you can accept that, you can also stay. Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya sat there drinking coffee, watching Wang Chen. After Wang Chen finished speaking, Helan asked, Mr. Wang, I would like to ask about the current situation of the company. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen did not hide anything. He directly explained the company's situation. The company is currently in the process of registration, which means that if either of you becomes president, you will need to take full responsibility. The company is called Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd., with a registered capital of 2 billion. Hearing the figure of 2 billion, the minds of the four people present exploded. Even Ji Xiaoya spat out the coffee she had just taken a sip of. The calmest among them was Zhao Liying. Knowing that he could invest 100 million in Louis Fei's movie, she already knew Wang Chen was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to be this rich, and she was quite surprised. The most shocked were Helan and Xia Chuchu. According to Wang Chen, if she became president, she could use the company's funds to develop it, which meant she would be in charge of her future development. This would prevent a situation like the one in her previous company. Moreover, 2 billion is a terrifying amount. Her last company's market value was only 100 million. Haoya was valued at 2 billion even before going public. More importantly, a boss who could provide 2 billion in registered capital would not offer her poor treatment.
Helan felt that if she missed this opportunity, she would definitely regret it. No matter what, she had to secure this presidency. On the other side, Xia Chuchu, hearing such an astronomical figure, couldn't control her expression. Now she was actually hesitant to compete for the presidential position. With so much funding, she felt that as someone just starting out, she wouldn't be able to manage such a large amount. Wang Chen stood by, observing the expressions of Helan and Xia Chuchu. From their expressions, Wang Chen could already see the difference between the two. He was clear on who to choose as the company's president. "I wonder if you are willing to join my company?" Wang Chen asked Helan and Xia Chuchu. Helan and Xia Chuchu nodded continuously. "I am willing, I am willing." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Wang Chen's face. "Since both of you are willing to join my company, then we should also discuss salary and benefits next." When Wang Chen reached this point, he deliberately paused for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Helan and Xia Chuchu. He wanted to hear what they had to say about their salaries. "Do you have anything to say about your salaries?" Helan glanced at Zhao Liying, then at Wang Chen, and said, "Boss, my annual salary cannot be less than 1 million, and I also want 1% of the company's shares." Both Wang Chen and the three others beside him were quite surprised. After all, 1% of the company's shares was worth 20 million. Wang Chen's registered capital was 2 billion. Wang Chen thought that those who dared to speak up were impressive. He wouldn't give away shares, but he had other ways. Moreover, Helan and Xia Chuchu would definitely need to be bound to him in the future, which meant he needed to give them a higher salary as much as possible. "Helan, you are quite good, but I won't give you company shares. However, I can offer you another way. I'll give you an annual salary of 10 million, and then I'll sign a contract with you, giving you 5% of Haya's net profit as your year-end bonus. This contract will last until your death. What do you think?" After Wang Chen finished speaking, not only Helan, but also Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya were no longer calm. They suddenly stood up from their chairs, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief. They never expected Wang Chen to offer such a generous salary. Helan looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. Although Wang Chen didn't give her shares, this was equivalent to giving her 5% of the company's shares in a disguised way. Plus, he offered her an annual salary of 10 million. "Okay, I accept. Thank you, boss." Wang Chen extended his hand to shake Helan's, feeling overjoyed inside. The money was finally out, and as long as he bound Helan, wouldn't the money he earned multiply thousands of times? This was definitely a sure win. Wang Chen then turned his gaze to Xia Chuchu. "Xia Chuchu, although the position of president is gone, my company is just starting and needs talents like you. The financial director position is very suitable for you. As for the salary, I'll give you an annual salary of 5 million and 3% of the company's net profit, signing the same contract as Helan. Are you willing to come?" Xia Chuchu thought she had no chance, but Wang Chen actually told her there were other positions, and the salary was so high, she nodded frantically. After securing two key players, a smile finally appeared on Wang Chen's face. Ji Xiaoya said sourly, "Wang Chen, your conditions are so good that I want to work for your company too." "Hee, Xiaoya, you know this is a film and media company, very suitable for you. If you want to come, I'll cover any breach of contract fees." "Wow, I was just joking, are you serious?" "Of course it's serious. In the future, our company will directly poach female stars, and I'll cover the funds. Anyway, we'll bring in famous stars, and the compensation will definitely satisfy the other party." His words once again refreshed the perspectives of the women. How rich must one be to dare to say such things? Zhao Liying looked at Wang Chen and said, "Wang Chen, I want to go to your company too." After saying that, she smiled, and this smile left Wang Chen stunned. "Ha, if Liying is willing to come, I'm willing to pay any price. Is that true?" "Absolutely." "Okay, wait for me to contact you." Wang Chen was stunned. Was today's surprise really this big? Ji Xiaoya, Zhao Liying. If the company had these two from the start, it would be much easier to select and poach people in the future. After discussing everything, Wang Chen handed over the company's tasks to Helan and Xia Chuchu. He then went to the film crew with Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya. Wang Chen sat in Zhao Liying's spot, watching her sweat not far away. He felt an impulse to replace her, but that was impossible. However, he could make things easier for her later. The movie Zhao Liying was filming was a fantasy drama, so it required wire work, which was quite uncomfortable. And next, there was a kissing scene. When it came time for the kiss, Zhao Liying stepped down. After all, she didn't film kissing scenes. The male actor who was supposed to kiss Zhao Liying instantly looked disappointed. After Zhao Liying came down, Wang Chen handed her a towel. He wanted to wipe her down, but their relationship wasn't close enough for such intimate actions yet, so he could only do something simple like handing her a towel. Once their relationship became closer, he would definitely show off a bit. Thank you, Zhao Liang said as she took the towel from Wang Chen. Hee, you've worked hard, Liang Jia. I have to work hard to make money. Come work at my company in the future. Your company has such good conditions, I dream of going there, Zhao Liang teased. After that, Wang Chen stayed with Zhao Liang on set all day, but his favorability didn't increase at all, which left him a bit disappointed. Why did others' favorability soar while Zhao Liang's was so hard to raise? He couldn't just sit back, he had to think of a way. After thinking for a long time, he still had no ideas. After having dinner with Zhao Liang, Wang Chen drove back. When he returned to Fengshan community, Wu Ye was indeed waiting for him. Although Wang Chen had eaten, he still accompanied Wu Ye to eat a little more. Then the two sat on the sofa and chatted. Wu Ye Jia, let's buy your current dance training institution, that way, you won't be so busy in the future. You can still teach the kids, and if I need you to go somewhere with me, you won't need to take leave. Wu Ye looked at Wang Chen with her gem-like bright eyes. After thinking for a while, she nodded. To be honest, she really wanted to be with Wang Chen all the time, but she didn't want to stop working. Although Wang Chen was wealthy, she didn't want to be a woman with nothing to do. Xiao Hao, I'll listen to you. Wu Ye leaned her head on Wang Chen's shoulder, enjoying her warmth. Wang Chen gently stroked Wu Ye's beautiful hair, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Xiao Hao, will you ever not want me? Wu Ye's sudden question left Wang Chen stunned again. He cupped Wu Ye's delicate and beautiful face and kissed her red lips. After a long time, their lips parted. At that moment, Wu Ye no longer had any wild thoughts. She felt that as long as she could be with Wang Chen, she could accept anything that happened. As long as Wang Chen didn't abandon her. After the new year, when Wang Chen took her home, she would completely give herself to him and have 2 children with him. The more she thought about it, the happier Wu Ye felt. Just like that, she actually fell asleep on Wang Chen's shoulder. Seeing this, Wang Chen gently picked Wu Ye up in a princess carry and took her to her room, tucked her in, and then returned to his own room. After Wang Chen left, Wu Ye's eyes opened. Looking at the closed door, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. She felt that Wang Chen was indeed a trustworthy man. She had pretended to be asleep, and he hadn't made a move on her. Just back in his room, Wang Chen heard a sound that excited him. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ye favorability +1. Although he didn't know what had happened, Wang Chen was still very happy. Now Wu Ye's favorability had reached 97, just 3 points away from 100. According to the system's pattern, it was likely that there would be a reward when favorability reached 100. He was very much looking forward to it. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen lay down on his bed and fell asleep. The next morning, he got up early today. He had talked to Wu Ye last night about acquiring her current dance training institution, so he planned to go with her today. When Wang Chen opened the door, he happened to lock eyes with Wu Ye, who had just opened her door. Immediately, sweet smiles appeared on both their faces. Xiao Hao, good morning. Sister Wu Ye, good morning. After they freshened up, they started preparing breakfast. Xiao Hao, are we going to the dance training institution today? Yeah, I don't want you to be so tired every day. Well, it's not that tiring there. Just as Wu Ye finished speaking, Wang Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Helan. He didn't avoid Wu Ye and answered it in front of her, even putting it on speaker. Hello, boss, are you busy? No, go ahead. There's something at the company that needs to be discussed with you. Can we meet? Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye and said, is tomorrow okay? Tomorrow might be a bit late. Then wait a moment, I'll give you a reply in a couple of minutes. Okay, boss. After hanging up on Elan, Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye with some apology and said, Sister Wu Ye, the company is just getting started, and there are quite a few things to handle. I might not be able to go with you today. I'll join you once I'm done, okay? Wu Ye reached out and pinched Wang Chen's face. Silly, I'm not in a hurry. You go handle the company's matters first. It's our company, very important. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Wu Ye really understood him well. Mua! Wang Chen directly kissed her on the cheek. Wu Ye pretended to be disgusted and wiped it off. So dirty. He. Mua. If you wipe again, I'll kiss you again. Wu Ye rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, alright, I won't wipe anymore. Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, you should get busy. Okay. After having breakfast, Wang Chen and Wu Ye went their separate ways. Wu Ye went to her dance training institution. Wang Chen went to the location Helan sent him. It was also a cafe. Xia Chuchu was there too. After Wang Chen arrived, he didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. What's the matter that you called me over in such a hurry? Helan looked at Wang Chen and said, Boss, a girl group from Korea is coming to our city for a tour. And since our company still doesn't have any employees, you mentioned yesterday about recruiting female stars. I wanted to ask if we should recruit this girl group. Korea? Yes, it's the popular IVE girl group. Hearing this, Wang Chen became interested. Directly recruiting a girl group seemed quite good. First, tell me about this girl group. This group consists of 12 members, including Zhang Yuanying, the center, and Yojin, and others. Each of them looks great and has a good figure. However, Zhang Yuanying recently made some negative comments about our country in public. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen frowned. Negative comments about our country. For Wang Chen, the country cannot be insulted. Speaking about the country is like speaking about Wang Chen. Such a woman must be punished. Oh, what did she say? She didn't say anything directly, but there were humiliating references to our country in the MV, and they even scheduled a concert in Hong Kong for July 7th. After saying this, Helan played a video clip. Wang Chen understood immediately what was going on after looking at it. Not to mention the girl group Zhang Yuanying, this must also be related to the company behind them. Wang Chen was very angry. He had to punish such a woman from the stick country. Helan, at all costs, dig this girl group out from the stick country's company. Since they dare to insult our country, they must pay the price. Although Helan didn't know what Wang Chen wanted to do, she would still follow his orders. She may be a woman, but her patriotism was unwavering. Okay, boss. Also, prepare the shovels. Once the company is established, go crazy digging for people, got it? Okay, boss. Boss, to dig the LVE girl group out from the stick country's company will cost quite a bit. Conservatively, it will take around $1 billion. Don't worry about the money, just dig. For a woman like Zhang Yuanying, I will definitely make her pay the price she deserves. I will transfer another $2 billion to the company's account. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuchu and Helan were both stunned. Who exactly was their boss, to casually mention $2 billion? They were almost numb. However, regarding Zhang Yuanying, both of them were still very angry and insisted that she must be punished. After that, Wang Chen discussed many matters about the company's development with Helan and Xia Chuchu until his stomach growled, and they finally found a place to have lunch. After lunch, Helan and Xia Chuchu went to get busy. Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided to visit Bai Wanner. After all, he hadn't been there since taking her innocence last time, so he should at least check on her. However, before going, Wang Chen planned to understand the LVE girl group, including Zhang Yuanying. Wang Chen opened Zhang Yuanying's photo. Sure enough, she was very beautiful and charming. Moreover, the popular spinning move was also hers, but such a beautiful and charming woman actually did such a thing. Once he dug them over, he would have to clarify whether this was their own will or if their company forced them to do it. After learning about the LVE girl group, just as Wang Chen was about to leave, he remembered that Helan and Xia Chuchu had no cars, making it inconvenient for them to go anywhere. So he called Song Wanner. Hello, brother Wang. Hello, Song Wanner, are there any good cars at the 4S store? What kind of car does brother Wang want? I need 2 4-seater cars, something a bit luxurious. How about the Audi A8L? Okay, prepare 2 for me, I'll pick them up tomorrow. Alright. After hanging up, Wang Chen called Helan and Xia Chuchu. He told them to wait for him at the 4S store entrance at 10 a.m. tomorrow. They agreed and hung up. After doing all this, Wang Chen drove his 918 to Bai Wanner's place in Green City, Huangpu River. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at Bai Wanner's side. As he entered the password to open the door, he was surprised to find no one at home. So he closed the door. Then he went to the room door, opened it, but Bai Wanner was not inside. Wang Chen was a bit puzzled. He then went to Bai Wanner's live streaming room, opened the door, and as soon as he did, the live stream room erupted. What the hell? Who is that man behind? Why is he in Wanner's house? Oh my god, Wanner, turn around quickly, there's a man behind you. Wanner, call the police, there's a pervert. Wanner, there's a wolf behind you. Wanner, there's a wolf behind you. The entire live stream room was flooded with the message, Wanner, there's a wolf behind you. Bai Wanner naturally noticed the content of the bullet comments. So she took off her headphones and turned around. The moment she saw Wang Chen, she joyfully hugged him as she usually did. This action left everyone in the live stream dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Wanner just hugged that man. No, my goddess, you can't do this. You're mine. Let go of that woman, let me take her place. It's over, I haven't even started dating and I'm already heartbroken, sob, it's over. The live stream was filled with wails of despair. Bai Wanner remembered that the live stream hadn't ended yet, so she got off Wang Chen and went back to the live stream room to put on her headphones, saying to her fans, "Hey guys, sorry, my husband is back, I'm signing off now, see you later." After saying that, before the fans could send any bullet comments, Bai Wanner quickly turned off the live stream. It was a lightning fast sign-off. And her words, "my husband is here," sent her fans into a frenzy. After turning off the live stream, Bai Wanner, as usual, hugged him tightly like an octopus. Wang Chen supported her perky bottom with both hands. Wanner, what if you lose fans for saying that? If I lose them, I lose them. They can't be more important than Hao Gu. Is that so? Then let me give you a little reward. Hee, okay. An hour later, Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner. At that moment, he felt he had reached the peak of his life. Bai Wanner lay on his chest, acting cute. Hao Gu, I miss you so much every day. Wang Chen playfully scratched her nose. Softly he said, if you miss me, why don't you call me? I'll come to see you often from now on. Really? Yeah, if you're bored, you can invite your friend to stay with you too, the house is so big. Hearing this, Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen expectantly and asked, can I really? Silly girl, the house is yours now, of course you can. Thank you, Hao Gu. Oh, then how are you going to thank me? After saying that, Wang Chen looked at her with a smile. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chen covered Bai Wanner with a blanket and then quietly left the green city Huangpu River. He actually wanted to spend the night with Bai Wanner, but it would be hard to explain to Wuya, so he definitely had to go back. After Bai Wanner fell asleep, Wang Chen quietly left, but before leaving, he left a note for Bai Wanner, to prevent her from overthinking when she woke up and found him gone. After returning home, Wang Chen, like usual, accompanied Wuya for dinner and sat on the sofa chatting. The two had a good understanding, and neither asked too many questions. They just talked about some trivial topics. Wuya, as usual, placed her fair and tender feet on Wang Chen's lap, asking him to massage them. Wang Chen didn't refuse, after all, he quite liked massaging Wuya's feet. After midnight, they returned to their own rooms to rest. The next morning, Wang Chen didn't wake up too early. After all, he had an appointment with Helan and Chu Chu at 10 in the morning, and he got up at 8:30. By the time he got up, Wuya had already gone to work. After finishing breakfast and washing up, it was already 9:15. He set off towards the 4S store. At 9:50, he arrived at the 4S store, and to his surprise, Helan and Chu Chu were already waiting for him there. After Wang Chen parked the car, he took them into the 4S store. Brother Wang, Song Wanner was also waiting for Wang Chen. As soon as he arrived, she hurried over. Is the car I asked you to prepare ready? Yes, it's ready. You can take it after signing the contract. Alright. After speaking, Wang Chen turned to the two people behind him and said, you two go with Song Wanner to sign the contract. This car is a company vehicle for you, and to make it convenient, it's registered under your names. Helan and Xia Chuchu were still in a daze at that moment. Which good company puts a car under an employee's name? A thought appeared in their minds simultaneously. Could it be that Wang Chen has taken a liking to them? This made them a bit hesitant. Seeing that they were still not moving, Wang Chen urged again, what are you standing there for? Hurry up, don't you still have things to do? It's inconvenient without a car. Upon hearing this, Helan and Xia Chuchu finally moved. They followed Song Wanner to sign the contract. In fact, it wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to put it under the company's name, but the company hadn't officially been established yet, so how could he do that? If he wanted a car, he could just buy one. Rather than doing it this way, it was better to put it directly under their names. Wang Chen also went along to pay the money. Since it had been agreed upon in advance, the process was quite fast, and soon it was all settled. Helan and Xia Chuchu were very happy. Helan now had a car, although it wasn't that great. This was Xia Chuchu's first car, and she would probably be so excited today that she wouldn't be able to sleep. Alright, you two go back to your work, I need to head back too. Okay, thank you, boss. Yeah, no problem. By the way, Helan, how's the LVE girl group situation going? Boss, I spoke with SA Company yesterday, and their response was that they would consider it, but my offer was very low. What price did you quote? 32 million. Wow, Helan, didn't you say you wanted around $1 billion? Why is the price so low? Boss, just leave it to me. I'll make sure to give you a satisfactory answer. Fine, but you also need to pay attention to your safety. After a while, I'll find you a bodyguard or secretary. You're the president, you need to take your safety seriously, you know? Also, besides the LDE girl group, you need to keep an eye on the domestic female celebrities. After I go back today, I'll get the contract levels for our company sorted out for you, so you don't need to worry about that. I understand, boss. I'm also keeping an eye on the domestic female celebrities. Zhu Jingyi's contract with Siba Media has recently expired. I'll see if I can sign her over. Alright, then we'll be in touch. Okay, boss. Xia Chuchu, the establishment of the company and finding an office building will be up to you. Your current job is to complete these two tasks. Don't be afraid to spend money on the office, rent a bigger, more prosperous place, got it? Okay, boss, I understand. Wang Chen briefly discussed things with them and then parted ways to attend to their own matters. In fact, regarding the contract, Wang Chen already had a rough idea in his mind. First of all, the contracts would be divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D levels. Level A is the best. Level D is the worst. Let's start with Level D. Level D contracts mean that the company will take a 50% cut from the money earned by the artist through various performances, concerts, filming, etc. This is the worst contract. Next is the Level C contract. Level C contracts are better than Level D, with the company taking a much lower cut of 20%. That leaves us with Level B and Level A contracts. For Level D contracts, the company does not take any cut, all the money the artist earns belongs to the artist, and the company covers all the artist's daily expenses. For example, if Zhu Jingyi signs a Level B contract with the company, then the company will cover all her expenses for concerts, and all the ticket revenue will go to Zhu Jingyi, with the company taking nothing. That's the Level B contract. Finally, there's the Level A contract. This is also the best contract offered by Haudia Film and Television Media. Enjoying the same treatment as a Class B contract, the more you earn, the more the company rewards you. Of course, there are restrictions if you want to sign a Class A contract. As for which contract the artists sign, it all requires Wang Chen's approval. If Zhang Yuanying and the others are brought over, then Zhang Yuanying will definitely be made to sign a Class D contract, unless she realizes her mistake. Otherwise, she will always be on a Class D contract. No matter how good she is at twisting things, it won't work. In fact, Wang Chen has thought deeply about these 4 levels of contracts. Those who sign a Class B contract are candidates for a Class A contract. To sign a Class A contract, Wang Chen needs to be bound to it, otherwise, wouldn't he be at a loss? Only with a salary cashback system can he benefit from the goddess's salary cashback, making the Class A contract worthwhile for him. Moreover, he believes that as long as the conditions for a Class A contract are thrown out, female artists wanting to join Haudia Film and Television Media won't ask for too much. Not to mention a Class A contract, even a Class B contract, those female artists would probably fight to sign it. You have to know that contracts signed with other media companies can easily fall into a pit, and his media company has only a few clear contracts. With that in mind, Wang Chen headed towards the Huangpu River in Green City where Bai Wan'er was. Wang Chen arrived at Bai Wan'er's home. Bai Wan'er was lying on the sofa playing with her phone. Her eyes were glued to the screen, filled with excitement. Just then, the door opened, and Bai Wan'er looked at the doorway in surprise. She knew that only she and Wang Chen knew the password to this home. So it must be Wang Chen. Bai Wan'er excitedly jumped up from the sofa. Without even putting on her shoes, she ran to the door. The moment the door opened, Bai Wan'er clung to him like an octopus. How goo! Wang Chen supported her perky bottom and said, "Wan'er, get down first, I need to change my shoes." Okay. After saying that, Bai Wan'er got off Wang Chen. Wang Chen changed into a pair of slippers and then sat down with Bai Wan'er in the living room. After sitting down, Bai Wan'er snuggled with him for a while. Wang Chen thought that it wasn't good for Bai Wan'er to stay at home all day, and since he had time this afternoon, he decided to take her out to play. "Wan'er, let's go to the amusement park this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Bai Wan'er looked at him with eager eyes and asked, "Really? Yay, that's great. Mua, how good, I love you to death." Wang Chen smiled. "Alright, hurry and change your clothes, we'll be leaving soon." How good, wait for me." After saying that, Bai Wan'er hurried back to her room to change clothes. Wang Chen sat on the sofa and sent the 4 levels of contracts he had previously thought of to Helan. However, Helan didn't reply, probably busy. Wang Chen didn't mind and directly put down his phone, waiting for Bai Wan'er to come out. After a while, Bai Wan'er walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing a pair of jeans and a short-sleeved top, carrying a small white handbag, looking very pure. Wang Chen liked it very much. A woman in jeans is incredibly sexy. Bai Wan'er came in front of Wang Chen and twirled around. "Ding ding ding, how good, do I look good?" "You look good, my Wan'er is the prettiest. Let's go." "Hee, how good, you're so nice." After Wang Chen stood up, Bai Wan'er linked her arm with his, her face full of smiles. After Wang Chen changed his shoes, the two set off. "Wan'er, this time I won't take my 918, otherwise, we won't be able to have fun with all the attention around." Then should we take the 911? Starting the 911 will probably attract a lot of attention, but the 911 is a bit better, so let's go with the 911. After saying that, Bai Wan'er handed the keys to the 911 to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took the keys and sat in the driver's seat. Once Bai Wan'er settled into the passenger seat, he stepped on the gas and took off. Bai Wan'er looked at him like a little fangirl, even leaning her leg towards Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen understood immediately. One hand rested on her leg. However, Bai Wanner was wearing jeans, so it didn't feel quite right. Hee, how good, how about I wear black stockings next time? Oh really? That depends on whether you can handle it. The two chatted and laughed as they drove towards the amusement park. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination, Magic City World. After parking the car, Wang Chen took Bai Wanner into Magic City World. They had bought VIP tickets, so they didn't have to wait in line for any attractions. As soon as they entered, Wang Chen led Bai Wanner straight to the roller coaster. The two of them got on the roller coaster. Bai Wanner tightly held his hand. As the roller coaster started, Bai Wanner closed her eyes. Ah! Before long, Wang Chen heard Bai Wanner scream. Wang Chen gripped her hand even tighter. Sensing Wang Chen's concern, Bai Wanner's screams gradually subsided, leaving only the other riders on the roller coaster continuing to shout. As the roller coaster slowly came to a stop, Bai Wanner tightly hugged Wang Chen. Wow, how good, that was so thrilling. Bai Wanner was clearly excited. She had been so nervous just a moment ago, and now she was so exhilarated. It was really something. Come on, I'll take you to try something else. Saying this, Wang Chen pulled Bai Wanner to another attraction. This time, he planned to take her on the swinging pendulum. He wanted her to experience the thrill. Wang Chen led Bai Wanner through a special passage, and the staff took them to the pendulum, explaining how to fasten the safety belts before continuing to assist other guests. Wang Chen fastened Bai Wanner's safety belt first, then took his own seat and buckled up. Their hands were tightly clasped. Once everyone was seated, the staff ensured all safety measures were in place and then started the pendulum. Bai Wanner held onto Wang Chen with one hand and the safety bar with the other. She looked quite flustered. As the pendulum slowly started, at first, it didn't feel like much, but soon the swinging arc became larger. This made the women sitting on the pendulum feel tense. They expressed their feelings with sharp screams. Bai Wanner was no exception. Wang Chen closed his eyes, gripping Bai Wanner's delicate hand tightly. Every time the pendulum reached its highest point, the women's screams peaked as well. It was almost deafening. The pendulum gradually came to a stop. The people on the pendulum unfastened their safety belts and got off. To everyone's surprise, someone actually threw up right after getting off. Wang Chen quickly pulled Bai Wanner away from the pendulum area. As soon as they left the pendulum area, Bai Wanner excitedly said, "How good, that was so much fun." "Ha, who was it that kept screaming just now?" "Oh come on, I was scared, but it was really fun." "Alright, we still have many attractions to try, let's go, I'll take you to play something else." Okay, let's go." After saying that, Bai Wanner eagerly pulled Wang Chen towards the next attraction. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly and followed Bai Wanner over. By the end of the day, Wang Chen and Bai Wanner had basically tried all the attractions in the amusement park. Fortunately, they had bought VIP tickets, otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have been able to enjoy so many rides. After they finished playing, Wang Chen and Bai Wanner went out to eat, and by the time he dropped Bai Wanner off at her home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Although he really wanted to stay with Bai Wanner, he remembered that Wuya was waiting for him at home, so he had no choice but to leave. He could only say goodbye to Bai Wanner before departing from the Green City along the Huangpu River. However, Wang Chen promised Bai Wanner that he would come to see her again in the next couple of days. Only then did Bai Wanner let him go. The next day, Wang Chen got up early, planning to buy the dance training institution where Wuya worked. This institution would naturally be under Wuya's name. After all, he needed Wuya to earn more money so he could get more funds through salary cashback. Last month, he earned nearly 5 billion through salary cashback.